A bizarre summoning transformed an office worker into a worm. Ordinary office worker Luo Wen was merely taking a short nap at his workstation when he woke up to find himself trapped in a dark, sticky cage, his body transformed into a black larva with multiple pairs of strange limbs. The mastermind behind all this was a wizard from another world named Dor. In his quest to hatch a legendary creature's egg, the Ifiesh, the infinitely evolving worm, spent hundreds of years conducting countless cruel experiments. Ultimately, he successfully summoned Luo Wen's soul from Earth using an improved summoning array, perfectly integrating it into the unconscious worm egg. However, Dor's success attracted pursuers that, in a desperate situation, Dor chose to detonate the energy source, attempting to reverse summon himself to escape, but he underestimated the explosion's power, resulting in his own demise. Only the indestructible Ifiesh egg was transported to an unknown place amidst the chaotic energy from the explosion. From now on, Luo Wen is Ifiesh. He must accept the reality of his transformation from human to the larval stage of an interstellar horror creature. With the potential for infinite evolution and the wisdom of a human soul, this weak larva will crawl out from the ruins, struggling to survive in a world full of unknowns and dangers, devouring and evolving. His journey is through the vastness of the starry sea. His destination will be the interstellar dominion. This is an epic story about rebirth, evolution, and conquest. Watch how a peculiar larva with human intellect rises step by step, reshaping the entire universe. Chapter 1. The Summoning. I did it. I finally succeeded. I never expected that a randomly summoned soul from another world could perfectly fit into the Ifiesh egg. In a small, enclosed room, the floor and walls were covered with unknown symbols, with strands of flowing light constantly illuminating them, exuding an air of mystery and strangeness. That in the center of the room, a white egg, no larger than a fingernail, floated in midair, gently rising and falling under some unknown force. A humanoid creature, about 1.5 meters tall and dressed in a bizarre robe, was joyfully dancing beside it. Dor was extremely excited. The Ifiesh was known as the infinitely evolving worm, and its appearance changed in various ways as it grew. The ancient book only recorded the egg's detailed characteristics, while the images of the adult form were marked with question marks. Therefore, even Ifiesh themselves might not be able to distinguish their own kind. This led to an extremely low reproduction rate, with legends suggesting they only had a certain chance of producing an egg when their lives were nearing their end. The harsh breeding conditions had caused them to disappear from the annals of history. But this flaw could not overshadow their former might. When energy was abundant, they could continuously adapt to various harsh environments through rapid evolution. If carefully nurtured, once they matured, they could rival a fifth-tier great wizard. Given that the highest combat power on the near continent was only a third-tier high-level wizard, they would be godlike beings with the power to unify the entire continent. Dor's wizard level was only second-tier high-level. He reached this level 300 years ago and was well known in his clan, hailed as the most likely genius to become a third-tier wizard before the age of 100. Just as he was enjoying his youth and success, during a seemingly ordinary exploration of ancient ruins, he discovered the Ifiesh egg. Among the several companions at the time, only he, due to some fortunate coincidences, knew the origins of this seemingly ordinary egg. Thus, he acquired it at a minimal cost. Subsequently, Dor became obsessed, throwing himself wholeheartedly into the egg's hatching process, dreaming of one day sweeping everything away with a fifth-tier pet beast and dominating the entire continent. Unfortunately, it seemed that fate played a joke on him after conducting numerous experiments. He angrily discovered that although the larva within the egg was well preserved, its consciousness had long been obliterated in the endless passage of time. He began feverishly researching various materials and conducting various experiments. Initially, everything was relatively normal, but as time passed, Dor's thoughts became increasingly extreme and mad, and his methods grew more cruel. A genius with decades of cultivation wasted away. This situation finally attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Upon closer investigation, shocking news emerged. Over the decades, more than 100 of Dor's apprentices and servants had mysteriously disappeared, and he was linked to several cases of illegal human trafficking. With no other choice, Dor had to flee with the egg while continuing various experiments. hoping to reactivate the egg and reach the pinnacle of his life. 200 years passed, and the once ambitious youth was now hunched over. His originally thick green hair had only a small tuft left, stubbornly growing near his ears. Efforts were not in vain a few years ago. During an expedition, Dor obtained blueprints for a summoning array. After modification, using the egg as the base, he conducted several experiments. Today, he finally succeeded in summoning a soul from a different space that could perfectly merge with the egg. With the infusion of this soul, the larva within the egg was revived. His 200 years of effort were not wasted soon. Those foolish people who forced him to leave his homeland would pay the price. I could see this moment. Outside a rocky area, dozens of cloaked figures stood facing each other. Captain, traces of a hidden summoning array have been discovered. Upon investigation, it's Dor's work. However, to avoid alarming him, we dare not act recklessly, so we are unsure if he is still inside. The captain nodded, directing everyone to set up a summoning array to surround the rocky area. Once all preparations were complete, he raised his hand, and a wand hidden in his wide sleeve slid out, then was tightly grasped in his hand. Muttering an unknown incantation, energy around him began to boil, and a beam of green light shot from the wand, striking the rock. The surrounding scenery began to twist and change, revealing its original form, as a deep black hole appeared where the rock once stood. Dor, who was exceptionally excited, sensed the unfamiliar energy fluctuations from the outside and was about to check when he realized that his hidden summoning array had been cracked. With a sudden realization, his centuries-long experience of fleeing kicked in. Though this laboratory was hastily constructed, it reserved multiple escape routes. As long as one was not blocked, he could escape. Putting away the egg, Dor rushed down a passage in one direction. After about 10 minutes, a pale-faced Dor returned to the original spot, but the surrounding space was locked down by an unknown summoning array, as if an invisible cage had ensnared him, with a path ahead obscured by an invisible barrier. Outside, the voice of the enforcement captain called out, "Dor, do you think after letting you slip away so many times we wouldn't be prepared? Surrender quickly and hand over the Ifiesh. Lord Leon might spare your life." Leon had always been Dor's defeated opponent, the first to discover his human experiments. Now, over 200 years later, the positions of both had changed drastically. Leon's original intention might have been merely to retaliate against Dor, who had oppressed him, but over the years, he had long realized the truth. The initial purpose had long since changed. Seeking justice for those who died unjustly was a joke. The Ifiesh was worth any means to obtain it. They had competed against each other throughout their youth, and Dor scoffed at the idea that Leon would spare his life. Handing over the egg would only lead to his demise. Now trapped by an unknown summoning array, he contemplated that the only option left was to detonate the simple elemental furnace, providing energy for the summoning array. In an instant, a tremendous amount of energy was released, reversing the summoning array to bring him back. Since this summoning array could call forth souls from other dimensions, a mere sealing array should not be able to stop it. As for where he would be summoned back to, that was left to fate. As long as he was alive, it was better than being dead. Having made up his mind, Dol began to cast various protective spells on himself, colorful lights rising from his body. As for the egg of the Ifiesh, the unhatched one, that seemingly ordinary shell was the strongest protection. The captain surrounding the cave was not in a hurry. His master had told him that Dol did not have the ability to destroy the Ifiesh egg. So, to be safe, he opted to surround rather than attack, trying to complete the task at the lowest cost. After all, Dol was also an experienced powerhouse, and a cornered dog might pose a threat. However, it turned out he was overthinking it. A blinding flash of white light appeared. Including him, dozens of black-robed figures vanished, leaving behind a semicircular pit over 10 kilometers in diameter. Dol had overestimated himself as a mere below third-tier wizard. How could he withstand the close-range explosion of the elemental furnace? He was instantly evaporated by the boiling torrent of energy. Only the Ifiesh egg disappeared in the flickering light before the surrounding summoning array was destroyed. When Rovan regained consciousness, he felt utterly devastated. He had only closed his eyes for a moment to rest during work. After hours of staring at the computer, his eyes were dry. But who knew that closing his eyes would lead to such an inexplicable sleep? When he woke up, he found himself in a dark cage surrounded by a thick, disgusting liquid. What kind of show was this? Even sleeping at work shouldn't be this extreme, right? Rowan wanted to scream, but no sound came out. He tried to struggle, but felt as if his limbs had sprouted additional siblings, which terrified him. After being dazed for a few seconds, he began to struggle more frantically. Finally, the cage couldn't bear the burden and cracked open a gap. Rowan hurriedly crawled out through it, surrounded by massive stones. After escaping the cage, Rowan felt as if his strength had returned, even stronger. He easily pushed aside the surrounding boulders, creating a small space for himself. The production team really going this big now? It seemed they not only locked him up but also buried him alive. Having seemingly experienced some unknown transition, he was still a bit disoriented upon waking, his mind feeling scattered. However, he quickly discovered the horrifying reality. Looking at his own hands, the dark, smooth texture, the hair on his legs, and the pair of things at the front that Rowan couldn't tell if they were claws, he stared blankly at his body. With the same dark hue, he noticed two pairs of appendages on his belly and a segmented tail. He completely broke down. Chapter 2. Newly born Luo Wen curled up for an unknown amount of time, suddenly feeling something moving instinctively above his head. Then, he sensed a sweet aroma wafting towards him, causing his stomach to grumble with hunger. At this point, he thought to himself, let me just starve to death. Struggling to resist the temptation coming from the side, Luo Wen calmed his mind, planning to die of starvation. The object above his head began to move more frequently and forcefully, further aggravating his already irritable mood. Looking up, he noticed two stick-like objects swaying in front of him. Luo Wen was taken aback. What the hell? I've even grown a pair of antennae. Life felt hopeless. 10 minutes later, he saw a small black bug feasting next to a large white egg. The bug was less than half the size of the egg, and its tiny mouth was eagerly licking the eggshell. The hard shell quickly softened under its secretions, and after eating for a while, it even sucked some of the viscous liquid inside the egg, truly a feast with both solid and soup. Wow, it smells so good, Luo Wen exclaimed. He wasn't yielding to hunger. He just didn't want this creature to distract him. In this dark place, with a glaring white egg set before him, and given that his eyesight seemed somewhat altered, he felt dizzy. If he could eat this culprit, not only would he be able to concentrate better, but being full would also give him more strength to starve himself. At this point, he had somewhat understood his current situation. In his previous life, he was a capable young man who had experienced information overload and had seen quite a few time travel dramas and extracurricular readings. However, he never expected his previous life to end so hastily, nor that he would begin this life in such a rushed manner, having been reincarnated as a bug. Yes, he had realized what he currently was. But aren't bugs usually laid in batches? Why was he now all alone, without even a single companion nearby? This left him without any reference to see what he actually looked like, whether he was imposing or fierce. Uncertain if it was due to something that Dole had done before, or the instinct of the bug-esque body, in just the time it took to have a meal. Luo Wen seemed to have accepted the fact that he had transformed into a bug and even started to consider his image. After most of the eggshell had disappeared, Luo Wen felt full and somewhat happy, temporarily abandoning thoughts of ending it all. Since he was here, he might as well settle in, since there was a second life. Perhaps there would be a third, and it could even be an intriguing experience, just as he had completed his self-comforting. With a gradually optimistic mindset and thoughts of a possible next life, preparing to make a grand exit, reality hit him hard once again. Perhaps it was the change in his mindset, but as he accepted that he was a bug, the last bit of discord between his soul and bug body was resolved. At the same time, some information stored in the bug's body flooded into Luo Wen's mind. Infinite evolution bug? Ifiesh. Is this my origin in this life? It actually sounds quite impressive. Damn, I can't believe a green-haired old man turned me into this. It's over. This isn't an accident. It's a premeditated attack. It seems that if I die first, and then start the plan for the next life, it would all be in vain, right? The bug's body only retained a small amount of recently occurred information, and there was none of that bloodline inheritance nonsense from novels. Luo Wen was startled, but quickly processed everything. Although the language spoken by that green-haired old man wasn't any he recognized, he strangely understood its meaning. Maybe it's better to just let me die. His previously somewhat positive mindset sank again, and the little black bug curled up. Half an hour later, while eating the eggshell, Luo Wen began to contemplate bug life. Based on the last scene, he was teleported away by some kind of formation. So now there are three possibilities for his current location. 1. He was sent back to the planet of his last life. 2. To the continent with the wizards. Or 3. To some unknown place apart from the two mentioned. Which one it is remains to be seen, but that is not the most important thing right now. If he guessed correctly about the large stones around him, then his situation was extremely dangerous. Although the environment was pitch dark, Luo Wen suspected he was underground, though he didn't know how deep. After finishing the white giant egg, the light here became even dimmer. Yet, his eyes could still perceive some special light. However, this light couldn't help him distinguish up from down or left from right. Strangely, his antennae and leg hairs were telling him which direction the surface was. This sensation was incredible. It was indescribable unless experienced firsthand. Moving towards the surface, his two front legs continuously pushed the large stones in front of him towards his abdomen. Then, his middle and hind legs worked together to push the large stones behind him. Yes, he now had 6 legs, which was quite normal for a bug, right? At first, his movements were a bit clumsy, but he quickly became proficient. Should he commend himself on having a talent for being a bug? As he continued to move upward, the temperature of the surrounding large stones gradually increased, slowly becoming uncomfortably hot. The light ahead grew brighter, and finally, Luo Wen broke through the obstacles and reached the surface. However, the situation he dreaded the most appeared before him. A field of yellow stones reflected blinding light, and the scorching ground irritated his abdomen and soft tail, making him feel as if he was about to be roasted alive. Just as he suspected, this place was indeed a desert, and those large stones were merely sand mounds. If he hadn't arrived in the land of giants, it meant his size was quite small. Although this was normal for a bug, for a human without any bug experience, the current situation felt like the opening of hell. Enduring the scorching heat, Luo Wen surveyed his surroundings, and he couldn't see a single shadow of a plant. Moreover, his current field of vision was strange, reminding him of the giant advertisement screens in some malls, composed of dozens of small displays that synchronized through some program. Although each display showed different content, when combined, it formed a perfect enlarged image. But the scene before him was far more than just dozens of screens pieced together. Instead, it was made up of thousands upon thousands of densely packed small screens. With the limited knowledge he had of entomology, he guessed that he must have a pair of compound eyes. This was quite normal for insects, right? However, no one told him that these eyes were extremely nearsighted. The view up close was quite clear, but anything a little further away was indistinguishable. Not to mention, Luo Wen wanted to see if the sun in the sky was the one he was familiar with to determine if he had returned to his hometown. At that moment, he couldn't see the sun, but through means he was unfamiliar with, methods that certainly didn't exist when he was human, he could determine that there was only one light source in the sky. The magic of this ability was something that someone who had never been an insect could not fully appreciate. Of course, Luo Wen would rather not have this experience. The information he had gathered was limited, and the surface temperature was too high. He was also unsure if there were other dangers, which made him quite uneasy with his limited 3 to 4 meters of vision. Since there was no next life, he thought he should try to experience as much as possible in this life. The plan for a reckless death would have to be temporarily set aside, and surviving came first. With a determined effort, Luo Wen began to dig through the sand and gravel towards the ground. Digging felt like an instinct to him. In just a short while, he had mastered various excavation techniques, digging up, down, left, and right with ease. Once he reached a sufficient depth, the surroundings became cooler. Having just been born, Luo Wen felt somewhat exhausted after such intense digging and various mental stresses. Curling up his body, his consciousness slowly drifted into sleep. At that moment, one thought filled his mind. I don't want to be nearsighted. Chapter 3. Searching for food. When Luo Wen woke up again, he felt that the temperature around him had dropped a bit. He was a little hungry, but the eggshell had already been eaten. The eggshell, which was twice his size, was only enough for 2 meals. He had no idea where the rest had gone. This also indicated that he had quite an appetite. Although being able to eat was a blessing, it was not good news for him. The surface was a desert, and he had not yet found food. He might starve in a few days. With this thought, he felt a sense of urgency. He couldn't afford to be a starving ghost. So, sensing the direction of the surface, he used all 6 limbs and crawled upward. The temperature around him continued to drop, and Luo Wen even doubted whether he was climbing in the wrong direction. But his antennae and leg hairs told him he was on the right path. So he could only grit his teeth and continue forward. Oh, his scalp was already quite tough, and it was very dark. The moment he crawled out of the sand, he was stunned. The yellow sand around him disappeared, replaced by a layer of silver frost covering the ground. If it weren't for the fact that the geology along the way had not changed, he would have thought he had crossed over again. What kind of place was this? The temperature difference between day and night was so great. It should be night now. The light was much weaker, yet miraculously, he could see 5 to 6 meters away. A significant improvement from last time. Could it be that he was a nocturnal insect? Luo Wen felt uncertain. However, even with enhanced visibility, he still couldn't see what the cold light sources in the sky looked like. But he could sense their number. 2. At this moment, there were actually 2 light sources in the sky. During the day, there was only 1 light source, and there was still a possibility of being teleported back to his homeland. But now, that possibility had been completely extinguished. Based on his limited astronomical knowledge, Rowan could conclude that there were at least 2 moons hanging in the sky. However, he quickly accepted reality. He had already turned into a bug. So what was the big deal about having more moons in the sky? In the past 2 days, he had been shocked too many times and was already somewhat immune to it. The choice had gone from 3 to 2. At this moment, he just hoped not to be transported to that wizard's world, where the danger was too high and clearly not a place for a small bug like him. Of course, the main task now was still to fill his stomach. Otherwise, he might not even make it to the day when he figured out where he was. He hadn't seen any food for the time being, but there was a layer of frost on the ground, so Rowan decided to drink his fill of water first. His mouth parts were somewhat elongated, the front resembling a mushroom cap, and at this moment, they spread out like a plate against the ice surface. The small mandibles hidden inside quickly scraped at the ice, each time managing to scrape off a little bit of debris, which was then sucked into his abdomen with the help of his tongue. Rowan didn't know what he looked like while eating, nor did he want to know. He just instinctively used these organs. Moreover, bugs actually have tongues. This was a revelation for him. Before becoming a bug, he had no idea about this. After sucking for a while, only a shallow ice depression appeared on the ice surface, indicating how poor his eating efficiency was. However, he had no other choice but to continue. The cold liquid flowed into his abdomen, making him feel somewhat stiff all over. His gradually sluggish consciousness recalled when he was human, in winter, when those annoying mosquitoes and flies disappeared. It dawned on him that he had also turned into a bug. In such cold weather, he was still out and about, drinking icy beverages. Wasn't he going to freeze to death? The fright snapped him back to reality, and he hurriedly crawled back along the path he came from. This place was too dangerous. It was too hot during the day and too cold at night. When would he go find food? He had initially planned to drink enough water and then take a look around for food, but now he could only abandon that idea. Back in the depths of the underground, Rowan, who had just woken up not long ago, didn't want to rest any longer. Moreover, there was no time for rest. He had to find a food source as quickly as possible. Since the surface was not an option, he would look underground. His digging talent was quite remarkable, and it would be a shame not to make good use of it. Deciding to act, Rowan immediately got to work, casually picking a direction and digging forward. The 2 antennae on his head trembled continuously, providing him with some novel experiences while also conveying a lot of information. They seemed to serve the functions of both nose and ears, able to smell scents and hear sounds. As he moved forward, one of the antennae suddenly detected an unfamiliar scent from the lower left. The unfamiliar represents the unknown, and it likely represents food as well. Luo Wen became excited and quickened his pace toward that direction. As he got closer, the strange scent grew stronger, but Luo Wen gradually slowed down. He was out looking for food, not delivering takeout. He was currently small in size, not even bigger than a large green fly, and since he had just been born, he hadn't learned any fighting skills of insects yet. If he encountered a living creature that could fight back, he estimated he wouldn't be able to win. So he had to plan cautiously and act carefully. Striving to integrate into the instincts of insects, slowly, not only did the hairs on his legs stand up, but even the hairs all over his body were raised. Various vibrations coming from the left front were perceived by his body without a miss, gradually converging into information sent to his brain. After integration and analysis, he reached a conclusion. There were living creatures ahead, approximately 3 or 4, moving slowly, and their size was smaller than his, so he could approach and take a look. If something seemed off, he would immediately escape. There were no familiar insects here, so there was no fear of losing face. Carefully digging through the sand in front of him, Luo Wen's digging skills were somewhat unadapted here. His small front claws were excellent at scratching through the sand, but he was somewhat powerless against the deeper soil. Fortunately, he hadn't reached the soil layer yet. It was just a half sand, half soil structure, and he only slowed down a little. Moreover, the sand here had better support, and through repeated digging and compressing, he excavated a tunnel. He then transported the excavated mud and sand to the upper sand layer. After a while, he had dug out a section of the tunnel that was just big enough for his body to pass through, allowing for a quicker escape in case of danger. As he got closer to the target, Luo Wen's movements became increasingly gentle, while his body became tenser. Suddenly, as the mud and sand in front were cleared away, a round, plump, white transparent worm rolled out in front of him. Its body was segmented, with more than 10 segments in total. But only the first few segments had 3 pairs of short appendages and a small yellow head. What Luo Wen couldn't accept was that this creature had a pair of fierce large teeth. The little creature's size was not much different from Luo Wen's, just slightly smaller. At this moment, it had just been dug out from the mud and was continuously curling and stretching its body, emitting a faint hissing sound in hopes of scaring Luo Wen away. Watching the white worm struggle to flip over in the mud, Luo Wen was no longer anxious. His courage grew, and he sneered inwardly. "Little thing, don't think that just because you have a pair of big teeth, I'm afraid of you." Chapter 4. The white worm reality proved that even if Luo Wen was not afraid of the white worm, his current weaponry had no effect on it. The white worm's skin appeared delicate and transparent, as if it would shatter with a poke. However, in reality, it was very tough, at least for Luo Wen at this moment. His legs, his small claws, and his lapping mouthparts were all powerless against the white worm. At this moment, he envied the white worm's pair of large teeth. Watching it continue to roll around, as if mocking him, he thought, come on, let us see what you can do to this fat white worm." Luo Wen's mindset was a bit explosive. If he were still human, just 2 fingers gently pinching could burst the white worm. How could he be enduring this kind of frustration now? However, thinking about it was quite disgusting. So he quickly shook that thought out of his mind. Suddenly, he had a realization. This white worm being here meant there was food nearby. Otherwise, it couldn't be so lively. "Once I eat all your food and starve you. Let's see how arrogant you are." Luo Wen glared fiercely at the white worm. After that, he ignored the wriggling white worm and continued digging. After a while, he dug up a few more siblings of the white worm. This made Luo Wen even more unhappy. Why were other worms social, while he was all alone? After shoving these annoying worms aside, the mud and sand scattered, revealing the food they were surrounding. A segment of some unknown plant's root stretched out from the soil, with several fresh wounds on its gray-brown surface, which Luo Wen guessed were bitten by the white worm. Positioning his mouthparts against the root's wounds, he began to lick, and a trickle of liquid flowed down his tongue into his esophagus, then into his stomach. After only a few licks, the wounds stopped oozing, so Luo Wen switched to another wound. But every wound was licked dry in just a few swipes, and he only felt about 30% full after going around. He wanted to enlarge the root wounds, but found his mouthparts were powerless against that. After thinking for a moment, he shoved a nearby wriggling white worm next to the root. The white worm, indeed mindless, immediately bit the food that appeared near its mouth without hesitation. Luo Wen watched as the root quickly formed a new fresh wound under the white worm's large teeth, and tempting leaf juice flowed out from within. He hurriedly kicked the white worm away and went up to it himself. With the help of the tool worm, Luo Wen finally drank his fill. After eating and drinking enough, he shoved that tool worm next to the root and kicked the other white worms even further away. He returned along the path he came from to the gravel layer. He had consumed quite a bit of energy from all the digging earlier. Moreover, having just found food, his urgent mood relaxed considerably, so Luo Wen decided to take a break. As for why he had to run all the way back instead of resting close to the root, Luo Wen was worried that although the white worm didn't seem carnivorous, he wasn't a professional entomologist. If that worm suddenly went crazy and bit him, his little arms and legs couldn't withstand its large teeth, even if it wouldn't bite him. Waking up to find several large teeth swaying in front of him would also be frightening. So, after thinking it over, he decided to rest a little further away. When Luo Wen woke up again, he didn't know how much time had passed. In any case, his once full stomach was hungry again. He tried to make a gesture of patting his belly with his forelimbs, but suddenly noticed something unusual. A pair of appendages had grown out in front of his original forelimbs, and they looked quite powerful. The front end is not shaped like tiny claws, but resembles a rake, with a palm surface from which 4 short and stout tines extend, slightly curved. Ifiesh, the infinitely evolving insect. Rowan inexplicably thought of this phrase and began to understand its meaning. Before going to sleep, he had just complained a bit about the ineffective tiny claws for digging. and upon waking, he found he had grown a pair of rakes, clearly skilled at digging and plowing. For a moment, his thoughts drifted away, and he inexplicably recalled a game he played in his past life, which featured a self-destructing insect. Rowan wanted to give himself 2 slaps for such silly thoughts. What if he really grew some strange things while sleeping and ended up blowing himself up upon waking? Where would he go to reason about that? However, what were these things evolving based on? He needed to ponder this carefully before his next rest, but now was not the time for such thoughts. First, he needed to fill his stomach. The newly appeared rake limbs were very useful. The slightly curved tines could easily penetrate the soil and dig out a large chunk. Strangely enough, in his past life, Rowan was directionally challenged, needing navigation to go anywhere, or he would easily get lost. Yet, after becoming an insect, his sense of direction was surprisingly good. In this dark underground, surrounded by identical sand and stones, where normal people couldn't tell up from down, he could quickly find the passage he had last dug without taking any detours. It was an indescribable feeling, as if he inherently knew which direction to go. Some areas of the passage had collapsed, but he had managed to dig through with his small claws last time, not to mention his current capabilities. He now had 8 limbs, and, though he had little knowledge of insects before, he had killed plenty of flies and mosquitoes. However, he had never counted how many legs they had. It seemed that insects came in many varieties, and having more legs was quite normal. For instance, centipedes. When he was in kindergarten, his teacher used to tell the story of a centipede putting on shoes before nap time. But he could never stay awake long enough to hear the centipede finish. But those were innate. His were grown out of practical necessity. He worried about what kind of monster he might become if this continued. However, he then chuckled at himself. He was already an insect, so why worry about that? Did insects even care about looks when dating? Rowan thought for a moment. Perhaps they did. He hadn't seen any of his kind yet, so he didn't know what insect aesthetics were like. Then he suddenly realized he didn't even know if he was male or female. Do insects have genitals? He checked his body, but found nothing. Could he be a female insect? At that moment, if he were still human, Rowan's face would surely be pale. Arriving at the roots of an unknown plant in a daze, he saw a row of white larvae feasting there, and he felt an intense anger. He quickly climbed up and kicked them away one by one. As he licked the delicious juices and watched the white larvae writhing beside him, his mood improved considerably. Indeed, happiness is built upon the suffering of other insects. Chapter 5 Exploration. Ifiesh, the infinitely evolving insect. When energy is abundant, they can continuously adapt to various harsh environments through rapid evolution to preserve themselves. But if the insect itself is gloomy and seeking death all day, does this mindset threaten its survival? Is Rowan's optimistic attitude related to his evolutionary abilities? Rowan does not know and does not wish to ponder deeply. In any case, in a short period of time, he has naturally accepted his current identity and has begun to make efforts to survive better. For example, now that Rowan is full and satisfied, he does not return the way he came. Instead, he chooses to build a nest deeper underground. With the help of new raptorial appendages, he can dig a cave in the denser soil below, where the earth is more compact, providing better support and reducing the risk of collapse. In half a day's work, he has excavated a room the size of a ping-pong ball, which, compared to his body size that is not even as big as a fingernail, can be considered quite spacious. The room is lined with a layer of dry sand and gravel to prevent the damp ground from adversely affecting his joints. Although he does not know if insects can get arthritis. After setting up the room, he also dug several tunnels connecting to this room, with normal entrances and several escape routes. The tunnels are interconnected, with the entrances and exits blocked by soil. If any intruding creature were to enter, it would be difficult to discover the locations of those tunnel entrances at first. In addition, he also specially dug a place for excretion far from his room, connected by a long tunnel, with some soft sand left in the tunnel to block any potential odors from flowing back. Although he has not excreted since his birth, lying in his comfortable room, Rowan began to contemplate the life of an insect. From the current situation, he indeed possesses some magical evolutionary abilities. But what the mechanism of this evolution is, and to what extent he can evolve, is still unclear. After all, the time is too short, and he has only undergone one noticeable evolution. Whether there are other latent evolutions remains unknown for now. It seems he needs more time and more data to analyze more things. However, he does not know how much time he has. With his limited knowledge of entomology, he only knows that insects generally do not have long lifespans. Although he belongs to a species with a particularly impressive name, He was not provided with a manual upon emergence, so he is unsure how long he can live. He then recalled that this is no longer his hometown. And he is not the species from his hometown. Whether the knowledge from there applies here is still unknown. After thinking for a long time, he returned to square one. Lacking sufficient information, any further thoughts would just be wishful thinking. However, he remembered that the last time he went to the surface, although he did not have a thermometer to measure accurately, it was definitely below zero. He spent quite a bit of time outside and drank a lot of cold drinks. Aside from feeling a bit uncomfortable at that time, after returning and sleeping, he woke up full of energy, with no issues at all. If the bugs from my hometown were frozen like this, they would probably end up paralyzed. It seems that his condition indeed cannot be measured by the knowledge from that place. Moreover, he is just a half-baked person, remembering only some half-truths. After a while, having thought through the problems, Luo Wen struggled to pass the time with some daydreaming. In his previous life, he was someone who would die without a phone, usually reading extracurricular books and watching short videos, and time would pass quickly. Now, lacking these entertainment activities, he realized how hard it was to endure time, and he had to find something to do quickly. Deciding to act on his thoughts, after thinking for a moment, Luo Wen decided to go eat first. After all, he had done quite a bit of work earlier and had just moved into a new home. He needed to treat himself to something nice to celebrate. With the reluctant cooperation of the tool bug, Luo Wen quickly filled his stomach, only to fall back into boredom. Not wanting to rest for now, he planned to keep digging along the root stem to see where it led. After all, he hadn't seen any signs of plants on the surface during his previous trips, which was partly due to his severe nearsightedness. However, his curiosity about what the plants in the desert of this strange planet looked like was successfully piqued. Digging along the root stem, he discovered many white bugs, which seemed to be part of a big family. Luo Wen didn't feel envious, no matter how many there were. They were still just a bunch of foolish tool bugs. The route presented a slow upward trend, and Luo Wen didn't know how long he had been digging when he realized that the end of this root stem was actually a thicker one, the previous one being just a little root hair. As Luo Wen continued forward, the surrounding roots gradually increased, with numerous large roots branching out from here and extending into unknown territories. The temperature around him gradually rose, and some very fine roots began to appear, completely different in shape from the previous large roots. Continuing upward, the surroundings became increasingly bright, indicating that it was daytime above. Having experienced a day-night cycle once, Luo Wen could already distinguish the outside light from a certain depth underground. He slowed his digging speed, his body hairs standing on end, alertly sensing the surroundings. Underground, his digging speed was currently quite advantageous, but it was different on the surface. He estimated that he wouldn't stand a chance against any opponent the size of a fingernail. In the area near Luo Wen's new home, the distance to the surface had already reached the gravel layer. However, perhaps due to the many roots here, it was still a soil layer, showing no signs of becoming gravelly. Similarly, Luo Wen discovered new dangers in this soil layer at this height. Through some vibrations, he could sense that there were many hollow pipelines around, just like the passages arranged in his new home, but far more complex, with vibrations and sounds indicating the movement of unknown creatures inside. He cautiously avoided these pipelines and slowly continued to dig upward. Finally, after passing through a shallow layer of gravel, he reached the surface. It was indeed daytime outside, and beside him was a cluster of huge weeds, with its siblings scattered around, most of the leaves already withered and yellow. It seems that those fine roots belonged to these weeds. In the distance, there was a towering giant tree. Luo Wen roughly calculated that it would take hundreds of himself to encircle the trunk. Going out this time, he indeed made some new discoveries. First, he found that he was not a nocturnal insect. He could see 5 to 6 meters in the daytime. It seems that his constant reminders to avoid myopia had worked, as his vision had improved significantly. However, this was still far from enough. For instance, when it came to the giant tree, he could only see a very small part of it. The branches above were all blurry, and he could not see how tall it was, what kind of leaves it had, whether it was flowering or bearing fruit. Clearly, his vision needed to continue evolving. Secondly, he noticed that it wasn't as hot this time as it had been last time. He wasn't sure if it was due to an improvement in his heat resistance or because there was shade from the trees. He noted that he would find a place without shade for a detailed comparison later. Finally, he discovered the owners of the underground pipes. Several ant-like creatures appeared in the gaps between the weeds. They were mostly dirt-colored, with round heads, long antennae, slender 6-segmented legs, and 2 large, hook-like fangs that were about half the size of their bodies, which was quite eye-catching. They surrounded Luo Wen with a rather unfriendly attitude, and he guessed from the small hole on his backside that they were not welcoming him. Chapter 6. Under attack. It turned out that Luo Wen's guess from the small hole on his backside was correct. These ant-like creatures were quite aggressive. One ant that was closest to him waved its antennae, and its 6 legs slightly bent. Then, they all exerted force together and suddenly lunged at Luo Wen. The hook-like fangs lifted slightly and then quickly swooped down, trying to latch onto him. Of course, Luo Wen was not defenseless, although his compound eyes were quite myopic. The thousands of tiny lenses allowed for impressive dynamic vision. To put it simply, if the human eye feels comfortable viewing a 60 Hz refresh rate image with minimal stuttering, Luo Wen's dynamic vision was 10 times that, making a 60 Hz image appear like a slideshow. And it was super choppy, as if the next slide took ages to change. However, this ant's launch speed was also incredibly fast, surely exceeding the human eye's reaction limit. Even Luo Wen could only capture its movements normally, without any bullet time effect. He rolled sideways, pushing off the ground with 3 slender legs, using the reaction force to roll over and avoid the incoming fangs. But Luo Wen broke out in a cold sweat. The insect's body was not as agile as a human's. The rolling action that humans could easily perform was exceptionally difficult for him at this moment. This time he was lucky. He rolled twice and ended up lying on his stomach. If he hadn't pushed off with enough force, or if something unexpected had happened, causing him to end up on his back, he would have been in serious trouble. With his current body, it would be very hard to turn over. And at that point, he would really be at the mercy of the ants. If it were just a one-on-one fight, this ant, which is slightly smaller than him, would still have the confidence to put up a fight. But they clearly don't play fair, displaying a stance that suggests they want to gang up on him. Knowing that a wise insect avoids immediate losses, Luo Wen raised his butt and planned to escape. On the ground, his speed was clearly inferior to these ants. But he also had his own advantages. Although he had only been a bug for a short time, he could tell from his own experience that their forelimbs were decent enough for scraping sand and stones, but when it came to digging mud, they couldn't even smell their own exhaust. The layer of sand and stones here wasn't deep. At his speed, as long as he could dig down to the silt layer, he would be safe. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the ants' speed and distance in launching themselves. A few ants started simultaneously, and several pairs of large mandibles latched onto Luo Wen, who was already half buried in the ground. 2 of them even pierced into his abdomen, working together to pull him out of the soil. If he got pulled out, it would definitely be game over. So Luo Wen gritted his teeth and desperately dug with his forelimbs, while his middle legs held onto the nearby sand and stones, and his hind legs kicked backward randomly. One ant that had latched onto Luo Wen's abdomen was moving forward. Besides its prominent hooked mandibles, it had a pair of smaller, claw-like dark brown teeth at the side of its mouth. At that moment, Luo Wen's hind leg kicked right in front of it, and the ant reacted quickly, biting down on it. Luo Wen didn't know whether other bugs felt pain, but he knew he didn't at the moment. Otherwise, with his current injuries, he would have already fainted from the pain if he were human. As if that wasn't enough, some of the ants fixed their bodies with 6-jointed limbs. Then, they raised their chests upright and pushed their abdomens forward with all their might, extending even beyond their heads, resembling scorpions ready to sting. Their swollen abdomens squirmed, and then from the front opening, a murky liquid was ejected, which produced a white smoke upon contact with the air. The liquid arced through the air, accurately splattering around Luo Wen, and his entire hind abdomen was more or less sprayed with it, creating some pitted little wounds on his body. Damn, these shameless creatures are actually using a feces spray attack. There's even poison hidden in the feces. Luo Wen had never seen such an unscrupulous species. In a life-and-death situation, it felt like his entire body was straining, with his fur standing on end. After a desperate struggle, he finally broke free from their grasp, diving into the sand and stones, disappearing from sight. Underground, he indeed outpaced them, and the ants couldn't even see his rear. Temporarily out of danger, Luo Wen stopped. He was extremely weak at this point, with his 2 hind legs bitten to varying degrees. One of them was even broken in the middle, missing a significant chunk. Fortunately, he had many legs, so even with 2 disabled, it didn't greatly affect his movement. Moreover, the entire rear half of his body had suffered some degree of corrosion. However, the corrosive liquid didn't harm Luo Wen as much as he had imagined. Perhaps it was due to the relatively short contact time and insufficient dosage. It only caused some superficial damage, without penetrating his body. He couldn't see his back, but felt that it shouldn't be too serious. However, his abdominal injuries were much more serious. The soft abdomen was torn open at the third segment from the back, with only a small piece of skin still connecting it to Rowan's body. Inside, it was unclear whether it was intestines or some other substance flowing out. And now there was nothing left to flow. Fortunately, he was a worm. Otherwise, with his abdomen cut open like this, he would definitely be dead. Even if he wasn't dead yet, Rowan didn't know how long he could hold on with such injuries. But he was helpless about it. And there were no bandages or gauze nearby. Even if there were, with his current state, he couldn't perform those delicate tasks. Right now, he really wished he had a network to upload the problems he was facing, and then add a line at the end saying, "Waiting online, very urgent." But this was just a pipe dream. Rowan suspected that it was because he was about to die, and his mind started to drift, thinking of useless things. The fuzz sensed some vibrations, pulling Rowan back to reality. Ants were following him through the bodily fluids he had leaked. This place was not safe. He raised his rear and continued to dig. When he came here earlier, he didn't find any ants or their tunnels deep underground, indicating that they didn't like to live that deep. Moreover, their forelimbs weren't suited for digging through soil. As long as he continued to go down, he would definitely shake them off. Rowan didn't know how long he had been digging. He felt his consciousness becoming a bit hazy. Although he felt no pain, the severe injuries still left him physically and mentally exhausted. In his blurred state, he sensed familiar vibrations ahead. It was a white worm gnawing on several roots. Using his last bit of strength, he crawled over, and sure enough, a plump, unusually fat white worm was cutting through the bark with its large teeth. Enjoying the delicious sap, Rowan skillfully kicked the white worm away and began to lick the wound of the tree root frantically. The slightly cold sap slid down his esophagus into his body, then flowed to his abdomen, finally leaking out from the abdominal wound. Rowan felt a bit desperate. He barely managed to dig a little distance to the side when his vision darkened, and he fainted. Chapter 7. Enhancement. When Rowan regained consciousness again, he had no idea how much time had passed. Although he couldn't move, the fuzz on his body told him that the white worm beside him was still tirelessly gnawing on several roots. Still a worm? It hadn't died yet. He had held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing that after death he could start a third life or return to his previous one. He didn't expect that this seemingly impressive worm would have such strong vitality. With his abdomen cut open and food flowing out immediately after being eaten, he could still survive. It was truly incredible. However, there was nothing to feel sentimental about now. He checked his body and found that the 3 segments of his abdomen had shriveled and fallen off to the side. Although the wound had healed, no new body had grown, making him look a bit shorter. He couldn't see the injuries on his back, but it should be fine. The wound from his broken hind leg had healed, but no new limb had grown. At this moment, he felt extremely hungry. Since his tail had healed, it meant that the food he consumed could be retained. He dragged his weak body and forced himself to crawl back to the tree roots, where the white worm was happily drinking tree sap. Without much thought, he kicked it away and moved closer. After licking it clean, he caught the white worm again and reopened a wound. This continued in cycles, and eventually, his stomach felt full and swollen. Just as he finished eating, fatigue set in again. Ignoring everything else, Luo Wen moved back to the hiding place where he had been before and fainted once more. This cycle of waking up, kicking the white worm, eating, and then fainting repeated countless times. Finally, Luo Wen's spirit improved, and he noticed some shed exoskeletons scattered around him. At this point, his appearance had changed significantly. First, he realized his eyes had grown much larger, each occupying half the size of his head. His field of vision had also widened considerably, resembling a 360-degree wide-angle camera, allowing him to see his own back for the first time, even though he hadn't seen what it looked like before. However, he could feel that there were small hard plates on his back, while the rest of his long abdomen was exposed, which was why the ants could attack him there. Now, from his neck backward, the original shoulder armor had enlarged, extending outwards and wrapping around his sides, significantly increasing his body as protection. Moreover, from the shoulder armor, a semicircular carapace had grown, protecting a small portion of his shortened abdomen, making his entire back look like that of a ladybug. However, his carapace was a single piece and pure black, covered in fine hairs. His previously crippled hind legs had completely fallen off from the root and had grown back, now thicker and covered in sharp backward-facing spines. At the same time, he discovered 2 new hind legs that could bend backward for support. If he lay on his back now, with his rounder body, it should be harder to flip over. But ironically, in this position, His two hind legs could contact the ground in reverse and push him up with force. Lastly, his mouth parts, which had originally been a licking-sucking type, had not disappeared but had shrunk significantly, perhaps because he deep down did not want to continue relying on the toolworm. A pair of large teeth he had always dreamed of grew at the corners of his mouth, allowing him to finally become self-sufficient in drinking tree sap. The various problems he encountered in his previous life had all been compensated for and improved in this round of evolution. Luo Wen could only silently shout, "Ifiesh, awesome." Although he had received comprehensive enhancements, Luo Wen did not plan to seek revenge on the ants immediately. 2 fists could hardly match 4 hands, especially since they had far more than 4. Through this intensive and multifaceted evolution, he had gained some understanding of his body. First, evolution also needed to follow the law of energy conservation, which was why he had to eat multiple times during the process. Additionally, when faced with certain difficulties, his body instinctively selected and activated the most suitable genes from its genetic library to solve those problems. Sufficient energy would accelerate the activation speed. The external manifestation is that he noticed the digging was slow, and at that moment he had just replenished his food and had sufficient energy. Then a pair of digging legs grew out. Luo Wen felt that as he continued to grow and develop, he could even autonomously choose to activate certain gene fragments. The amount of gene stock is determined by the mother of the insect. If the gestation time is sufficient, then there will naturally be a lot of stock prepared. Conversely, the opposite is true. However, the Ifiesh generally only leaves behind a single egg in a hurry when they are about to die. Therefore, most insect eggs do not carry much stock. Unfortunately, Luo Wen belonged to this majority, and it could even be said that he had basically no stock at all. He only had some basic genes for digging, eating, warming up, and ice resistance, which were just enough for the early stage of the larva. However, even this was enough. After passing through the weak early stage, the larva would definitely encounter a variety of strange and diverse creatures, witnessing their various specialties and abilities, and then choose the most suitable ones to arm itself. Luo Wen realized that perhaps his initial understanding was wrong. The fact that insects only leave some basic genes for their offspring might not be a hurried decision, but a deliberate one after careful consideration. Each Ifiesh grows up in a different environment and encounters all sorts of bizarre creatures. If they choose to activate certain gene fragments without having seen them with their own eyes, it would simply be a waste of energy. And it would be worse if something inappropriate were to grow out. Perhaps, a long time ago, some Ifiesh, when faced with difficulties, rashly activated certain gene fragments they had never encountered before. In the end, not only did they not solve the problem, but they also lost their lives. Maybe this choice of only leaving basic gene fragments is also a result of evolution. After thinking, Luo Wen felt this decision was very, very reasonable. It's like if some fool had put a self-destruct gene fragment in the gene pool. What if one day, when faced with difficulties and needing to fight desperately, he only wanted to find a way to temporarily unleash potential and enhance strength with relatively few aftereffects? As a result, the gene pool lacked wisdom, couldn't understand such complex ideas, and instinctively recommended this desperate method. And he didn't understand the specific operating mode and chose to activate it. Then, he woke up to find he had turned into a bomb. Luo Wen maliciously speculated that perhaps some predecessors encountered similar situations. Now he could finally sleep soundly, without worrying about accidentally getting himself killed through wild thoughts. Chapter 8. Curiosity. So how can one enrich their gene pool? The method is really very simple. Just eat the creature whose abilities you want. The premise is that you can defeat the opponent. Not simple at all, Luo Wen complained. However, at the moment, there was a creature he could defeat. Luo Wen began to think about what he needed from the white worm. Its round, plump, and tender body, its slow movements and short, clumsy limbs, and the only thing he found appealing before was that pair of big teeth. Unfortunately, Luo Wen has already grown on his own. Thinking about it, the only white worm he can deal with now is of no value to him, feeling a bit frustrated. However, he realized that it still has some value, as the energy provided by meat far exceeds that of the sap from roots. Luo Wen had long wanted to taste the flavor of the white worm, to see if it really tastes like chicken, crispy and crunchy. Unfortunately, his mouth parts and claws were ineffective before, leaving him helpless against the tough skin of the white worm. Now, with a pair of sharp fangs, he can finally give it a try. The body of Ifiesh subtly influences his mentality. When he was still human, he would never have eaten that disgusting white worm, let alone raw. But now, he feels nothing wrong about it. Instead, He finds the white worm fragrant and tempting. Looking at the white worm in front of him, Luo Wen did not make a move. It was still an old friend, a tool worm he had used for a long time during his recovery. After hesitating for a while, he ultimately chose to let it go. He really is a kind bug. He sighed and silently gave himself a thumbs up. Digging a little further, he soon discovered another white worm. This one had not helped him before, so it was a stranger. No need to hesitate. His sharp fangs achieved remarkable results in their first battle, easily biting open the tough skin that had previously left Luo Wen helpless. Ignoring the white worm's struggles, his lapping mouthparts entered its body. Then, Luo Wen discovered a new problem. His mouthparts still needed to evolve further. Eating meat was still a bit ineffective. When it came to eating, his mouthparts both sucked and licked. They were quite efficient with softer foods, but when faced with slightly tougher food, like meat, they struggled a bit. The white worm gradually stopped struggling. Its body became shriveled. Withdrawing his mouthparts, he rubbed his mid-legs against his belly and moved to a nearby tree root, biting open a hole to suck some sap, finally feeling full. Overall, the taste was quite good, and Luo Wen nodded in satisfaction. From now on, he could also be considered a carnivorous insect. Leaving behind a piece of white worm skin, Luo Wen dug all the way back to the home he had built. There was no change here since he left. It seemed there were no unexpected visitors. Lying in his room, Luo Wen began to reflect after his meal. The gene pool definitely needs to be enriched, but there is no rush. During this round of evolution, he learned more about his own situation. Besides the gene pool, he also received information about lifespan. After all, Ifiesh is a transcendent species in its world, and its larvae can live for at least 100 years, with lifespan continuing to increase as they grow. No one knows exactly how long they can live, as growth surely comes with multiple evolutions, and even the bug's mother wouldn't know what they would look like in maturity. In another continent, any creature with a strange appearance and unknown origin is labeled as Ifiesh, but only heaven knows which ones are real and which are fake. The information Luo Wen received certainly did not say so. The bug that left the information had no concept of time, only knowing it had lived for a very long time. Its measurement unit is also quite strange, the succession of the three kingdoms. Luo Wen pondered for a long time. It is impossible for a kingdom to rise and fall in just a year and a half. According to his memories from his previous life, the three kingdoms, wow, how many years would that be? He wasn't good at history and couldn't calculate it clearly. Anyway, the issue of lifespan suddenly had an explanation, and his mood relaxed quite a bit. After all, in his previous understanding, insects were short-lived. As for how the insects that left this information met their demise, he recalled several times but found no relevant information. If he didn't know, so be it. He wasn't particularly concerned, just purely curious. With the urgency of time gone and food reserves quite ample, the roots of that big tree stretched over a vast area, covered in those white larvae, which he couldn't finish eating anytime soon given his current size. Moreover, the white larvae were clearly the young of some insect. What did their adult form look like? How often do they reproduce? How long does it take for newly laid eggs to hatch? How long until they grow to the size of the white larvae? Luo Wen felt he had found a long-term observation target. Perhaps these white larvae were a rapidly regenerating resource. If so, his long-term food supply issue would be resolved. As for those ants, Luo Wen considered himself not a vengeful person, but who made him an insect now? So he would definitely take revenge, but there was no rush. He decided to endure and develop for a while before acting. Even if he didn't evolve any new abilities during this time, he could still strengthen his existing genetic fragments, becoming even stronger, with thicker external armor, better defense, and greater resistance. Those guys were the second type of organisms he encountered in this strange place, and they provided excellent genetic material. Their launching attacks, hook-like large teeth, and that tail-spitting magical attack. Once he became stronger, all of that would be his. However, speaking of that last one made him angry. Initially, everyone was in close combat, and then suddenly, they launched a long-range attack with such a disgusting method. Is this something humans would do? Well, it certainly wasn't done by humans. However, if it weren't for those long-range sneak attacks, Luo Wen believed he wouldn't have escaped so awkwardly. He might have even managed to counterattack a few. Within himself, his consciousness gradually sank into darkness. A strange sound and intense vibrations jolted the sleeping Luo Wen awake, and he quickly climbed up. His body first stood on end as the strange sounds continued. Something must have happened on the surface. Insects might lack curiosity, but Luo Wen, being the soul of a human, was indeed curious, and quite heavily so. After crawling back and forth a few times, unable to contain his curiosity, he ultimately decided to go up and take a look to see what was happening. On the way, Luo Wen's mind wandered, imagining whether two supergiant beasts were fighting. Then, just as luck would have it, a few drops of blood fell on his head, and from then on, he would ascend to the peak of insect life. The book says so. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he was almost digging faster. As the saying goes, if you don't ask for trouble, you won't get into trouble. By the time Luo Wen was near the surface, he had already discerned that the strange sound was just the howling of the wind, and the vibrations of the ground were merely the sound of sand and gravel hitting the ground. He felt somewhat disheartened. Sandstorms were probably not worth seeing, and he was just about to turn back the way he came. Suddenly, it seemed that a great danger enveloped him, startling him so much that the hairs on his body stood on end. But before he could react, a great force swept him and the nearby sand and stones into the air. Chapter 9. Serious injury. Luo Wen felt that he had been rash. He should have left immediately upon realizing there was a storm outside. What was he doing lying there lost in thought? Didn't he know that watching the fun came with risks? Now it was good. Not only was he forced to watch up close, but he was also personally involved. If he had another chance, he would stay in his room. No matter what was happening outside, moving even a little would count as losing. The entire sky was pitch black, and the raging storm howled as it passed, making terrifying sounds while also whipping up large amounts of sand and stones. Under the force of the wind, the sand and stones shot forward like bullets. Unfortunately, Luo Wen was right in the path ahead. Although his body was small, the sand and gravel were so dense that a large amount still struck him. Luo Wen stretched all his limbs toward his head, using his two digging feet to cover his eyes, while the other limbs shielded his head. At the same time, he tried hard to twist his body to face away from the direction the storm was coming from. His newly formed shoulder and back armor had high defense. Although he felt no pain, the dense hairs covering them could accurately tell him that the sand and stones had not yet broken through their defenses. However, he was still being battered by the flying sand and stones, causing his body to roll in the wind, making it extremely difficult to maintain his balance. In this spinning chaos, his unprotected abdomen suffered greatly. Although the back armor covered most of it, the sand and gravel attacked from all 360 degrees without any blind spots. And his abdomen, which had just been shortened a little, was severely injured again. Luo Wen no longer had time to worry about the injury to his abdomen and had also given up on facing away from the sand and gravel. Due to the constant rolling and the unpredictable nature of the storm, the direction of the wind changed every moment. In the end, he could only choose to tuck his neck in, using his limbs to protect his head as much as possible, and then leave his fate to chance. He already had experience with a battered abdomen and still had hope of survival, but if his head got smashed, he would really be done for. He still had a lot of time to live and didn't want to meet his end so early. Surrounding him was complete darkness, with the howling wind making it impossible for Luo Wen to distinguish where he was. Even if he could tell, it would be of no use, as he was quickly swept away by the storm to an even farther place, floating and sinking for an unknown amount of time. Even his sturdy back armor had sustained some damage. Luo Wen finally felt the wind around him lessen. It seemed he had made it through, but he immediately faced a new problem. He couldn't fly. He had only been born for a few days and had not been given time to develop. However, even if he could fly, his tiny body would be of little use in the face of nature's great power. At this moment, he had no idea how high he had been swept into the air, not to mention that he was severely myopic. Even the human eye, under such dim and low visibility conditions, would probably not be able to see very far. After an unknown amount of time, Rowan felt himself starting to descend. Fortunately, although the wind had weakened, it still occasionally lifted his small body, providing some deceleration. At the same time, the cavity inside his body made him lighter, and the semicircular shell acted like a parachute. Miraculously, he fell from an unknown height, and, despite not being able to fly, he did not suffer significant injuries upon landing. No wonder he had never heard of insects dying from a fall in his previous life. It turned out that even without wings, they possessed some miraculous abilities. After landing, he was rolled over by the wind a couple of times before Rowan finally landed safely. Ignoring his injuries, he immediately started digging into the ground. With the climatology knowledge he had accumulated from years of watching movies, he knew that tornadoes had a calm eye of the storm, but he couldn't tell if he was in the eye right now. He didn't even know if it was a tornado blowing. Even if it wasn't, he didn't want to figure out what kind of wind it was. Right now, he was just a bug wanting to survive. In any case, Staying on the surface was tantamount to seeking death. He needed to quickly escape and hide deep underground to feel somewhat safe. He didn't know how many meters deep underground he was, but after digging through the soil layer for a long time, it was definitely much deeper than his original room. Thinking about this, Rowan felt a deep sense of grief and anger. He had just enjoyed a brief period of stable life. He hadn't even spent much time in his new house, and there was still that endless supply of white worms. All of this was gone just because he had foolishly watched a commotion. He could only lament how miserable he was. But more miserable was his condition. One of his digging legs was broken, several middle and hind legs were also broken, and even the ones that weren't broken were somewhat damaged. His head and eyes, protected by them, appeared to have no major damage on the surface, but some bumps and scrapes were unavoidable. He could sense that there were a few black blind spots in his field of vision, likely because the small eyes responsible for those areas had suffered some abrasions. He didn't know if they could recover. His antennae were not protected but were thin and did not bear much force. They had only lost half of one. His shoulder and shell were severely damaged, with a significant portion of the shell missing. The worst was his recently healed abdomen, which had lost 3 segments of tissue due to injury last time, causing him to shrink in size. This time, although he hadn't lost several segments overall, it was still not much better. Many areas were battered, exposing the internal tissues. However, Rowan discovered that although his abdomen was damaged, the holes created revealed many fibrous substances inside, sealing the various holes to prevent the loss of bodily fluids. It seemed that this was one of the results of the last round of evolution. Only the internal state of the body has changed, and it has only been discovered at this point. However, Rowan does not want to acknowledge this change. Nevertheless, the result has a tremendous impact. This time, the abdominal injury appears to be much more severe than the last. In reality, it has undergone temporary repairs, stabilizing the injury, and it is unlikely to worsen further, at least not to the extent of having food consumed from above and flowing out below. The remaining half of a tentacle sways, its bristles standing upright. After carefully sensing, there are no unusual smells or vibrations, and Rowan slowly closes his eyes. Now, he needs to take a break, hoping to use the energy stored within to recover some strength. Overall, the damage he has sustained this time is significantly worse than before. One could say that there are no parts of his body that are in good condition. Even the most intact head and eyes have suffered many scrapes and bruises. Moreover, the environment he is in this time is far more hostile than before, being completely unfamiliar. Last time, there was at least a food source nearby, allowing for multiple energy replenishments during the recovery period. This time, although he had just eaten a white worm, the consumption of energy during the storm was substantial. Not to mention, after his abdomen was damaged, although the fibrous material generated by his new abilities promptly filled the gap, he still lost a portion of his food reserves. Overall, his current energy reserves are only about half of what they would be at full capacity. In light of this situation, his method of recovery has also changed somewhat. Chapter 10. Recovery Deep Underground. A severely damaged black worm, half disabled, lies still, as if it were dead. Suddenly, a viscous liquid begins to seep slowly from its body. Eyes, mouth parts, and the roots of the bristles covering its entire body. Under the influence of this liquid, the black head, weak eyes, tender mouth parts, rotting abdomen, and hard shoulder and back plates undergo a miraculous chemical reaction, as if melting. White foam appears and expands, then slowly hardens, ultimately forming a cocoon that resembles a black worm, completely enveloping it. Rowan's consciousness floats in the darkness, feeling as if he is drowning, being churned into a pulp in the water, making it difficult for him to breathe. He begins to struggle vigorously, wanting to break free from his current predicament. Outside, the black worm-like cocoon trembles, as if some entity trapped inside is trying to escape. As the trembling grows larger and faster, a crack suddenly appears in the middle of the cocoon's top. A skin that looks smooth, translucent, and as if it would break with a poke emerges from the gap, revealing the yellow-white worm of its internal organs. Then, as he struggles, a pair of digging legs slowly breaks free. With these digging legs providing external support, the delicate worm quickly pulls itself out of the cocoon. Perhaps this effort to escape has exhausted all its strength. The worm lies on the cocoon to rest for a moment. At that moment, its originally yellowish-white, juicy body rapidly darkened and hardened, with the outer layer of skin transforming into an exoskeleton that enveloped its entire body. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a small black bug. Rowan checked his body and found that his overall size had shrunk several sizes. The body that was almost the size of a fingernail had returned to the size it was at birth. No new organs or limbs had appeared. But the damage previously sustained had been completely repaired. The black spots that had been in his vision had also restored the image. His antennae swayed, with two equally long antennae extending in front of Rowan, providing some comfort to his mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. This result was largely thanks to the white bug that had been eaten. The activated pupa transformation ability derived most of its genetic fragments from it. Coupled with certain genetic fragments that Rowan himself carried, the fusion and improvement after the life and death moment resulted in his current form. Simply piecing together certain limbs and organs from other bugs would only create a bizarre hybrid. The ultimate manifestation of Ifiesh's ability is to fuse, improve, and then evolve them. Unfortunately, Rowan was still a larva, and he currently couldn't even autonomously activate certain genetic fragments, let alone fuse and improve them. This time, it was merely instinct triggered by the imminent threat to his life that allowed him to achieve it by chance. Even with great benefits, Rowan did not want to attempt it a second time. He had no urgent goals to complete, so he preferred to bide his time and wait for his development to mature, naturally gaining these abilities in the process. To accelerate the acquisition of abilities, recklessly risking his life was not the choice he should make. However, even though his body had fully repaired, the energy reserves within him began to sound an alarm. This repair had consumed insufficient energy, even burning some of his body tissue, leading to an overall reduction in size. He now needed to find food quickly to replenish his energy, otherwise, his survival tactics would be in vain. He began to dig, randomly choosing a direction to burrow into. Now in unfamiliar territory, any direction was about the same for him. Rowan's digging speed was quick, but he felt he could go even faster. However, the newly evolved 360-degree all-seeing, bulbous eyes allowed him to see further. Yet, he was mostly underground, and these eyes were of little use. He had to divide his attention to protect them while digging, severely slowing him down. After some thought, he realized that going slow might be better. This was not his original territory. He had no idea where he was, and whether there were hidden dangers underground. He was also unaware. It was better to be cautious. So he slowed down a bit more, while his antennae and bristles worked at full capacity. Resources were scarce in the desert, and Rowan was lucky to have found suitable food nearby right after birth. However, that luck seemed to have run out. After he had advanced for an unknown amount of time, the already dwindling energy was about to be exhausted. He still hadn't found any signs of food. Forced by circumstances, he simply dug straight down. Gradually, large rocks began to appear around him, continuing downward through the gaps in these stones. The large rocks slowly coalesced into a layer of rock. Strong vibrations came through the rock, and the tentacles sensed the dense humidity around them and heard the sound of water. Rowan judged that there might be an underground river beneath the rocks. He climbed along the rock layer toward the area where the moisture was more intense. Soon, he found a small crack in the originally tightly fitting rock layer, and a clearer sound of flowing water came from it. Relying on his small size, Rowan crawled into the crack. As he went deeper, the rock walls on both sides gradually darkened and became moist, with liquid recondensing from the water vapor that had come into contact with the rock walls. Additionally, more and more black spots appeared on the surface, resembling some kind of plant, looking like moss. However, this was not his hometown, and the color was also off. So Rowan couldn't determine exactly what it was. Digging here had essentially lost its function. So he used the 6 claws on his limbs to grip the pits on the rock surface to stabilize his body. Then he extended his mouth parts, with the mushroom-shaped end pressing against the rock surface to form a dish-like structure. The fine hairs and small tongue hidden inside slid quickly and scraped the moisture from above. The cold underground water entered his esophagus and flowed into his body, rich in minerals and microorganisms, which were quickly digested, slightly replenishing his depleted energy reserves. He kept licking until he could drink no more, then found a nearby spot to rest. After digesting for a bit, he would get up and continue drinking. However, the efficiency of replenishing energy through drinking was too slow, and Rowan was almost on the verge of vomiting. Moreover, since his birth, he had never excreted. But he unprecedentedly let out a small amount of urine. He had never urinated before when he drank the juice of the stems daily. Of course, the experience of excreting for the first time was quite novel. However, what he cared about was not these things. Based on his past experiences as a human, particularly as a man, excretion required certain organs. And for his first time as an insect, he certainly needed to check. Chapter 11. Black algae. The result was not ideal. However, With Rowan's meager knowledge of entomology, he did not know whether insects even had such things. Moreover, even if they did, what use would it be? Not to mention whether he had any kindred. Could he engage in any improper male-female relationships with an insect? Not to mention that, in his memory, male insects generally died, quite tragically. As a child, he had watched a children's film featuring a cat as the protagonist, and some scenes from it still haunted his childhood. He shuddered all over, forcibly interrupting the thoughts that were about to extend further. However, he had always thought that the small hole at the end of his backside was the excretion outlet, which had gone away with the shedding of his three-segmented tail. He never expected that a new one would secretly grow back later, but he had never used it, so he had not paid attention to it. Who knows why this time the drainage still didn't use it, but instead there was a small hole in the middle of the lower abdomen for drainage. And the small hole behind the buttocks is still unknown in purpose. Drinking water until full is not very effective. So Luo Wen shifted his gaze to those black algae plants. He wondered if they were toxic. He also didn't know how resistant this insect body was to toxins. Thinking about his impressive race name and title, his reckless heart immediately stirred. It should be fine to try a little bit first, right? He carefully moved closer. First used his digging feet to scrape at the black algae a couple of times, and found no unidentified gases or unknown liquids being emitted. And there were no signs of corrosion on the bristles of his limbs. He extended his mouth parts and lightly touched the black algae, feeling nothing. Then he licked it with his small tongue, waited for a moment, and felt no numbness at the tip of his tongue. He cautiously took a small bite, lying there for a while, and seemed to feel nothing. After gradually increasing his food intake and extending the waiting time for tests, Luo Wen finally concluded that the black algae were edible and non-toxic. Or they could be toxic, but it had no effect on him. The energy provided by the plants, although still inferior to meat, was much better than just drinking water. After eating to his fill after much effort, Luo Wen climbed out of the crevice to rest for a while. The rock walls inside the gap became smoother as he went down, and his claw structure was not very good at walking or staying on smooth rock surfaces. So continuing deeper posed a significant risk. If he lost his grip and fell, hitting the rocks would be manageable. But if he fell directly into the underground river, he didn't even know if he could swim, and if he couldn't, that would be a big problem. Thanks to the special duct system of most insects and their unique operational mechanisms, it is relatively difficult to suffocate most insects, but it is easy to drown them. Unfortunately, Luo Wen's current body is of this conventional system. But if he really fell into the water, given the characteristics of Ifiesh, who knows if he could evolve a new system in time to solve the problem? Luo Wen said, "Whoever wants to go can go. Anyway, he won't take on such a challenge. Not doing reckless things means not dying, which has already been inscribed as the first principle of his action plan." Although Luo Wen wants to survive and become powerful before going out to explore, this is obviously unrealistic. While this place can provide food, the efficiency of replenishment is very low. Right now, he is still small, but when he grows a bit, he estimates that most of his day will be spent eating. These black algae can't provide him with a new genetic panel. Staying here will only proportionally enlarge himself and add no new functions. Moreover, he needs to understand this world better. He can't just think he's invincible and ready to go out, only to face a ballistic missile or disintegration technique. He still needs to observe more while he is inconspicuous. After thinking back and forth, Luo Wen came up with a compromise. He would continue to move in the direction of the flowing underground river. Water is the source of life. He believes that as long as he continues on this path, he will eventually encounter other forms of life. It's just a pity that he has walked this far, and he has no idea when he will be able to take revenge on those ants from back then. Of course, Luo Wen considers himself not a person who holds grudges. He is just expressing a common sentiment. Thus, along the underground river, Luo Wen began a long and arduous journey. His daily routine consisted of eating, drinking, traveling, and resting, cycling through these few activities. Occasionally, he would climb up a bit to check if there were any relatives of the white worms around, but unfortunately, he had found none. He had not gone to the surface again for the time being. The few experiences he had on the surface left him with very bad impressions. Except for the first time when he was just slightly scalded, the next 2 times nearly cost him his life. The underground river was gradually rising. What was once 50 or 60 meters below the surface was now only over 20 meters away. Luo Wen's body had also grown back to the size of a fingernail. To be honest, his growth rate was far slower than he had anticipated. Besides the low energy conversion rate of the food he consumed, a significant portion of his energy was used for the heavy labor of digging, which was one reason. Moreover, He suspected that the oxygen supply system in his body was also a crucial factor limiting his growth. Therefore, he urgently needed a new, more powerful oxygen supply system to replace it. As time went by, Luo Wen had no idea how long he had been digging. However, the riverbed of the underground river was getting higher and closer to the surface. The rock layer he was in was only a few meters away from the surface. The soil was gradually increasing, and the thickness of the sand and gravel layer had become very thin. He could occasionally see some plant roots passing through the soil. Luo Wen felt that it wouldn't be long before he could walk out of the desert. When the rock layer was only about 1 meter from the surface, the sand and gravel layer between the rock and the surface had disappeared, leaving only soil. Here, the plant roots were more numerous and denser, indicating that there were a lot of plants on the surface, but unfortunately, he had not found any white worms. Luo Wen finally couldn't help but burrow out of the soil and ran to the surface to take a look. His two large eyes finally played their role, capturing everything around him clearly and transmitting it into Luo Wen's mind. His field of vision had reached nearly 20 meters, which seemed to have secretly improved recently. Unknown clusters of shrubs dotted the land, and in the dust stirred up by the wind, sand was only a small part. Although he saw plants, it still felt somewhat desolate, and he did not find any signs of insects or animals. It was daytime, and the hot sunlight shone on Luo Wen's body. Instead of feeling the scalding sensation from the first time, he felt a warm feeling, knowing that his fire resistance had increased. He carefully climbed to the nearest shrub, with its thick yellowish-white trunk twisting upwards. From it, he pulled out some slender branches, adorned with numerous tiny green leaves. They looked quite delicious. The black algae underground had long been nowhere to be found. Perhaps they needed to grow deep underground. Luo Wen had been well fed with water for 2 days and was preparing to find another way out when he encountered scattered tree roots in front of him. With the supplement of root sap, he could barely maintain his daily consumption and even had a little bit left over. So, he continued on his original plan, moving along the underground river. After all, in this environment, seeking an alternative route also carried significant risks. Soon, the appearance of tree roots became more frequent, until they were now seen everywhere. Luo Wen no longer had to worry about food, but new problems arose. Chapter 12. Bedbugs at this time. The distance between the rock layer and the surface was less than 2 meters. This was not good news for Luo Wen. His advantage lay underground, where among all the creatures he had encountered in this unfamiliar world, he ranked first in moving speed thanks to his digging legs. However, so far, he had only seen 2 types of creatures, white worms and yellowish ants. On the surface, his speed could only rank second. The gap between first and second place was significant. The first place was due to the absence of more creatures to compare against him, while the second indicated that at least one creature could run faster than him. Running fast meant he could survive in a crisis. Thus, underground, his safety factor was much higher than on the surface. But now, his strategic depth was less than 2 meters. What use was speed if he reached the end right after starting, especially when that end was a dead end? Although he could still move laterally, if the opponent had a significant number, he could still be surrounded. For example, ants were never a problem in terms of quantity, which made him feel very insecure. Therefore, he decided to change his strategy. Following the current trend, as the underground waterbed rose higher, the amount of vegetation would also increase, becoming denser. Likewise, the number of creatures would grow. Continuing to dig blindly could easily lead him into an imagined enemy's encirclement. He needed to slow down, gather more information, and plan his subsequent actions. The absence of any insect or animal, aside from the shrubs, suited him perfectly. It was like playing a battle royale game. His situation was akin to running from the toxic gas, needing to ensure no one was behind him while progressing. However, before that, he needed to fill his stomach. The small green leaves on the shrubs were exceptionally tender, and after repeated tests confirming they were non-toxic, Luo Wen finally opened his appetite and started to eat. Given the number of these shrubs around, these leaves were likely to become his staple food for the foreseeable future, worth investing time and effort to verify. After eating and drinking enough, the sunlight posed no threat to him, and Luo Wen didn't slack off. He immediately began to work. Just a short while after he climbed out, he was attacked for the first time. Luo Wen maintained a high level of vigilance, and his large eyes, which were always well protected during digging, displayed extraordinary abilities at this moment. With extremely high resolution, the attacker could not hide. He saw a round, elongated creature, resembling an oversized earthworm, suddenly burst out of the soil. Its stout, rounded body seemed like a long cylindrical bag coming towards him. What it looks like is still unclear, because from Rowan's perspective, he could only see a giant mouth filled with rows of small, sharp teeth arranged in a spiral pattern, extending deep into its dark body, giving him goosebumps. The extremely high refresh rate slowed down the originally swift movements of the giant earthworm, giving Rowan enough time to react. He slightly shifted his body to the side, dodging the attack. With the missed strike, the giant earthworm retracted its body as if nothing had happened. Neither side was injured, and they should have reached a truce. However, Rowan was not someone who held grudges. He intentionally stepped into the giant earthworm's attack range several times, and it, being straightforward, lunged out to attack each time. Thanks to the giant earthworm's cooperation, Rowan quickly collected enough data. First, it was clear that its intelligence was low. Then there was its half-body, which acted like a spring. It would compress its body while hiding in the soil and quickly spring out to attack when it sensed prey approaching. However, its attack range was limited. Only in front of it, within a radius equal to the length of its half-body. It seemed to determine the prey's location through sound and subtle vibrations. With a rough idea in mind, Rowan burrowed into the soil, approaching the giant earthworm from below. The worm's weakness was too obvious. It was impressive that it had survived to this point without going extinct. Despite its quick movements during an attack, it could only mimic a spring structure, which was suitable for setting traps. When faced with someone like Rowan, who acted unpredictably, it was at a loss. When he bit the giant earthworm from below, it had only turned halfway around, which was a pure display of intelligence dominance. However, Rowan felt no sense of achievement. This creature's intelligence likely couldn't comprehend what being dominated meant. What was there to boast about when dealing with a fool? But then he thought, if even this mindless creature could set a trap to catch food, it proved that there were even dumber ones nearby. He had initially worried that with his current weaponry, he would have to hide for a while and live on a vegetarian diet. Unexpectedly, after just taking a couple of steps, a fool jumped out to show him that he could continue being a carnivorous bug. The big foolish worm had no exoskeletal armor, and its tough skin couldn't withstand Rowan's large fangs. As his fangs closed, they tore through the giant earthworm's body, and dark brown bodily fluid began to flow out of the wound, which Rowan quickly blocked with his lapping mouthparts. He spat out several times after tasting the fluid, trying to expel it. Although he managed to spit out quite a bit, some still flowed into his stomach. A foul, rotten mud taste filled his mouth. It was terrible. Rowan considered himself not too picky of a bug, having licked stones before, but this creature still dealt him a critical hit. He had miscalculated earlier. This had to be the dumbest creature in the area. It probably lived on dirt and set traps purely to pass the time. Surviving to this day without going extinct is entirely due to that foul odor. It perfectly illustrates the saying that as long as I evolve to be unappetizing enough, no creature can stomach me. Rowan shook his head repeatedly, thinking to himself that he couldn't afford to provoke it. Just the taste of it almost gave him anorexia. Anyway, he didn't want to eat anything else today. He turned around, lifted his rear, and hurried away, feeling nauseous just looking at the worm. If the giant earthworm had any useful genetic fragments, Rowan would endure eating it even if he had to vomit. Unfortunately, although the fine teeth in its mouth seemed quite appealing in hindsight, its ability to make itself unappetizing was something even the undemanding Rowan found hard to accept. Even if he could accept it, it wouldn't matter. This ability was the result of the sacrifices made by the ancestors of the giant earthworms, embedding their foul odor into the genes of surrounding predators, which earned the current generation of giant earthworms their comfort. For example, if Rowan had little worms, he would definitely tell them to stay away from this thing. He drilled down to the rock layer, found a crack to crawl into, and drank a bellyful of water. Then he relieved himself, finally washing away that disgusting feeling. Rowan knew he had been careless this time. His experience as a worm was still lacking. His antennae also had taste organs, so next time he encountered prey, he would first use his antennae to taste it. At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to explore, so he decided to rest for a while. Chapter 13. Watching the show when he crawled back to the surface. It was already night. The cool moonlight spread across the land, and the thin frost on the ground reflected a crystalline sheen. Rowan didn't feel much, as he had no idea how far he was from his original location. Perhaps the nighttime temperature here wasn't too low. However, it could also be that his cold resistance had increased, but due to the change in location, he couldn't draw an accurate conclusion. The sky still hung with two light sources. Although Rowan still couldn't see clearly, he could vaguely sense their positions and colors. One was white with a slight yellow tint, while the other was slightly reddish, with the yellow-white one being several sizes larger than the red-white one. The cold wind blew, and the surroundings were eerily silent, with no insect chirps or other sounds. This scene felt somewhat haunting. 6 legs stepped on the cold frost, making slight sounds and vibrations as Rowan cautiously explored forward. The surrounding shrubs and plants had their small green leaves folded up, clinging closely to the branches. The originally yellow-white branches seemed to have donned green attire. Rowan speculated that this might be their unique warming measure, since he hadn't encountered any trouble, not even the friends or relatives of the giant earthworm. Although his search was slow, he had already covered quite a distance in a short while. Previously, his position was directly above the underground river, which allowed for quicker collection of food and water sources. However, as the riverbed rose, to ensure his strategic depth underground, Rowan had slightly deviated from the underground riverbed's route. Now his position has changed to being hundreds of meters away, parallel to the direction of the underground river, ensuring he neither strays far from the water nor lacks a sufficiently thick layer of soil for safety. Luo Wen still couldn't figure out the rotation and revolution system of this unfamiliar planet. The original world's method of keeping time does not apply here. He had been climbing for a long time, yet the sky remained unchanged, and the sun showed no signs of coming out to work. Feeling that his energy reserves were nearing half, Luo Wen decided to stop advancing. In this strange and dangerous place, he dared not exhaust his strength completely. Instead, he would stop each time he had about half of his energy left, reserving more than half to deal with potential emergencies. After replenishing some food from the roots of the bushes, he climbed deeper underground to rest. After several days of slow progress, the number of plants on the surface gradually increased, and the variety became richer. The last time Luo Wen climbed to the surface was during the daytime, and shortly after he began moving, he witnessed a grand spectacle. A black, giant insect, 10 times his size, roughly the size of a human hand, had a flat head with a pair of exaggerated giant mandibles at the front, its body divided into 3 segments from a dorsal view, covered in a thick shell. Its 6 short legs made it appear to have a very low chassis, and a pair of similarly small antennae extended from either side of the mandibles. At that moment, this black beetle was surrounded by dozens of similarly black ant-like insects. They appeared quite ordinary, lacking the exaggerated hooks and large fangs of the yellowish ants he had seen last time, and they did not use feces as an attack. What talents they possessed would have to be revealed by themselves. At this point, both sides were on edge, ready to engage in battle. The black beetle leisurely walked back and forth, seemingly dismissive of the smaller insects surrounding it. Meanwhile, the black ants surrounded but did not attack, as if they were waiting for reinforcements. It's worth noting that these black ants were even smaller than Luo Wen, and he couldn't understand why they would dare to challenge such a giant. Luo Wen's advantage was also evident. Although his large eyes were considered nearsighted by human standards, they were undoubtedly keen among insects. He observed the 2 sides from a safe distance, careful not to make too much noise to avoid attracting their attention. Among insects, those with poor eyesight generally have stronger other senses. He couldn't afford to provoke either side, having previously paid a painful price for merely watching a spectacle, losing his self-built nest and wandering for so long. Though he had once vowed that watching a spectacle would make him a dog, when faced with something interesting, he still couldn't control himself. If he had to be a dog, at least dogs were much stronger than these thumb-sized insects in combat. However, he did learn some lessons. Watching a spectacle should be done from a distance, sneaking peeks to avoid drawing unwanted attention. The gradually shrinking encirclement of the ants still provoked the dissatisfaction of the black beetle. It seemed a bit restless, no longer maintaining its calm demeanor, with its large mandibles constantly poised to attack. The tense atmosphere finally reached a critical point, and the black beetle could no longer hold back. With a charge, it clamped down on a black ant with its mandibles, seemingly without much effort, and the ant was severed in 2. The 2 segments of its body fell to the ground, with its antennae and limbs twitching unconsciously. The scene was explosive from the start, a single strike, decisive and unhesitating, made Luo Wen's blood boil as he shouted 666. The death of one of its kind also enraged the black ants, who wasted no time and surged forward in numbers. The battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Although the black ants were numerous, their small limbs and slender bodies meant that the only real weapon they had was their sharp mandibles. However, against the heavily armored black beetle, the damage they could inflict was minimal. In contrast, the black beetle resembled an invincible warrior. Its massive mandibles were unstoppable, Anyone caught in them would have little chance of survival, and it would be lucky to leave a complete corpse behind. Fortunately, while its giant mandibles were indeed formidable, they had some flaws. Like two sevens coming together, they could only meet at the tips, causing devastating damage. The slender bodies of the black ants and their agile movements made it difficult for the black beetle to catch them accurately. Thus, even though the black beetle was lethal, both sides could still maintain a back-and-forth situation. However, there were always some unfortunate ants that fell victim to the black beetle, and scattered body parts of ants lay around the battlefield. Although the ants still had an absolute numerical advantage, their numbers were slowly dwindling. At this rate, without reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before they were all killed by the black beetle. The ants finally recognized this problem and changed their combat strategy. The ants that had climbed onto the black beetle's carapace no longer continued to gnaw at its hard shell, but instead targeted the beetle's eyes and antennae. If these two parts were destroyed, it would become deaf and blind. Meanwhile, the ants on the ground attacked the beetle's claws. Although the beetle's thick half-body armor protected most of its limbs, the claws at the very front extended outward. At this point, they became the main target for the ants. The effect of the tactical change was immediately evident. The black beetle's previously bold attack patterns became cautious and restrained, fearing the ants on its back. Most of its energy shifted from targeting attacks to shaking off the ants on its back and dodging sneak attacks from below. Luo Wen, watching from a distance, cursed in his heart at these guys for not following the rules of combat and resorting to such underhanded tactics. Chapter 14. Picking up bargains, the ants tangled their bodies together, forming a net around the black beetle. It became increasingly difficult for the black beetle to shake off the ants, and the tide of war shifted from a clear advantage to an uncertain outcome. If there were bets placed, this would surely be another shocking tragedy. After the black beetle had its two pincers bitten off and half of its antennae, it finally chose to flee. Continuing the fight might ultimately lead to its demise, but if it decided to escape, the slender bodies of the ants could not stop it. Like a heavy tank charging into an infantry position, the black beetle roared away, covered in ants. Occasionally, ants were flung off due to the speed of the escape. Since Rowan was watching from a distance, in the blink of an eye, the black beetle, along with some ants, had run out of his line of sight. Rowan did not dawdle. He had been watching for a reason. Besides enjoying the spectacle, he also harbored a slight hope of picking up some leftovers. At this moment, both sides of the battle had already left, leaving many opportunities behind. Not picking up the opportunities is not Rowan's style. He climbed up and quickly rushed toward the battlefield. A distance of 12 meters was just a few steps for his previous self, but for him now, only the size of a fingernail. It felt like a long-distance race. Fortunately, he had been mentally preparing to scavenge the battlefield and had mapped out his route to the battlefield early on, while also scanning for potential dangers along the way. No abnormalities were found on the surface, but having previously encountered a foolish earthworm, its hidden hunting methods were indeed hard to detect from a distance. Therefore, while running quickly, Rowan paid close attention to his feet to avoid any unfortunate incidents. Luckily, he encountered no trouble and safely reached the battlefield. His mouthparts were not strong enough to quickly consume meat, so he could only pick up a piece of an ant's lower body, raise his rear, and start digging into the ground. After digging a small hole in the depths of the ground to store the food, Rowan returned twice to drag back a head and a segment of a body. By the time he reached the surface again, scattered ants had appeared on the battlefield, and he did not dare to take further risks. Turning back to the depths of the ground, with the ant parts, he continued to move deeper underground for a distance, then dug out a room and opened a few escape routes. He also found some stems to supplement his food. After returning again, it was finally time to start the main meal, hoping to obtain something useful. After a long time licking the ant meat clean, he had a pile of exoskeletons discarded to the side, and Rowan began to rest with anticipation. Time passed, and when Rowan woke up, he couldn't care less about his hunger. With his energy reserves alarmed, he hurriedly checked his body. He examined his antennae, eyes, limbs, and carapace one by one. Finding that nothing had changed, Rowan felt a bit disappointed. He shouldn't have had high expectations after seeing the black ants fight for so long without displaying any talents. He frowned in frustration, and suddenly, he noticed something felt off about his mouth. Unfortunately, the position of his mouth was one of the few visual blind spots for his large eyes. He could only carefully touch it with his limbs and feel it with the fine hairs on top. If only he had a mirror, he wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. How foolish he had been. The changes in the mouth must be due to the black ant. It should be something similar to its mouth. The empty shell of the ant's head rolled nearby, and Luo Wen leaned over to take a look. Comparing the sensations from his own fur with the sample in front of him, Luo Wen had an idea. Finally, I've replaced this mouth of mine. He sighed, having held a grudge against his previous lapping mouthparts for a long time. Why couldn't they have given him something more powerful as the initial equipment? He was born with a mouth that was good for eating soft food. Now, what he had just replaced should be the chewing mouthparts like the ant in front of him. The original mushroom-shaped mouth had disappeared, replaced by several new lip lobes, mandibles, labial palps, and some chitinous plates. They were responsible for pushing food from the sides of the mouth into it. Like a circle of little hands growing around a human mouth. Quite a vivid image, right? Although chewing mouthparts are the most basic type of mouthparts in insects, the lapping mouthparts evolved from them. Strictly speaking, transitioning from lapping to chewing shouldn't be considered evolution. It's more like a regression. However, sometimes the most basic is also the most adaptable, and what suits you best is the best. Today was a sunny day, and the familiar bushes unfolded their little green leaves. As the underground river got closer to the surface, the vegetation here became denser, and the ground was no longer covered with yellow sand and stones, but was instead filled with decaying fallen leaves. Luo Wen had been crawling underground for a long time, distancing himself from the battlefield above yesterday, and then pushed aside a layer of fallen leaves and emerged. Unknown insects were hiding in the bushes, producing various buzzing sounds. Compared to the lifeless desert, this place was obviously much more lively. At the same time, it also meant that the danger had increased significantly. After crawling for a while, Luo Wen's antennae picked up some unusual sounds coming from a nearby bush. He quickly turned his head and discovered a relative of yesterday's war god gnawing on tree leaves. Those sounds were coming from it. This black beetle was even larger than the one from yesterday. Moreover, its limbs were intact, which was why Luo Wen immediately recognized that it was not the same black beetle as yesterday. However, he didn't expect that such a formidable figure would actually be a herbivore, which shocked Luo Wen. It was like a big man clad in sturdy armor, wielding an unparalleled great sword. After charging back and forth through enemy lines, covered in blood, he returned to a crowd cheering for the triumphant hero with a grin. Only to say, actually, I'm a vegetarian. Luo Wen felt quite resentful. As a carnivorous insect, he was completely overpowered in size and equipment by a herbivore, which felt very unpleasant. Just as he was about to complain a bit more, he noticed not far from the vegetarian giant, a piece of tree bark seemed to move slightly. Luo Wen immediately focused and looked closely, only to find that the front end of the bark had a pair of long antennae trembling wildly. That piece of bark was actually an insect. Still recovering from the earlier shock, Luo Wen was stunned again. Are insects now playing such fancy tricks? What kind of black technology is this? His knowledge of entomology is really lacking. He had only heard of chameleons before and never knew there were color-changing insects. Although the camouflage of this insect still has some subtle flaws, it is indeed hard to spot if it remains still. Every time the leaves are rustled by the wind and the branches sway, making a rustling sound, the insect takes advantage of the noise as if it too is being blown by the wind, moving a little closer to the black beetle that is leisurely munching on the leaves. A few minutes later, the camouflaged insect has already reached just a step behind the black beetle. The black beetle remains completely unaware, while Luo Wen, who is watching the spectacle, feels his heart race. What is the camouflaged insect up to? Chapter 15. A struggle at this moment. The camouflaged insect is right in front of Luo Wen's high-resolution big eyes, revealing its true form. It has somehow managed to attach a piece of bark to its back, and it doesn't fall off. Its actual body is just a very slender insect, resembling a mosquito magnified dozens of times without wings. What is this lowly creature, which hardly has any exoskeletal armor, intend to do? Is it looking to challenge a war god? Isn't that courting death? Luo Wen couldn't help but scoff, forgetting that he too was once an unprotected specimen. Suddenly, the camouflaged insect, now positioned behind the black beetle, stretched its mouth parts, which had originally been curled up, to a length nearly equal to its body, resembling a steel needle. The steel needle slowly inserted itself into the gap between the black beetle's shoulder and carapace, and surprisingly, the black beetle showed no reaction at all. After a while, the long, shriveled abdomen of the camouflaged insect began to swell slowly. The exterior of the black beetle showed no change, but it gradually stopped munching on the leaves. Damn, this world is too dangerous. Luo Wen cursed inwardly. The black beetle is the most powerful and imposing insect he has seen so far. Just yesterday, it performed an impressive feat of one against many for him. He never expected that today it would be silently taken down by a sneaky assassin. This was a huge blow to his understanding, although he didn't say it out loud. In his heart, he had already set the black beetle as his next evolutionary target. After all, just its size, which is more than 10 times larger than him, is quite intimidating. Yet today, it was easily killed by a camouflaged insect. But if the camouflaged insect is so strong, Luo Wen thinks that if the black beetle had discovered it earlier, it could have easily taken it down, meaning the camouflaged insect is also taking a life-threatening risk. The outcome of their battle could change at any moment. So what exactly constitutes strength? Not to mention when he might be able to kill the black beetle. Even if he absorbs the genes of both the black beetle and the camouflaged insect in the future, would another kind of insect emerge to counter him? He recalled a movie he watched when he was human, about a superhero with powers like an iron body, infrared rays, freezing breath, light-speed movement, farsight, and keen hearing. All in one. Even such a powerful being could ultimately be defeated by the weapon that counters it. To be honest, Luo Wen felt a bit lost. When does the evolution of an individual reach its endpoint? Even if there is really an endpoint, can one individual's strength really take them there? After a moment of thought, Luo Wen gave up. What does a bug the size of a fingernail have to worry about? Let us just focus on surviving first. The camouflaged bug had eaten its fill, and its needle-like mouthparts had softened and curled back. It then lay there motionless, but at this point, the bark could no longer hide its significantly swollen belly. After careful observation and comparison, Luo Wen decided to take a gamble. The camouflaged bug only had its mouthparts as a threat to him, although it was much larger than him. As long as he was careful, he was at least 80% sure he could defeat it. Even if he couldn't win, with its disproportionately large belly weighing it down, he believed he could escape if he needed to. Luo Wen couldn't account for all the unexpected factors, nor could he plan for perfection and certainty. But an 80% chance of winning was enough for him to take a risk. Time is life. Luo Wen didn't want to waste any more of it. Since he had made up his mind, he wouldn't hesitate. He dashed to a spot not far from the camouflaged bug. It seemed very confident in its disguise, showing no reaction to Luo Wen's approach. He liked that it was unresponsive, so he quickly climbed a few times, using his small size to burrow under the bark. With a push from his middle and hind legs, he propelled himself forward and bit down hard on the camouflaged bug's neck. Aside from his 2 large fangs, Luo Wen had no other weapons. The camouflaged bug was several times larger than him, and his teeth posed little threat to most parts of its body. However, the small neck was an exception. Taking advantage of the camouflaged bug's carelessness, Luo Wen naturally took no mercy and landed a bite on its most vulnerable spot. The sudden attack on such an important part of its body startled the camouflaged bug, which lost its composure and began thrashing its long limbs. With Luo Wen attached to it, both fell from the tree trunk to the ground. Subsequently, they tumbled together in the foul-smelling mud. The camouflaged bug's mouthparts kept stretching and retracting, trying to pierce Luo Wen. Naturally, Luo Wen wouldn't cooperate. All his claws firmly grasped the camouflaged bug's body. As it twisted and turned, Luo Wen clung to its neck like a mountain, unmoving. The camouflaged bug's mouthparts, due to Luo Wen's small size and the awkward position, could only stretch and retract in vain. Slowly, the connection between its head and body diminished, gradually drooping down, stopping its struggles, although its body still twitched involuntarily. Luo Wen maintained his position for a while, only releasing his grip once he confirmed the camouflaged bug was truly dead. A gamble had turned a bicycle into a motorcycle. Now it was time to reap the rewards. However, before that, he first checked the status of the black beetle on the branch. After inspecting, he found that although its limbs and claws were still firmly gripping the branch, its insides were already empty. Its internal muscles had melted away, consumed entirely by the camouflaged bug, which aligned with Luo Wen's earlier guess. Confirming the death of the black beetle, he felt relieved and returned to the side of the camouflaged insect's body. Although the camouflaged insect was larger in size, it was mostly due to its length. Its long, thin, and shriveled body, not counting its belly, might actually have less meat than the white worm. The bark on its back was also one of the reasons it appeared so large. The camouflaged insect seemed to have some method of attaching the bark to its back, as it hadn't fallen off during the intense struggle and rolling just moments ago. It seemed to be an old insect that often lay in ambush for other insects here. At first, Luo Wen thought it was like a chameleon, possessing some ability for color-changing camouflage, but it turned out to rely entirely on external equipment. They say the poor rely on mutations, while the rich rely on equipment. Could it be that this camouflaged insect is a high and mighty one among insects? Of course, this is just a joke, but it reminded Luo Wen. Some insects are very clever. After all, humans became the dominant species on Blue Star by learning to use tools. He couldn't underestimate other insects just because he had encountered the stupid, stinking earthworm. After stripping the muscles off the camouflaged insect, he arrived at the much-anticipated main course. Speaking from the perspective of the remnants of Luo Wen's human soul, he found it hard to eat facing the camouflaged insect's swollen abdomen. But if he were that particular, he would have starved long ago. For insects, this food was quite normal, and if he wanted to live happily for the rest of his life, he needed to abandon certain concepts. Although he understood these principles, thinking and acting were two different things. His large mandibles opened and closed, yet he still hesitated. Chapter 16. New changes. The environment here was complex and dangers were everywhere, leaving no more time for Luo Wen to slowly adjust his mindset. He no longer hesitated, convincing himself to treat it like drinking milk tea. With his eyes closed, he bit a small opening in the camouflaged insect's belly, and thick juices flowed back from the wound. The newly replaced chewing mouthparts plugged the gap, while his mouthparts opened and closed, drinking all the flowing broth. In fact, as long as he got past the psychological barrier, it was quite tasty by insect standards. After all, this was the concentrated muscle of the black beetle, much like broth from an old hen stewed for 3 days, full of essence. Unfortunately, the lapping mouthparts that could have served as a straw had just been replaced. Luo Wen felt more like he was drinking from a bagged beverage at this moment. He bit a small hole in the bag and slowly sucked out the liquid inside. Occasionally, there were some solid particles, like pearls, grass jelly, or fruit pulp in milk tea, which he chewed on, savoring the endless aftertaste. Hopefully, this helps everyone better enjoy their milk tea. The camouflaged insect's originally swollen belly gradually shrank, while Luo Wen's digestive system worked at full capacity, accelerating the digestion of the sucked broth. Although this would consume some energy, given the size comparison between Luo Wen and the camouflaged insect, it would waste even more if he didn't do this. Even with the accelerated digestion, he still felt somewhat stuffed this time. After all, this essence was equivalent to the combination of the black beetle and the camouflaged insect. The disguise bug was not much to speak of, not much meat. But the black beetle, even after removing the shell, had muscles that were several times larger than those of the disguise bug. By the time he finished eating, Rowan was having trouble maintaining his balance. His abdomen was swollen and dragging on the ground, and he had to prop up his limbs just to crawl, which was quite awkward. His current state was not good. He was already slower on the surface, and now he felt even clumsier. He couldn't afford to let another bug take advantage of him, so after getting full, he quickly raised his rear and began digging. Only by going deep underground could he feel safe. This time, the tunnel he dug was larger than usual to avoid putting pressure on his swollen abdomen. Additionally, the position he was in kept his mouth tightly closed. His mandibles were completely shut, making him look like he was wearing a faceplate, which surprisingly enhanced his appearance a bit. After struggling to reach a safe position, he hastily dug a small burrow, without even having time to create a proper escape tunnel, and fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, Rowan sometimes imagined himself as a massive black war god, dominating the ant swarm, unbeatable. Other times, he dreamed of being an old assassin, using various external props for disguise to take down a fearsome and powerful bug. Deep underground, at a depth few bugs could reach, a small house was dug out of the soil, where a little black bug was hiding. At this moment, his body was undergoing some changes. Time passed, though he didn't know how long, and Rowan finally woke up. It seemed he had slept for quite a while, and he felt a bit disoriented upon waking. However, within a short time, he regained his senses and quickly began to check his body. Due to the size of his first pair of digging legs, they were not suitable for delicate work. So, the second pair of thoracic legs took on the role of hands, their fine hairs working diligently to sense every inch of his body. From top to bottom, he first touched his eyes, finding no changes. His mouthparts were still chewing ones, and there were no abnormalities in his digging legs. The number of limbs was normal, neither more nor less. He scanned his back with his 360-degree panoramic eyes, finding his shoulder plates normal, his carapace unchanged, and it seemed even his size hadn't changed. He was still the size of a fingernail. At this moment, he felt something was off with his abdomen and quickly twisted his body to look. Did I only sleep for a little while? His abdomen was still swollen and rounded. A bit dazed, Rowan thought the food hadn't been digested yet. However, he soon realized something was wrong. His abdomen not only hadn't shrunk, but had actually grown a few sizes and lengthened significantly. What the hell, what is this? Rowan couldn't help but curse. He had originally thought that absorbing the essence of the black beetle, even if it was secondhand, would be great if it could increase his size and strengthen his exoskeleton armor. Even if he didn't directly absorb the essence of the black beetle's flesh and instead evolve the camouflage bug's adhesive ability, he could make do with that. In the worst-case scenario, if he obtained its projectile spiny mouthparts, he would accept that too. But what is going on with this belly getting bigger and longer now? Could it be that I overstuffed myself and damaged my stomach? For a moment, Luo Wen was a bit confused. He tried to walk a few circles, but this thing in his abdomen severely affected his crawling speed and agility, and it felt quite awkward. Not daring to be careless, he struggled to turn over and, like doing a sit-up, raised his upper body to take a look. Upon seeing the situation clearly, Luo Wen cursed under his breath. It turned out that it wasn't his abdomen that had grown larger, but rather something new had grown behind his butt. Previously, his body was divided into 3 parts: head, thorax, and abdomen, which is also the standard model for insects, but now it had become 4 parts. His abdomen originally had 9 segments, but he lost 3 segments during a fight with a yellow ant. Although it healed afterward, new segments never grew back. Now, the remaining 6 segments of his abdomen were like a spring that had been compressed and squished together, shrinking into a small lump. The new growth behind the abdomen looked very similar to his swollen abdomen, with circular rings, which made Luo Wen mistakenly think it was his belly. However, when he wandered around, he found that this last segment was like dragging a trailer, making it very inflexible to change direction. Only upon closer inspection did he realize he had wronged his belly. This thing was completely a new growth behind his butt. Sigh, what to do now? He was already at the lower end of the insect food chain, and now he had an extra burden. Unless he could find a long-term food source like the white worms, the danger of foraging would increase sharply in the future. After the initial panic, Luo Wen gradually calmed down. He recalled that every time he evolved new organs and abilities, there was a traceable reason. As long as he could find some clues, he was sure he could figure out what was going on. First, he thought about the first time he went to the surface, not wanting to become nearsighted. Then his eyes changed, his vision gradually improved, and his observation range increased significantly. Later, when digging wasn't effective, he grew a new pair of digging legs, making him unaware of any worm that could dig faster than him. After that, when he couldn't bite through tree roots and white worms, he grew a pair of large teeth. Fighting with the yellow ants, he lost and developed a thick exoskeleton. After eating the white worms, he triggered pupation when injured. Up until recently, he had replaced the lapping mouthparts he had always complained about with chewing mouthparts. Logically speaking, since he ate the black beetles and the camouflage worms, he should have obtained some of their genetic fragments. Even if the black beetles had some defects or he didn't absorb them completely, the camouflage worms definitely had some. So now, after digesting the food and seemingly consuming quite a bit of energy, why did he end up with something irrelevant? He thought back to the physical characteristics of the black beetles and camouflage worms. His appearance was already somewhat similar to that of the black beetles. Even if he had obtained their genetic fragments, it was likely that it would lead to an increase in size. But now there was no change in body size, which ruled out the possibility that his body mutated due to the genetic fragments from the black beetles. As for the camouflage worms, their abdomens were long and shriveled before being fed, and swollen and rounded after being fed. The things behind my abdomen have now combined their respective characteristics, becoming long and rounded. Could this be the reason for the change in my body? It almost fooled me at first glance, a seemingly plausible guess that is, in fact, absurdly ridiculous. Luo Wen shook his head. After the abdomen became swollen, the absolute length of the disguised insect's abdomen had not changed at all. This is not some kind of gene. It is simply a result of overeating. So what is really going on? Chapter 17. Reflection. Luo Wen recalled his insect life carefully. Fortunately, his insect life had not been long. Even if calculated from birth, it hasn't been much time. He could think it over in a moment. Could it be that the genes carried by the body itself have been activated? Just like digging feet? This is not impossible, but what is the use of this? The inability to actively choose to activate certain gene fragments is indeed a drawback, creating something that makes one feel overwhelmed. At this moment, Luo Wen desperately wanted to grow up, to reach maturity. But that was impossible. It required a long time and accumulation. Looking back on his insect life again, Apart from having seen a few types of insects, the varieties of food were also pitifully few. Root sap, white worms, black algae, ants, black beetles, disguised insects, etc. Luo Wen retraced his thoughts and noticed a new discovery. Ants? He then recalled that he had also eaten a foul-smelling worm, although he had spit most of it out. Who knows if he absorbed any random gene fragments? But then he thought it over again and realized it didn't make sense. The foul-smelling worm didn't have this kind of abdomen, clearly two different species, so it could be ruled out. The ants didn't have it either. And the clues had again led to a dead end. Luo Wen was not superstitious. This big, but could not have appeared for no reason. There must be a trace to follow. He remembered that every time he evolved to obtain what he most needed at that moment. So what did he need most right now? A big butt. Isn't that nonsense? Suddenly, Luo Wen thought of that day when he saw the disguised insect ambushing and killing the black beetle. He seemed to have pondered a philosophical question for a long time. Could the problem lie here? Relying solely on the individual, can one reach the strongest ultimate, ignoring everything? But on the road to becoming the strongest. Before actually becoming the strongest, a certain weakness always appears, and one can be targeted by certain means. So, before becoming the strongest ultimate, is there a need for collective strength? These questions had confused him at the time. He thought for a long time and couldn't come up with an answer. But if he were to delve deeper along this line of thought, Luo Wen guessed a terrifying answer. Deep down, his heart had already provided the answer to the question. It was collective strength. Yet, Luo Wen was now alone. With not even a shadow of a kindred spirit in sight, where could he seek collective strength? Then the answer became clear. But Luo Wen did not want to accept it. This was not what he desired. He thought about how the predecessors seemed to have all taken the route of individual martial strength, without a bug teacher or bug management, relying solely on himself to explore. He had indeed gone down the wrong path. The predecessors hadn't taken this route, so naturally, they wouldn't leave any gene fragments. Therefore, the root of the problem still lay within himself. He thought the most likely possibility was the ants. He first picked up the nearest body to him, then went back a second time to take a head, and for the third and final time, he carefully selected the largest one. That couldn't possibly be the body of a queen ant, could it? Luo Wen wasn't too familiar with this. But he knew that queen ants generally hide deep within their nests and rarely venture outside. However, there were also claims that all ants carry the queen's genes. And after the queen dies, lacking the suppression of certain pheromones, they can mutate into a queen themselves. It was also possible that a queen ant, having split from her colony, was just stepping out with her followers when the black armored war god came and cut them off. That's why those ants were attacking like crazy, fighting to the death. Damn, this plot could make a novel. But that was the behavior of the ants back home. These here, though they looked similar, were still an unknown. After thinking for a long time, he realized that even if he understood it, it was already a fact. And it was too late to say anything. Deep down, he chose the power of the collective and kindly solved his problem of being alone. But the solution turned out to be giving him a reproductive organ so he could reproduce himself. In fact, what Luo Wen truly rejected was not the choice of collective power. To be honest, he had been living cautiously and carefully these days, wanting a few companions. At least someone to keep watch. But he couldn't accept this method. Didn't that mean he had become a female insect? This was a matter of dignity as a male. And he absolutely could not compromise. But now the boat had sailed, what was he to do? Luo Wen was feeling a bit confused. He thought so hard that his head hurt, and it seemed that mental labor consumed a lot of energy. Especially since he had just awakened and needed to replenish his food supply quickly. He decided to find some food first. Only after eating would he have the energy to think. Although he said he would think after eating, in reality, controlling what his mind was focused on was not that easy. Sometimes, the more he tried not to think about something, the more he would involuntarily continue to ponder it. So, all along the way, Luo Wen was digging with his mind elsewhere, his thoughts never stopping. If Luo Wen were in his mature stage, this problem could be easily solved by simply regressing. But he was just a larva now and did not possess such capabilities. However, the successful case of replacing a lapping mouthpart with a chewing mouthpart gave him new hope and ideas. Initially, he had been quite resistant and complained about that mushroom-shaped lapping mouthpart, but as soon as there was a new gene fragment, he replaced it immediately. So now, if he strongly resisted the reproductive organ behind him, was there a chance it could regress back to its original state? His thoughts became clear and his purpose was evident. Luo Wen's eyes brightened, and he felt much more energized while digging. He didn't go to the surface, with his bloated and clumsy body. Going up would just be a death wish and would get him reported. So he just casually looked for some plant roots underground, and because his stomach had shrunk, he ate very little. After hurriedly filling his stomach, he quickly returned to the small cave he had temporarily dug out. Since he had just woken up and not much time had passed, Luo Wen couldn't fall asleep right away while lying on the ground. He still doesn't know how this evolutionary function works. Does he have to be asleep for it to function? Can it be activated while awake? In an instant, a lot of questions popped into his mind. As the saying goes, true knowledge can be conveyed in a single phrase, while false knowledge fills countless books. He had a bunch of questions that needed answers, and if only someone could come along and provide a few hints, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Having transformed himself, besides thinking, being idle was quite boring, so he prepared to study this new organ a bit, just in case it couldn't be regressed. He wanted to be aware of it. In fact, he was quite curious about it. Curiosity is the primary driving force behind development. The first step for a girl to like a boy is to develop curiosity about him. And what kind of sparks could arise if a bug became curious about a certain organ on its body? With curiosity comes exploration. Luo Wen sensed slightly that this new organ connected to the end of his abdomen. There was a small hole there, which he had always thought was an excretory outlet. But after a fight, losing the last 3 segments, that small hole naturally disappeared as well. After healing, the small hole that had originally vanished somehow grew back. However, Luo Wen had only expelled water from the hidden small hole in the middle of his abdomen. So, he had never used the one behind him and didn't know what its function was. Chapter 18. The Birth of the Mother Nest, the beginning of the insect swarm now. Behind this small hole, a big one had formed. Luo Wen finally felt the purpose of this small hole. He could transport the food he consumed into this big organ through the small hole. His abdomen now felt compressed like a compressed biscuit, and the amount of food it could store had significantly decreased. Thus, most of the food he consumed would be delivered to the new organ. After receiving the food, the new organ would convert it into energy. As for what function it would have after absorbing energy, Luo Wen didn't want to try it. What if it really produced an egg? That would be disastrous. He chose not to experiment, pretending he didn't know, so there would still be room for redemption later. But if his curiosity turned his speculation into reality, he couldn't accept the consequences. Lost in thought, time flew by, and he finally fell asleep. In his dream, Luo Wen saw the big organ behind him open a hole at its end. Then, it sprayed out little bugs, and he was watching them with a benevolent expression. It felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water, freezing him from head to toe, and Luo Wen woke up with a terrified expression. The scene in the dream was too horrifying. If such a thing were to happen, he would really have to die to make a statement. After a while, he finally calmed down, but his body still felt extremely fatigued, a sign of depleted energy reserves. Instead of being alarmed, Luo Wen was pleased. This was a sign that his body was undergoing changes. He first checked his head, chest, and back, finding no changes, and his body size had increased. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the energy that had disappeared hadn't been wasted elsewhere. Then, he looked at his abdomen with great anticipation. And what came into view was his abdomen, which had returned to normal from its compressed biscuit-like state. However, what surprised and angered Rowan was that there was still a new organ connected to his backside. A question mark appeared on his forehead. What was going on? Was it simply restoring his stomach? What use was that besides making his body longer and his movements more clumsy? Was it trying to make him die faster? However, he soon felt a subtle difference. With a thought, the new organ detached from his backside and became a separate entity, placed on the ground. Then he repositioned his backside towards the hollow above the new organ, and with a squelch, it reconnected to Rowan's body. Rowan was shocked. He could only marvel at the vast imagination of the evolutionary ability to prevent him from having self-destructive tendencies and to give him collective strength. It chose a compromise by making this new organ a detachable device. At this moment, Rowan just wanted to shout awesome. From then on, he could use this new organ like a machine. In a critical situation, he could even pull it away like a cart. This way, his integrity was preserved. No matter what others thought, Rowan believed it himself and kept hypnotizing himself to firmly believe in this explanation. Since the most crucial issue of integrity was solved, Rowan's desire to explore the new organ's functions burst forth at that moment. He eagerly researched its functions. After some exploration, he roughly understood some things. Firstly, it was still a living entity and needed a continuous supply of energy to survive. It had an independent food digestion system and energy conversion system. The feeding method could either connect directly through a small hole on his backside delivering food inside, or directly drop food into a funnel-shaped receiver located above it. Rowan decided to forget the first option. This new organ had only one feeding method. It had no independent will, and all behavioral principles were based on Rowan. His will was its will. This was easy to understand. After all, it belonged to Rowan and had detached from him. Rowan stated that this information must be kept strictly confidential in the future, no matter which part of his body it was, head, limbs, including his backside. He could operate some of its functions just by touching it. Its function, as Rowan guessed, was to produce small bugs. It shared all of Rowan's gene fragments except for the evolutionary ability, allowing him to combine them at will and produce corresponding bugs. Moreover, this function had the additional benefit of giving him the ability to view the gene fragments within his body. For example, he discovered that he had indeed obtained some gene fragments of black beetles, which was a pleasant surprise. Of course, the new organ had no predatory ability, and all energy supply needed to be provided by Rowan. Even so, it still made Rowan shout in his heart, "Awesome." Soon, he would have little bug minions. However, it can't be called a new organ forever. That would expose certain secrets. So, it needs a new name. Luo Wen thought for a moment and decided to call it the Mother Nest from now on. A very vivid name. Once the name was settled, the next step was to test its performance. Luo Wen was eager to try, but at that moment, he was empty-stomached, so he first went to replenish his food. He was uneasy leaving the Mother Nest alone in the cave. The Mother Nest itself had no offensive or defensive capabilities, and if something accidentally intruded while he was foraging and nibbled on it, causing damage, he would have nowhere to cry. In the end, he shamefully linked the Mother Nest to his backside and dragged it along, climbing up the passage he had previously used to forage, although it was a temporary dig and had collapsed in several places. It was much less labor-intensive than digging a new one. Upon reaching the roots of an unknown plant, Luo Wen began to replenish his food. After eating his fill, he started thinking of ways to feed the Mother Nest. He actually had a convenient and highly efficient option at that moment. However, he would not choose to do so. There was no choice. He could only bite open the root and suck out some sap, then spit it into the funnel-shaped absorber of the Mother Nest. The process was somewhat indescribable, so I won't elaborate on it here. This method was extremely inefficient. After a long time, the Mother Nest had not collected much energy, and Luo Wen was exhausted. During this time, Luo Wen constantly touched the Mother Nest to see if the accumulated substances could produce a bug. The bug he originally designed was based on himself, with some strong genes from black beetles added. The oxygen supply system of black beetles was not much more advanced than Luo Wen's, but their internal muscles were more developed, allowing them to push oxygen further, thus supporting his large size. Later, he thought that it would be better to just make a modified version of a black beetle directly. Unfortunately, the materials required to create such a bug were astonishingly high. Moreover, the energy conversion rate of the sap was very low. Based on Luo Wen's current efficiency, he would have to work tirelessly for a long time to gather enough energy. This was completely different from the scenario he had previously envisioned. If that were the case, the Mother Nest would not only fail to become his aid, but would also hinder his own growth speed. Chapter 19. First hatching his original plan was to shout at the enemies, "Holy 2 connects us. Bugs, charge." Then an endless sea of bugs would engulf the enemy like a rolling tide. Now it seemed that this idea could only exist in his mind for the time being. Given the current situation, it was uncertain whether there would ever be a day when it could be realized. Finally, feeling a bit irritated with the feeding task, Luo Wen simply bit off a small section of a tree root, picked it up, and reconnected it to the Mother Nest, dragging them back to the underground cave together. Upon returning to the cave, he stuffed one end of the tree root into the absorber of the Mother Nest, and since the root was relatively long, a large part of it still protruded outside. But that's it, let the Mother Nest digest slowly on its own. Rowan praised his own cleverness. Although this would slow down the Mother Nest's absorption and conversion efficiency, it saved him quite a bit of effort. In the following days, Rowan didn't go anywhere. He planned to temporarily build a nest here. He expanded the small cave he had temporarily dug underground several times. Then he dug dozens of various tunnels, some leading to the surface, some to unknown areas around, and others deeper underground. He also dug some small rooms midway or at the end of certain tunnels. Although they were not needed for now, they were there for the sake of having something to do. Some tunnel ends were dead ends, purely to confuse others. Among them, several tunnels were particularly wide, meant as escape routes for quickly moving the Mother Nest in case of emergencies, with many branches laid out above. When he got hungry, He would take the mother nest up to find tree roots to drink some sap and bite off a section of root for the mother nest to absorb slowly. When tired, he would lie down next to the mother nest to sleep. The first time he woke up from resting, he gained a new ability to secrete a kind of slime from his mouth, which could be used to stick soil together, making it more solid. Was this to prevent him from going to the surface? Evolving so many abilities for digging tunnels? However, having an extra ability was always good. He checked with the mother nest and found that this was a gene fragment from the black ant, which seemed to be good at digging tunnels as well. Although he complained a bit, after gaining the new ability, he enthusiastically renovated the room where the mother nest was stored, making it sturdier, even if it took some effort. Over a few days, the now independent mother nest had clearly grown several circles larger. Rowan suspected it was hoarding resources, secretly using the energy meant for hatching larvae for its own development. At this rate, he would find it difficult to drag it along with its current size. If this continued, the wide escape tunnels he had dug would be in vain. After a careful inspection, he realized that this was still his own fault. The first larva he wanted to hatch was based on the black armored war god, and he had added digging feet to it, even replacing its two short antennae with longer ones for better signal reception, which would also reduce the chances of it being ambushed. Unfortunately, this increased the required materials and energy rapidly, and that wasn't even the main issue. The key problem was that the black armored war god was several times larger than Rowan. For the mother nest to directly hatch a black armored war god, it would first need to develop its own size to be even larger than it. Understanding the truth of the matter, Rowan cursed the mother nest's operational mode for being so rigid. Couldn't it be a bit more flexible? It seemed that the energy over these days had indeed been hoarded by it. Now, the mother nest was like a production and processing base, more like a machine, with no intention of pleasing its creator, and it certainly wouldn't be intimidated by Rowan. If you have the ability, then don't raise me. If you have the ability, just leave me here to fend for myself. The mother nest was currently acting just that way. In the end, Luo Wen naturally became hesitant. He couldn't abandon the mother nest. He quickly corrected the erroneous command and decided to hatch a smaller version of the black armored warrior based on the current size of the mother nest. During this time, while digging tunnels, Luo Wen also surveyed the surroundings and found no threats. Therefore, he was no longer as cautious with the mother nest as he initially was, carrying it around everywhere. Moreover, the current size of the mother nest no longer allowed him to do so. So, he simply dug a secret room on the side of that large room, hiding the mother nest inside and leaving a small opening through which he could barely enter and exit. He then used saliva to create a door, blocking this door at the small opening every time he went out, sealing it with saliva. After a few attempts, his craftsmanship had become so precise that it was nearly impossible to detect from the outside. Luo Wen pondered why he had such a talent for anything related to digging. He realized that the growth of the mother nest actually had some advantages. For example, its speed in gnawing tree roots had increased significantly, and its energy conversion efficiency was higher. In this case, wouldn't a larger mother nest be better? He hesitated. If the mother nest grew any larger, he really wouldn't be able to move it. Fortunately, it was currently sufficient for his needs, so he set this issue aside for now, planning to hatch some bugs first to see the results before considering anything else. After 2 more days, the mother nest finally accumulated enough energy to officially hatch the first bug. The hatching time was surprisingly long. 2 days later, a black beetle identical to what Luo Wen had envisioned was ejected from the mother nest. However, perhaps spit would be a more appropriate term. One side of the mother nest cracked open, and it spat the bug out along with a lot of slime onto the ground. Thankfully, Luo Wen had prepared in advance and enlarged the door of the room. Otherwise, the black beetle would have been sprayed onto the wall. After spitting out the black beetle, the mother nest quickly deflated like a punctured balloon, which frightened Luo Wen. Could it be a one-time use? He quickly touched the mother nest to check its condition, and the results were concerning. Although the mother nest wasn't a one-time use, it had sustained significant damage from hatching the black beetle and would need a long time to recover before it could be used again. Did the mother nest also need to rest? Luo Wen felt a bit frustrated. 2 days for energy replenishment, 2 days for hatching, and then a period for recovery. At this rate, when would he accumulate the bug army he envisioned? Was this collective strength? What if this wasn't collective strength, but rather a trial on his path to ultimate individuality, meant to wear him out in advance? After putting in so much effort, receiving such a result was understandably hard for Luo Wen to accept. However, he temporarily suppressed his gloomy emotions and turned to look at the newly hatched black beetle, hoping it wouldn't disappoint him. Chapter 20. Flaws. At this moment, The black beetle, struggling in a pile of slime, had managed to crawl up from the ground with great effort. Its size is slightly larger than that of the rowan, modeled after the black armored war god. With a pair of giant mandibles on its head, better long-version antennae, and an additional pair of digging legs, changing from the original 3 pairs of appendages to 4 pairs. Looking at the result in front of him, Rowan couldn't help but admire it. It was truly amazing and made him feel much better. In his past life, in a world where technology was so advanced, it would have been nearly impossible to combine certain organs of various insects to achieve the level of the black armored insect before him, unless the insects were dead and glued together. However, what he saw before him was alive. Moreover, observing its movements, the newly added organs were perfectly coordinated and used effortlessly. However, as he watched, Rowan discovered a very awkward issue. He couldn't communicate with the insect in front of him. This was quite a big joke. Who would have thought that after all the effort he put in, nearly damaging the mother nest, he ended up with such a creature? Rowan wasn't sure if he should communicate in insect language, but he had never learned it. How would he know any insect language? Fortunately, although this insect couldn't communicate, it didn't attack him either. He wondered if it was because its prototype was a herbivorous boss, but then he thought it was unlikely. Even herbivores could have a violent temper, and the title of war god he gave it was not without merit. It was earned through actual combat. It could be considered the strongest in direct combat among the insects he had seen so far. If that was the case, then the insects hatched by the mother nest should have an enemy recognition system. So what went wrong with the interaction system? Rowan believed that under normal circumstances, it should definitely come with an interaction system upon emergence. So what caused the current awkward situation? He calmed his thoughts and began to reflect. The mother nest grew from the genetic fragments of the ant queen. This was only a guess before, but after the mother nest was born, he could check the gene bank and confirm this matter. Rowan indeed carried certain genetic fragments of the ant queen, although he wasn't sure if they were obtained from the black ants. Then he thought about the many ants in the ant nest that could maintain order. They must have some method of communication. So, if his ant queen genes came from black ants, could it also mean that he absorbed genetic fragments that helped ants communicate with each other? With this thought, Rowan hurriedly checked the mother nest. Luckily, he could now indirectly check his own gene storage through the mother nest, or it would have been difficult to deal with this matter. Fortunately, there weren't many genetic fragments in the gene bank. Although this should have been sad news, it saved Rowan a lot of time. The genetic fragments from black ants, in addition to the ant queen genes, included one that should be called formic acid, and the new skill he obtained, the ability to glue things with saliva, was related to this gene. Additionally, there was another gene that made the body secrete certain pheromones, the purpose of which was still unknown. Robin analyzed that since formic acid can combine with saliva to stick to houses, its potential for communication is relatively small. However, it is still worth experimenting. Results can be seen soon. Robin spat a few mouthfuls of saliva towards the black beetle, which showed no reaction. As expected, formic acid cannot be used for communication. However, it is possible that Robin's saliva is not purely formic acid. It seems to be mixed with some secretions from disguised bugs, which contain genetic fragments that help stick leaves to their bodies for camouflage. If this is the case, formic acid cannot be completely ruled out, although the possibility is slim. Therefore, it is highly likely that the genetic fragments responsible for secreting certain pheromones belong to the interactive components. Unfortunately, he did not install this on the black beetle while preparing the design. At this point, the black beetle had moved beyond its initial weakness and was aimlessly crawling back and forth outside the mother nest room, seemingly on patrol. Could it instinctively protect the mother nest? If so, it might be somewhat useful. The black beetle has an extra pair of large mandibles, adorned with many spikes. Although its intelligence is questionable, its combat power should be stronger than Robin's at this moment. With the black beetle guarding the mother nest, he could scout further away. Without delay, Robin first went to gather food and brought back 2 roots, stuffing one into the mother nest. The black beetle unceremoniously took the other one, as if Robin should provide food for this combatant. Robin cursed under his breath, but did not dwell on it. After all, he couldn't really get angry with a bug that couldn't communicate, so he treated it as if he had a little guard dog. He carefully sealed the small room in the mother nest, glanced at the black beetle gnawing on the root with no reaction, and did not linger, climbing towards the surface. Since being burdened by the mother nest, he hadn't been able to enjoy some time above ground for a long time. After several days, coming up again felt like the air was much fresher. The danger level on the surface is far from what it is underground, but he has advantages both above and below ground. Underground, his digging speed is fast, and currently, no bug can catch up with him. However, his early warning range is poor. He can only detect enemy movements through the vibrations sensed by the hairs on his body, making it difficult to detect stationary threats. Moreover, while he is fast underground, his turning ability is not agile. If he goes too fast, his eye protection may fail, causing harm to him. On the surface, his observation range far exceeds that of other bugs. Among mostly nearsighted bugs, he can be considered as having far-sighted vision. Although there are still ambush worms and disguised ambushers lurking, Raven is now aware of their existence and is cautious of them. Under his high refresh rate vision, they can hardly ambush him. Therefore, Raven enjoys exploring the surroundings on the surface. Even if he encounters danger, he only needs to lift his but to return to his preferred running route. At this moment, Rowan began to patrol in circles around the location of the nest, expanding the search area to see if there were any dangers nearby. He could try to deal with minor threats, but for larger, insurmountable dangers, he could only prepare early and make a quick escape. His antennae picked up some insect sounds coming from the surroundings and within his observation range. He identified two sound sources, both originating from black beetles. They were clinging to the tree trunk, emitting what sounded like somewhat frantic cries. Rowan had no intention of provoking them. These formidable beings were not something he could currently contend with. Moreover, they were herbivorous. So as long as Rowan didn't approach them looking for trouble, there was no conflict of interest, allowing for harmonious coexistence. During the third circle of his outward patrol, Rowan spotted a target, an excellent experimental subject. It was a black ant, seemingly a scout among its kind. At that moment, it was alone, aimlessly crawling forward, occasionally touching this and that with its antennae. Rowan slowly approached it while observing its surrounding environment. In the direction it came from, more and more ants were appearing, with 7 or 8 visible in Rowan's line of sight. However, this suspected scout ant had its closest black ant companion 2 meters away. This distance was already quite far for ants, making timely communication difficult. Rowan locked his gaze on it, rapidly closing the distance of over 10 meters. Even while crawling quickly, Rowan remained vigilant and managed to avoid a stinky worm trap along the way. Initially, he was caught off guard by a close-range ambush, but after that, with some preparation, it became easy to spot them. The places where they dug traps would have small mud whirlpools, which were easy for the sharp-eyed Rowan to notice in advance. This ant was much smaller than Rowan, just his preferred type. As Rowan approached, the black ant finally sensed something unusual and began to wave its antennae frantically. However, it was too late. Rowan was already within striking distance, and a sturdy digging leg was coming down toward its head. It could be considered an exaggeration to say that these black ants had extremely poor eyesight. They primarily relied on the olfactory organs on their antennae to find food. Now, caught off guard by the prepared Rowan, the black ant had no choice but to take the hit. Before the dazed black ant could recover from the heavy blow, Rowan bit off one of its hind legs. The other limbs of the black ant quickly rubbed against the ground, producing some faint sounds, seemingly in a plea for help. Unfortunately, even the nearest ant showed no unusual reaction to the situation, indicating that it was unable to receive the distress signals. With no response to its cries for help, the black ant could only attempt to fight back, but unfortunately, it was overpowered in both size and weight by Rowan. Moreover, it was much weaker than the yellow soil ants Rowan had encountered before. Not only did it lack the ability to spray feces as an attack, but its 2 front teeth were also much smaller, making it difficult to pose any threat to Rowan's armor. Although ants have always been referred to as strong creatures, it is said that if ants were to grow to the size of humans, their strength would far exceed that of humans. But now everyone is just a bug. And who doesn't have some exoskeleton armor or something? After several bouts of struggle, the black ant lost 2 of its limbs. It then remembered to escape, but unfortunately, it was too late. With only 3 legs left, it found it difficult to maintain its balance, let alone move quickly. Originally, it could have struggled a bit, although the outcome wouldn't change. However, at this moment, as it tried to escape, it turned its back towards Rowan, which saved him a lot of effort. Rowan easily caught up with the limping black ant from behind and precisely pinned its slender waist with his digging claws. The black ant desperately twisted its body, trying to attack Rowan with its mandibles. However, they could not penetrate the armor of Rowan's digging claws. After subduing the black ant, Rowan used his saliva to mix some mud to make a headpiece, sealing the ant's mouth. Then, after dragging it away from the attack scene, he dug a tunnel to leave. After digging for a while, he found a passage he had dug in advance. In the passage, Rowan quickly climbed down to the underground room while dragging the black ant. Although the black ant continued to resist fiercely, with its mandibles sealed, it posed no threat to Rowan. As they neared the room, Rowan stopped, placed the ant on the ground of the passage, blocked the way they came from, and forced the ant towards the underground room. The black ant was terrified by Rowan and had no intention of attacking the passage behind him. It crawled awkwardly towards the room on its 3 legs. After crawling out of the passage, the black ant became suspended, unable to stabilize its body with its 3 limbs. As a result, it fell out of the passage and landed on the ground of the enormous cave. The black beetle, which was wandering in the room, immediately stopped in its tracks, and its antennae began to probe towards where the ant had fallen. In the dark cave, the function of visual organs was reduced to the extreme. Without Rowan's mutated compound eyes, nothing could be seen. At this moment, however, the perception of sound was amplified several times. The sound and vibrations of the black beetle's larger body moving on the ground were detected by the black ant. Its antennae also reached towards the black beetle. Thus, the antennae of both sides collided in midair. After a tangle, both concluded that the other was not a familiar bug. Before the black ant could react, a pair of spiked mandibles reached out and forcefully snapped its body in half. The black ant's vitality was very strong. Even when severed into 2 pieces, it still struggled, its antennae flailing wildly. The invader was not completely dead, which meant the fight was not over. The black beetle's mandibles reached out again. After several openings and closings of the mandibles, the scene became quite difficult to describe. Some unknown liquid stuck to the mandibles, and the invasion crisis had been resolved, allowing the black beetle to resume its wandering. Rowan, who was observing in the dark, nodded in satisfaction. The experimental results were quite good. Although the black beetle could not communicate, it could indeed guard the place. So he could safely entrust the security of this room to it in the future. Crawling into the cave, the fragmented and difficult to describe scene on the ground left Rowan with no appetite at all. The black beetle was a herbivore. But there was another creature here that didn't mind these scraps. After tidying up a bit, Rowan fed as many intact pieces as he could to the mother nest. He then went to bite off a section of tree root and dragged it back to reward the black beetle. The black beetle showed no signs of pride, as if doing all this was only natural. It was also natural for Rowan to provide food for it. Each time Rowan looked at this foolish bug, he felt annoyed. He wasn't a vengeful person, and once resources became abundant, he would definitely recycle this bug. With the black beetle guarding the home, Rowan took a short rest before preparing to venture out again. The discovery of so many black ants in the previous direction indicated that there was an ant nest nearby, and he needed to check it out and learn about this neighbor. A few days later, Rowan lay in the cave contemplating bug life. Due to absorbing some genes from the black beetle, his size had increased over these few days, successfully growing from the size of a fingernail to that of a 1 yuan coin. Therefore, some of the tunnels he had originally dug were now a bit small. Today, he widened them all and had just finished. This cave looked like it would be used for a while, temporarily considered his lair. After patrolling these days, he had explored a radius of 100 meters. The solitary traveler came and went quickly. What he saw today might be gone tomorrow, so there was no need to worry too much. The greatest threat to his lair was the only permanent neighbor, the black ant nest located more than 50 meters away. This ant nest was quite large. However, there was no need to worry too much for now, as the farthest distance reached by their scouts was still over 10 meters away from Rowan's lair. Moreover, recently, the scouts sent towards Rowan's lair had been mysteriously disappearing. As a result, they had reduced the number of scouts sent in that direction. Chapter 22. Experiment. This situation made Rowan complain continuously. He now had to run a longer distance to hunt down the solitary black ants and drag them back to the cave, which increased his workload significantly. However, all of this was worth it. After days of feeding on meat, the mother nest had finally regained its vitality and could once again undergo a wave of hatching. Rowan had been pondering whether his previous actions were correct. Directly hatching into mature beetles seemed somewhat counterproductive. Hatching a mature black beetle, although it took only 2 days to go through the stages from egg to larva to adult, Rowan didn't know if the growth process of the black beetle included a pupal stage. If it did, that meant skipping a whole 4 stages. Although he could directly harvest the combat power of a mature body, the cost was too high. Its massive body was entirely built by absorbing the flesh and blood of the mother nest. Following this line of thought, Rowan speculated in reverse. If he directly had the mother nest produce eggs and let them hatch and grow on their own, wouldn't the consumption be much lower? This guess is not without basis. Over the past few days, by continuously feeding the tree roots, he found that the black beetles have shown some growth. Initially, due to the size issue of the mother nest, the black beetles that hatched did not reach their normal size. Luo Wen originally thought that the black beetles were like products coming off an assembly line, with various parameters set at the moment of leaving the factory. However, he underestimated the mother nest. This was no longer the mechanical technology he was familiar with, but rather a brand new biotechnology containing many possibilities. It was through observing that the black beetles could still develop normally that he began to understand the correct use of the mother nest. This time, he wanted to try to have the mother nest produce an egg, without any fancy genetic fragments, completely replicating the genes of the black ant. He aimed to hatch a black ant egg and test whether it carried an interaction system. The process went smoothly. The mother nest easily produced a small egg. Seemingly unaffected by the task, Luo Wen was excited, as this proved his previous guess that the correct use of the mother nest was to produce eggs and then let them develop and mature on their own. However, reality soon doused Luo Wen with a bucket of cold water. Looking at the pale yellow small egg in front of him, Luo Wen felt troubled. He had no experience caring for eggs and didn't know how to make them hatch. This made him feel he had acted hastily. And before he could think of a remedy, a black beetle wandering around the room stepped on the egg. The sharp claws directly punctured the egg, spilling its contents all over the ground. Luo Wen was momentarily stunned. The black beetle did not have eyes like his that could see in the dark. It relied entirely on sound and vibration to perceive its surroundings. The egg had just been born and remained still. And combined with its tiny size compared to the black beetle, Luo Wen was lost in thought and did not pay attention, leading to this tragic incident. The black beetle was completely unaware of what it had crushed and continued to wander. Luo Wen did not move either. There was nothing that could be salvaged now. And besides, it was just a bug, so he had no emotional attachment. However, this incident did provoke some thoughts in him. Although the mother nest evolved from him and became a separate entity, the bugs produced by the mother nest were not Ifiesh. This was a conclusion Luo Wen reached through observing the black beetles and the egg. If Ifiesh could be nurtured in this way, they would have long become a common species and would not be so rare. The bugs produced by the mother nest resembled some kind of machine, living machines, mechanically executing certain tasks. Of course, whether they have other characteristics remains to be seen, as the current sample size is too small to draw conclusions. Therefore, the eggs produced by the mother nest cannot be as indestructible as the eggs of Ifiesh. They are still fragile and require some care. However, the caregivers, the black beetles, were clearly not a good choice. Luo Wen could not command them, and they would only patrol mechanically around the mother nest. After thinking for a moment, Luo Wen had an idea. He touched the mother nest and issued a production command. Half a day later, 2 miniature black ants were spat out by the mother nest. This time, the mother nest was only slightly weakened and did not seem to be leaking like last time. This time, Luo Wen learned from experience and blocked the 2 ants with his body while they were still in their weak newborn phase. This way, when the black beetle encountered Luo Wen, it would change its patrol direction. Although the black ants were smaller, they were still much larger than insect eggs. And after a bit of time to adapt, they crawled up from the ground. The 2 ants touched each other with their antennae, seemingly communicating. Luo Wen watched from the side, feeling a bit confused and with a slight headache. What was going on? Did they have an interaction system, but he did not? However, soon, as if stimulated by something, a hidden ability within him awakened. This ability seemed to have evolved during the last hibernation when he developed the nest, evolving alongside it. It seemed to involve secreting something, which he now realized must be pheromones. But previously, without an interaction partner, this ability had remained hidden. After awakening, Luo Wen immediately understood what the 2 ants were expressing. They were conveying a sense of confusion, seemingly unsure of what to do and waiting for instructions. They smeared pheromones expressing this meaning on their bodies and antennae. Other ants could receive this information through antenna contact, but Luo Wen could directly see, smell, or perceive the meaning of this information bypassing the antenna contact step. It seemed that certain genetic fragments were at work, but he was unclear on how it was achieved. It just seemed to be the way it was. Luo Wen did not dwell on this issue any longer. He was captivated by this novel mode of communication. After a period of testing, he also learned this method of communication using pheromones. He infused his intentions into the pheromones and then released them. The 2 ants seemed to sense something, moved to Luo Wen's side, touched his body with their antennae, and then obediently stood behind him. Interesting, Luo Wen thought. He then led the two ants into a passage and issued new instructions to dig together. Soon, 3 small creatures began to dig in the passage. "You go dig over there," Luo Wen tried to give a more complex instruction. After receiving the new command, the 2 ants released pheromones expressing confusion, not understanding what it meant. Damn, they couldn't understand this. Their intelligence was a bit concerning. Luo Wen then had one of them stay in place while he took the other to a slightly farther location, instructing it to go over and call the other. This time, the ant understood, happily scurrying over to the other ant, and they intertwined their antennae to communicate for a while. The other ant showed no suspicion, and the 2 ants returned to Luo Wen's side together. After some more testing, Luo Wen gained a certain understanding of the range of his commands. There had to be a clear target for the ants to comprehend the meaning. For example, with the command to go over there, the ants would display confusion, because they couldn't understand where that was. But if it was the command to return to the nest, they could understand it and perfectly complete the task as instructed. Now, he needed to conduct some other tests. Chapter 23 Busy. Rowan first took them to find some food. The ants seemed uninterested in the tree roots, only slightly supplementing their moisture. To his surprise, these guys were quite picky, which made Rowan a bit sarcastic. "Your master is gnawing on tree roots, and you are still being selective, which is quite embarrassing for him, you know?" The 2 ants couldn't comprehend such a complex meaning and chose to ignore it. Rowan sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of loneliness enveloping him. After eating and drinking their fill, Rowan bit off 3 tree roots and issued the command to bring them back to the nest. As a result, he still overestimated the intelligence of the ants. They wouldn't choose to drag larger roots at a reasonable angle like Rowan did. They would just rudely bite onto the roots and pull them, often getting the roots stuck. To accommodate them, Rowan had already made the roots they carried quite small. But still, various problems arose. They got stuck in the passage just after crawling a short distance. After biting the roots in half again, it finally worked. However, the total weight of the roots being carried by the 2 ants was still less than 1/10 of what Rowan was dragging. After returning to the nest, Rowan distributed some roots to the black beetles and then supplemented the rest to the mother nest. Taking advantage of the mother nest's absorption time, Rowan gave them both names. He named one of them Black 2 and the other Black 3. However, after some testing, he found it was all in vain. They could only understand the vague meanings of you, me, and him, and had no concept of names, completely unable to understand their significance. Although the result was not ideal, Rowan was still pleased. This saved him trouble, as he wouldn't have to exhaust his brain cells thinking of names as more little brothers came along. Subsequently, Rowan took them to dig out a room not far from the nest. This was specifically excavated as an incubation chamber to guard against the black beetles. At this time, the mother nest had also regained some energy, and Rowan issued the command to produce an egg. After the egg was sprayed out, Rowan carefully positioned himself in the path of the black beetles and then instructed the 2 ants to take care of the egg. The ants quickly understood the meaning of the words, and one of them picked up the egg. Then, under Rowan's lead, they went to the incubation chamber to place the egg down. Originally, Rowan thought he would leave them alone for a while and come back later to check on the results. He then remembered that 1 egg was enough for 1 ant to watch over, and the other could be used for experimentation. He issued a command to one of the ants to find food, and to his surprise, the ant really understood and took action. It crawled toward a passage. Rowan curiously followed behind to see where it was going to look for food. The 2 insects crawled through the passage, which was the same passage Rowan had taken them through to gnaw on the tree roots earlier. Rowan had some guesses. Sure enough, the ant crawled all the way to the tree roots, bit open a piece of bark, and started to feed. After a while, a droplet of water appeared on the 2 large teeth at the corner of its mouth. Luo Wen watched in amazement, unable to understand how the ant managed to extract a droplet of water from the tree root and carry it. To get a better look, Luo Wen had moved close to the ant, which then noticed him. He didn't mind this, as he hadn't purposely hidden himself. However, the next moment was a bit awkward. Upon realizing Luo Wen's position, the ant surprisingly turned around and brought the droplet of water to his mouth. Luo Wen was momentarily stunned and, after reacting, realized that the ant was trying to feed him. This left him both amused and bewildered. How could he receive such a lavish treatment? Although he was now a bug himself, he still couldn't accept another bug feeding him. So, he issued a command to search for food and bring it back to the nest. After a while, the ant returned to the nest with the droplet of water. Luo Wen sighed, thinking this was somewhat troublesome. With the current small number of bugs, what would happen when their numbers increased? At that time, he wouldn't be able to follow them around giving commands on what to do. He followed the ant back to the nest and found that the foraging ant had fed the droplet of water to the ants that were staying behind without any commands from Luo Wen. This revelation brightened Luo Wen's eyes, indicating that they had some kind of instinct. Subsequently, Luo Wen began various experiments. After half a day of trying different commands, he discovered that there was no need for detailed instructions. As long as he didn't give commands like stand guard or stay here, the ants would eventually start to find work on their own after a moment of hesitation. They would go find food when hungry, manage the humidity in the hatching chamber. And generally, he didn't need to worry too much. Now, Luo Wen felt more confident and used the mother nest to hatch 10 more bug eggs, which was the maximum output without harming the mother nest itself. Over the next few days, the mother nest produced 10 bug eggs and 2 small mature ants daily. Meanwhile, Luo Wen was exhausted, busier than before. The ants couldn't survive on water alone, and since they were just small mature ants, they couldn't compete with the black ants from the neighboring nest. Therefore, he had to hunt a certain number of black ants every day to bring back. These prey would be prioritized for the needs of the mother nest to ensure a steady supply of nutrients and meet the daily production targets. The remainder was to feed the black ants produced by the mother nest. As the number of ants increased by 2 each day, their consumption also grew larger. Luo Wen's workload became increasingly heavy. Now he was barely scraping by on tree roots himself and had hardly eaten any ant meat, which resulted in only a slight increase in his size over several days, with no noticeable change. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. He was the leader, yet his subordinates weren't offering him tributes. Instead, the little brothers were enjoying plenty of food while he was left with meager scraps, indicating that the plot was not developing in the right direction. This inexplicably reminded him of the tool bug, white worm, from back in the day. This situation couldn't continue. He needed to find a way to turn things around quickly. Fortunately, the initial Black 2 and Black 3 were developing rapidly, growing quickly in size with a sufficient supply of ant meat. They were now able to come out hunting with him. Although it was still Rowan who did the actual fighting, while the 2 little brothers were only responsible for transportation. However, this did save him quite a bit of effort and time. But this was only temporary. With the daily increase of 2 adult insects and the potential hatching of eggs in the future, just thinking about it made his head spin. Rowan had also considered letting them find food on the surface themselves. But the current adults were a downgraded version, not fully developed in size, and had taken a lot of effort to produce. With their numbers still so low, losing even one would be painful. So it was better to wait until they grew a bit more. As long as they could get through the difficult initial phase, life would get much easier once they could forage for themselves. 2 days passed, and the first batch of eggs finally began to hatch. The hatched ant larvae looked like they had grown handles from the eggs themselves. Honestly, when placed next to the eggs, they were hard to distinguish at first glance. The hatching of the eggs meant that soon, the number of Rowan's little brothers would explosively increase every day. However, before that, his workload had increased. These larvae needed the adult black ants to partially digest food before regurgitating it. Then they would be fed with this disgusting substance. The entire meat supply for the nest relied solely on Rowan. Moreover, with more and more scout ants being killed, the neighbors had started sending fewer ants toward the nest. Aside from a few that got lost and wandered over from other directions, he hadn't seen any ants coming directly from the neighbor's side for several days. Faced with this situation, Rowan's hunting range was increasingly encroaching on the neighbor's territory. So much so that, with his eyesight, he could spot the black ants going in and out of the neighbor's entrance from a slightly elevated position. Of course, no matter how bold he was, given his current level, he wouldn't dare provoke them at their doorstep. However, this did not prevent him from observing from a distance, trying to understand their habits and learn some experience from their actions, hoping it would help him manage the nest better in the future. Now, whenever he went hunting, he would bring 6 or 7 black ants with him. Each time he killed a black ant from the neighbor's side, his own black ants would swarm in to share the meal, and whatever they couldn't eat would be broken down into several parts and transported back to the nest. The dangers on the road had already been cleared by Rowan, and with the pheromones they left behind acting as markers, he was not worried about them getting lost. Now, the distance between Rowan's hunting spot and the neighbor's house was only about 10 meters, while the neighbor's house was over 50 meters away from the nest. Therefore, it took quite some time for his black ants to make the round trip, and this was the time for Rowan to prepare meals and observe and learn. By doing this, not only can it satisfy the needs of many insects in the nest, but it can also reduce Rowan's burden. Previously, he spent most of his time every day transporting food, and traveling back and forth to the hunting grounds. Since adopting this method, although the ants transport food slightly slower than he could do on his own, it has freed up a significant amount of his time. Moreover, these ants seem tireless and never take breaks on the road. Rowan himself has to rest for a bit and think about insect life every time he travels back and forth to the nest. In terms of efficiency, it actually isn't that different. Today, while waiting for the transport team to return, Rowan noticed something strange happening in front of his neighbor's house. A new species of insect, whose origin he couldn't determine, swaggered into the ant nest through the entrance, and the black ants not only did not stop it, but actually moved aside. It was indeed strange. The ant nest was their forbidden zone. With his gradually expanding knowledge of entomology, Rowan could ascertain that this insect was definitely not related to the ants. They were completely different species. The insect was yellow-brown in color, slightly larger than the black ants, with a small head and thorax. It was also flat, dragging a long abdomen behind it, which was covered with a layer of exoskeleton. It was this exoskeleton that exposed it, as the ants did not have such a feature. But how did it enter the ant nest so freely? Rowan was puzzled. Time flew by, and several days passed. Since Rowan had freed up most of his time and often indulged himself, his body size had increased a bit, making him larger than before. However, although he had incorporated the genes of the black beetle, he had not grown a pair of large mandibles on his head. Rowan speculated that one reason was that he didn't have enough space in his head. A pair of large eyes occupied half of his head, leaving no room for mandibles to grow. Moreover, the black beetle's head was flat, allowing for the effective use of mandibles, while he had an oval face, which would likely render them ineffective. However, the main reason was probably that large mandibles would affect his digging ability. Having such a pair of appendages would be very inconvenient underground. Aside from these eyes, all other genes that could hinder his digging had been discarded, though he didn't know why. Could it be that deep down, he was a survivalist? Today, he discovered a giant ant at the entrance of his neighbor's house. It was several times larger than the ordinary black ants, with stronger limbs and more solid, sharp mandibles, clearly possessing far superior combat capabilities to ordinary ants. Rowan began to understand. Based on the knowledge he learned in kindergarten, those ordinary black ants should be worker ants, while this big guy was likely a soldier ant. Although he had always referred to these insects in his neighbor's house as ants, now that he was on an unfamiliar planet, he didn't know what species they actually were, even if they looked similar. He couldn't come up with any names, so he could only name them after similar creatures from his hometown. Previously, he had only seen ordinary black ants and thought there were no soldier ants, but now one had actually appeared. Could this be a planet with an environment very similar to Blue Star? Even the bugs he sees are so similar? What puzzles him is that he hasn't seen any flying creatures so far. Logically, there should be many flying insects on Blue Star, yet he hasn't encountered a single one, which is truly strange. It might also be related to the fact that he hasn't explored many areas yet and hasn't seen many types of bugs. With the appearance of the transport team, he has had plenty of free time these days. After some thought, he has ruled out the possibility that this is a wizard planet, as a type of insect that has been touted as so impressive. After such a long period of development, he still can't even push over an ant nest. There must be something wrong somewhere. Either there's an issue with himself or with the environment. The most likely scenario is that both are problematic, which has led to his weakness. Moreover, up to now, he has not only not seen any flying insects, but he also hasn't seen any reptiles, mammals, or any humanoid beings. Combining these 2 points, he feels that he is in a completely unfamiliar new world. Although his speculation has some flaws, he still chooses to believe in it, as it benefits his mental health. Rowan didn't expect that his neighbor's house would hide such a powerful unit. He has grown a bit in size these days, and his mindset has also inflated quite a bit. He always thought he was not far from pushing over the ant nest, but today he was splashed with cold water. After these days of development, his size is already significantly larger than that of ordinary ants. However, this soldier ant, while not as bulky as him, is still about twice as long. Although both are equipped with a pair of large jaws as weapons, Rowan has a set of half armor. Even so, he still considers himself not a match for the soldier ant in a one-on-one fight. After all, they are professional fighters, born for battle, while he is just a part-timer whose main job is digging holes. Moreover, who knows how many such heavy weapons the neighbor's house is hiding. It's best not to mention the ant nest again. Just then, a yellow-brown flash appeared in the distance to his right. Chapter 25. Yellow bug. Rowan's eyes are particularly sensitive to moving objects. As soon as the yellow-brown creature entered his clear line of sight, he noticed it. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the bug he saw that day, which had swaggered into the ant nest. He wasn't sure if it was the same one he saw that day. He is face-blind to bugs. He can't even tell apart the black 2 and black 3 that flutter in front of him all day, let alone one he has only seen once. Seeing this fellow, Rowan suddenly had an idea. If he couldn't beat the soldier ant, could he not take on this yellow bug that was about the same size as him? Moreover, he is eager to interact kindly and friendly with every new type of bug that appears, hoping to taste them, as he might gain some unique genetic fragments. Calculating that the transport team would return shortly, Rowan decided not to waste any more time. He confirmed a safe path and quickly crawled towards the yellow bug. The yellow bug was leisurely unaware of Rowan's approach. This is his pair of big eyes, which, although hindered his digging, still serves a purpose. This is the advantage of vision, like playing a game where everyone's map is covered in fog, while he has revealed the whole map. With a sudden face-smashing hammer strike, this is now the starting move of the Roche insect clan's fighting technique. No matter who the opponent is, the first encounter is always about a digging foot strike. This unique way of greeting completely stunned the yellow bug before it could react. The second move of Roche's fighting technique, Peach Blossom Blooming, hit its face, causing it to stagger. This move is extremely similar to the starting move, both involving a powerful digging foot strike. The second move, the Mad Dog Pounces, followed closely. As Luo Wen bit down on the yellow bug's forelimb with his 2 large teeth, snapping it in half with a crunch. Following this, he alternated between the first and second moves. Luo Wen's recent combat experience was quite rich, and now very few Black Ant scouts could last 10 moves under him. The yellow bug had definitely never encountered such a scientifically advanced fighting technique. For a moment, it was utterly powerless to fight back, its body parts continuously diminishing. During this time, Luo Wen noticed that the opponent was constantly releasing pheromones, which felt somewhat similar to those from Black 2 and Black 3. He began to understand how this yellow bug could swagger around visiting neighbors, but unfortunately, his judgment of whether it was an enemy relied not on pheromones, but on his eyes and brain. The yellow bug's unique skills failed to take effect, losing the initiative and being outsmarted by Luo Wen. It struggled to defend itself a few more times before reluctantly accepting defeat. Luo Wen felt somewhat unsatisfied with the fight. The yellow bug appeared to be even bigger than the Black Ant workers, but unfortunately, it looked good but was useless. He hadn't even exerted himself, and the yellow bug had already fallen. At this moment, he wanted to pat his digging foot and casually say job done, but unfortunately, no one could understand, leaving him somewhat bored. The loneliness of a master. Dragging the yellow bug back to the place he had just been, after a short wait, the transport team's figures appeared within his line of sight. Once they arrived, he had most of them stay behind. He then took 2 Black Ants back to the battlefield. Some parts of the yellow bug were still scattered here, mostly severed limbs, which were much larger than fly legs and shouldn't be wasted. After tidying up, he returned to the main force. Today had brought extra gains, and Luo Wen didn't want to linger any longer. Therefore, he returned with the transport team. On the way, he encountered an unfortunate lost Black Ant scout, and Luo Wen demonstrated the Roche fighting technique to it. Then he warmly invited its body to visit the insect nest. Luo Wen personally dragged the yellow bug's body, as he wanted to enjoy this first one alone. Meanwhile, the transport team would divide the scout's body, along with some parts of the yellow bug, to bring back to the insect nest. He instructed the transport team to feed a portion of the harvest to the mother nest, with the remainder being food for them and the larvae. These Black Ants were quite talented at feeding. Initially, Luo Wen had only explained it briefly, and they immediately grasped the meaning. As for the black beetle, it now had a new name, Black Big. The Black Ants only suck the juice from the roots and completely fail to understand what it means to bite off a root. Therefore, the food supply for the big black one has always been personally managed by Rowan. However, Rowan is currently too busy to go dig up roots for it, so we'll have to go hungry for now. After all, missing 1 or 2 meals won't kill it. After bringing back the yellow worm to a small room, which Rowan had just dug out as his own bedroom, a private space where the meticulous ants are not allowed, he found that although the room is small, it has 2 escape routes and a passage connected to the mother nest room. However, these routes have been sealed with a mixture of saliva and mud and camouflaged. Now that he can finally be alone with the yellow worm, Rowan bit open its exoskeleton and skillfully devoured the flesh inside. After finishing a sumptuous meal, he initially planned to rest on the spot, but felt a bit guilty about the big black one. He called over a Black Ant to clean up the food remnants in the room and feed them to the mother nest. Meanwhile, he went to the roots to drink some juice and also dug up a root to bring back for the big black one. Well, to be precise, he specifically went to dig up a root for the big black one and casually drank some juice. On his way back, he also checked on the mother nest and then looked at the gene bank. Sure enough, a gene fragment for camouflage pheromones had been added. This gene fragment was quite interesting, and Rowan wanted to give it a try, continuously hypnotizing himself that he desperately needed this ability before resting, hoping that his body could instinctively respond to his needs. When Rowan woke up again, he hurriedly checked his body, tried it out, and felt that he could now change his own pheromones. To his surprise, his instincts were quite effective this time, and he truly acquired the ability to produce camouflage pheromones. He called over a black ant and changed his own pheromones. For ants, this stuff is like an ID card. They can tell if someone is one of their own just by smelling. Although the black ant seemed a bit confused and showed some obvious signs of irritability, it did not attack Rowan. After testing a few more black ants, he found that their reactions were all similar. Moreover, their reactions felt somewhat familiar. But he couldn't quite recall why. Was it ineffective, or was he using it incorrectly? Rowan was a bit puzzled, unsure where the problem lay. It wasn't until he saw the wandering big black one that he realized. The big black one did not have an interactive system or pheromones. Yet it could still distinguish friend from foe, suggesting that the mother nest had its own enemy recognition system at work. He felt familiar with the ants' reactions because they exhibited the same responses when facing the big black one. Rowan let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat happy about this result. Although the intelligence of the bugs is not high, their clever maneuvers are beyond Rowan's imagination. He was genuinely worried that one day a yellow worm might sneak into his lair while he wasn't around. It would be quite troublesome if something got damaged. Now, he no longer worried about it, and even looked forward to the possibility that if these yellow worms entered, they would likely just be delivering food, providing extra meals for the bugs. Since he couldn't experiment on his own kind, Rowan went to dig up another root to feed the big black one, then called the transport team to head out. While conducting experiments, Luo Wen couldn't neglect the food supplies at home. He felt extremely worried about the development of the ant nest. First, he invited a lucky scout to visit the ant nest and had the transport team bring it back. Taking advantage of this time, Luo Wen began his experiments. Chapter 26. Infiltration. Luo Wen first found a fortunate tester, who was genuinely lucky because it had not witnessed the initial moves of Luo's fighting style. After observing this tester, Luo Wen instinctively used his newly acquired ability to gradually adjust the pheromones emitted from his body. Pheromones are compounds that serve as chemical communication between organisms. They have many subdivisions, and basically, all plants and animals produce various pheromones. For example, there are altruistic pheromones, selfish pheromones, synergistic pheromones, aggregation pheromones, tracking pheromones, alarm pheromones, evacuation pheromones, and sex pheromones, among others. The pheromones of ants are a complex mixture of various components, including the scent of their own colony, which can be used for communication, much like an ID card. What Luo Wen was adjusting now was this specific pheromone. His new ability allowed him to infiltrate the identification system of his neighbor's house, fabricating an identity from thin air. He then displayed this identity. As he got closer to the scout, it finally sensed a strange vibration approaching and extended its antennae. The scout's antennae touched Luo Wen, probing him back and forth. Luo Wen nervously awaited the outcome, unsure if anything would go wrong on his first use of this ability, prepared to counter at any moment. Fortunately, after a while of probing, the scout detected no abnormalities. Since Luo Wen did not present more information and only carried the ID, the scout did not pay him further attention and continued its search ahead. Luo Wen thought for a moment, moved his body, and blocked the scout's path again. This time, not only did he present the ID, but he also conveyed information that there was food over there and to follow him. The scout's antennae waved for a moment, and surprisingly, it chose to follow him. Thus, after leading it a certain distance away from the ant nest, Luo Wen demonstrated a set of Luo's fighting techniques. The scout did not understand why its own kind suddenly attacked it and failed to mount an effective counterattack until its death. Luo Wen's eyes lit up, as if he had discovered a new hunting mode. Dragging the scout's corpse to the rendezvous point with the transport team, Luo Wen left behind pheromones on it to be taken back, of course using the ant nest's ID. This was to prevent any mishap in case he ran too far and could not return in time. When the transport team returned without receiving new orders and was running around, they were less than 20 meters away from the ant nest. If they went the wrong way, it would be a self-destructive path. Although Luo Wen now had more and more subordinates, resources were still tight. It was better to save where possible and to take precautions for foreseeable situations. The transport team making this extra round trip allowed Luo Wen more time to engage in his first infiltration journey at a leisurely pace. With his forged ID in hand, Luo Wen swaggered towards his neighbor's door. The number of black ants on the way increased, but they either completely ignored him or brushed him off after a brief touch of their antennae. Luo Wen easily crossed layer upon layer of defenses and arrived at the entrance of the ant nest. Looking at the dark hole, he didn't rush in recklessly. After all, the soldier ants had been hiding in the nest before, and who knew what other strange soldier types might be lurking inside. Although the yellow worm had boldly crawled in earlier, its life was certainly not as precious as his, so he decided to be a bit more cautious. He first dug a place down to below the ant nest, and the fur on his body could sense that there were numerous dense cavities and tunnels underground in this area. Around the ant nest, he dug several tunnels that were not wide enough, but barely allowed him to pass through. This way, in case of danger, he could quickly dig into a nearby escape route. Small worker ants would find it difficult to threaten him, while large soldier ants would have a hard time navigating these tunnels. Once that was sorted, Luo Wen returned to the surface and approached the entrance of the ant nest. He took a deep breath in his mind to ease his slightly tense feelings, then crawled into the ant nest. The entrance of the ant nest was filled with a chaotic mix of pheromones, with numerous black ants coming in and out, making the once spacious entrance feel very crowded. Although Luo Wen looked nothing like them apart from color, this place recognized only IDs, not appearance or species. As long as you had the ID of their colony, you were one of them. It was that simple and crude. A soldier ant crawled out of the cave, its massive size blocking most of the tunnel, creating a significant sense of oppression for Luo Wen. Moreover, the terrain here was not suitable for agile combat. If he were discovered as an intruder, the consequences could be dire. Fortunately, the soldier ant did not show any signs of abnormality. Luo Wen mimicked the other black ants, stepping on the soldier ant's head and crawling over it deeper into the ant nest. The ant nest gradually branched into many paths, some wide and some narrow. The narrow tunnels were too small for Luo Wen's current size to pass through. This was his first visit to a neighbor's house, and he wasn't sure if it would be rude to widen the tunnels for them. So he ultimately chose to obediently continue along the spacious paths. The internal structure of the ant nest was very complex, and since Luo Wen didn't have a specific goal, he was just casually exploring this first visit. However, the paths he could take were all main routes, and after wandering around, he slowly arrived at a huge, empty shell chamber. This was the neighbor's incubation room, filled with a layer of eggs and larvae, with some young larvae wriggling about. Some soldier ants patrolled the area, while countless worker ants were busy transporting various foods in and out, with some focused on sorting the food, swallowing it, and then regurgitating it to feed the larvae. Among them were several yellow worms. Their yellow-brown bodies, larger than worker ants, stood out remarkably against the black silhouettes. However, the ants did not find them unusual. The yellow worms, like some worker ants, were consuming food on the ground, but they skipped the process of regurgitating the food to feed the larvae. Luo Wen watched from the side, exclaiming in admiration, "How slick are these yellow worms?" They infiltrated others' homes and were mooching off the food. No wonder he had only seen yellow worms entering the ant nest before, but none coming out. This made him a bit nervous during his infiltration, fearing that the ant nest might be hiding some secret weapon. He didn't expect these guys to have no intention of leaving. They just moved in directly. Luo Wen picked up a piece of food from the ground, which seemed to be some kind of insect mussel. After eating it, he picked up another piece he hadn't seen before, which looked like some secretion from an insect or plant, and was somewhat sweet. There was food everywhere, left and right. This was the accumulation of an ant nest with thousands of members. Luo Wen was also a bit reluctant to leave. Chapter 27. New Ideas Since Becoming an Insect. Luo Wen had been living a hard life, never imagining there would be such a good place with food everywhere, where he could eat until full and then sleep, waking up just to eat again, without having to do anything to be well fed. If there were a computer to access the internet, it would be even better. This was the hermit life he had dreamed of. Unfortunately, he still had many little brothers to feed, and it was somewhat distressing to think that their leader was living like this. After eating his fill, he wandered around a bit. The scale of this ant nest was quite large, and deep inside, he discovered a queen ant. The queen was much larger than the soldier ants. Not because she was stronger, but rather, her upper body appeared too slender compared to the soldier ants. The reason for her size was her enormous abdomen, which took up 2/3 of her body. Given her limb strength, Luo Wen doubted she could even move herself. During the time Luo Wen observed her, the queen had not moved at all. Around her, some worker ants were coming and going, carrying various foods and queuing up to feed the queen mouth to mouth. This reminded Luo Wen of a little brother he once had who also wanted to feed him mouth to mouth at that time. The ant probably wouldn't have treated him as a queen, right? This was indeed an unpleasant memory. Fortunately, he had been resolute in his heart back then, forcing his instincts to undergo some positive evolution, resulting in his current independent mother nest. Otherwise, if he had become like the queen before him, it would have been better to just die. After wandering around for a while without discovering anything particularly special, and finding no hidden weapons or troop types in the ant nest, Luo Wen felt relieved and leisurely crawled out of the ant hole. It was his first visit to a neighbor's house, and he gained quite a lot. He was very satisfied. He quickly returned to the transport team's gathering point, but the lucky scout had already disappeared. Luo Wen did not linger and quickly headed back to the insect nest. On the way, he encountered the returning transport team and thus followed them back. After returning to the nest, he first checked on the queen's chamber. There were no issues. The queen now had a sufficient food supply every day, allowing her to produce offspring while still having some left for her own growth. Then, he chewed on a piece of tree root and brought it back to feed Black Big. Next, he went to the hatching room, where there were already over 10 mature black ants. Excluding the transport team, usually 5 or 6 would stay at home to care for the eggs. The hatching room now contained dozens of eggs and larvae, and the first batch of hatching larvae had already pupated with the help of the worker ants. When they emerged from their pupae, they would become mature little ants. Of course, there was still a considerable gap between his hatching room and that of his neighbor, but he believed this was only temporary. In the future, once he figured out the functions of certain gene segments and had a substantial number of resource-gathering insects, he would be able to breed even stronger insects, making it easy to flatten the ant nest. One day, he would have his own lavish feasts and live a life of eating and sleeping. Dreaming of a bright future, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, he woke up early. By then, he had some new ideas. He first fed Black Big a piece of tree root, then set off with the transport team. Arriving more than 10 meters from his neighbor's house, he began digging a tunnel, which was a major project. He was responsible for breaking new ground while the transport team carried away the soil. Whenever they got hungry, they would come out to find an ant nearby to demonstrate the Luo-style combat technique and then drag it back to share. The hatching room in the nest had a bit of stored food, so they wouldn't run out even if they didn't replenish it for a day. This was the first time he had dug such a long tunnel, and he was digging quickly, but he also had to transport the excavated soil outside. As the digging distance increased, the time spent transporting the soil also multiplied. The transport team's efficiency was low and couldn't keep up with his digging speed, so eventually, he had to dig while simultaneously transporting the soil outside. He worked until dark, and the progress was only about halfway done. Although for him now, day and night felt almost the same. Back when he was struggling underground, he had no idea whether it was day or night outside. However, he still retained some human habits. For example, seeing darkness would instinctively make him want to sleep. Although he might not be tired, his consciousness told him it was time to sleep. He casually covered the tunnel entrance and made some camouflage, although the mound of dirt nearby was quite conspicuous. Making the spot somewhat noticeable, he remained confident in hiding the entrance. He used the neighbor's identity to sprinkle pheromones around that signaled danger and advised others to stay away, believing it wouldn't be a problem to fool those brainless worker ants. Moreover, due to the heavy casualties among the scouts in this direction recently, even though this place was not far from the neighbor's house, very few ants had come by. With the transport team, he took out 3 worker soldiers that were scouting nearby, shared one on the spot, and returned with the bodies of the other 2 to the nest to replenish their food reserves. After returning to the nest, I worked quite a bit today and am too lazy to move again, so Black Big can go hungry for now. When I woke up again, I crawled to the surface. It was still dark, and Luo Wen didn't want to venture out at night. First, I replenished some sap at the tree roots. I had eaten 2 meals of ant meat yesterday, and the ant's body fluid is all formic acid, which makes me feel a bit nauseous if I eat too much. After hydrating, I also brought back a tree root for the hungry Black Big who had been waiting all night. I spent some time thinking about future plans. And just as dawn was breaking, I led the transport team out of the nest. We hurried to the spot where we buried the entrance yesterday, and there were no signs of damage, indicating that Luo Wen's plan to use pheromones for warning was very successful. However, it might also be possible that no scouts came this way at all. Then, under Luo Wen's leadership, the insects began to orderly continue the unfinished work from yesterday. In this passage, Luo Wen had also reserved 2 caves as temporary storage rooms. Although it increased the workload a bit, we still managed to dig the passage down to below the neighbor's ant nest before it got dark. We stopped the excavation, covered the entrance, and found a few spectators to watch the Luo-style combat performance. We then returned to the nest with their subdued bodies. After 2 days of preparatory work, the critical moment of Luo Wen's anticipated plan was about to arrive. On a new day, Luo Wen took the transport team out, with success or failure resting on this one move. First, we arrived at the buried entrance, which still showed no signs of damage. The start was smooth. Once the insects entered the passage, Luo Wen instructed the transport team to stand by in the temporary storage room, ready to evacuate if danger arose. Then he crawled out of the passage alone. On the way, he wondered if the transport team could understand his intentions. The intelligence of these insects was really concerning. Their understanding was lacking for even slightly complex expressions. He thought that when he had time in the future, he must find a way to improve their intelligence, at least to the point where they could understand some more complicated commands. He spread the forged identity information around him and returned to his neighbor's door. Chapter 28. Hidden worries. Easily making my way to the depths of the ant nest's incubation chamber, I first had a hearty meal. Then I found a corner where ants rarely passed and began to dig. After digging a small hole, I turned around to seal the entrance connecting to the incubation chamber, then continued to excavate outward. Pheromones are truly a great thing. After mastering its basic use, Luo Wen had already discovered various extended applications. For instance, using marking pheromones as coordinates isn't a new invention. Black ants had been using this method long ago. However, they could only receive this information by touching it with their antennae at close range. In contrast, Luo Wen could sense the pheromone coordinates he left from a distance. At this moment, he dug towards a marked coordinate point, which was the labor result from the previous 2 days with the transport team, the underground passage. Since this underground passage was already very close to the ant nest, Luo Wen quickly connected the newly dug passage with this underground passage in no time. Crawling into the underground passage, he called the transport team that had been waiting there to first move the soil from the newly dug passage. Rowan used his saliva to reinforce the new passage. Then, he dug a temporary storage room near the passage leading to the ant nest and had the transport team stand by in the passage. After that, he sealed the connection between the storage room and the passage, cleaning up the pheromones left by the transport team. Once all this was done, Rowan returned to the incubation chamber of the ant nest and began transporting food from there to the temporary storage room. Although ants passed by during this time, they didn't pay any attention to him since he had legitimate identification. After moving enough food, Rowan sealed the connection between the passage and the incubation chamber, releasing pheromones indicating that the area was off limits. Then he opened the connection between the storage room and the underground passage, calling the transport team to begin moving food from the storage room back to the insect nest. The plan went smoothly, and the insect nest began a leisurely life. Much like a parasite on the ant nest, Rowan was suddenly relieved from the busy hunting work, no longer needing to look for solitary scout ants or perform fighting techniques. All he had to do was transport some food to the storage room periodically. Unfortunately, such days couldn't last long. The neighboring colony also had a population of over 1,000, and the amount of food consumed daily was astonishing. There wasn't much food that could be stored. This was evident from the number of soldier ants, as these non-productive, combat-specialized soldiers could only sustain about 10 ants despite the thousands in the ant nest. However, as the number of insects in Rowan's nest gradually increased over the days, the food in the neighboring colony's incubation chamber showed a noticeable decrease, and the black ants began to exhibit clear signs of agitation, unable to understand why the food was dwindling. Rowan was also anxious. These days had been incredibly comfortable. However, the number of ants in his nest was steadily increasing. He had already stopped the task of having the mother nest directly hatch 2 adult ants every day. Aside from hatching 10 eggs daily, the remaining resources were being reserved for his own development. Even so, in a few days, when those pupating larvae emerged from their cocoons, Rowan's nest would increase by about 10 adult ants each day, in addition to around 10 eggs hatching. These hungry mouths would quickly increase the burden on the ant nest, and it wouldn't be long before it would collapse under the strain. He had to think of a solution. However, before he could come up with a plan, Rowan was distracted by the yellow larvae in the incubation chamber. At this point, he had already regarded the ant nest as his food production base, so he found the presence of these parasites particularly displeasing. He He pondered for a moment and thought of a method, unsure if it would work, but decided to experiment first. Slowly crawling up next to a yellow larva, which was eating voraciously, the larva was completely oblivious to Rowan's approach. Rowan secretly spat some saliva at the yellow larva and quickly moved away. This saliva contained a mixture of pheromones, essentially another form of identification. But it didn't belong to the ant nest. The incubation chamber is an important facility in the ant nest, continuously providing new labor for the colony. And its significance is evident. Suddenly, a foreign presence appeared in such a crucial place. And this dangerous situation was quickly detected by the worker ants nearby that were feeding the larvae. They subtly surrounded the yellow worm, with several quickly heading towards the patrolling soldier ants. The yellow worm, indulging in its meal, remained oblivious to the impending danger. Having lost its vigilance due to a long period of safety, it also could not imagine the existence of a scheming character like Rowan, who disguised himself in insect skin. In the distance, the soldier ants began to move closer, and it was Rowan's first time witnessing the formidable combat power of these warriors. Two mandibles bit down on the unprepared yellow worm, and with a shake of their heads, the worm was torn in two. The yellow worm was quite resilient. Even in such a state, its upper half could still move. Unfortunately, it no longer had a chance to escape and was quickly overwhelmed by the many worker ants that had been eyeing it hungrily. Rowan watched with some trepidation. Relying solely on one type of sensory function to identify friend from foe had significant flaws. Fortunately, his insect nest had two enemy identification systems. Otherwise, relying only on pheromones for identification would be a huge vulnerability. As long as there was a single insect capable of altering pheromones and possessing some intelligence, it could potentially destroy the entire ant nest from within. Fortunately, there was currently only one such capable and intelligent insect like him. However, in such a vast world, who knows if other similar creatures might evolve? After some thought, he realized that having just two enemy identification systems was still not safe enough. Once his abilities were enhanced, he must develop several more. It was like what he had seen in a TV show when human technology was not advanced. They could only rely on the naked eye to discern friend from foe. Many masters of disguise could easily infiltrate enemy camps. It was only later, as technology advanced, that methods like fingerprint recognition, iris recognition, and facial recognition emerged, improving the situation. He had to take these past lessons as a mirror. However, it was still too early to think about this. He already had two identification systems, which were temporarily sufficient, and this matter was not a high priority. The most important thing now was to eliminate the other yellow worms to prevent further waste of the ant nest's food supply. The other yellow worms showed no reaction to their companion's death. They continued to eat and drink, appearing indifferent. Rowan spat out saliva carrying a forged scent onto them one by one. Then he watched as they were quickly submerged by the soldier and worker ants. Eliminating all the yellow worms not only reduced food consumption significantly, but also contributed to the food reserves of the ant nest. However, this was still a drop in the bucket, facing the impending explosion of insect numbers in the mother nest. It was uncertain how much longer the ant nest could sustain itself. Chapter 29 discovered the current solution to the problem was to continue searching for new black ant nests to share the burden. Alternatively, once the number of insects in the insect nest reached a certain level, they could completely annihilate the ant nest, turning them all into food and then occupying the territory. The two methods are not in conflict. One can look for new black ant nests while eroding the neighbor's ant nest. However, this means that Rowan will have to get busy again. He believes that deploying a few spy bugs to infiltrate the ant nest and feast should not be a big problem. But getting them to complete Rowan's current task of stealing food, while also cleaning their hands and feet, will likely be difficult for the bug's intelligence. If they slip up and get chased back to the main nest by the black ants, it would be hard to withstand the current combat power of the main nest. Therefore, the task of infiltrating the ant nest and transporting food must be done by Rowan himself. He has already searched the area within dozens of meters around the main nest, so finding new black ant nests will require going further away. The bugs currently in the nest are mostly modeled after black ants, and they are effectively blind, relying mainly on their antennae to complete search tasks through close contact. This method poses many dangers, and as the distance traveled increases, the likelihood of encountering dangers will grow exponentially. With the current number of bugs in the nest, it is hard to bear such significant losses. Now he needs new bugs that can see, have a certain field of vision, and can detect various dangers along the way in advance. They must also report and summarize the information they gather. but the situation has returned to square one. While Rowan should be able to allocate the hardware conditions, he cannot adjust the intelligence of the bugs to complete such complex reconnaissance tasks. The bugs in the nest are fine for mechanical repetitive tasks, but when it comes to slightly more complex tasks, they become clueless and fail to understand Rowan's intentions, which requires him to step in personally. In the future, when he has the time and ability, he must develop some intelligent bugs. He doesn't need too many, just a few that can lead a team when necessary. Complaints aside, the necessary tasks cannot be neglected. Every day, Rowan moves enough supplies for a day's work of the transport team to the temporary storage room. Then he seals the passage connecting to the hatching chamber tightly, surrounding it with pheromones warning of danger and to keep others away. After completing these tasks, he will crawl out of the ant nest to explore further areas. The development within the bug nest is also progressing steadily. The first batch of pupating larvae has emerged from their cocoons and transformed into a new generation of adult little ants. As they grow, they will gradually participate in various tasks. The main nest has now become larger, although Rowan has also grown recently. He estimates that he can no longer move the current main nest, with the mindset of considering danger while seeking safety. Rowan used the black ant as a template and canceled the digging foot genes. He found that its large mandibles and digging feet actually conflicted after observation. Those mandibles, which are wider than its body, are not very convenient for underground activities. At the same time, he added gene fragments for pheromones used for communication and identity recognition. The main nest then produced dozens of bug eggs based on this. If they hatch successfully, they will be dedicated to fighting and guarding the main nest in the future. This is the first time Luo Wen is using the template he devised to hatch insects from eggs. This is a completely new attempt, and he is unsure whether this non-naturally matured insect template can also start producing from the egg stage. If these insects with entirely new genetic sequences can undergo a complete developmental process, successfully be born, and grow into mature forms, then it is believed that when the resources in the insect nest are abundant, a series of non-naturally evolved insects with numerous advantages and functions will emerge one after another. By then, the influence of the insect nest will expand like a snowball, and there will be no need to rely on parasitizing ant nests for sustenance as they do now. Dreaming of a bright future, Luo Wen is full of enthusiasm, and things seem to be developing in a positive direction. A few days later, hard work pays off, and Luo Wen discovers another black ant nest in a different direction from his insect nest. This ant nest is much larger, and Luo Wen finds at least over 50 soldier ants inside. Based on this, he estimates that the number of members in this ant nest could reach 3,000 to 4,000. The incubation chambers are not only larger and more spacious, but there are also 2 of them, in addition to several food storage rooms. The worker ants temporarily grind food that does not spoil easily into powder with their mandibles, then secrete some mucus to wrap it up and prevent it from deteriorating. Of course, the incubation chamber is filled with even more yellow insects, which have the audacity to steal from Luo Wen's granary, a deed that is simply unforgivable. So, each one was met with a mouthful of thick phlegm from Luo Wen. This newly discovered ant nest is about 100 meters away from Luo Wen's insect nest, and the large number of black ants patrol a very vast area without any blind spots. This smuggling route needs to be dug at least 50 meters long. For Luo Wen, this is a significant project. Fortunately, the number of his underlings has also increased, leaving over 20 ants to transport food and more than 20 newly hatched small ants at home to care for the larvae. He took the remaining dozens of ants and began the vigorous excavation work. Now, Luo Wen's daily work is quite fulfilling. He starts by running to Ant Nest 1 early in the morning to transport food to the storage room, sealing off the passage, while the transport team works autonomously. Then he rushes back home to take the excavation team to dig the passage at Ant Nest 2, stopping along the way to find some members of the new neighbors to practice his Lu-style combat skills, so as not to let this skill become rusty. Generally, the black ants that watch the performance cannot afford Luo Wen's appearance fee, so they can only pay their debt with their bodies, which are then shared by the excavation team. Time flies, and the super long smuggling passage is about to be completed, but something goes wrong with the transport team. Since the smuggling passage at the old neighbors, Ant Nest 1 was dug close to the patrol blind spot, only about 10 meters away from the nest. As Luo Wen shifted his focus to other work and stopped performing the Lu-style combat skills there, the number of reconnaissance worker ants in that area gradually increased. Just today, by coincidence, the transport team had just emerged from the tunnel carrying food when they ran into a scout worker ant. The worker ant, seeing so many ants that looked similar to itself, but lacking any identification, immediately wanted to argue. The transport team was not in a good mood either. And after a fierce exchange of antennae, they ended up fighting. Of course, the scout worker ant was no match for the overwhelming numbers of the transport team. However, it was also the transport team's first fight, and despite the many insects involved, the worker ant managed to escape. The transport team didn't pay much attention to it. But when they returned after delivering the food to the nest, they were ambushed by the scout ant who had gathered reinforcements. Chapter 30. Completion after a very unfriendly exchange. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Initially, the two sides were evenly matched, but this was the home ground of the ants, and reinforcements kept arriving. When a soldier ant arrived on the battlefield, the situation changed rapidly. This specialized combat unit charged into the melee of worker ants like a strong man bursting into a kindergarten, and it was truly unstoppable. The soldier ant rampaged through the transport team, leaving no one to fight back, and in an instant, the transport team was defeated, losing their armor and fleeing. Although the insects produced by the nest were modeled after black ants and looked exactly like them, for some reason, the scout worker ant had known to flee when outnumbered, while these produced by the nest fought to the death. As a result, the transport team was completely wiped out. Rowan only noticed something was wrong the day after the incident. That night, after the brawl, Rowan returned to the nest with the excavation team after dark. There were not too many black ants in the nest, but not too few either. There were still a few dozen. They were all busy, and to be honest, Rowan didn't really notice the loss of 1 or 2 dozen ants. After drinking some liquid juice and feeding the black queen with a root, he went to rest in a small room. It wasn't until the next day, when Rowan woke up and planned to count his team and prepare to set off, that he realized the transport team hadn't returned. His heart sank, knowing something had gone wrong. Rowan reacted quickly, and after a moment of thought, he deduced the loopholes from earlier, guessing the facts almost accurately. So, he set out alone to check the situation. Not far from the exit, he encountered a scout worker ant, likely following the trail of the transport team. Rowan didn't want to alarm it, so he erased the traces and laid down new pheromones, redirecting the clues toward Ant Nest 2. Whether the scouts from both sides would run into each other was no longer Rowan's concern. He had already extracted the nest. Climbing to the exit of the smuggling tunnel, he saw many scout worker ants along the way. But at this point, Rowan had already changed his identification, so it didn't matter if he encountered them. The battle marks at the tunnel entrance confirmed Rowan's suspicions. A large-scale team battle had taken place here. Although the battlefield has been cleaned up by this time, the scattered pheromones, such as those from enemy vigilance and combat, still revealed a lot of information. Instead of entering through the passage, Rowan boldly crawled to the entrance of the anthill. Soon after, he discovered the transport team in the incubation chamber. However, they appeared before him in various disassembled states. Rowan sighed, unsure if Black 2 and Black 3 were among them. Since all black ants look alike, and with the increasing number of black ants in the nest, he could no longer distinguish which ones were Black 2 and Black 3. However, he felt no sadness, perhaps after hundreds of years. As the memories of being an insect gradually increased, they would suppress his memories of being human. But at this moment, having just transformed into an insect, he was still primarily guided by his human soul memories. It was difficult for him to develop any feelings for a few insects. He never considered these insects to be his kin. They were merely tools. He hatched them and fed them solely to make his own life a bit more comfortable. His sigh at this moment felt more like a reflection of his own oversight, a bit of frustration and self-criticism for suddenly losing so many tools. After having a meal in the incubation chamber, Rowan didn't linger. He crawled out of the anthill and returned home. Anthill number 1 had become too dangerous recently, so he decided not to bring anyone there for the time being, allowing them to rest and replenish their supplies. The primary target remained anthill number 2, where the smuggling passage was not established on the basis of a patrol blind spot, making it relatively safer. Moreover, that construction would soon be completed. Working overtime would only take a day or two. The food reserves in the insect nest were still sufficient to support him for a day or two without issue. Upon returning to his own insect nest, he first went to the queen's chamber to allocate some insect eggs. This time, the insect eggs were based on the black ant genetic template, with an added pair of digging legs. Working on the ground was still too dangerous. He needed a professional digging team. In the future, he planned to dig a tunnel underground to connect anthill number 1, number 2, and his own insect nest. This would help avoid dangerous situations on the surface. Additionally, there might be number 3, number 4, or even more anthills that needed to be connected to the underground network. And relying solely on his own digging would not suffice, which was contrary to his original intention. His initial goal was to eat, sleep, wake up, eat again, and evolve while lying down, not to work for these tools. Although he had long had such thoughts, he hadn't been too anxious before, wanting to wait until the last experiment succeeded before proceeding with the allocation. However, encountering this sudden situation forced him to advance his plans. Fortunately, the insect eggs he had allocated earlier, although not yet hatched, still showed signs of vitality, indicating that it was only a matter of time before they hatched into larvae. This was also the source of his confidence in advancing the plan. The vitality of the insect eggs proved the feasibility of the plan. With people mobilized, Luo Wen set off with this group of unprofessional digging teams. Now, he was the only one doing the excavation work. These ants were mostly responsible for moving the excavated soil out of the pit. They also did some reinforcement work on the tunnels later on. 2 days passed, and the smuggling tunnel of ant nest number 2 was completed. Luo Wen skillfully forged an ID and infiltrated the incubation chamber, digging out a temporary road connected to the smuggling tunnel to start moving food. The food reserves in the insect nest gradually increased, and Luo Wen specially dug out 2 storage rooms. Although they were not needed yet, he believed there would come a day when they would be useful. Time passed, and everything seemed to be in order. The insect eggs, based on the template of the black soldier ants, finally hatched into larvae. The new larvae looked different from the ants. They resembled the white worms Luo Wen encountered when he first arrived in this world. Looking at the larvae before him, Luo Wen felt a sense of nostalgia, as those white worms had helped him immensely at the beginning. Moreover, they worked tirelessly and selflessly, no matter how he treated them. When his teeth were not in good condition, they would help him bite through any tree roots that came their way without complaint. They truly were excellent worms. After some time, the larvae of the digging black ants, which were bred for the second time, also hatched from the insect eggs. They were quite similar to ordinary ant larvae, showing no significant differences. During this time, the number of insects in the insect nest steadily increased. Not only did it replenish the lost number of transport teams, but it also increased significantly. With ample manpower, Luo Wen led them to redig the smuggling tunnel of ant nest number 1, this time connecting directly from underground to above the insect nest. Chapter 31. The resurgence of enemies. The insect nest was deep underground. Without the digging team, it was difficult for the ants, relying solely on their body structure, to dig that deep. Therefore, Luo Wen built a temporary nest above the insect nest to serve as a transit point for supplies, which could also act as a smokescreen, creating a false nest that would serve as the first line of defense for the true nest. The distance from ant nest no. 1 to the insect nest was about 50 meters, roughly equivalent to the length of the smuggling tunnel of ant nest number 2. Such a project was naturally a piece of cake for the experienced Luo Wen. After spending some time, he completed this tunnel, and the insect nest began to steal food from ant nest number 1 again. With the support of 2 ant nests, the food reserves in Luo Wen's insect nest began to increase at a visible rate. Not only did it fill the incubation chamber, but even the storage rooms he had dug out earlier started to accumulate some food. From then on, Luo Wen's daily work consisted of going to the 2 ant nests early in the morning, transporting enough food for a day's work of the transport team to the tunnel, and then continuing to expand the reconnaissance area. After some time, Luo Wen's size grew significantly, reaching the size of the original black armored war god. Although he did not have 2 giant mandibles and his combat power was slightly lower, he was still sufficient to take on soldier ants. At this point, he was even larger than the soldier ants. Compared to his rounded physique, the soldier ants' slender bodies appeared somewhat weak. The soldier ants, in addition to having sharper mandibles, actually look like enlarged worker ants. When their size is not an advantage, they naturally cannot compete with the roach combat technique. Luo Wen set a trap not far from ant nest number 1, leading a large number of subordinates to ambush there, using a tactic of surrounding to attack reinforcements, which drew out a soldier ant. After a bit of effort, he killed it and obtained its genetic fragment. At this point, the insect nest already had over 200 adult black ants, and the total number of eggs, larvae, and pupae exceeded 1,000. It is worth mentioning that the second batch of ants equipped with digging feet had already pupated, while the first batch of black beetles were still in the larval stage, just larger in size, even bigger than many adult black ants. However, considering their template source and their adult size, this was understandable. This time, having obtained the soldier ant template, Luo Wen did not plan to hatch any. Their function is similar to that of the black beetles, but their combat power is significantly different. Moreover, soldier ants do not reproduce and consume a lot of food, so hatching a few would be meaningless. By the time that batch of black beetles matures, the insect nest should be able to break ground and claim a territory. However, before that, he still needed to search for new ant nests, as the number of insects in the nest was rapidly increasing. The supply from just 2 ant nests was already stretched thin. A few days later, Luo Wen discovered a new ant nest more than 200 meters to the north of the insect nest. Immediately, he forged an identity to infiltrate it. The main passage of the ant nest, which was originally spacious, now seemed very narrow in front of his current size. If his size continued to grow, future espionage work would likely become impossible unless he expanded the passageway. However, he wondered if his forged identity would still be useful by then. Previously, while eating and drinking in the incubation room of ant nest number 2, he had seen a soldier ant kill a worker ant. That worker ant was definitely not a spy like him, but a legitimate native with proper identification. Luo Wen still did not understand why the soldier ant attacked it. However, this made him realize that even ants within the same nest could attack each other. And overly trusting and relying on forged identity information could lead to a loss of necessary vigilance. Since then, he had been more cautious when entering ant nests, unlike before when he was so carefree. However, as his size gradually increased, the threat level of various troop types in the ant nest towards him gradually decreased, leading to a slight desire to take off. The newly discovered ant nest number 3 was also of black ants, with a scale similar to ant nest number 2, and no abnormal troop types were found inside. As usual, he fed a few yellow worms inside with some thick phlegm before returning home to gather his troops. The excavation team set off in a grand manner. The route to ant nest number 3 had to pass through the middle of ant nests number 1 and 2. Going above ground might encounter scouts from these 2 nests, creating uncertain risks for the transport work. So, this time, Luo Wen planned to excavate directly above the insect nest. He would dig a tunnel over 200 meters long underground, directly connecting the transfer station above the insect nest and ant nest number 3. With Luo Wen's current size, as long as he dug according to his body's shape, it would be a comfortably widened and raised passage for the ants. He only needed to clear the way in front, while hundreds of ants behind him continuously transported the excavated soil to the tunnels behind him. Therefore, although this 200-meter tunnel was the largest project Luo Wen had undertaken so far, it might be completed even faster than the initial 50-meter tunnel of ant nest number 2. A few days later, new digging ant species with digging feet joined the team. The difference between these digging feet ants and ordinary arthropods in transporting soil was like the difference between sweeping beans with a broom and picking them up with hands. Efficiency was evident. Everything was progressing smoothly, and with the help of the digging ants, this new tunnel would be completed ahead of schedule. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. After a day of work, Luo Wen returned first, while the digging team continued to clean the soil inside the tunnel and was still busy. Above the insect nest, a mound of soil over half a meter high had already been piled up, all transported bit by bit from the tunnel by the digging team. Luo Wen climbed to the surface, intending to drink some tree sap and bring some back for Haida. The black beetle larvae, modeled after Haida, had begun to pupate over the past few days, and he wondered if they would also be herbivorous after emerging from their pupae. Regardless, he was no longer damaging plant roots and had started to consciously protect the vegetation around the insect nest. While climbing on a plant, he planned to find a tender branch to feed on. Suddenly, several moving yellow-brown figures flashed in the corner of his eye. He immediately became alert. As the insect nest grew, even though it hadn't officially reached the surface, there were basically no other living creatures around, let alone the rare yellow-brown ones. Luo Wen moved in that direction until those figures entered his clear line of sight. Oh, what a coincidence! These yellow-brown figures were actually the desert ants that had almost led him to an early demise back then. Chapter 32. Collecting interest. Luo Wen had a deep impression of these desert ants. Their hook-shaped large mandibles, their spring-like starting speed, and their feces-spraying attacks were unforgettable and often came to mind, making him grit his teeth in frustration over being swept away by the storm. Now he had no idea where they were, nor if they could return to their original place to avenge the injuries he suffered back then. Unexpectedly, fate brought them together from thousands of miles away, and he could see the kin of those ants in this foreign land, allowing him to collect some interest in advance. Now he was no longer the same. His body had grown significantly, and his armor was thick. He decided to demonstrate Luo-style combat techniques to these culprits' kin and let them broaden their horizons. The size of these yellow-brown ants was similar to when he was only the size of a fingernail back in the day. Now, his size had swollen to that of a small egg. He quickly rushed to the nearest yellow soil ant. Having already counted their numbers along the way, there were exactly 7. At this moment, they were forming a dense formation, exploring towards Luo Wen. Without further ado, he initiated with a move from Luosher's fighting technique. Facing the giant digging foot coming down, the yellow soil ant's round head, already quite comical, revealed a dazed expression in its small eyes, which, combined with its long antennae resembling eyebrows, looked even funnier. Luo Wen did not hold back because of its silly expression after the digging foot hit its target. The second move followed immediately. Although his large mandibles were relatively small, they were large compared to his size. Compared to the yellow soil ant, his mandibles were like 2 giant blades. When facing an opponent of similar size, the target of the second attack was the opponent's limbs. Aiming to incapacitate the enemy's mobility first, and then slowly wear them down with agile movements. However, against an opponent much smaller than himself, there was no need for such fancy tactics. He directly clamped down on the ant's waist and chest area with his mandibles, applying slight pressure. And the silly-looking yellow soil ant was torn in half. Before its kin could react, Luo Wen had already repeated the process, taking down 3 more yellow soil ants. The remaining 3 finally realized what was happening, arching their bodies and extending their abdomens, readying their signature move, the fecal spray attack. Seeing this familiar motion, Luo Wen remained calm and simply used his 2 massive digging feet to shield his eyes. He allowed the ant's acidic solution to spray onto him, producing wisps of white smoke on his armor. After the last time he endured such an attack, his acid resistance had greatly improved. The acidic solution now posed no harm to him. Sure enough, as the white smoke dissipated, his armor appeared as smooth as new. Not only was he unharmed, but it also looked polished and shiny. In a flash, another yellow soil ant was bitten in half. The remaining 2 ants, seeing their ranged attack was ineffective, jumped and attempted to hook him with their large mandibles. To be honest, these hooked mandibles could lock onto an opponent of similar size, preventing them from escaping. Luo Wen had suffered greatly from these mandibles before, having to abandon part of his abdomen just to barely escape. However, against an opponent several times their size, especially one like Luo Wen, whose body was mostly protected by smooth chitinous armor, their mandibles couldn't find any leverage, let alone trap him. The digging foot came crashing down, directly smashing the comically round head of a yellow soil ant that was grinding its mandibles beside him, causing a splatter of juices. He wiped the digging foot on the ground to remove the disgusting liquid splattered on it. Then, with a sudden shake of his head, he clamped down on the last yellow soil ant and exerted force, tearing it apart. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Although he had been focused on digging, he had grown so much stronger since his birth. Back then, when encountering yellow soil ants, he had turned and fled without even engaging, almost losing his life on the spot. But now, none of the 7 yellow soil ants could withstand more than 2 moves under his hands. After tidying up the battlefield a bit, he consumed all 7 yellow soil ants, whose genetic fragments he had long coveted. However, now the only genetic fragments he desired had to do with the launch start. As his body continued to grow, his agility inevitably suffered some impact, so the launch start allowed him to be more flexible in close-range combat. As for the hook fangs and the spray attack, the former had too many limitations. He didn't even take the giant mandibles of the black armored war god, let alone these hook fangs. The latter, although called a spray attack, actually expelled a fusion liquid of formic acid. The ant genes in his body had dwindled significantly with the shedding of the mother nest, and the little formic acid he had left was mixed in with his saliva, leaving no excess for such a luxurious spraying attack. Thus, this ability was also somewhat useless to him. However, they could be used to cultivate new ants. The combat power of these yellow soil ants was much higher than that of black ants, and there was no need to add other genetic fragments. Just using the pure template of the yellow soil ants to hatch larvae could increase the combat power of the nest significantly in the future. But where did these guys come from? This place was quite a distance from the desert. For ants, a distance of 200 or 300 meters was like a chasm. Could there be a nest of yellow soil ants nearby? Looking at the sky, Rowan decided to focus on investigating the direction from which the yellow soil ants had come starting tomorrow. These yellow ants were highly aggressive, although he wasn't afraid of them. If they continued to explore this way, it would pose a huge threat to the nest and the 3 ant colonies. Rowan felt that his current life was quite good and that he was about to break through. So he didn't want this harmonious scene to be disrupted by these reckless intruders. He found a tinder branch nearby, drank some juice, and brought one back for Black Big. Actually, given the current defense system of the nest, Black Big's role had become somewhat redundant. However, since it was a creature that almost failed to hatch from the mother nest, he treated it like a little dog. Returning to the nest, he checked that both the transport and excavation teams had returned. Ever since a transport team disappeared last time, only to be discovered the next day, Rowan had developed the habit of counting the number of insects before resting each day. However, this counting was just a general glance, as the insects were not lined up waiting to be counted but were scurrying about everywhere. Rowan was somewhat face-blind when it came to the insects, so it was impossible to count them accurately. However, if dozens of insects were missing, it would be quite obvious. If only a few were missing, he probably wouldn't notice. The nest showed no abnormalities, and Rowan felt relieved as he entered sleep. When he woke up again, it was due to a disturbance. The surface was vibrating intensely, bringing a strong sense of crisis. This scenario felt familiar. The last time he was woken by a disturbance was during a sandstorm, where he was also roused by dense vibrations and a sense of danger. However, they had already left the desert, so a sandstorm was unlikely. Moreover, this time the vibrations brought him a much stronger sense of crisis than before. Chapter 33 The Army Luo Wen decided that this time he would suppress his curiosity and resolutely avoid watching the commotion. Last time, he was sent away 1,000 miles. With such a strong sense of crisis this time, he didn't know what kind of trouble would arise if he went out. 5 minutes later, Luo Wen carefully crawled towards the surface. He didn't want to explain anything. He could only say that his curiosity was too strong, and he couldn't overcome it. However, just as he crawled close to the transfer station, he discovered that it had been invaded. The sounds of countless unknown creatures crawling in the passage were sensed by the fur on his body. Could it be an ant nest invasion? After thinking about it, he felt it was unlikely. He went undercover every day to transport food. If there were large movements, he would have noticed. Moreover, with the intelligence of black ants, it was unlikely they could act in front of him to deceive and paralyze him. It seemed that there were foreign species. Luo Wen inexplicably recalled the yellow ants he encountered this evening, and his heart tightened. He had to take a look, otherwise, he would be too passive without even knowing what the enemy was. Carefully, Luo Wen made a small opening in the passage connecting the transfer station and looked inside. Indeed, it was densely packed with yellow ants. Were they here for revenge? It couldn't be, could it? They only killed 7 scouting worker ants. Was it necessary to send an army to confront him? Could it be that one of those 7 scouts was an important figure? Perhaps a prince or princess of some ant empire. If that were the case, it would be too clutch. Compared to this, Luo Wen felt that it was more likely a coincidence. However, regardless, the enemy was too strong. He couldn't provoke them for now. The yellow ants in the transfer station numbered in the hundreds, but compared to the vibrations coming from higher up on the surface, these were just a tiny portion. Luo Wen guessed that there must be at least tens of thousands of yellow ants on the surface to create such a strong sense of vibration. Otherwise, if only a few hundred were passing by, he wouldn't feel the vibrations at all deep underground, not attracting the attention of the yellow ants in the passage. Luo Wen quietly withdrew his head. Fortunately, the original intention of establishing the transfer station was to serve as a smokescreen, a fake nest. Directly connecting to the ant nest posed certain dangers. If they revealed any clues and were discovered by the ant nest, they could be chased through the passage. If the passage directly connected to the insect nest, they would always be in danger and extremely passive. So, a fake insect nest was created above the insect nest, serving not only to transfer food, but also to provide a certain level of confusion. Every night, after the transport and excavation teams waiting outside returned, the passage connecting the insect nest and the transfer station would have all traces destroyed and then be refilled. If any ant nest attempted a sneak attack, simply following the passage, they would definitely not discover the location of the insect nest. If they kept probing, they might end up hitting another ant nest. This tactic was called diverting the flood eastward. But now, the role that could originally serve as a flood diversion had changed hands. Yet the eastward diversion could still play a role. Ruin can only pray that the ant nest can withstand the invasion of the yellow soil ants. Otherwise, he will have to find a new granary. Returning to the insect nest, Ruin wasn't in the mood to sleep and focused all his senses on the movements above. Fortunately, the vibrations were far away from him, and the yellow soil ants did not discover that there was another insect nest hidden below. The vibrations from above lasted for a long time, and Ruin became somewhat numb. If the yellow soil ants were not just pretending and were continuously rubbing back and forth above the insect nest, it indicated that their numbers were quite large, in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Ruin felt that he had underestimated them. Even he could take down 7 yellow soil ants in a matter of seconds. If he appeared on the surface at that moment, he would be instantly overwhelmed by the army, not able to make even a ripple. Therefore, Ruin sincerely commanded the numerous insects in the nest to stop all work, rest in place, and not make any noise. In the dark cave, the insects fell silent as if they had unplugged from a power source, which not only made the place quieter, but also made the vibrations and rubbing sounds from above clearer. Ruin couldn't imagine how vast the nest must be and how abundant the resources to support such a large army of ants. He felt a bit relieved that the insects did not have a sense of fear. Otherwise, they would have probably collapsed mentally long ago. Time passed, and the vibrations above gradually stopped. The army of ants finally passed through this place. But Ruin remained quiet, waiting for them to move further away. After a long time, Ruin finally crawled up. The army of ants should have really moved far away. His small insect nest was not worth them executing a return attack. Although he had a guess in his mind, he still carefully felt his way up. He arrived near the transfer station, where there was still a bit of sporadic movement. Possibly because some yellow soil ants had not caught up with the main force and were trapped inside. Ruin did not go in to check, but first bypassed the transfer station and continued upward, quietly emerging from the ground. The temperature difference between day and night in this area was not as great as when he was in the desert. It wouldn't frost at night, but it was still quite cold. The 2 cold light sources in the sky cast a hazy shadow over the land. In his line of sight, the ground seemed to have been plowed by something. The yellow soil ant army fully demonstrated what it meant for a large army to pass through, leaving no grass behind. The area, which was originally considered to have dense vegetation, had lost everything except for some sturdy trees. At first glance, it seemed as if the sky had risen 3 feet. The desolate scene almost made Ruin think he had returned to the desert. Several yellow soil ants lingered in the distance, seemingly searching for something. Their poor eyesight did not allow them to discover Ruin. However, even if they did, their numbers would not be able to harm Ruin. After glancing around, Luo Wen didn't stay on the surface for long. He turned back to the transfer station to deal with the trapped yellow-brown ants one by one. Then he climbed towards ant nest number 1. On the way, a few scattered yellow-brown ants posed no trouble for him, unable to even slow him down. Although their individual strength was negligible to Luo Wen at this moment. If their numbers exceeded a certain threshold, he would have no choice but to flee. This experience made him truly understand the power of the sea of insects. However, he scoffed at it, as this method of relying purely on numbers to crush opponents had no tactical merit. In terms of technique, it was far inferior to his Luo-style combat skills. Just as he thought this, for some unknown reason, the secretion of formic acid in his mouth suddenly increased significantly. Could it be because he had eaten too many ants? Chapter 34. On the way to explore, he carefully arrived at ant nest No. 1 and began to dig through the walls of the incubation chamber. Luo Wen did not rush to dive in for an investigation. Instead, he waited for a while. A yellow-brown ant, hearing the noise, poked its head out of the hole. Before it could see clearly, it was finished off with a Luo-style initial move. Just as he dragged its splattered corpse into the passage, another round yellow head of a yellow-brown ant eagerly emerged. Luo Wen was not polite. He blew it up and dragged it out of the hole. Following the same method, he eliminated 5 yellow-brown ants that came to investigate. After waiting for a long time, no more heads poked out of the hole. Only then did Luo Wen cautiously peek inside. Although he had already guessed something when he saw the yellow-brown ants earlier, he still gasped when he actually witnessed the scene before him. The hole was completely clean. The soldier ants, worker ants, larvae, eggs, and food scraps had all disappeared, and even the wall surface seemed to have been scraped away several layers. Luo Wen did not enter. Just from this glimpse, seeing the incubation chamber so thoroughly cleaned, he figured there was no need to check other parts of the ant nest. It was likely that even the queen ant was in grave danger. Returning along the same path to the insect nest, he found that ant nests number 2 and number 3 could not be accessed directly from underground. There was a stretch of ground that needed to be traversed. After some thought, he ultimately decided to take the risk and explore. He encountered some minor troubles along the way, but Luo Wen easily resolved them, spending some time to investigate both ant nests. Although they were larger than ant nest No. 1, with thousands of members, Not to mention the black ants' combat power could not compete with the yellow-brown ants. Even their sheer numbers were overwhelmed. In the face of a million-strong yellow-brown ant army, they simply could not resist. Thus, their fate was exactly the same as that of ant nest number 1. After casually finishing off a few yellow-brown ants lingering there, Luo Wen felt a heaviness in his heart. Now, things had become serious. His insect nest, although developing rapidly, was based on continuously siphoning resources from the surrounding ant nests. Now that the granary had been destroyed, keeping such a large colony of insects alive was no easy task. However, the current situation was even worse. If it were just the loss of the granary, given the current number of adult insects in the nest, they could disperse to find food, temporarily halt the queen's egg-laying, and manage to survive this crisis by being frugal. Once a large number of larvae mature, the nest could start expanding again. However, this plan hinges on finding food in the wild, and considering the barren appearance of the surface, this plan is definitely not feasible. Luo Wen decided to turn back and investigate the surrounding area first to see how extensive the damage caused by the yellow soil ants was. If it really came to that, he might have to relocate the nest. Dragging a few yellow soil ant corpses, he returned to the nest, where every bit of food was precious, and there could be no waste. He connected with the queen and issued the command to conserve energy and temporarily stop egg laying. Although he had grown quite rapidly since securing a stable food source, the queen was still somewhat larger than him. He thought he could probably drag the queen, but the queen had no legs or wheels. If he dragged it for too long, it would surely cause some abrasion at the bottom of the queen. If he wanted to relocate the nest, he would definitely need to take the queen with him, and he would have to find something to cushion it underneath. Otherwise, the queen could not endure being dragged over long distances. After issuing commands to the other insects to reduce daily food intake by half and prohibiting outings, Luo Wen hurriedly crawled out of the nest to scout the surroundings. After half a day, he realized he had seriously underestimated the number of yellow soil ants. They were far more than just a few million. The areas traversed by the yellow soil ant army were easily recognizable, resembling a completely different landscape from before. Under this terrain, many dangers had already been eliminated. For the first time, Luo Wen let loose his speed and ran at maximum capacity, avoiding the scattered yellow soil ants he encountered along the way without getting entangled. He continuously expanded his scouting range centered around the nest. However, after half a day, Luo Wen had covered roughly a kilometer around the nest, yet still had not escaped the devastation caused by the yellow soil ants. By this time, the sky was beginning to brighten, and Luo Wen returned to the nest to rest for a moment and sort out his thoughts. He was able to cover a kilometer in half a day due to several factors. First, the ultra-long viewing distance. His eyesight had been improving and could now see clearly up to about 30 meters, which might not be noteworthy among humans, but was definitely exceptional among insects. Second, he relied on the geographical advantages created by the yellow soil ants. Their method of scraping the ground had eliminated many hidden risks underground. Moreover, aside from some tall trees, even the grass was cleared away, leaving very few obstructions, which was highly beneficial for long-distance observation. Third, his larger size and longer strides allowed him to move quickly, and his stamina was decent. A regular ant would take a week to search a radius of 100 meters. Fourth, he had only taken a cursory glance without conducting a detailed search. His scouting purpose was not to find anything in this area. Instead, it was to see how large an area the yellow soil ants had devastated. The places they harmed certainly lacked sufficient food to support the survival and development of the ant nest. All these factors combined allowed him to explore such a large area in just half a day. The other bugs in the nest could never replicate his achievements. This means that at least within a kilometer radius, there were no food sources left, and any farther distance would be too far for the other bugs, making the migration of the nest inevitable. However, he still needed to continue exploring for a new nesting site. And the main problem now was not knowing how far the yellow soil ant army had rampaged. If he continued with today's circular exploration pattern, the efficiency would be too poor. He had to choose a direction and move straight ahead, covering the desert in the shortest time and with the least distance, which would also facilitate the migration of the nest. After thinking it over, Luo Wen decided to explore along the direction of the underground riverbed. It was how he had originally found his way here from the desert. Water is the source of life, and following the water source was essential. Now that he had made a decision, there was no time to waste. Although there were still some food reserves in the nest, with the bugs' rations cut in half, it could only last a few more days. But ultimately, without replenishment, it was like water without a source or a tree without roots. it would run out eventually. He could not return until he had results from this exploration. Thus, he did not know how long it would take or when he could come back. If it took too long, the bugs might not be able to hold out until then. Therefore, he couldn't afford to waste a single second. He needed to go and return as quickly as possible to preserve the nest. He sealed off the queen's chamber and strictly ordered the bugs to stay away. And without hesitation, Luo Wen set off on the path to find a new place for life. Chapter 35. Exploring ahead. Luo Wen still somewhat cherished the long-lost solo adventure. However, last time he was relatively weak and injured, only daring to dig holes underground to advance. Now, he felt that his self-preservation abilities had greatly improved. Even if he encountered the yellow soil ant army head-on, he could escape in advance due to his visual advantage. Seeing so many bugs in the nest clamoring for food made him a bit anxious, thinking that even if there were some risks, he should strive to return quickly. But once he stepped outside and felt the cold wind, he calmed down. Those bugs were, after all, just mindless tools. Even the queen could be sacrificed. If it truly came to a life-threatening situation, his own life was the most important. Everything else could be discarded. As long as he was alive, those things could be fought for again. That nest was just a little over a month's worth of effort for him. If he had to start over, he now had the experience and wouldn't take long to recover. Of course, it would be best if he didn't have to give it up. He was just preparing for the worst-case scenario. Moreover, if it were just him, he wouldn't need to worry about food and drink. He could survive by gnawing on tree bark and drinking tree sap. Plus, he had absorbed certain gene fragments and evolved after tasting the foul liquid of a disgusting worm last time. If it really comes to it, one could eat soil, absorbing the minerals and decaying matter within it to sustain life. However, he wouldn't do so unless absolutely necessary. After all, for a human soul like his, eating soil is not a pleasant thought. Nevertheless, he might consider adding this gene to the new worms in the future, so that in special situations like this, everyone could eat soil. Having come to some realizations, his mindset became much more relaxed, and his previously impatient pace slowed down. He advanced along the riverbed of the underground river, this time opting not to dig underground, as that would be too slow. While he needed to be cautious, there was no need to be overly so. The view above ground was better, allowing for better scouting of the situation. If he encountered an insurmountable obstacle, he could always dig later. As the light in the sky gradually rose, the earth, ravaged by the soil yellow ants, remained eerily silent. And the insect sounds that had once been present were nowhere to be found. He climbed for an unknown amount of time, and the land remained desolate, with everything in silence. Even the foul-smelling earthworms that he had initially found unappetizing were gone. Luo Wen secretly clicked his tongue. The army of soil yellow ants must number in the millions, otherwise, how could there be such widespread destruction? Along the way, he encountered a few scattered soil yellow ants, all of which he sent to his stomach for a meeting. With the food replenished, he didn't feel tired at all. Ahead, a rumbling sound of water reached him, and the humidity in the air increased significantly. As he continued forward, the moisture became visible water vapor, and the sound of water grew deafening. After advancing a short distance, Luo Wen discovered the source of it all. The earth ahead suddenly sank inexplicably, forming a cliff dozens of meters high compared to the ground beneath his feet. The underground river rushed out from the cliff, creating a waterfall that fell into a small lake below, sending up a mist of water while also producing a loud noise. Luo Wen cautiously crawled to the edge of the cliff. Back when he was human, he had a bit of acrophobia, and even looking down from the 5th floor made his legs tremble. The last time he was swept into the air, everything around him was pitch black, making it impossible to discern how high he was, and he hadn't activated his fear of heights. However, after peeking over the edge this time, he still didn't trigger his acrophobia. This issue had miraculously healed itself after he transformed into a worm. Ultimately, acrophobia is just a psychological barrier, and perhaps due to his previous experience of falling from a height, Luo Wen no longer believed that a simple fall could kill him, thus naturally overcoming this barrier. With this unexpected surprise, Luo Wen felt a bit happy. After all, it was worth celebrating that one of his weaknesses had been compensated for. The scene below was somewhat blurry. The height of the cliff had exceeded Luo Wen's clear line of sight. He could only judge that below the waterfall was a lake, surrounded by green patches. Those were plants, untouched by the soil yellow ants, still possessing a complete ecosystem. Perhaps the cliff had blocked them, causing them to change direction. However, now he was also in trouble about how to safely reach the ground below. The cliffs beneath his feet were made of stone, and although his digging feet were impressive, they probably wouldn't be of much use. Should he just jump down? After all, he wouldn't die from the fall. Rowan began to move sideways along the edge of the cliff. Even if he had to jump, he couldn't do it from the same spot as before. Below was a lake, and he had no experience in underwater combat. If he encountered any aquatic combatants, he would only be waiting to die. After crawling for hundreds of meters, the colors below were finally not gray-blue anymore. He could also clearly see the tops of some tall trees. Far from the waterfall, Rowan noticed that the cliff walls here were much rougher. Unlike the smoothness caused by the water flow earlier, he tried to find a way down, his 6 hind limbs equipped with sharp claws. As long as the cliff wasn't a mirror, he should be able to climb down slowly. Following a rocky crevice filled with some rubble and moss-like plants, Rowan carefully hooked his claws onto the rock wall and began to descend slowly. The thick shoulder and back plates provided considerable defense, but the weight was also astonishing. He hadn't noticed it before, but now, in a semi-suspended state, the weight became quite apparent. Fortunately, his claws, although they seemed thin and fragile, were actually very sturdy. Combined with his strong limbs, they firmly secured his body to the rock wall. As he gradually approached the ground below, Rowan's field of vision also became clearer. Perhaps because he was closer to the water source, the ground below was lush and covered entirely in green. The vegetation here was completely different from that above the cliff. Rowan wasn't a botanist and couldn't tell which family they belonged to, but he could see their differences based on their appearance. This place was more vibrant, and hidden beneath the greenery were richer varieties of insects and more diverse genetic fragments. The sounds of unfamiliar insects chirping from the grass reached him from afar, and Rowan felt a bit excited. He could finally meet new friends. He wondered if they would appreciate his fighting skills. However, just as he was about 5 or 6 meters from the ground, suddenly, a native sprang out from the crevice of the cliff and launched a surprise attack on him. Chapter 36. Surprise attack. This native was very similar in color to the stone of the cliff, hidden in the rock crevice, and had shown no movement before, resembling a lifeless object. Rowan had been focused on the green ground below and hadn't noticed that what looked like a rock was actually a living creature. However, his vision had a wide range. Although the native was very close to him, he reacted the moment it moved. His eyes were continuously evolving, with his clear vision range extending from 20 meters to 30 meters. Moreover, his dynamic visual refresh rate had also surged to a higher level. In an instant, the figure rushing toward him was clearly imprinted in his sight. It was a spider-like creature, enormous in size, even several times larger than Rowan at that moment. The body resembles a fortress, divided into 2 sections, the head and thorax as one section, and the rounded abdomen as another, covered in fuzz. On top of the head are 8 black, spherical eyes arranged in 3 rows, 4 small eyes in the front row, 2 large eyes in the middle row, and 2 more small eyes in the back row. A pair of chelicerae extends from the mouth, currently raised, revealing the sharp fangs hidden beneath. It has 8 sturdy legs, each with multiple joints, indicating a very flexible structure. The legs are also covered in fuzz and equipped with small spines, with small claws at the ends. At that moment, it stretched out its 8 legs and leaped up, like a large net descending from the sky, intending to use its size advantage to envelop Rowan. Rowan initially thought his size was already quite massive, and while in the upper desert, he dominated ordinary worker ants with his size, as if he were bullying them. Unexpectedly, upon entering this new environment, the first creature he encountered was one that completely overshadowed him in size. He didn't want to know the consequences of being caught in this net, nor did he want to test whether his armor could withstand those sharp fangs. Moreover, his current position was quite awkward, with his entire body half hanging on the cliff wall, making it impossible for him to perform any evasive maneuvers. At this point, he was not far from the ground, so he simply released his claws, planning to jump directly to the area below, which would also allow him to dodge this attack. However, just as Rowan detached from the cliff, the spider had already pounced forward, one leg extending towards the falling Rowan like lightning. Rowan reacted quickly, extending his thick, digging leg to block in front of him. The fuzz on that leg stood upright, all of it consisting of fine, sharp barbs. The moment the leg made contact with Rowan, it stuck to the digging leg, pulling him back, clearly experienced in dealing with prey trying to jump off a cliff. Following that, a pair of fangs approached. Damn! Rowan cursed in terror, realizing he had been careless. Each of these creatures had its own survival skills, and his reaction was already anticipated. Those fuzz may seem delicate and break easily, but in reality, they were very sturdy. Although Rowan struggled with all his might, he still couldn't break free from their grip. The sharp fangs bit down on the digging leg, and after a brief stalemate, the thick armor of the digging leg began to crack under pressure. Then, the tip of the fang penetrated the crack and pierced into the muscle inside. A wave of numbness surged through Rowan's heart. Damn! Rowan was furious. This thing was so powerful that it even had venom. The situation was dire. If this continued, his life would be in jeopardy. In a critical moment, Rowan's eyes turned red, and he exerted all his strength to bring his large fangs to the joint of the digging leg, biting down hard to sever it. The moment the digging leg detached from his body, the spider reared back, and Rowan seized the opportunity to break free from the spider's control. He took advantage of that fleeting moment, exerting force with all 6 of his limbs, activating his newly acquired ability to launch himself. In an instant, his speed reached its peak, and a black shadow shot out from the crevice of the cliff, falling to the ground below. The spider extended its body. Although it had many eyes, a total of 8, it still appeared to be nearsighted. Rowan, who had already fallen below, was now out of sight. Fortunately, he did not leave empty-handed. The spider bit down on its digging limb and retracted it. Moments later, the area was as quiet as before, devoid of any activity. Rowan landed in the grass and struggled to push aside the blades, quickly raising his rear to dig as soon as he touched the ground. At this point, having lost one digging limb, his digging speed had slowed. However, he could not afford to think about anything else. Safety could only be found deep underground. The wound still felt somewhat numb, and the muscles inside were beginning to show signs of melting. The toxicity was indeed quite severe. That creature was truly ruthless, not only poisoning, but also delivering a potent toxin. He stretched his head and bit off the digging limb from its base, then rubbed his teeth in the soil to prevent the toxin from entering his mouth. If the toxin got into his mouth, he couldn't just bite his head off to stop its spread. He had to take precautions. He dug down for an unknown amount of time, using his antennae and bristles to sense his surroundings, but found no living creatures nearby. Rowan randomly ate a few mouthfuls of soil. He had never expected to encounter an urgent need to eat dirt so soon. There was plenty of soil, and he quickly felt full, his consciousness gradually slipping into sleep as he began to heal his injuries. This time, his injuries were severe, akin to being maimed, and it would likely take some time to recover. He did not know how long had passed before he woke up, checked his body, and found that he had not pupated this time, but a new digging limb had already grown. However, this new digging limb was several sizes smaller than the other one, and he now held one large and one small digging limb. Not only did it look somewhat ridiculous, but it also felt very awkward. This was driving his obsessive-compulsive tendencies crazy. Rowan felt a bit frustrated. However, he believed that with his genetic makeup, as long as he received adequate nutrition, this small digging limb should grow to a normal size quickly. Feeling hunger in his abdomen, he began to climb upwards. It was better to eat less soil if possible, as the energy conversion rate was very low. This time eating soil gave him the experience of having a significant bowel movement after becoming a bug. It made him realize that he had this function, but his previous digestive system was so efficient that all the food was digested completely. The vegetation here was very dense. When he was close to the surface, the underground was filled with all sorts of intertwined grass roots. Rowan bit through a few of them to suck out some juice and replenish his moisture. Cautiously, just as he poked his head out of the soil, a bug jumped away from the grass blades above with a whoosh. Although it moved extremely fast, Rowan still clearly caught sight of its appearance. Was that a grasshopper? The bug was oil green and somewhat resembled a locust, with particularly well-developed hind legs, clearly a jumping champion, but it lacked the wings of a locust. Its back was also covered with a layer of shell, but when it jumped, it could split apart in the middle to maintain balance. Chapter 37. Discovery. This ability was impressive, especially the strong hind legs. Unfortunately, this bug was quite alert. As soon as Rowan rustled the grass blades, it was startled and jumped away. Although it didn't jump very far, the dense vegetation here greatly weakened Rowan's ability to see far. No matter how good his eyesight was, it wasn't X-ray vision, and he couldn't see through the thick weeds to the distance. Since the greatest advantage of being on the ground was gone, it was safer to proceed underground. He was not far from the lake, and the ground was quite moist. After moving forward for a while, he noticed some movement. Approaching cautiously, he discovered it was an earthworm. This earthworm looked quite different from the foul-smelling one that had ambushed him before. It was dark red all over and didn't have the menacing look of the stinky worm. At that moment, the earthworm was wriggling in the soil, and Rowan felt that meeting it was fate, so he decided to take a bite and taste it first. The more gene fragments he had in his gene bank, the better. Who knows when they might come in handy. Just like this time. Although the stinky earthworm was difficult to swallow, its ability to extract nutrients from the soil was indeed remarkable, and the energy it provided at a critical moment could be life-saving. Since he had encountered a new species of earthworm, Rowan naturally wanted to see if he could collect new genes, as different earthworms might absorb different nutrients from the soil. If he collected enough, he could potentially evolve through fusion, and maybe he would reach a point where he could consume soil without needing to defecate. At that time, he would truly be formidable. Grabbing one end of the earthworm, he didn't bother with too much finesse and sent its muddy body into his mouth. This earthworm seemed quite weak and offered no resistance to Rowan's attack, perhaps because he had swallowed even stinkier things before. Although this earthworm had a somewhat earthy and slightly foul taste, it was still relatively easy to accept. After eating half of the earthworm's body, Rowan let it go. Although the earthworm lost half its body, it was still full of vitality and soon burrowed into the soil, disappearing from sight. Its vitality was enviable, but Rowan could already regenerate lost limbs. However, this gene fragment seemed to be slowly integrating into his body, gradually enhancing his recovery ability. But compared to this, he was actually more interested in tasting the spider that had ambushed him on the cliff. As for whether he could obtain the spider's gene fragments, Rowan wasn't too worried. Although spiders weren't insects, neither was Ifiesh a proper bug. While it did look like a bug when it was just born, the definition of bugs here was quite different from that on Blue Star. In the growth process of Ifiesh, it fused with all kinds of biological genes. If he had to classify it, it would be under the bug category rather than insects. Although there might only be Rowan left as a member of this group now. After thinking for a while about the gap between him and the spider, he realized that in a one-on-one fight, he had no chance at all. If it didn't have venom, perhaps he could hold his ground with his sturdy armor. But once it had venom, the combat power would undergo a qualitative change. Since a one-on-one fight was not feasible, if he could gather his little brothers from the insect nest and learn from the soil yellow ants, perhaps a numbers overpowering tactic could work. First, use cannon fodder to exhaust all the venom reserves in the spider's venom sac, and then rush in together. This method is feasible, and since we want to develop collective strength, we cannot think about fighting alone in everything. However, there is no rush right now. He first needs to find a nesting place, and then return to bring the bugs over. As for the nesting site, it's best to find an area with a lot of ant nests. Ants are indeed widely distributed. Luo Wen had not dug far underground before he discovered some familiar hollow tunnels. Climbing to the surface, he found many black ants. After careful identification, he realized these ants should belong to the same species as the black ants in the desert above. This makes things easier. He changed his pheromones and boldly entered the black ant nest. The layout of the paths inside the nest felt very familiar, following the largest passage. He arrived at the hatching chamber, where he unexpectedly found other old acquaintances. As the saying goes, old friends meeting again feel particularly excited. And Luo Wen sent them off with a few thick phlegm shots. Then, based on the situation in the hatching chamber and the storage room, as well as the number of soldier ants, he analyzed that this ant nest likely has more than 5,000 members. This area, close to a water source and with dense vegetation, is rich in resources, and any ant nest discovered here is much larger than those in the desert. After enjoying a meal, Luo Wen crawled out of the ant nest and began to explore the surroundings. Since there is such a large ant nest here, it indicates that there are not many significant threats nearby. Otherwise, the not-so-strong black ants would not be able to develop to such a scale. Therefore, Luo Wen did not want to dig underground anymore. Underground is just tree roots and earthworms, and to obtain more genetic fragments, he needs to be above ground. Cautiously crawling through the grass, he occasionally encountered grasshoppers of various colors and sizes jumping nearby. Most of these grasshoppers stayed on the grass blades and were very alert. Given Luo Wen's size, it was quite difficult for him to approach them silently. So even though there were many grasshoppers, he still had no chance to showcase his talents to them. Along the way, he also discovered many new insects, but most were unremarkable, lacking any standout skills. Since Luo Wen had just had a good meal, he wasn't very hungry and was too lazy to engage in talent exchanges with them. Additionally, he found many black ants searching for food. Under a piece of rubble, a group of black worker ants dragged out a long, semicircular worm covered with a thick carapace and equipped with many joints and small legs. At that moment, surrounded by the ants, the worm curled its body into a ball. The many worker ants had no way to deal with the worm's armor, but they surrounded it tightly. Whenever the worm tried to escape by stretching its body, they would rush in, forcing it to curl up again. However, this only temporarily delayed its death. Luo Wen saw a giant soldier ant approaching through the grass, led by several worker ants. Sure enough, after a while, the battle broke out again. The armor of this bug could not withstand the powerful weapons of the giant soldier ants specialized in combat. After a few rounds, it was severely injured and lay on the ground, its body badly damaged. The worker ants swarmed over and disassembled it into small pieces to carry back to the ant nest. Luo Wen also discovered these diligent black ants on the stems and leaves of many plants. Some of the stems and leaves were crawling with a type of green, translucent little bug. However, the black ants did not attack them. Instead, they kept patrolling nearby. Every little while, these small bugs would raise their abdomens and excrete a thick liquid. A worker ant would crawl over and scrape that liquid off the little bug's bottom with its large mandibles. After a while, it would regurgitate a semi-solid, jelly-like substance and feed it mouth to mouth to its hungry companions. Luo Wen looked at that jelly-like substance and found it very familiar. Recalling that he had also eaten some of it in the ant nest earlier, the slightly sweet taste was quite nice. He had been thinking that there were such good things here, but now he only felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Chapter 38. Migration. Luo Wen somewhat hated his good eyesight and blamed himself for watching the entire process. Why did he have to see the making of such a rare delicacy? How was he supposed to eat it later? This was simply a critical blow to a foodie. He turned his head and stopped looking around, concentrating on finding a route. Due to obstructed vision, he only searched within a radius of several hundred meters before dark, discovering 4 ant nests. These ant nests were all black ants and were generally large, perhaps related to their ability to raise other bugs. A richer food source allowed them to support more of their kin. As for the new nesting location, Luo Wen had a choice, deciding to place it at the intersection of the 4 ant nests. Although this location was somewhat dangerous, Luo Wen was already quite experienced in how to hide a nest. The black ants could not dig too deep underground. He only needed to build the nest deep underground as he had before. Then, he could construct a transit station above that was completely disconnected from the nest below. The lower insect nest would be like an isolated island, only connecting with the upper transit station during food transport. Since the purpose of this trip had been achieved, it was time to return. It was already late in the day, and he decided to rest for the night and set off in the morning. Early the next morning, Luo Wen emerged from the ground, first went to the nearby ant nest to scrounge a meal, and then climbed toward the cliff. He still felt uneasy about his previous encounter at the cliff, so this time he chose a different spot, gripping the rock wall tightly with his claws and pulling his body upward. Climbing was a physically demanding task, especially for Luo Wen, who had a somewhat rotund figure, requiring additional physical effort. However, a large body also meant stronger and sturdier limbs, enhancing his ability to withstand strong winds. So it could be said to have its pros and cons. He carefully paid attention to the gaps in the cliff, cautious of anything that might suddenly jump out. If ambushed, he would absolutely not hesitate this time, immediately launching himself and propelling his body out. Although this meant he had to climb again. Rowan's purpose this time was to find a safe path. When he returned next time, he needed to bring many subordinates and must ensure the path was safe. Fortunately, he encountered no attacks along the way. It seemed that those spiders were not abundant on the cliff, and his previous encounter was just particularly bad luck. From morning until evening, he finally climbed up the dozens of meters of cliff. The reason it took so long was not only because climbing was very physically demanding, but also because at one point the wind was too strong. Even though his limbs were robust, he struggled to hold on and found a rock crevice to hide in for a long time until the wind weakened before climbing out. The desert area above posed little danger, so Rowan decided to travel through the night. The next evening, apart from a few brief rests along the way, he was on the move the entire time. Finally, what took him more than 2 days to go, he managed to return in just a day and a night. Calculating the time, this round trip, plus the recovery sleep time, took about a week. Everything in the nest was relatively intact, apart from the food reserves being nearly exhausted. There were no other losses. Most of the insects were quietly lying on the ground to conserve energy. Only a small number of smaller worker ants were feeding the larvae. Rowan also saw more than a dozen tiny black beetles. It seemed that the first batch of insect eggs had finally grown into adults. He unsealed the room where the queen was located and first fed some food to the queen. Then, he connected with the queen and uploaded some newly acquired gene fragments. Regarding how to migrate the nest, Rowan had already thought it through during the return journey. The current number of insects in the nest, including adults, larvae, pupae, and eggs, totaled over 1,000. Among them, adults were the most numerous, accounting for more than half, while the remaining were mostly pupae and larvae. Since the queen had been ordered to stop producing new eggs early on, there were hardly any unhatched eggs left in the nest. He first issued a command for all the insects to share the remaining food. Then, each adult would carry one larva, pupa, or egg. He himself connected to the queen, while the little black beetles burrowed beneath the queen, forming a square formation, leaning their backs together to create a makeshift platform to lift the queen. Everything was ready, and the migration army set off in full force. A few digging ants led the way, first digging a path to the surface. The large black beetle, unable to communicate, was originally going to be abandoned, but unexpectedly, when Rowan and the many little black beetles were pulling the queen outward, it closely followed behind. On the desolate earth, a gigantic beetle dragged a fleshy mass, slowly crawling. If one looked closely, they could see many small beetles moving beneath the fleshy mass. Behind them followed hundreds of ants, with the ants' mandibles carrying pupae and similar things. A large wave of clearly different species of insects coexisted harmoniously, moving slowly in the same direction. As the main force advanced, the pace was naturally slower due to the families tagging along, and Rowan estimated that at this speed it would take at least a week to reach the cliff. During this time, the black beetles were fine. There were still some tall trees by the roadside that had not been harmed, and there were always a few tender branches to fill their stomachs. The ants, on the other hand, could only lick tree sap to replenish some moisture, and Rowan didn't know how long they could last on just water without food. He decided that when they reached the new base and produced a new batch of eggs, he would definitely add genetic fragments for soil eating, so at least he wouldn't have to worry about them starving to death. Every evening, Rowan would lead the insects to dig a temporary burrow. The night temperatures were a bit low, and while the adults were okay, the larvae couldn't handle it well. On the first night, he didn't notice this issue, resulting in all the remaining eggs freezing to death, and some larvae also died, although the pupae were fine. However, 2 newly emerged adults did freeze to death. There was nothing to be done. After all, they were protein, so Rowan ordered the insects to eat them, which at least provided a little energy. Along the way, the occasional yellow ants that could still be seen seemed to have disappeared after several days of travel. He hadn't encountered a single one. A week later, the migrating army finally reached the edge of the cliff. By this time, the number of insects had reduced from over 1,000 to just over 900. Aside from those that froze to death on the first night, each subsequent day had seen losses for various reasons. Most of the losses were larvae that died due to lack of food, and some newly emerged adults. Particularly the weaker ones also didn't make it, along with those that lagged behind. The reasons were varied, but those had already become the past. They had now achieved a milestone goal. However, they were about to face even more severe tests. Chapter 39. Migration down. Rowan led the migrating army to find the safe path discovered last time, made some adjustments, and then set off. Here, the little black beetles were of no use, so Rowan chose some larger worker ants to disperse around the queen's nest. Each one bit onto a corner of the nest. And then, together, the insects exerted force to lift the nest, moving it a little towards the cliff wall. Rowan was at the front, effectively using his body to support the nest from below. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 ants around the nest were responsible for stabilizing it to prevent it from losing balance. The other insects gradually followed up as the nest descended to the cliff wall. The swarm moved slowly along the cliff, with Rowan using his mandibles and digging legs to brace the nest, bearing immense pressure. Even with his size and sturdy limbs, it was a bit overwhelming. Just when the swarm reached the middle of the cliff, the wind, which had been relatively gentle, began to strengthen, causing the army to start losing members. As the wind continued to increase, some ants carrying pupae or larvae in their mouths were swept away by the gusts. Some of the ants simply lost their grip on the cliff and fell, disappearing in an instant. At this moment, Luo Wen couldn't care less about the other insects. He was in a very precarious situation himself. 2 of the ants clinging to the queen ant were blown away, while 3 others, with their large mandibles still tightly gripping the queen, were being tossed around by the wind. The loss of several ants caused the center of gravity of the queen to shift, and the remaining 3 ants along with Luo Wen couldn't stabilize the queen in the strong wind. The queen flipped down from above Luo Wen's head to behind him, and he bit down hard on it, trying to hold on. Unfortunately, He wasn't successful and was instead knocked off the cliff by the force of the queen's fall, plummeting downwards. During the fall, the strong wind also blew him away from his intended direction. Fortunately, the weight of Luo when combined with the queen wasn't light, and they were only about 20 meters high. By the time they landed in the grass below, they hadn't deviated too much from their original spot. The grass provided significant cushioning, and since the queen was quite sturdy, the fall didn't cause any damage to it. Luo Wen had experienced several falls before, so he was fine as well. The queen was still holding on to 5 worker ants, which fell along with it. They were lighter and, apart from being a bit dazed from the fall, suffered no major injuries. Luo Wen dug a pit and buried the queen first. Then he began to mark pheromones along the cliff to guide the ant colony. Unfortunately, by the time it got dark, he had only gathered a few dozen insects, including 2 small black beetles, 1 digging ant, and mostly regular worker ants, along with a few larvae and pupae. With no other option, he had to rest there for the night. The next day, he gathered insects all day and only found a few dozen more, totaling just over 100. This expedition to the cliff resulted in heavy losses. After traveling in the desert for a week, he had only lost a little over 100 insects. Yet here at the cliff, he had lost several hundred in just a short time. Continuing the search had lost its meaning, but thankfully, the queen was unharmed. After resting for another night, Luo Wen led the remaining insects to excavate the queen and set off toward a new nest. The decrease in the number of ants wasn't entirely a bad thing. Most of the remaining ones were robust adults, with only a few larvae and pupae. Luo Wen dragged the queen ahead, with small black beetles and several ants underneath it. With the significant reduction in burden, the team's speed noticeably increased, and their target became smaller. Previously, he had worried about having too many ants, making it difficult to hide when passing through several ant nests to reach their midpoint. Now, that worry was completely gone. The new nest location wasn't far from the cliff, only about 300 or 400 meters away. The streamlined migration team reached there in no time. Along the way, they encountered a few scout worker ants from unknown nests, and after enjoying a performance by Luo Wen, they contributed their bodies to the long-starved team for a meal. Upon arrival, Luo Wen assigned 2 digging ants to start digging a hole. On the second day, another one was found, in addition to the one found on the first day. The other worker ants were responsible for assisting, transporting the excavated soil out of the tunnel. Meanwhile, Rowan ran out to circle around the location of the new nest, changing identities to spread a circle of pheromones. He marked this area as a no-pass zone to minimize the chances of scout ants reaching here and to prevent them from disturbing the work of the insects. After Rowan joined, the excavation of the new nest progressed faster. Initially, he could slowly dig out an old nest even while dragging a queen alone. Not to mention that now he not only had grown several times larger, but also had dozens of strong helpers. A mound of soil gradually piled up at the entrance, which was the soil transported out from the tunnel. Possibly due to the proximity to a water source, the soil here was very moist, and the underground environment was damp. Rowan remembered that when he infiltrated several nearby nests, he found that many parts of their nests were covered with fine sand and wood chips, and he saw many ants transporting moldy wood chips out of the nest. At the time, he didn't understand what was going on, but now that it was his turn to take action, he immediately grasped the essence of it. He sighed that although these ants had low intelligence, the long passage of time had allowed them to understand some survival strategies, which were gradually passed down. These experiences were the crystallization of time, and Rowan's time as an insect was quite short. Therefore, absorbing these long-accumulated experiences was the best way to build a foundation. The pheromone blockade was very effective, until evening. No scout worker ants came here. At this point, the insects had excavated a small cave about 7 to 8 meters underground. It wasn't that they didn't want to dig deeper, but if they continued, water would seep out of the soil, and the solidity was poor, posing a risk of collapse. Even the current location of the nest would require extensive reinforcement work later on. Otherwise, there would be many safety hazards. The new nest was not yet completed and couldn't be inhabited, so Rowan dug a temporary nest about a meter deep underground to place the queen in first. Even if danger arose, they could bury the queen first, while the insects dispersed to draw attention, ensuring the queen's safety. Although the probability of being attacked was low, corresponding safety measures had to be in place. After performing some tricks around the area, he brought back some onlookers to provide a feast for the insects, and also fed the queen a bit. The simple nest should be completed by tomorrow, and after some basic reinforcement, it could be temporarily inhabited. At that time, the queen would need to start producing again, and further reinforcement, expansion of the nest. An excavation of transport passages connecting various ant nests would all require a large number of insects to complete. Chapter 40. Development and conflict. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the nest had changed significantly. Above the nest was a transfer station acting as a false nest, with 4 spacious passages connecting it to 4 ant nests. Worker ants continuously transported food from the nests to the transfer station through the passages. Then, they waited for the evening when the passage between the transfer station and the nest reopened to transfer the food into the nest. Above the transit station, the soil excavated to transport the caves and tunnels has formed a high mound. This not only prevents rainwater from flooding back into the caves, but also buries many unsegmented food items inside, such as the bodies of numerous soldier ants. The insect nest has rapidly developed with a continuous influx of resources from the 4 ant colonies, and the number of adult ants has already surpassed 1,000. While there are also over 2,000 other eggs, pupae, and larvae. These newly bred insects are ants with significantly altered genes following a process of evolution. Although they share some similarities in appearance and behavior with regular ants, their internal structure is now a combination of several insect types. When the temporary insect nest was first excavated, Luo Wen was the first to order the mother nest to produce over 200 digging ant eggs. He also added soil-eating genes to ensure they wouldn't starve in the harsh, early environment. Digging ants possess all the functions of ordinary worker ants and are also skilled at burrowing. The 4 tunnels connecting the ant nests total over 1,000 meters, all thanks to these new ant varieties. With the tunnels completed and a stable food source established, Luo Wen then deployed worker ants equipped with acid spray. They have poor melee capabilities and mainly handle food transportation and provide ranged fire support in battles. Additionally, there are new soldier ants, which are based on the original soldier ant template but have different gene fragments added. The primary external manifestation of these changes is the variation in their attacking weapons. Some have hook-like large teeth from the soil yellow ants, some have enlarged mandibles from the black ants, and others possess the huge mandibles of the black beetles. At the same time, they have been infused with the robust genes of black beetles, combined with their half-soldier ant genes, resulting in a size larger than ordinary soldier ants and significantly enhanced combat power. Besides, there are a few special units, such as reconnaissance insects with long-range vision, capable of seeing over 20 meters. However, due to limited intelligence, their ability to express descriptions of the situations they detect is lacking, and they currently have no significant utility and require further upgrades and training. There are also spy insects, since the 4 ant nests are widely dispersed. Luo Wen cannot rely on himself to travel thousands of meters every day to complete infiltration and food transportation tasks. Out of necessity, he developed these insects that can alter their pheromones. However, limited by their intelligence, their task completion ability is quite poor. Nevertheless, they possess a certain degree of self-learning ability. And after Luo Wen personally taught them for over a month, they finally managed to perform tasks independently, albeit with some flaws in their performance. Still, Luo Wen entrusted them with the task of smuggling food from the ant nests. It wasn't due to recklessness. He had his own reasoning. Firstly, the safety of these insects is somewhat guaranteed, as black ants cannot recognize their disguise. At most, they might fail to complete their tasks properly and be detected by the black ants during the smuggling process. However, the strength of the insect nest has changed significantly. Even if they are discovered, so what? Although the number of members in the ant colony is several times that of the insect nest, Luo Wen remains confident in his ability to flatten it. If it weren't for the excellent work of the tool ants, there might have already been a few ant nests missing around. Just a few days ago, the ant nest in the southeast discovered a smuggling tunnel, and several reconnaissance worker ants sneaked into it. Subsequently, the ant nest gathered a large force to rush into the tunnel, and the insect nest responded quickly as well. The transport worker ants also took on reconnaissance tasks, spreading pheromones along the way as the transport team slowly retreated from the tunnel in an orderly manner. Then, the soldier ant legion from the insect nest entered the tunnel, and the transport worker ants stopped their retreat, following the soldier ants to the battlefield. Shortly after the two groups encountered each other, a fierce battle broke out. The soldier ants blocked the tunnel, and the worker ants took the opportunity to bite the antennae and pull at the limbs in surprise attacks. However, the insect nest was equipped with a long-range strike formation, and after several rounds of acid spraying, the enemy's worker ants suffered heavy casualties. Although the soldier ants had high defense, they were still burned in vulnerable areas like their eyes and antennae. All the insects in the insect nest had been given acid-resistant genes. So, although the acid spray did not distinguish between friend and foe, it only made their exoskeletons shine brightly without causing them any harm. The injured soldiers from the ant nest were naturally no match for the intact forces of the insect nest, and without the support of the worker ants. The formation of the soldier ants was directly broken. The worker ants from the insect nest surged forward, grabbing their limbs and pulling them apart, rendering them immobile. The large soldier ants then took the opportunity to behead them. After that, the soldier ants from the insect nest led the charge, unstoppable, with some worker ants following closely behind, while others stayed back to finish off some of the enemy that had been corroded by the acid but had not yet died. They fought their way directly to the incubation chamber of the ant nest, and it was only under the intervention of Rowan that the army retreated. As the defeated party, the ant nest naturally dared not say much and could only swallow their anger. According to post-war statistics, the insect nest lost 9 soldier ants and several dozen worker ants, while the ant nest lost 71 soldier ants and nearly 1,000 worker ants. It could be said that they were left severely weakened after this battle. Although the insect nest suffered some losses, they gained a large number of ant corpses, which are high-protein food and excellent food reserves. Most of the spoils of war buried in the soil mound above the insect nest came from this battle. However, shortly after, the food acquisition of this ant nest significantly decreased. This left Rowan in deep self-reflection, wondering why he had to be so aggressive and if conflicts could not be resolved amicably through discussion. Even if they had to fight, they could have pulled back when things were going well. He felt a bit hasty, although at the time it was exhilarating to see the swarm charging forward. Defeating the ant nest also delayed their own development. In support of the post-war reconstruction efforts of the ant nest, Rowan temporarily closed the smuggling tunnel to allow them to recuperate for a while. Fortunately, their eggs had not suffered any losses, and he believed that under such strong supportive policies, they would soon be able to take on the duties of tool ants again and do even better. Rowan did not participate in this localized war, as his own body had also undergone significant changes. After he gave up his infiltration work, the transport passage had not been expanded again. If he were to participate, it would not only block the passage but also affect his own and other bugs' combat effectiveness. Through this war, Rowan felt that the intelligence of this batch of bugs had noticeably increased. If he had to describe it, the original bugs were like simple machines that needed commands to operate. This new batch of bugs seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence, able to complete more complex tasks, and even had some learning ability. However, what caused this change, Rowan speculated, might be the continuous growth of the nest or the interaction of various genetic fragments. Of course, this was just speculation, and the specific reasons needed further observation and experimentation. In any case, for Rowan, this was a positive change. Chapter 41. Seeking revenge. After a few days of recovery post-war, not only had the lost bugs been fully replenished, but their total number had also increased slightly. With the growth of the mother nest, its daily egg-laying capacity had improved. Currently, depending on the complexity of the bugs deployed, it could lay anywhere from several to dozens of eggs each day without affecting itself. The eggs that could hatch into soldier ants were produced in the least quantity, as these creatures had complex genetics and consumed a lot. Although they had astonishing combat power when fully grown, even with the current nest, it could not afford many. Rowan now had fewer than 100 soldier ants, and this was only possible with the support of 4 ant nests. By himself, he could never raise so many. Today, he needed to take them to do something significant. This matter had been stuck in his throat like a fishbone. Every time he thought of it, he felt uncomfortable. Although he was not a vengeful person, the grudge of losing an arm must not go unpunished. He took 30 soldier ants, 100 worker ants, and all the scout ants, and then the team set off in a grand manner. At that time, the guy was hiding about 5 or 6 meters up on the rock wall. The pheromone signal Rowan had left long ago had dissipated after such a long time. However, he could still discern the general direction, and with his high-resolution eyes, he compared it with the image in his mind. Soon, after crawling for a while at the base of the rock wall, he saw a terrain that matched the image in his mind, which was the rocky crevice where the spider was hiding. Confirming the location, the team slowly began to climb up. As they approached the rocky crevice, the team started to spread out and surround the area. Although the location was confirmed, it was uncertain whether the spider was still lurking there. There were not many bugs idly climbing the rock wall. Given the size of that spider, it would have likely starved to death if it were just waiting here for prey. Rowan quietly poked his head out, His large eyes, which occupied half of his head, played a significant role. Just by exposing a little, he could see the situation inside the crevice clearly. There was indeed a spider hiding in the corner, camouflaged to blend in with the surrounding environment. If he hadn't known there was something unusual here, it would have been hard to spot. However, this spider, although it appeared to be of the same species as the one that attacked him, looked somewhat different. It had a slightly slender body, with a large bulge on its back that was slowly wriggling. Upon closer inspection, Rowan realized that it was filled with small spiders. At this moment, the back of the large spider was crawling with them. Anyone with a fear of clusters would surely find this scene overwhelming. Next to this spider, there was another one, but it was just a discarded exoskeleton of a male spider, long dead. Rowan immediately speculated the truth. The female spider had actually eaten the male spider. Although he always understood that the fate of male insects was generally not good, seeing this scene made him shudder. Rowan was unsure whether the one that had attacked him was the female spider or this male spider on the ground that had only its exoskeleton left. But did it matter? Rowan wasn't a vengeful person. Revenge was just for a justified cause, and his real goal was the genetic fragments within them. The female spider had just given birth, making it an excellent opportunity to strike. However, he still had lingering fears about the spider's fangs. Although he was the main force in this battle, he couldn't just rush in and attract the first wave of fire. He needed to come up with some tactics. First, he thought of throwing stones to probe the situation, but unfortunately, while there were stones around, given his physical condition, it was difficult for him to perform such a complex action. Thus, the worker ants he brought along came into play. He touched a few worker ants behind him with his antennae, transmitting the information pheromones. The numerous insects began to whisper to each other, their antennae touching. Soon, the entire encirclement was aware of Rowan's tactics. Once the message was transmitted, the worker ants didn't hesitate and crawled into the crevice, leading the charge. The soldier ants followed closely behind, with Rowan staying at the back to protect them. The spider reacted very quickly, immediately standing up and hiding to launch a sneak attack. It was quite experienced at this. However, it did not expect so many prey to suddenly appear, causing it to hesitate. The worker ants were fast, and this time they were equipped with a launching start system. In the moment of the spider's hesitation, they had already reached its side, and without hesitation, they bit down on the spider's legs. Unfortunately, the size difference was too great. The spider's legs were too thick for them to grip. The spider finally reacted, feeling provoked by a group of small insects, and its mentality exploded. Several spider legs moved like shadows, and half of the surrounding worker ants were sent flying. Those lucky enough to hit the surrounding walls could continue to fight, while those less fortunate flew straight out of the crevice and fell from a height of 5 or 6 meters. Although they wouldn't face life-threatening danger from such a height, given their poor eyesight, it would be nearly impossible for them to find their way back. However, Rowan had anticipated this situation. The large-eyed scout ants he brought along were specifically for dealing with such scenarios. They did not climb up the cliff with the group, but stayed below, responsible for locating the fallen insects and gathering them back. Although the worker ants did not inflict effective damage on the spider, having absorbed the first wave of fire, they perfectly completed the task of probing with stones. The soldier ants were all equipped with a launching system, and while the worker ants were catapulted away, they had already reached close to the spider. These specialized combatants were armed with weapons far beyond what the worker ants could compare to. The giant mandible soldier ants and the large-toothed soldier ants moved forward, clamping down on the spider's 8 legs, with multiple soldier ants gripping each leg simultaneously, then pulling back together. The spider was momentarily suspended, its legs thrashing and kicking, trying to break free from the soldier ant's grasp. However, these soldier ants were not worker ants. They possessed immense strength, their claws firmly gripping the ground. Moreover, like a turtle that bites down and won't let go, the spider struggled for quite some time without being able to fling any of them off. At this moment, the hook-toothed soldier ants arrived, leaping onto the spider's back, causing the smaller spiders to scatter in alarm. They hooked their large, hook-like teeth onto the spider's head, the tips easily piercing its eyes and burrowing deeper. The spider let out a painful, high-pitched scream, desperately pulling back its front limbs to bite at the giant mandible soldier ant clinging to it. The soldier ant showed no fear, ignoring the venomous fangs aimed at it, solely focused on completing its assigned task. Meanwhile, the worker ants climbed up along the soldier ants' bodies onto the spider's legs, then all the way to its back. The hook-toothed soldier ant withdrew its weapon, and many worker ants rushed forward, biting at the damaged wound. Although they couldn't penetrate the spider's armor, Continuing to damage the existing wound was not a problem. Gradually, the worker ants even managed to burrow into the spider's body through the wounds. During this time, the spider kept letting out high-pitched screams, but despite its large size, it couldn't shake off the combined strength of over 20 soldier ants. As the wounds on its body increased, and the worker ants continued to bite and burrow into it, its struggles weakened, and it slowly stopped screaming. Chapter 42. Harvest. Although Luo Wen prided himself on being the main force of this operation, he didn't expect that in the end. He only contributed his intellect and had no chance to take action throughout. He believed that his combat power had improved significantly over the past 2 months, and although the spider was originally several times larger than him, it was now only a bit more than twice his size. However, no matter how confident he was, he didn't think he could take down the spider in a one-on-one fight. After all, the spider's venomous fangs were practically cheating, with a lethality that was too high. One wrong move, and he might even be killed by the spider in return. To his surprise, such a formidable enemy was taken down like a lamb to the slaughter under the precise cooperation of over 100 insects, having no ability to fight back at all. This made him feel that the path he had taken, different from other Ifiesh, might lead to even broader prospects. At the same time, this battle was merely a rough plan he had laid out. The subsequent intricate cooperation was entirely accomplished by the insects relying on their instincts. This also made him a bit alert. He must never rely solely on his own strength in the future, as it could lead to disaster, just like this spider, which was killed by much smaller insects through teamwork. At this moment, the large spider was silent. Even if it was still alive, it posed no threat. Even if it could deal with all the soldier ants, it could not kill the many worker ants that had burrowed into its body. In the crevices of the cliff, there were many small spiders scurrying about in panic. These small spiders were not fully developed and lacked combat power, but they were excellent sources of protein. In the spirit of not wasting, Luo Wen ordered the insects to start capturing these small spiders. However, these small spiders were very agile as they crawled on the cliff. And after a busy half-day, the insects only managed to catch about 20, with most escaping. Luo Wen didn't mind. If they escaped, so be it. When they grew up, they could provide even more protein. The purpose of this trip had been successfully achieved, and the most important harvest was right in front of him. The scraps were not worth worrying about. He dragged the large spider to the edge of the cliff and threw it down from a height of 5 or 6 meters. It wouldn't deviate much, and he wasn't afraid of other insects coming to steal it. If any insects dared to snatch his spoils, they would definitely want to see his performance. The team then climbed down the cliff, and Luo Wen began to divide the large spider, dragging the biggest piece toward the insect nest while sending 2 worker ants back to call for more insects to assist. After all, this large spider was quite big, and basically every insect was dragging some limbs, lacking defensive manpower. If they encountered scout worker ants from other ant nests along the way, it would always be a hassle. At this time, the large-eyed scout ant that had rounded up the flung worker ants also arrived. Luo Wen counted the insects. Aside from 1 soldier ant that had been bitten to death, 2 worker ants were missing. The losses could be considered very minor. Those 2 worker ants were certainly not dead from the fall. They were probably nearby, and it wasn't necessary to look for them. They were not far from the insect nest, and perhaps they could find their way back on their own. Even if they were lost, it didn't matter. They were just basic worker ants. On the way back, they encountered the insect nest troops that had come to assist, with more than 20 soldier ants bringing over 300 worker ants. After the 2 sides joined forces, it could be said that they had already occupied half of the living strength of the insect nest here. So there was naturally no worry about encountering ants from other nests. Along the way, they encountered a few scout worker ants, and without Luo Wen needing to take action, the worker ants on perimeter guard held them back until the soldier ants arrived and killed them. Luo Wen looked at everything in such an orderly fashion and finally felt a sense of being a leader. After returning to the insect nest, Luo Wen commanded the insects to pile all the pieces of the spider's body in his bedroom. Yes, in the new insect nest. He had dug out a bedroom for himself as his private space. The room was filled with dry wood chips, which the ants had bitten off from the roots of an unknown tree. They waited for it to wither and then dug it out from its trunk. This was a task that took a long time to complete, and Luo Wen naturally didn't have the time to slowly wait for a tree to wither. These wood chips were taken from an ant nest, chasing away the bugs and looking at the various parts of the spiders in front of him. It was finally time to taste the harvest. Since the spider had decomposed too much and its hard exoskeleton was difficult to eat, in the end, Luo Wen didn't finish it all, only picking out the more meaty parts to consume. He called a few worker ants to clean up the leftover scraps in the room. And then Luo Wen fell into a deep sleep. The changes brought about by the spider's genes were significant. While he slept, his body gradually secreted some mucus that wrapped around him, solidifying over time until he became a pupa. When Luo Wen woke up and saw himself inside the pupa, he knew that this time he had probably undergone considerable changes. During his sleep, he didn't have any special sensations. It felt just like a simple nap. After breaking free from the pupa, there were no mirrors in the room, so he couldn't see his new form right away, which was a bit regrettable. However, his eyes had a wide field of vision, and besides a few blind spots, he could almost see his entire body. He made various bending movements to look at himself and felt a bit puzzled. To be honest, his overall appearance hadn't changed much. His body was still similar to before, with not many differences. However, his six-jointed limbs had undergone significant changes. They had transformed from short legs into long legs, somewhat resembling the walking legs of a spider, becoming much sturdier with more joints. Each leg was composed of 7 segments and was very flexible. The limbs were also covered with a tough, chitinous exoskeleton, adorned with sharp barbs and fine hairs. The ends still had small claws, with tufts of hooked hairs beneath them. Luo Wen recalled how he had once been pulled back by a spider's claws after falling from the cliff, and now he felt he could do the same thing. After crawling around the room for a few laps, he discovered that he could even hang upside down from the cave's ceiling and still crawl quickly. Previously, he had struggled to climb a cliff vertically, but now he had evolved to such an extent. The evolution of his limbs not only enhanced his attack ability, but also strengthened his survival skills. Now, if he needed to escape, he no longer had to worry about the terrain. Besides his limbs, he also felt a change in his mouth, having grown a pair of chelicerae. Before, he could only use a pair of mandibles to grasp enemies and crush them. Now, with this pair of chelicerae, he could bite. He could also feel that there were fine tubes inside the teeth, which should be venomous, allowing him to inject toxins while biting his prey. Thinking about the spider's venom, Luo Wen realized he needed to be careful when eating in the future, unsure if he had any resistance to this toxin. He wondered if it was possible to accidentally bite himself and end up poisoning himself. However, he thought it seemed unlikely. He could control whether to inject venom. And even without venom resistance, he wouldn't poison himself to death. Chapter 43, The Plan. In addition to that, he felt that there had been significant changes inside him as well, as if he were different from before. If Luo Wen had more extensive knowledge of entomology, he might be able to guess that the nutrient system inside him had been updated based on the spider's body structure. However, he could quickly query this gene fragment through the mother nest. The new oxygen supply system could support him in growing to a much larger size. However, he did not gain the ability to spin silk, which is understandable. That creature merely looked like a spider, and for convenience, Rowan named it in a way he could understand, but who knows what it truly is. Moreover, its hunting method was also to ambush like a stone, and it did not show any talent for weaving webs. Not gaining the ability to spin silk did not make Rowan feel any regret. With just these 6 legs and venomous fangs, he had already gained a lot. Everything else was just a side detail. Having them would be a bonus. But not having them was no big deal. With his great revenge achieved, Rowan temporarily lost the desire to be active. Thus, this area entered a period of peaceful development. With the help of the 4 ant nests, the number of bugs in the bug nest increased day by day. Relying solely on the ant nests was gradually unable to meet the daily consumption of the bug nest. However, some time ago, the large-eyed scouting ants discovered 3 new ant nests. New transport routes were ready to be excavated. It was believed that with a total of 7 ant nests, the supply would support the bug nest development for a while longer. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of days and nights passed. Rowan did not know how long a year was on this planet. The climate in the area he was in did not change much. It seemed like every day was the same, with plants not sprouting or shedding leaves in a regular manner, making it impossible to distinguish spring, summer, autumn, and winter. After such a long time, the bug nest was now connected to 35 surrounding ant nests, supporting a massive colony of over 10,000 worker ants and hundreds of soldier ants. This number was still the result of Rowan's deliberate control. Otherwise, the number of bugs would have easily doubled. The specific reason was that the transport lines were too long. The farthest ant nest was nearly a kilometer away from the bug nest. By the time the transport workers reached the food storage room to steal food, they were nearly exhausted. After eating about half of the food prepared in the storage room, they had to bring the rest back, eating some more along the way. By the time they returned to the bug nest, there was very little food left. To use a more quantitative analogy, every morning, a worker ant would start its day by consuming 1 unit of food. Then it would reach the storage room of the 35th ant nest, eat 1 unit of food, and transport 2 units of food back. Upon returning, it would consume half a unit of food, rest for the night, and the next morning consume 1 unit of food before setting out again, repeating the cycle. From the data, it could be seen that the cost of a worker ant transporting back 2 units of food was actually 5 units of food consumed, which was already somewhat not worth it. Moreover, each ant nest had a daily limit on the amount of food it could steal. Exceeding this limit would affect the normal operation of the ant nest, leading to a gradual decrease in the food it could provide. Therefore, for sustainable development, they could not completely deplete their reserves. As a result, the bug nest had stopped expanding for several dozen days. Even the transport teams had rarely been sent to ant nests numbered 30 and above, leaving only a few spy ants to hang around and consume food. Rowan also considered having everyone just eat dirt, but after experimentation, he found that the energy conversion from purely eating dirt was too low. The dirt-eating skill is only suitable for use when avoiding extreme danger, maintaining silence, and sustaining minimum survival losses. In simple terms, eating dirt can only ensure that one does not starve to death while sleeping all day without working and without physical exertion. It cannot maintain the daily consumption needed for normal work. Now that the development of the insect nest has reached a bottleneck, Rowan thought of several methods to continue expanding its scale. The first method is to improve transportation efficiency. Although ants are strong and can carry food weighing several times their own body weight, they lack suitable transportation tools to utilize their abilities. With just their mandibles, they can carry a bit more if the food has not been broken down, but unfortunately, most of the food smuggled out of the ant nest has already been ground into fragments. They are now like a 1-ton truck with only a front cab and no cargo bed, only able to carry dozens or hundreds of kilograms in the cab each time. Therefore, if there is any way to enhance their cargo capacity and unleash their potential, the influence of the insect nest could be multiplied. Unfortunately, Rowan does not know how to build a cargo bed and can only hope to encounter a type of insect that has its own cargo bed to extract genetic fragments from it. However, when he might encounter such an insect is uncertain, and it is also unclear whether such an insect exists at all. The second plan is to relocate the insect nest. Currently, the insect nest is backed against a cliff, and in its early days when its strength was still very weak. This location had the advantage of only needing to guard against potential enemies in the front, without too much concern about being ambushed from behind. However, now that the insect nest strength is quite robust, relocating to a position that can radiate to many surrounding ant nests could allow the insect nest to connect with at least double the number of ant nests given its current transportation capacity. More connected ant nests would mean more available food to steal, naturally resolving the current issues. However, this method only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, merely alleviating the situation. Moreover, the scale of the insect nest is already quite large, making relocation a challenging task. Even if they move to a new location, establishing connections to the surrounding ant nests is not something that can be completed in 1 or 2 days, leaving the question of how to survive during that time unresolved. The third plan is to clear out the nearby ant nests and occupy a piece of surface territory to independently obtain some food. There are currently 4 ant nests close to the insect nest, and to avoid conflicts with them, the insects usually do not wander on the surface. All the food supply for the insect nest currently relies on the transportation from various ant nests, meaning that aside from soldier ants, everyone else is part of the transport team. This ecological model is too distorted and overly dependent. Therefore, if they can acquire a piece of surface territory, they could independently produce some food. For example, they could raise those small green insects found on leaves and also rely on their intelligence to expand the scale of farming. Although the production methods of those foods are somewhat questionable, they can be given to the little brothers. Compared to the first 2 plans, the feasibility of the third plan is the highest. However, the surrounding ant nest tool bugs have been doing a good job, working diligently and selflessly. And with Rowan's lazy mindset and lack of sufficient ambition, this matter has been delayed. Until a few days ago, some changes occurred. Chapter 44, Assassination during this time. He had nothing to do. Using spider genes as a template, he added big-eye genes, specifically assigned to patrol the cliff and also responsible for scouting the conditions of the desert above the cliff. Just a few days ago, he received news that the soil yellow ant army had appeared again in the desert. Due to the vague reports from the scouting spiders, He hurriedly climbed up to the top of the cliff to observe and gather information himself. Peeking out quietly from the cliff, his big eyes, after hundreds of days and nights of growth, could now clearly observe a radius of 50 meters. At this moment, about 20 meters in front of him, countless soil yellow ants were piled on top of each other and stepping on one another, like a murky yellow torrent passing before Rowan's eyes. The army changed direction as they approached the cliff and rolled away. After watching for several hours, Rowan finally saw the entire army pass by. At the same time, the desert, which had regained its green vitality after a period of rest, became desolate and empty again, leaving only a few straggling soil yellow ants wandering around. Rowan finally understood how the scenes he saw while walking through the desert originally came about. These soil yellow ants treated the entire desert as a hunting ground, sweeping through it every so often. No wonder this area, located not far above the underground river, as always seemed so desolate. At the same time, the sheer number of soil yellow ants made Rowan gasp in amazement. He compared it to the bugs in the insect nest, and over 10,000 bugs piled up would only be a small clump, taking up very little space. Thinking of the endless rolling yellow dust that stretched as far as the eye could see, after marching for several hours, Rowan couldn't imagine how many soil yellow ants it would take to create such a scene, but he believed that if it could be measured in numbers, the final figure would definitely be very long. Initially, upon seeing that scene, Rowan had already planned to relocate. Although the strength of the insect nest had increased significantly, he believed that facing the soil yellow ant army, the outcome would not be much different from before. Later, he found that the soil yellow ants did not approach the cliff. Moreover, considering that his little brothers already had the ability to eat dirt, they could simply retreat underground for a few days when the army arrived and come out after they left. Coupled with the various limitations of relocating the base, this thought was dispelled. At the same time, he had some ambition, wanting to one day lead the bugs to directly defeat the soil yellow ant army and avenge the grievances of being cut open and driven away. Oh, I misspoke. Rowan is not a person who holds grudges. This idea is also to seek justice for the vast flora and fauna of the desert. Therefore, in order to gain stronger power for revenge, for a better resolution, the military strength must be expanded. The insect nest must undergo further development, and clearing the surrounding ant nests is also imperative. As for the talk of hard work and contributions, such matters should naturally not be mentioned again. Today is the day the army departs, with the primary goal of clearing the 4 surrounding ant nests first. The plan is to take down 1 ant nest each day, followed by cleaning the battlefield and counting the spoils, aiming to complete everything within a week. Although the insect nest currently has enough troops to crush a single ant nest, a proper combat plan is still necessary to minimize unnecessary losses. The battle begins with a surprise attack, as a dozen spy ants alter their pheromones and smoothly infiltrate the location of the ant queen. This is a corridor-like room where a massive ant queen lies in the center. She resembles an enlarged worker ant, but with a long and swollen abdomen adorned with beautiful yellow circular patterns. Surrounding her are 4 strong soldier ants on guard. Meanwhile, several worker ants line up to feed the queen with food they carry in their mouths. A few worker ants are also transporting the eggs just laid by the queen from behind her abdomen. At this moment, the sudden entrance of about 10 ants catches the attention of the soldier ants in the room. However, after probing with their antennae and finding nothing unusual, they lose interest. The spy ants are modified from ordinary worker ants, enhanced with pheromone-altering genes, launch mechanisms, and formic acid spraying capabilities. However, this is just an older version. Several spy ants approach the queen under the pretense of feeding her, while others disperse to approach the 4 soldier ants. Although the soldier ants feel somewhat anxious about the approaching spy ants, they do not take any drastic actions, allowing the spy ants to climb onto them. In an ant nest, stepping on each other is quite normal, especially for soldier ants, which are larger and have more experience being stepped on. Once a spy ant climbs onto a soldier ant's back, it slowly extends a mouthpart that resembles a tape measure, which then straightens out like a steel needle. It inserts this needle into the gaps of the soldier ant's armor, completely unnoticed by the soldier ant. After the battle with the spider, when configuring the new version of spy ants, Rowan wanted to equip them with some poisonous weapons. Their role is to infiltrate, gather intelligence, and, at a critical moment, eliminate key figures as a special assassin unit. Although Rowan sometimes wonders if this is going too far with these insects, and whether it is necessary to engage with such low-intelligence creatures in such complexity. However, He recalls the death of the black armored war god, who was beaten to death without any chance to fight back, the venomous spider, and the overwhelming army of yellow soil ants. Upon serious reflection, he concludes that while insects may not have high intelligence, their long-developed instincts and some evolved black technologies still deserve serious consideration. After all, since there is nothing else to do, creating a combination of multiple troop types can be seen as a form of self-entertainment. However, when it came to actual preparation, Rowan found that the spider's venom required its fangs to be effective. He also had to grow a pair of fangs himself to utilize the venom injection attack. The worker ants are smaller in size, and there is no space on their heads to equip a pair of mandibles. Even if they were forcibly equipped, it is likely that the mandibles would develop poorly, being very small, which should be sufficient to deal with units of the same size. However, when facing larger units, such as soldier ants, their tiny mandibles might not even penetrate the soldier ant's armor. Furthermore, the current role of worker ants is to provide ranged support and assist in attacks, so there is little need to enhance their melee capabilities. Additionally, equipping this segment of genes to produce eggs requires a significant amount of energy, which, compared to its function, is rather low in cost-effectiveness. Thus, Luo Wen recalled the camouflage insects, which are typical representatives of the weak overcoming the strong. Their needle-like mouthparts, although limited in capability, surprisingly fit the role of the spy ant as an assassin, utilizing a strategy of finding weaknesses, using poison, and delivering lethal injections. This led to the current scene of the spy ant assassinating the soldier ants. Suddenly, the soldier ants seemed to sense something, and 4 of them began to roll and struggle almost simultaneously. Their bodies appeared to have lost coordination, unable to stand, eventually curling up and trembling incessantly, looking extremely painful. Initially, the black beetle died without any awareness, passing away silently, because although the camouflage insect was also quite weak, its body length was comparable to that of the black beetle, making it a barely equal opponent. However, the size difference between the spy ants and soldier ants is far too great, with several times the disparity. The poison produced and stored by the spy ants cannot kill the soldier ants in a single strike. Nonetheless, this is already enough. The large muscles within the soldier ants are being melted. Although they are not dead yet, they can no longer control their bodies and have lost their combat abilities. Their current state is even more painful than how the black beetle died. Chapter 45. The attack after the queen ant noticed the abnormalities among the soldier ants. She became somewhat alert, releasing pheromones indicating a protective instinct. However, it was too late. She was already surrounded by numerous assassins. Almost the moment she sensed danger, 7 worker ants that were supposed to feed her suddenly charged out from among the surrounding worker ants. 6 of them bit onto the 6 appendages of the queen ant and pulled back. The remaining one quickly climbed onto the queen's back and deployed its mouthparts like a tape measure. Despite her desperate struggles, being a creature that usually needed to be fed, she clearly lacked exercise. Although her size was not small, she was firmly controlled by the 6 spy ants. The worker ants in the nest around the queen were somewhat bewildered by what was happening. These worker ants that suddenly attacked their queen had some legitimate identification, and they could not understand why their companions were attacking their queen. By the time they wanted to help the queen, it was already too late. 2 of the quicker ones were also stopped by the spy ants that had not yet engaged. The tape measure-like apparatus straightened into a steel needle and pierced through the gaps in the queen's armor. Moments later, the queen curled up, struggling in pain like the soldier ants. In the primitive ant nest, where there were no effective treatment methods, most of her internal muscles were melted. She was doomed. The spy ants did not continue to wait for the queen ant to die. She could still struggle for a long time. The mission was complete, and before the ant nest could react, they had to hurry to evacuate. However, first, they needed to deal with the troublesome worker ants of the nest. Several spy ants moved forward to entangle the worker ants, while those that did not advance raised their abdomens and extended their tails. Then, formic acid solution was sprayed out, accurately hitting the worker ants. These worker ants were already at a numerical disadvantage, and now, under the bombardment, their antennae and armor began to dissolve. Without their antennae, the worker ants became like blind and deaf beings, instantly losing more than half of their combat capability. After resisting for only a moment, they were dealt with by the spy ants. Taking advantage of the ant nest's lack of reaction, the spy ants retreated to the incubation chamber, opened the smuggling passage, and released abnormal pheromones. The worker and soldier ants of the nest, still unaware of the situation, instinctively followed the unfamiliar pheromones. For them, This was the core of the ant nest, and they could not afford any mistakes. Unfortunately, as soon as they entered the smuggling passage, they were ambushed by the forces of the insect nest waiting there. A worker ant just poked its head out of the entrance, and before it could detect anything with its antennae, a pair of giant mandibles pierced through its head, pulling it out. The giant mandible soldier turned around, and two insect nest worker ants moved forward, grabbing the body of the worker ant hanging from the giant mandibles and pulling it down. They passed it along to the back to prevent the passage from getting blocked later. Many worker ants in the back passed the body of this worker ant like a game of hot potato until it reached the end of the line, where one worker ant dragged it back toward the insect nest. The giant mandible soldier cleared away the burden and turned back to guard the entrance. At the entrance, another unsuspecting victim poked its head out. Thus, one by one, the bodies were transported to the back, including both worker ants and soldier ants. Only after losing over 100 ants did the entrance stop, seeing heads popping out. At this point, the unusual situation in the queen's chamber was finally discovered. After a long struggle, the queen ant finally died. The news of her death transformed into dispersing pheromones, gradually spreading within the ant nest, causing chaos among the ants. At this moment, they naturally would not pay attention to the strange scent in the incubation chamber. Moreover, they had already sent out over 100 companions, so there should be no problem. Some ants wanted to rush out of the nest's exit, but unfortunately, it was already surrounded by a dense mass of insect nest troops, with dozens of soldier ants blocking the entrance and hundreds of worker ants assisting them below. Meanwhile, the troops on the outer perimeter were not idle. They were responsible for clearing out all returning members of the ant nest. One by one, worker ants from the nest, either laden with spoils or returning empty-handed, gradually made their way back. Their figures had long been spotted by the large-eyed scout ants, and before they could react, they were intercepted by several times the number of insect nest worker ants. Next came the grabbing of their legs to restrain them, and the giant mandible soldiers or large-toothed soldiers waiting nearby would step up with their sharp weapons to behead them. After the members of the ant nest that went out are dealt with, their bodies are dragged together and piled up by the worker ants. After the war ends, these high-quality proteins will be transported to the soil mound above the insect nest, where they will be buried on-site after some preservation treatment, serving as stored food reserves. Ants continuously rush out from the entrance of the nest, and the battle situation gradually intensifies. After all, this is an ant nest with more than 5,000 insect mouths, and a large number of ants are hidden inside. At the entrance, the remains of the insects, with severed limbs, slowly increase. Some belong to the ant nest members, while others belong to the insect nest troops. They gradually block the entrance, and as the contact area decreases, the intensity of the war gradually weakens. The worker ants assisting the soldier ants in battle step forward one after another, dragging away the bodies of these enemies or companions and retreating to the middle to rest. The worker ants in the back quickly fill the vacant positions. Soldier ants that have severely exhausted their energy will also step back, giving way for other soldier ants to fill the gaps. They retreat to the resting area to gnaw on the muscles of the ants to recover their strength. The war among the insects is extremely brutal. If they lose more than 2 limbs, they can no longer maintain body balance and lose mobility, which already means death. They have no choice but to continue fighting until they die on the battlefield. Even if they survive after the battle, they will be recycled for protein processing by their companions. After the entrance is cleared, the intensity of the war gradually increases again. More members of the ant nest, having received the news of the queen's death, rush out of the entrance in a panic. The insect nest troops blocking the exit can no longer intercept all of them, and many worker ants from the ant nest take advantage of the insect nest troops attacking others to step over the bodies of their companions and enemies in an attempt to cross the defense line. More soldier ants and worker ants from the insect nest surround them, and the battlefield gradually expands outward from the entrance. When the density of the ant nest members reaches a certain level, a group of worker ants climbs into the outer circle of the encirclement, lining up in a row and assuming the standard starting position for spraying formic acid solution. Subsequently, a dense acid rain falls from the sky, covering most of the battlefield area. The troops of the insect nest are equipped with acid-resistant armor, so the acid rain can only serve as bathing water. However, the members of the ant nest do not have such advanced technology. Their fragile antennae suffer destructive blows, and their exoskeleton armor begins to corrode and break down. The intact insect nest troops are inherently stronger than the ant nest troops. At this point, facing a group of blinded enemies, they are even more unstoppable. The battlefield is gradually pushed back to the entrance of the ant nest. Chapter 46. The attack continues after going back and forth a few times. The combat strength of the ant nest begins to wane. Meanwhile, the supply of formic acid solution from the worker ants of the insect nest has also been exhausted. After observing the battle for a long time, Luo Wen finally enters the front line of the battlefield. His massive size is several times larger than that of the soldier ants. With the cooperation of the insects, he charges through the battlefield like a bulldozer. It's not that he's cowardly. At the beginning, he was indeed a bit hesitant. His size makes him an easy target to be focused on in battle. As his size increases, although his strength and physique are greatly enhanced. However, due to the structure of his body, his ability to deal with small targets has been greatly weakened. In particular, his back is a defensive blind spot. If there are too many worker ants around his ant nest, he cannot defend himself at all. If these guys climb onto his back, he really has no good way to deal with them. His entire body is basically covered with hard, chitinous armor, which these small combat units cannot break through. The only weak point is his bulbous large eyes, which lack necessary protection and can easily be damaged by the mandibles of worker ants. When the insect nest squad attacked the cliff spider, these worker ants directly burrowed into its body through its wounds. As the basic template for the ant nest worker ants, the ant nest worker ants probably know this trick too. He doesn't want to experience the same fate as that spider. Moreover, since his side has the advantage in numbers, there is no need for him as the commander to charge into battle. Therefore, during the intense early stages of the battle, he observed from a distance, occasionally beheading a few returning scout worker ants. Now, as the intensity of the battlefield has decreased, he, who is already boiling with excitement, can finally step forward and indulge in combat. Several worker ants climbed onto his back armor to protect him from surprise attacks by the ant nest worker ants. Dozens of worker ants followed at his feet, guarding his legs and blocking enemies approaching from both sides, while several soldier ants followed behind to defend his rear. Thus, Luo Wen only needed to face the enemies in front of him. Although his large eyes are a weak point in defense, their extremely high refresh rate makes the evasions of these enemy worker ants and soldier ants in front of him a joke. His mandibles accurately clamped down on a worker ant's thorax, applying slight pressure, causing its two halves to fall from the sides of his closed mandibles. He extended one of his legs, swiftly reaching for another worker ant. The tiny claws at the tip of his leg opened up, and as he retracted his leg, it dragged the worker ant back. With a snap of his mandibles, he beheaded it, and with a flick of his leg, he casually tossed the still sticky body aside. Now, facing opponents who are several levels below him, he can easily deal with them. Luo Wen worries that if this continues, his unique skill in Luo-style combat might lose its practicality due to lack of practice. Fortunately, at this moment, a soldier ant from the ant nest charged towards him, and with its size, he could still appreciate the opportunity to showcase his skills. Thus, he initiated the Luo-style combat technique to meet it. Gradually, no new reinforcements appeared at the entrance of the ant nest, and the ant nest troops on the surface, lacking further support, were quickly divided and cleared. Luo Wen's antennae swayed left and right, releasing pheromones with new instructions, and the worker ants guarding his legs began to leave. Moments later, a group of more than 10 soldier ants formed an assault team, charging into the entrance of the ant nest, followed closely by hundreds of worker ants to assist. Meanwhile, underground, several standby teams awaited the messages from the worker ant messengers, all receiving Luo Wen's new orders. In the underground portion of the ant nest, several passages were broken open, revealing the figures of digging ants, which quickly widened the openings. A large number of worker ants rushed into the tunnel under the leadership of soldier ants. In an instant, several troops from the insect nest attacked the ant nest from different directions. The fighting strength of the ant nest had long been exhausted, and the few remaining soldiers were unable to mount an effective resistance, especially since their queen had already died, leaving them without any command, fighting independently. Soon, multiple troops from the insect nest converged in the ant nest's incubation chamber. Under the command of Rowan, some soldier ants dispersed with a few worker ants to explore various branch tunnels to check for any stragglers. Meanwhile, a large number of worker ants charged into the incubation chamber to transport spoils. The leftover food here had been carefully ground by the worker ants, making it highly consumable and excellent ingredients. Additionally, insect eggs, pupae, and larvae were also high-quality protein that could be recycled. Until midnight, The worker ant transport teams were still making trips back and forth in the underground tunnels, with two lines of teams moving in an orderly fashion. As the highest commander of this battle, Rowan felt he had worked hard and had already gone back to his bedroom to rest. After the battle, statistics showed that nearly all of the more than 5,000 members of the ant nest had been wiped out, with a few scouting worker ants outside not returning due to the distance. The number of these stragglers was small and not worth worrying about. Thanks to excellent tactical command, the insect nest only lost several hundred worker ants and more than 20 soldier ants. Rowan was too lazy to tally the exact numbers. First, he was the only one in this vast insect nest who could count. As the highest official of the insect nest, knowing the general situation was sufficient, and he didn't bother to count clearly, as no insect would criticize him for this. Second, the bodies of the insects, lacking arms and legs, both enemy and his own, were piled together, making it impossible to determine specific numbers based on the remaining pheromones. The next morning, Rowan looked at the still busy insect nest and made some modifications to the original combat plan. The goal of destroying an ant nest every day was temporarily postponed because Rowan previously had no specific concept of post-battle disposal. Firstly, the worker ant's formic acid solution reserves needed several days to recover. The formic acid solution could blind and burn enemy troops on a large scale, making it a very effective auxiliary means in warfare. However, it took a long time to accumulate again after depleting the reserves. The gains from wiping out an entire ant nest were substantial and required the insect nest to consume resources for a period of time. This area was close to the lakeside, with high humidity, making food preservation difficult. If 4 ant nests were destroyed consecutively, it would lead to a large accumulation of food. If not consumed in time, a lot would likely rot. The insects in the insect nest were all creations of the mother nest, and the mother nest had a certain intimate relationship with Rowan. The way Rowan's pheromone commands were treated as sacred by the insects indicated how close their relationship was. Therefore, no insect would jump out to oppose Rowan's decisions. Thus, the insect nest troops postponed their plan to attack the remaining ant nests and entered a short-term rest period. Chapter 47. Aphids. The mother nest had received a substantial supplement of high-quality protein during this time and was working at full capacity. Every day, without affecting itself, tasks are arranged to be packed full. The produced soldier ant eggs only fill a small number of vacancies left by fallen soldiers, while the rest are all worker ant eggs. This war, involving over 10,000 troops from both sides, has made Rowan understand the future composition of the insect nest forces. Under his command, which surpasses the level of ordinary ants, most of the battlefield is confined to narrow areas, such as underground passages and the entrances of ant nests. This results in both sides actually having relatively few forces in contact at the same time. Except for the larger number of soldier ants needed for the encirclement at the ant nest entrance, not many soldier ants are required elsewhere. These are mere fighting machines that do nothing but consume resources. If too many are hatched during wartime and too many remain after the war ends, they can only be recycled to reduce food waste. Therefore, if only a few hundred are enough to handle the current situation, Rowan will not rashly hatch more soldier ants. In contrast, the role of worker ants is much more comprehensive and diverse. Firstly, they serve as auxiliary protectors for soldier ants during combat. After contact, they can bite and pull enemy units, fixing them in place while waiting for soldier ants to come and execute them. When facing large enemy forces, they can also spray formic acid solution to blind the opponents. After the battle, they can act as a transport team, clearing the battlefield and collecting spoils. In normal times, they can take care of larvae and clean the insect nest. Additionally, there is the upcoming greenworm farm, which requires a large number of worker ants to raise green worms and collect their droppings. Therefore, for the current insect nest, the more worker ants, the better. Months later, a galaxy cascades down the cliff, with water splashing and rolling, creating a magnificent scene that splashes boiling water mist, reflecting brilliant colors. A lake forms below the waterfall, shimmering under the gentle breeze, creating ripples. From above, the originally perfect circular lake appears slightly flawed, with a gap in the rim that forms a small river winding away. The lake and riverbanks are lush and vibrant. At this moment, there is a tall tree several dozen meters high, about a few hundred meters from the lake shore, with a massive canopy blocking the sun. On its dark brown trunk, there is a black beetle the size of a plate, clinging on like a dog's skin plaster, affecting the overall harmony and beauty. This is Rowan overlooking his territory. During this time, the insect nest has consecutively conquered 7 surrounding ant nests, expanding its territory to a radius of over 300 meters. Although it may seem small, for ants that are generally no bigger than a fingernail, this is already a huge territory. Previously, this area could sustain 7 ant nests, each with over 5,000 inhabitants. With the insect nest taking over such a large area and the continuous support from over 20 other ant nests, the population has more than doubled, surging to over 20,000. Among them, the number of soldier ants has just surpassed 1,000, along with hundreds of various special troops, such as spy ants and big-eyed reconnaissance ants. In addition, all of them are worker ants, with a ratio of those with digging feet to those without being 3 to 7. Luo Wen discovered that by adding more gene fragments, he could grow insects with special organ tissues. Not only is the cost of the larvae slightly higher, but even the usual consumption is also a bit higher. Although the increase for a single insect seems insignificant, if the number grows, over time, these additional consumptions become considerable. Therefore, based on calculations, Luo Wen chose this 3 to 7 ratio. The worker ants with digging feet are mainly responsible for maintaining the underground tunnels and transporting food from the other nests. The worker ants without digging feet are responsible for the new industry of raising green, translucent small insects in the nest. Luo Wen gave them a commemorative name, called aphids. There are over 15,000 worker ants in the nest, and those without digging feet are lighter, making them suitable for climbing trees. Every day, these worker ants travel across the various vegetation in their territory. The once not very prosperous aphid family received strong support. Originally, these translucent green little insects had very poor mobility and would not move unless they ran out of leaves to eat. However, under Luo Wen's guidance, the worker ants would use their mandibles to carry these little insects, helping them migrate to new vegetation and spreading out. After the little insects sucked the sap from the branches and leaves, the worker ants would come forward to massage them, helping them excrete translucent droplets. The worker ants would consume these droplets, and besides eating some themselves, they could also regurgitate the droplets to feed other companions. After all their companions are full, they would regurgitate the excess droplets in a designated place to dry. After a period of drying, the moisture in the droplets evaporates, leaving behind pale yellow crystals. They taste sweet and are a rare delicacy and very easy to store. However, knowing their production process, Luo Wen would not eat these things. Nor should one ask him how he knows their taste. However, aphids are pests to vegetation. As their family gradually flourishes, the leaves of the vegetation in the territory also suffer damage. Moreover, these aphids reproduce at an astonishing rate. With the help of worker ants, their numbers grow exponentially. Many plants' branches and leaves are eaten clean, and without sufficient photosynthesis, they gradually wither. Luo Wen noticed this change in time. He knew that if it continued like this, the vegetation in the territory would soon be completely devoured. His previous approach had somewhat overexploited the resources. However, due to his human background, he naturally had a unique talent for planting, and he suddenly had a brilliant idea. He had previously discovered that the ants also excrete waste, but the worker ants would clean the nest's waste every day and find a specific place to pile it up. If there were plants near these dumping sites, they would grow quite lush. Luo Wen understood that this was probably fertilization, and it was organic fertilizer. Unfortunately, the excrement of ants is too little. Even the amount produced by tens of thousands of ants in a day is not much and cannot provide enough fertilizer for many plants. Luo Wen thought for a long time and speculated that the low excretion might be because most of the ants' food now consists of the droplets secreted by aphids. Eating such things, it's no wonder that they produce so little. So, would increasing their intake of solid food boost the production of organic fertilizer? It is often said that people with mental illnesses have broad thinking, and when Luo Wen thought of solid food, he immediately recalled his only experience of a big bowel movement after turning into a bug. Isn't there solid food everywhere? Chapter 48, Fertilization, Happy New Year, now? Every bug in the nest has genetic fragments that allow them to eat soil. With this talent, solid food is everywhere. They can eat as much solid food as they want. The idea quickly turned into action. Luo Wen first gathered 500 worker ants for an experiment, ordering them to eat a meal of soil every day and then pile up the organic fertilizer next to designated plants. The effects of eating soil were remarkable. For the same number of worker ants, the organic fertilizer produced from eating soil increased several times. During this period, he also ordered the worker ants to stop assisting the aphids in migrating. Whether they could help plants grow better still needed further experimentation, which would take some time. So he planned to tackle both fronts, researching organic fertilizer while curbing the expansion of aphids. The experiment with organic fertilizer was very successful. Perhaps it aligned with certain natural laws, as the organic fertilizer produced by the worker ants eating soil was much more effective than that produced from eating droplets. Thus, the original order for only 500 worker ants to eat soil daily quickly spread to all bugs except for Luo Wen and the spy bugs that were loafing around in the ant nest's incubation chamber. The amount of organic fertilizer produced daily by the more than 20,000 bugs in the nest was quite considerable. Luo Wen also hatched some additional worker ants specifically responsible for transporting this organic fertilizer to the base of the vegetation within their territory. Although fertilizer had been applied to the plants, the previous order to curb the aphid population was still in effect. Now that the aphid population could supply the needs of the nest and still have a surplus each day, there was currently no need to increase their breeding quantity. With the vegetation crisis resolved, life stabilized once more. The benefits of the bugs' lack of self-awareness became apparent. They worked tirelessly every day without complaint. Now, Luo Wen enjoyed climbing up the trunk of the tallest tree in this territory, watching the orderly hustle and bustle of the bugs below. He did not like the dark, damp environment underground or the small, confined space. Previously, he had been forced to hide underground for self-preservation. Now that he had power and was somewhat of a local overlord. Although his territory wasn't large, there was no need to constantly shrink back underground anymore. Suddenly, a commotion on a nearby tree trunk caught Luo Wen's attention. A few worker ants seemed to have discovered something during their movement. As the overlord of this area, the worker ants naturally went forward to investigate. Not knowing what had happened, the ants dispersed pheromones to gather. The passing worker ants stopped in their tracks upon encountering this information. The number of worker ants was increasing, surrounding that area as if preparing for battle. However, Luo Wen found it strange that the vegetation was not too far from him. He could clearly see the worker ants, but he couldn't figure out what they were surrounding. In Luo Wen's view, it was just an ordinary piece of tree bark. In this monotonous daily life, encountering something novel instantly piqued Luo Wen's curiosity. He kicked off with his legs, leaping down from the trunk in a pose of a leap of faith, landing in the grass below, tumbling over, and ending up on his back. However, his current legs were very agile, with 7 segments, allowing him to easily flip over and support himself. After getting up, he quickly crawled towards the scene. As he approached the circle of worker ants, Luo Wen noticed some differences. Although the piece of bark looked almost indistinguishable from the surrounding ones, his high-resolution eyes could barely make out the outline of an insect on it. Could it be a camouflaged bug? Luo Wen lost some interest. He had seen camouflaged bugs and dark beetles in the woods beneath this cliff and in the desert shrubs. They seemed to thrive without the limitations of the yellow ants, spreading out in good numbers. However, camouflaged bugs had low combat power. If their ambush ability was king level, their direct combat ability was only bronze level. Their camouflage ability was of no use against worker ants, who recognized enemies through pheromones like blind soldiers. Once discovered, a few worker ants could handle it easily. As for dark beetles, if they didn't run away, they would only meet a fate of being recycled into protein once the worker ants called for reinforcements. While worker ants were not strong in individual combat, they were incredibly powerful in groups and could call for help, essentially becoming the overlords of this area. Even the grasshoppers that had once troubled Luo Wen and eluded capture were now being killed by them daily. He couldn't figure out how they managed it. Luo Wen had already tasted the flavor of grasshoppers, but their only appealing trait, the strong hind leg genes, merely strengthened his leg muscles without reaching the level of a grasshopper. Suddenly, snapping out of his memories, Luo Wen noticed something different. The camouflaged bug ahead seemed somewhat unusual. The bark it used for camouflage didn't appear to be an addition made later, but rather its coloration and patterns resembled the bark perfectly. This was a type of insect he had never seen before. Luo Wen's interest was rekindled. A new species of insect meant new genetic fragments. And regardless of whether they were useful, he decided to collect them first. He quickened his pace, taking a few steps to the edge of the circle. And with his antennae waving, the worker ants parted to create a pathway. This new insect was slightly smaller and more slender than the camouflaged bug. Unlike the camouflaged bug, it had thicker shoulder and back armor. Its entire body was indeed the same color as the surrounding environment, blending in perfectly. Even the patterns on its back armor were very similar to the texture of the tree bark. The bug paid no attention to Rowan's approach and remained completely still. Rowan cautiously extended his digging claw and poked it. Rowan was many times larger than the bug. Even a single digging claw was comparable to the bug itself. The bug showed no reaction to the poke, almost as if it were real tree bark. When he applied a bit more force and pushed the bug, its body wobbled slightly, but it still feigned death. However, Rowan could see its small claws gripping the tree bark tightly underneath. Rowan couldn't help but chuckle. Did the bug really think that by pretending to be tree bark and not moving, it could fool him? Feeling insulted, Rowan used his digging claw with force and struck it with a move from the Rowan combat technique. Although the bug was slender and weak, it was tougher than expected. After taking a hit from Rowan, it seemed to be mostly unscathed. However, it appeared to realize that it was truly exposed and stopped pretending to be tree bark. Its short limbs released their grip on the bark, and with a strong push, it detached from the trunk and fell towards the ground. A miraculous thing happened. After the bug hit the ground, its colors changed rapidly, blending in with the surrounding grass and leaves. Its figure reintegrated into the environment and vanished. Chapter 49. Optical Camouflage. Happy New Year. Seeing the special talent displayed by the bug, Rowan's eyes lit up, and he quickly jumped down from the trunk. The bug disappeared into the grass. If he hadn't been watching it closely without blinking just moments ago, he might have actually lost it. The advantage of his size became apparent as Rowan charged forward like a tank, ignoring all obstacles in his path. Although the bug's colors changed continuously with its rapid crawling, matching the surrounding environment and making it hard to detect, it unfortunately lacked the powerful hind legs of a grasshopper, having already been locked onto. It barely made it through a few gaps in the weeds before Rowan caught up. A long leg extended like lightning, grabbing its carapace and pulling it in front of Rowan. Two digging claws came down from above, pinning it down. Despite its desperate struggles, it was futile. The difference in strength was insurmountable. A pair of large pincers clamped down on it, and as they closed, the bug gradually stopped struggling. Fresh ingredients often need to be consumed promptly, so Rowan didn't move to another location and had a hearty meal right there before returning to his room to rest. When he woke up, he was able to glimpse the secret of the color-changing bug. The surface of Rowan's exoskeletal armor was covered with a layer of very small and dense scales. Within the skin cells of the scales, many nano-sized crystalline structures had grown, forming a special type of pigment cell. These cells could control the spacing between the crystalline structures inside to reflect different wavelengths of light. They could rapidly and automatically adjust according to the surrounding environment, allowing this layer of scales to reflect the same light as the surrounding materials, thus deceiving observers and achieving the goal of hiding itself. This new ability was highly targeted and very effective against Rowan's keen eyesight. The eyes are a very complex and skillful optical system, and they are also a very important organ for observation. They can perceive light and project it onto the light-sensitive retina to form an image, which is then converted into a special signal and transmitted to the brain. The colors contained in light are numerous, and the ability to see certain colors depends on the types of photoreceptors in the biological eyes. Human eyes contain 3 different types of photoreceptors, allowing humans to see 3 primary colors, while dogs can only see 2. Rowan's eyes are much more complex and can perceive a greater number of primary colors, although he cannot clearly distinguish how many. By mixing primary colors in different proportions, many new colors can be produced, but these are not primary colors. Compared to his previous form, the scenery he sees now is much richer. For example, he can see a very special light. Through this, even though Rowan cannot see the sun and moon of this planet, he can determine their positions and navigate accordingly. Since he became a bug, his spatial blindness has been cured, relying on this special light. However, even though he can see more types of light, this new ability is somewhat constrained. This is because this new ability completely mimics the reflected light of the surrounding environment. No matter how many types the observer can receive, they cannot discern any differences. Just like before, Rowan could only recognize the presence of a bug-shaped piece of bark by the sense of spatial layering, simply using his eyes. He could not tell any difference between them. However, by analyzing with his brain, he could conclude that it was a bug. But all of this is based on the prior knowledge that there was something unusual there. If the worker ants had not discovered that anomaly, he could have stared at it all day without noticing anything. Nevertheless, although this ability is highly targeted, its weaknesses are also very apparent. For example, ants, which basically do not use their eyes to observe the world, have a somewhat absurd feeling, like dancing for the blind. It is very easy to be seen through. And this bug is also very straightforward, overly confident in its abilities. Even when surrounded, It does not believe it has been exposed, ultimately contributing this ability to Rowan. Despite various flaws, it can still be considered an impressive piece of black technology. In his previous life, when Rowan was online, he had come across certain videos showing similar inventions. Special armor that mimics the surrounding environment's images through electronic screens to deceive visual observation. However, this ability evolved by this creature completely outclasses that kind of device. Although at present, the greatest help this new ability provides for Rowan is that when he is lying on a tree trunk, he is no longer as conspicuous as a lump of dogskin plaster. After this little episode, life returned to calm once again. Days went by, and everything in the insect nest developed in an orderly manner, with the vegetation within the radiation range slowly becoming slightly different from the surroundings. Rowan implemented new aphid breeding regulations, allowing the aphids to eat an old leaf only when a new leaf had grown on the vegetation. If the aphids reproduce excessively and consume food that they are not allowed to eat, some will be cleaned up by the worker ants and recycled into protein. Therefore, under strict control, the vegetation in the territory thrives with the irrigation of biological fertilizer. The abundance of food leads to an increasing number of larvae hatching within the insect nest, and when it reaches a certain level, a new round of expansion begins. Under Luo Wen's command, while ensuring the normal operation of the insect nest, all the available insects surge out. With plenty of tactical experience, the insects effortlessly remove the ant nests that originally served as food extraction stations. This is not a war of equal levels. Under the guidance of advanced tactical thought, they have several times the manpower compared to the ant nests, and the resistance from the ant nests does not create any waves. After expanding the territory in a fan shape outward by 100 meters, the insect army stopped and began a new round of rest and consolidation of their territory. The insect nest, now on the right track, develops at a speed like a rolling snowball. Many experienced worker ants marched grandly to the new territory, where they would establish new aphid farms. Simultaneously, corresponding to the farms, the vegetation in the new territory also received irrigation from biological fertilizer. The vacancies left behind by their departure were filled by a continuous stream of new adults emerging from the pupae. Luo Wen no longer had a clear concept of how many insects were in the nest, as insects died daily from various accidents. For example, being beaten by black beetles, getting lost while exploring outside the territory, or being ambushed by unknown insects. There are also insects underground that hide like foul-smelling earthworms for ambush. They dig a funnel-shaped pit on the surface, and it's easy for worker ants to slip into the pit when they pass by. The insect waits at the bottom of the pit, and when the prey falls in, it suddenly emerges. Using its large pincers, it captures the prey and drags it underground to eat. However, they are mostly concentrated in the new territory. After being taken over by the insect nest, it has already been mostly cleaned out. Nonetheless, there are still some fish that have slipped through the net, and each day some unfortunate individuals still meet their end at their hands. Chapter 50. White spots. Aside from these unfortunate deaths, many new insects are born every day. Now that the territory is large, the insects are busy working day and night. It is no longer like before, when only a few hundred insects would huddle together every night. When Luo Wen has nothing to do, he can count how many insects there are in a short time. He feels a sense of nostalgia for the past days that are gone. Now he can only roughly estimate that the number of insects is at least over 50,000. As time passes, Luo Wen has been having a headache these past 2 days because many insects have fallen ill. It is unclear when it started, but some white spots have appeared on the originally shiny exoskeletons of the insects. At first, there were only a few, scattered like stars on the backs and other parts of several insects. However, in a very short period of time, these white spots rapidly spread, densely covering the bodies of the insects, and soon after, these insects died inexplicably. The dead insects would be collected and processed for protein by the worker ants according to their routine. Consequently, these white spots also infected other insects during the processing. The white spots spread among the insects like a plague. By the time Rowan finally noticed and paid attention, the number of dead insects due to these white spots had already reached hundreds. Rowan felt somewhat guilty. It was his management oversight. He had recently been busy lounging on a tree trunk alone, enjoying the scenery. Moreover, since his size had grown larger, he hadn't lived with the other insects for a long time. With his size, a huge tunnel would need to be dug to reach underground. This could pose some unknown risks to the insect nest, such as rain. The entrance of the nest was a mound of earth elevated above the surroundings. With the later construction by the worker ants, the entrance continued to rise, resembling a small volcanic crater. This way, when it rained, the worker ants could quickly block the entrance, preventing rainwater from directly entering the tunnel and ensuring that standing water wouldn't overflow the entrance. However, if a tunnel large enough to accommodate Rowan were constructed, it would be difficult for the worker ants to block the entrance in a short time due to their size. If the rain were too heavy, it could cause unnecessary trouble for the nest. With Rowan's limited experience as an insect, he naturally wouldn't think of these things in advance. Several dozen days ago, a heavy rainstorm covered the area, but fortunately, at that time, his size was not as large as it is now, and the tunnel entrance was not too big. Even so, many worker ants drowned due to the incoming rainwater. After that, Rowan dug a new bedroom next to the nest and lived alone. This was also the primary reason he did not notice the white spot disease in time. After realizing the white spot disease, Rowan carefully observed an infected worker ant. He discovered that the white spots were not a disease, but rather very tiny insects. These insects clung tightly to their host, biting into the host with their mouthparts, feeding on the host's bodily fluids, and rapidly reproducing. Once their numbers reached a certain level, they could be lethal to the host. Although he identified the cause of the insect's illness, Rowan did not have a good solution for it. The insect's weapons tended to be broad and sweeping, posing no threat to such tiny white insects. Rowan's adhesive hairs on his feet could stick to these small white insects. However, facing thousands of infected insects, he alone wouldn't be able to treat many, even if he worked himself to exhaustion. Should he rehatch some insects with adhesive hairs? It takes a long time for an egg to develop into an adult insect, and by the time they grew up, the infected insects would likely be dead. Directly producing adult insects from the mother nest was inefficient, and the numbers were too small to make a significant impact. Rowan could only isolate the infected insects first and then think of a solution. Just when he was thinking so hard that his head felt like it would explode, things suddenly took a turn for the better. He remembered that the formic acid solution from the worker ants was very powerful and had a strong lethality against opponents without acid-resistant genes. Thus, he decided to make a trial. The test results were surprisingly good. These white worms had no acid resistance and were easily killed by the ant acid solution. After a rain of acid, the worms regained their health. However, the root cause of the issue had not been resolved, which was how these little white worms had appeared. Given the monotonous nature of life these days, Luo Wen took a moment to organize his thoughts and came up with some guesses. He had cleared out more than 20 ant nests and had never seen such little white worms on the ants. Furthermore, these creatures had not appeared in the worm nest before. This indicated that some recent changes in the worm nest had led to the proliferation of the white worms. Luo Wen thought of the wood chips in the ant nest that prevented moisture in the tunnels. These wood chips were made by the ants gnawing off the roots of vegetation to create dead wood, which they then drilled out from. Previously, the worm nest had similar materials, but since Luo Wen had moved out, the moisture prevention in the worm nest had become somewhat neglected. This was the only recent change he could think of that was different from before. As for whether this was indeed the reason, it would require some time for observation. Soon, some orders were conveyed. After the worker ants rinsed the entire worm nest with ant acid, they collected a lot of dry wood chips from the dead wood and brought them back to the nest. After some arrangements, the worm nest was once again dry and refreshing, just like before. In the following days, the white spots did not appear again, indicating that the problem indeed lay with the moisture in the tunnels. With the issue resolved, life returned to a calm state. Months later, the territorial range of the worm nest expanded again by about 100 meters. Meanwhile, Luo Wen faced a new problem. This problem was actually an old one. The reason Luo Wen had decided to emerge from underground, clear the ant nests, and land on the surface was because the smuggling route was too long, and the round trips of the worker ants were not proportional to the gains and consumption. Therefore, out of necessity, the survival mode of the worm nest had shifted from a nurturing model to a self-sufficiency model. However, that initial problem had not been fundamentally resolved. Now, this issue had arisen again. With the expansion of territory, the edge of the territory was now nearly 500 meters away from the worm nest. The time required for the worker ants to make a round trip was too long, and it consumed a lot of energy. This distance had reached their maximum working limit. If the worm nest was to continue expanding outward, this problem had to be resolved. Thus, the plan to relocate the worm nest was brought up again. However, unlike before, when the worm nest was deeply hidden underground surrounded by ant nests, the difficulty and risk of relocating were extremely high. But now, the worm nest had become the dominant force in this area. allowing it to migrate freely from the surface, with minimal risk and relatively low difficulty. The plan was finalized, and Luo Wen, who was idly waiting, immediately began the site selection work. Finally, after considering various factors, the new location for the worm nest was selected to be about 50 meters from the border. This provided a safe buffer distance, and it could serve as a foundation for further expansion in the future. However, even so, this problem has only been temporarily resolved. When they push outward another 400 to 500 meters in the future, Luo Wen will have to face this issue again. By that time, it won't be something that can be resolved merely by relocating the nest. He must use this time to come up with a practical solution to thoroughly address the problem. Chapter 51. Observation. In an instant, tens of thousands of digging ants were summoned to rush to the construction site of the new nest. Subsequently, more than 20,000 worker ants were deployed for logistical support. They needed to transport food to ensure the daily needs of the digging ants. At the same time, they also had to carry out some soil relocation work and reinforcement of the cave afterward. The previous nests were all excavated by Luo Wen himself, but now he had tens of thousands of subordinates, so there was no need for him, the supreme commander, to do it personally. Although there was nothing that could threaten the nest now, it still adhered to Luo Wen's consistent cautious style. 3 meters underground, the digging ants constructed a spectacular group of caves. This was merely a decoy nest to serve as a transit station. The real nest was located 3 to 4 meters directly below the decoy nest, also consisting of a series of interconnected caves. There was only one passage connecting the real nest and the decoy nest, with mud and sand stored at both ends of the passage that could be used to bury and block it at any time. Additionally, a team composed of spy ants and digging ants was stationed here year-round. Their task was to bury this passage and lay down misleading pheromones when enemies invaded the decoy nest, ensuring that the real nest would not be discovered by the enemy. Luo Wen did not consider this to be overly cautious. He deemed it prudent. He was guarding against the yellow soil ants above the cliff. If one day they got a crazy idea and charged straight down without turning at the cliff, then his location would be the first target to be hit. Although the strength of the nest was no longer comparable, there was still an unimaginable gap between them and the army of yellow soil ants. There was no chance of winning in a direct confrontation, so hiding remained the priority. Preserving the Green Mountains means there will be no worries about firewood. Luo Wen would eventually take revenge for the grievances of the past. Cough, cough. Although the new nest was large, it was completed at a remarkably fast pace with the cooperation of tens of thousands of various worker ants. The old nest was about to be abandoned, so there was no need for too many concerns. Luo Wen personally dug down, and with the help of the worker ants, he dragged the queen nest up. The queen nest tirelessly consumed large amounts of food day and night, converting it into energy. This energy was primarily used for its own growth, with only a small portion used to produce some eggs. When underground, there was no concept of size, but once it came time to transport it, they realized that the queen nest had already grown much larger than Luo Wen and had a round, plump shape. Even the passage had been expanded several times just to allow it to pass through. If Luo Wen was currently the size of a plate, then the queen nest was like a large watermelon. The worker ants, smaller than a fingernail, surrounded it like tiny dots. Countless little ants crawled around it, with thousands of worker ants stacking together at the bottom of the queen's nest, forming a tray-like structure. After continuous adjustments, this tray gradually began to move. Rowan did not participate. As the highest commander and strongest force of the colony, he was responsible for transportation coordination and vigilance. Over a distance of several hundred meters, the worker ants rotated several times and finally moved the queen's nest to the new colony without any incidents. In the following days, the main passage and the queen's chamber underwent a round of widening work. The queen's nest finally entered its new room. Subsequently, the main passage was tightened again, returning to its previous state. The relocation to the new colony was successful, but unfortunately, there was no one to share the joy with Rowan. However, he had long been accustomed to and adapted to this life without communication. The colony once again entered a period of mundane development, resting and recuperating, expanding outward, exterminating ant nests, and digesting territory, repeating the cycle. After hundreds of days and nights, the colony was once again about to reach its expansion limit. Rowan had already come up with a solution to this problem, establishing branch bases. He had this idea a long time ago and had already conducted many experiments. Initially, he used the queen's genes as a template to attempt to hatch several colony version queens. These queens could normally grow from eggs to mature bodies, but after reaching maturity, they would not lay eggs. After multiple rounds of experiments, the result remained the same. Rowan pondered deeply but still could not find the source of the problem. Could it be that the queens produced by the queen's nest had defects? Sensing that this might not be the issue, Rowan began to seek answers by observing the ant nest. He kept a colony of black ants and killed their queen and most of the members. By reducing their scale, he aimed to facilitate the observation of the entire process of new queens being born and growing to the egg-laying stage. This colony of black ants was not allowed to go outside. Whenever any member attempted to leave, they would be driven back by the soldier ants guarding the entrance. Each day, worker ants from the colony would transport food to the cave for the ant nest's needs. Rowan dug a passage connecting to the ant nest and blocked the entrance with his body. His color-changing skill and pheromone skill allowed him to confuse the black ants in all directions. He was like a stone in the ant nest, with no black ant showing any curiosity about him. To ensure he missed no details, he gave up foraging outside. Periodically, many worker ants would bring food through the passage to him. He only needed to turn around to eat, and after he was full, he would turn back. Throughout, his body remained blocking the passage to prevent the black ants from escaping. Rowan was prepared for a long-lasting battle, but unexpectedly, the answers came surprisingly quickly. After losing their queen, the worker ants, using some unknown means, managed to hatch several queens from the eggs, as well as several ants that Rowan had never seen before. Once the queens matured, they engaged in some indescribable activities with those novel ants. Not long after, these peculiar ants died one by one, with none surviving. Rowan secretly extended a leg and removed the bodies of these strange ants. Subsequently, within the ant nest, several queen ants led their respective supporters into an internal war. The defeated queen ants were brutally killed, and their followers chose to surrender. By the end of the war, only one queen ant survived, gaining the loyalty of all remaining ants. The ant nest then returned to its familiar rhythm of laying eggs and nurturing larvae. In fact, by the time the events reached their midpoint, Rowan had already figured out the key to the problem. However, he was simply too bored, so he chose to watch this grand spectacle to the end, treating it as a way to pass the time. Those peculiar ants were likely male ants, which would die shortly after mating. Thus, they generally only appeared in the early stages of an ant nest. The ant nests Rowan had previously infiltrated were already large nests with at least thousands of members, so he had never seen male ants. The crux of the issue regarding the queen ants hatched from the mother nest being unable to lay eggs was that they had not mated with male ants. Chapter 52. Subbase. This was a problem Rowan had never considered, a blind spot in his thinking. Aside from never having seen male ants, another point was that when the mother nest produced larvae, it didn't involve so many complications. It could produce directly without mating. Perhaps the mother nest also knew that if it required that process, it might not have grown so large and would have been dealt with by Rowan long ago. Knowing the key to the problem, and after absorbing genetic fragments from male ants, the mother nest subsequently produced several male ant larvae. After a period of time, the queen ant successfully laid eggs. However, all the larvae that hatched were purebred ants, without any advanced technology added. Fortunately, these little guys still obeyed Rowan's commands. Moreover, aside from possessing pheromone recognition, they also counted as products of the mother nest, so they had two systems for identifying friend and foe. However, this fell far short of Rowan's expectations. He was not there to raise ants. If the colony couldn't grow stronger alongside him, then what was the point of their collective energy? After this, Rowan conducted multiple experiments. Although the mother nest originated from the genes of black ants, it had undergone mutations and had changed beyond recognition. Rowan extracted some of his own genes and some from the mother nest, continuously experimenting with various combinations, and finally managed to come up with a barely acceptable solution. The queen ant hatched using the new scheme operated mechanisms more closely resembling those of the mother nest, no longer requiring male ants to lay eggs independently. Additionally, it could utilize some gene optimization combinations to produce special types of ants, such as digging ants and spy ants. Of course, it also had some drawbacks, such as being unable to update its gene pool once it left the mother nest in its larval state. The gene fragments available for use in its body became fixed and could not connect with Rowan like the mother nest to keep the gene pool synchronized. Furthermore, it could not detach from the mother nest like Rowan could, due to its limited food intake and time. It cannot continuously devour food and convert it into energy like the mother nest. Therefore, its growth rate is relatively slow. and its egg-laying capacity cannot compare to that of the mother nest. However, these minor flaws can be compensated for in various ways. For instance, the first point is to produce batches of new queen ants periodically to refresh their gene pool. As for the second point, while the individual output is insufficient, they do not face the same limitations as the mother nest in giving birth to a second queen. They can win by numbers. If one is not enough, then two. If two are not enough, then 10 or even 100. The expansion speed of the insect nest suddenly accelerated. Meanwhile, the first batch of 10 queen ant eggs, used for experimentation and observation, was also produced. During the development period of the queen ants, the insect army crazily expanded outward, clearing dozens of ant nests in a short time. Not a single one of the more than 30 ant nests that initially provided food for the insect nest was spared. All were exterminated, and their territories were taken over by the insect nest. Unfortunately, due to distance limitations, although new territories were conquered, they could not be garrisoned or developed for the time being. However, this was only temporary, as the 10 queen ants would soon mature and it would be their time to play a role. Luo Wen equipped each queen ant with 300 digging ants, 700 ordinary worker ants, and 50 soldier ants, considered as their personal guard. Once the distribution and assembly were complete, the 10 teams set off in different directions towards the front lines. They would serve as seeds to establish branch nests in the new territory and set up more aphid farms in the surroundings. At the same time, they would utilize the resources within the territory to continue expanding the population, ensuring the safety of the territory while also protecting the mother nest. Luo Wen was somewhat excited. If these seed experiments proved to be successful and feasible, the growth rate of the insect colony would rise several levels. The plan to exterminate the yellow soil ant army and avenge the past had finally taken shape. Ahem. Although there were branch queen ants, production in the mother nest had not stopped. After replenishing the forces assigned to the 10 queen ants, the newly matured individuals were sent to the front lines to support the 10 branch bases. After all, the output of those queen ants was still too low for the time being. It was better to let them develop themselves with the limited energy they had. With the support of the mother nest, the branch bases gradually developed, and as the number of insects in the branch bases increased, new aphid farms appeared around the bases. The experiment progressed smoothly, and thus, in the following period, the insect army continued its expansion path. One after another, more than 20 queen ants, along with their personal guards, headed to the new territory to set up camp and build their branch bases. As the scattered branch bases spread across the area, the activity range of the insects also increased significantly. These queen ants were not like the black ants. Once they branched out, they did not become a completely independent group with a new identity and recognition system. The queens produced by the mother nest, once they emerge, seem more like an extension of the nest. Each branch base and the insect nest still share the same identity and recognition systems. Regardless of which branch the insects belong to, they can still come and go from the nest and other branch bases, obtaining supplies and rest at these locations. Rowan remains their supreme commander. Time flies, and every few days, a new team of queens sets out to the front lines to guard new territories. The influence of the insect nest is backed by a cliff, with an army of insects numbering 50,000 rapidly expanding north along the eastern lakeshore. Upon reaching the end of the lake, the army splits into two, one continuing north and the other turning east along the lakeshore. Subsequently, the eastern army is blocked by a small river flowing out of the lake, and they advance north along the river's direction, eventually reuniting with the northern army. On the other side, an army of 30,000 insects forms the western force, heading west. When their strength was still relatively weak, Rowan kept his distance from the eastern lake, far away from it. When he was human, he had an inexplicable fear of deep water. After transforming into an insect, with his size reduced, even a small puddle seemed bottomless to him. Moreover, out of fear of the unknown, he was unsure if there were any terrifying creatures lurking in the water. As the strength of the insect nest gradually increased, he sent many of his subordinates to patrol and scout, and nothing problematic occurred. He even climbed to the tall vegetation near the shore to gaze at the lake. Unfortunately, the lake's surface remained calm, with no abnormalities, and he couldn't see what was beneath the water. Over time, his wariness lessened. And although he had always sent troops for patrol and reconnaissance, he had never truly expanded his territory to that side. However, now the insect nest territory had completely encompassed half of the lakeshore. Nowadays, Rowan actually hoped something would crawl out of the lake, as it might provide some new genetic fragments. His gene pool hadn't been updated in a long time. Unfortunately, the creatures in the lake adhered to the principle of not interfering with each other's waters and showed no signs of coming ashore. Chapter 53. New enemies. With the continuous expansion of the insect nest, a new problem emerged for Rowan: long-distance communication. The number of branch bases had increased significantly, nearing 100. However, while they remained loyal to Rowan's commands, he was completely unaware of their situations. Rowan had no clue how to solve this problem. His knowledge was limited, and he couldn't create communication devices suitable for the insects. Moreover, the insects' intelligence was insufficient to serve as communication soldiers, making it impossible for them to accurately report the conditions of each branch base. Thus, the originally idle Rowan became busy again. He began to travel daily along the routes to each branch base to check on their recent conditions. To his surprise, he discovered that his sphere of influence had grown so vast. Visiting each branch base and making a round took him a full 3 days and nights. If he took a moment to seriously observe, it would take even longer. During the first round, he could conveniently patrol the territory. The novelty kept him from feeling bored. By the second round, he started to feel a bit tired of it. By the third round, his mind was blank and his gaze was vacant. Luo Wen realized he couldn't continue like this. Otherwise, as the territory expanded, he would eventually wear himself out. He had to think of a solution. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with any clues. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. After patrolling several rounds without finding anything unusual, Luo Wen decided to stop the frequent inspections and instead patrol once every 10 days. However, an unexpected event occurred at that moment. During a new round of inspection, Luo Wen discovered that the insects in a subbase, including the queen ant, had mysteriously disappeared. After several rounds of genetic adjustments, the queen ant was emotionally closer to a machine without feelings, with full loyalty and absolutely no possibility of betrayal. Therefore, they must have encountered something that led to the current situation. Luo Wen dug open the cave and carefully examined the remaining traces inside. There were a large number of pheromones left everywhere, and after contact analysis, these pheromones originated from the insects in the base and an unknown force. From the pheromones, it appeared that the unknown force was also a colony similar to ants. However, the ferocity and cruelty hinted at by the pheromones indicated that they were not as honest and well-behaved as black ants. The first thing Luo Wen thought of was the yellow soil ants. Could there be a branch of them here? However, he later dismissed this guess. The characteristics revealed by the pheromones were completely different from those of the yellow soil ants. This was a brand new ant colony. Moreover, judging by the condition of the subbase, their way of handling things was very much in line with Luo Wen's own style. With a highly aggressive neighbor appearing, Luo Wen dared not be careless and followed the traces of the remaining pheromones to investigate further. Along the way, he maintained his usual cautious style. His pace was not fast, and he carefully observed his surroundings every time he moved forward, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. He now commanded hundreds of subbases, and although he was currently expanding too quickly and was understaffed, on average, each base had about 2,000 insects. Even so, he commanded a total of 200,000 insect subordinates. As their highest commander, Luo Wen naturally had to be cautious. This was his responsibility towards his subordinates. If it weren't for the low intelligence of his subordinates, he wouldn't even want to do the reconnaissance himself. He should be in the rear, commanding the army in frontline battles. That was his character. The traces led north, gradually leaving the influence of the insect nest. Then they split into multiple routes, heading in different directions. Luo Wen casually chose one and followed it, only to discover an unfamiliar black ant nest. Unfortunately, he was once again a step too late. By this time, the nest was empty, and its owner had disappeared without a trace. There was no way around it. I chose a route that branched off from here. And after going around in circles, I finally returned to the territory of the nest. I reached the location of another outpost. Fortunately, I wasn't late this time. A fierce battle was occurring at the base's exit. Through the chaotic battlefield, I finally caught sight of the enemy. They were small ants, about half the size of black worker ants. Their heads and thoraxes were a strange dark red, while their eyes, mandibles, abdomens, and limbs were a blackish red. In addition to these standard features of the ant species and their slightly unusual coloration, they had a short, sharp stinger at the end of their abdomens, which seemed to be their special talent. Despite their small size, they were extremely numerous and ferocious. At the forefront of the nest's outpost, The number of insects was already small, mainly consisting of around 1,000 worker ants and 50 soldier ants, the standard configuration when the queen was sent to the border. At this time, they were being pushed back due to insufficient numbers. Dozens of soldier ant corpses were curled up around the base entrance, with very few soldier ants still alive. As the main force of the war, the soldier ants, acting as shields and vanguards, had almost all been lost. The remaining worker ants had also lost more than half, leaving fewer than 300. They were now struggling to defend the narrow entrance, led by the few remaining soldier ants. The number of these red ants was at least over 3,000. Strangely, besides these red ants, there were also many black ants in the attacking group, approximately around 3,000 in number as well. Could it be that I had recently wiped out too many black ant nests? Were the black ants returning for revenge after seeking help? I was a bit shocked. Given the intelligence of black ants, they shouldn't be capable of such strategic maneuvers, right? Was there something more to this? However, the urgency of the battle left no time for further thought. After checking that there were no ambushes nearby, I entered the battlefield. These red ants were mere small fry in front of me. They had no resistance against my fierce charge, with a couple of heavy strikes from my digging limbs. Although they were somewhat cumbersome, I managed to crush and injure many red ants, rendering them incapable of fighting back. At the same time, my walking limbs lifted sequentially, with the bony claws at the front converging to form a sharp point, turning my walking limbs into long spears. Assisted by my incredibly high refresh rate vision, I thrust towards the surrounding red ants with great force, striking their heads or abdomens, which were larger targets. In no time, my digging limbs and walking limbs were covered in various fluids, and the ground around me was littered with the corpses of red ants. Standing amidst them, I exuded an imposing presence, reminiscent of a formidable reaper. Unfortunately, this was still a small-scale war with over 3,000 participants, and even with my unparalleled strength, my impact was quite limited. Moreover, my appearance finally caught the attention of the red ant army, although he suddenly killed dozens of them with a sneak attack. More red ants swarmed towards him. Chapter 54. Tracking faced with the assault of hundreds of red ants, Luo Wen quickly took down the first few that charged at him. However, the red ants showed no fear and were not deterred by the deaths of their companions. Instead, they quickly closed the distance to him while he was attacking their comrades. 8 long legs swiftly lifted and pierced through one red ant after another. Then, he swung them away, only to stab down again. But there were simply too many red ants surrounding him. He only managed to kill a small portion, while the rest quickly climbed up his legs. With the size of the red ants and his armor, they couldn't break through his defenses. Unfortunately, he had 2 huge weaknesses exposed on his head, and he couldn't allow these red ants to run wild on his back. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at one of his leg joints, startling him. This was the first time he felt pain since transforming into an insect. Even during gruesome moments, he hadn't felt any pain before. But now, he was experiencing pain, and it was getting worse, as if his muscles were melting away, causing him to let out a cry. When did he develop pain receptors? This intense pain severely affected his combat ability. Was this a regression or an evolution? If it was evolution, he would rather not have it. Unfortunately, there was no time to complain. He lifted the leg that was hurting and saw a red ant clinging to it. It had stabbed its stinger into the weak spot of the joint armor, which was the source of the pain. A simple sting shouldn't hurt this much. He didn't expect these little creatures to play dirty and poison him. He extended another leg, and the sticky hairs on the tip caught the red ant, pulling it off his leg and bringing it to his mouth. Luo Wen bit down hard, crushing it completely. But in that moment, more red ants crawled onto him, targeting the weak points of his armor joints, preparing to show off their collective skills. Luo Wen was terrified, and in a split second, he quickly kicked his legs and rolled on the ground. Luckily, his legs had 7 joints, so even if 1 or 2 were paralyzed, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. Moreover, his armor was smooth with few grip points, and the red ants lacked the hair that spiders have. So during his frantic rolling, many were flung off his back. After stopping, only 3 red ants remained stubbornly clinging to the joints of his legs, not thrown off. However, their fate was even worse. One by one, they were stuck by his sticky legs, dragged away, and bitten to death. Stimulated by the pain, Luo Wen's mind cleared up. This wasn't a game, and he wasn't an invincible warrior. If he wasn't careful, he could end up in serious trouble. He no longer wanted to fight, and his 8 long legs moved quickly, running and jumping towards the entrance of the subbase. With such a small force, This battle is definitely unwinnable. It's better to retreat quickly. Pheromones spread out, and the surrounding insects received instructions. Some climbed onto Rowan's back to help protect his eyes, while others returned to the cave. Rowan changed his strategy, no longer aiming to kill. He waved his two front legs back and forth, sweeping away the attacking red ants. In this way, he managed to defend a large part of his direction, with only a few soldier ants and worker ants left to hold the remaining area. After a while, the worker ants that had burrowed into the cave emerged, carrying the queen ant. Rowan extended his legs to hold the queen in place on his back, and the remaining soldier ants and worker ants also climbed up onto him, creating a small tower of insects on his back. As the insects gradually retreated from the defense line, the red ants began to close in. Seeing that only a few dozen ants had not climbed onto his back, he couldn't worry about them all anymore. He just hoped for the best. He issued a retreat order to them, and Rowan took long strides, swiftly charging out of the battlefield while spreading various pheromones to confuse his tracks. Some red ants followed his scent for a while, but became disoriented by the mixed pheromones and had to turn back. Rowan was not one to hold grudges, but fleeing like a stray dog after being beaten was not his style, unless they had the strength of the earth-yellow soldier ants. He set down the ants on his back, having saved one queen ant, 3 soldier ants, and the rest were worker ants. He ordered the 3 soldier ants and 10 worker ants to temporarily retreat with the queen, while the remaining worker ants were to search for the northern army, allowing them to retreat first and hold off their advance to avoid a head-on clash with the red ant army without his command. He still didn't know the true strength of the red ants. As the saying goes, know thy enemy and know thyself. He needed to clarify their situation before deciding on the next steps. For now, he could only strategically avoid confrontation. The northern army should be nearby, but without communication measures. He couldn't contact them in time. He could only cast a wide net and send out more worker ants to search. Once the army returned, they would need to disperse to various subbases immediately. If the army could not maintain a continuous advance to forage for insects and eliminate ant nests to sustain themselves through battle, but instead gathered in one place, then their supply issues would arise. Currently, the insect nest lacked effective supply transportation means. Therefore, they had to disperse to allow each subbase to support them. At the same time, they could reinforce the defenses of each base. After making all the arrangements, Rowan checked his own injuries. The joint in his leg that had been damaged by poison had nearly healed with the assistance of his strong recovery ability. The toxins from those red ants were still quite potent, somewhat similar to spider venom, capable of dissolving body tissues. However, their size was relatively small compared to Rowan, so the amount of poison they could store individually would not pose a significant threat to him. Yet he did not want to experience that intense pain again, and if their numbers increased, they could still threaten his life. During the battle just now, Rowan took the opportunity to consume a substantial amount of muscle tissue while crushing the red ants, and he should have obtained the corresponding gene fragments. Perhaps the next batch of eggs will hatch into insects equipped with stingers. His injuries are not serious, so Rowan hurried back to the previous subbase. He wants to track and see what the red ants' purpose is in attacking his base and where they come from. Also, what is the situation with those black ants? How did they get mixed up with the red ants? He needs answers to these questions. Chapter 55. Preparing for battle. When Rowan returned to the subbase, he happened to see the black ants climbing out of the cave one after another. They were not only carrying food, but also transporting eggs, pupae, and larvae, and it seemed they had no intention of killing them. Did they want to adopt these larvae? Rowan was somewhat puzzled. At the same time, he noticed another strange phenomenon. It was the black ants doing all the work, while the red ants stood by watching, showing no intention of helping, appearing somewhat idle. An uncontrollable thought popped into Rowan's mind. Was the joking idea he had earlier actually the truth of the matter? He changed his pheromones to disguise his identity, slowly approached while observing their reactions, ready to flee at any moment. Fortunately, the pheromone disguise was still effective against the red ants. They showed no reaction to Rowan's approach. However, some of the red ants, for some reason, started fighting among themselves. More than a dozen red ants were tangled together like wrestlers, biting and struggling, surrounded by a large circle of other red ants. Was this their form of entertainment? These little creatures seemed to have chaotic thinking, and Rowan couldn't figure out their behavior patterns for the time being. To be cautious, he didn't dare to recklessly infiltrate the enemy ranks. If he encountered a brainless ant that wanted to compare strength with him just because of his size, he might expose himself. He circled around the enemy camp and found that these ants, whether black or red, were all using the same kind of identification. This indicated that they were a group. And the red ants were not reinforcements invited over at all. This discovery further confirmed his earlier suspicion. After a while, the black ants finally cleared out everything in the subbase, and the army set off with their spoils. Rowan immediately followed them. The coalition of thousands of red and black ants merged with another friendly force coming from a different direction, forming a large army of over 10,000. They then left the territory of the insect nest and headed towards a black ant nest to eliminate it, emptying out the supplies and larvae inside. By now, almost every black ant was carrying something. The coalition set off again, this time without any detours, and returned to their old nest. This place was over 500 meters away from the insect nest territory, revealing a towering earth mound with a gigantic entrance, resembling a volcano. Countless red and black ants were crawling over the earth mound. The returning coalition carried supplies and streamed into the cave entrance, but Luo Wen paused. He had not figured out under what circumstances the red ants would seek out the other nest. The situation inside was unclear, and if his identity was exposed. Surrounded by hundreds or thousands of red ants ready to poison him, he estimated he would not survive inside. Luo Wen infiltrated underground and took a look around. The structure of the ant nest underground was enormous, far exceeding any black ant nest he had seen. Given the size of the red ants and such a large nest, even if there were many black ants inside, their numbers would still be quite astonishing, at least in the tens of thousands. This was a staggering number, considering that the current insect nest had over 200,000 insects, but most were scattered across various bases to maintain territorial operations. With only a few tens of thousands available for battle, this was not counting the transport of supplies. If a prolonged battle ensued, at least half would have to be diverted for transportation. This was not going to be an easy fight, but given both sides' habits, one side would eventually have to be eliminated. Luo Wen climbed back to the surface and followed several teams to scout the surroundings, even ambushing a few red ants for food. Through several days of observation, he discovered that the behavior of the red ants resembled that of bandits, living by plunder rather than production. Their numbers were far greater than those seen in the nest. They had many teams that would sweep out over great distances from the nest. Their main attack targets were the black ant nests. They would charge directly into the ant nests and kill the queens inside. For reasons unknown, after the queen's death, they would gain the loyalty of most of the surviving black ants. After killing a small portion of those unwilling to submit, they would instruct the surrendered black ants to carry supplies and larvae. Red ants typically operated in teams of 2,000 to 3,000 and would usually return with several times their number in black ants. Once brought back, besides caring for the larvae and searching for aphid food nearby, these black ants also served as food reserves for the red ants. The batch of red ants that initially attacked the insect nest subbase returned early because they had failed to capture additional black ants at the subbase and were short-handed. Thinking about the larvae taken from the subbase, they likely faced dire consequences. Although they looked very much like black ants, they were entirely different creatures. They would not pledge loyalty to the red ants, and the consequences could be imagined. Luo Wen felt a weight in his heart, not only because of those larvae but also due to the information he had gathered. Estimating based on the teams he had seen over the past few days, the number of red ants alone exceeded 100,000. How many more were out there, unseen because they had gone too far, remained unknown. Additionally, there were many more black ants, numbers far exceeding those of the red ants. Although they were captives, judging from the situation at the subbase, they would not resist. Instead, they would help the red ants attack. Not to mention that in their own nests, most red ants were out plundering, so their numbers far exceeded those of the red ants left behind. There was no sign of resistance at all. It seemed that these black ants had made up their minds to follow the red ants. He thought for a moment that there might still be variables in the situation, and he needed to return to the nest to check if there were any hidden secrets in the red ants' genetic fragments regarding this matter. After gathering most of the intelligence, Rowan hurriedly began to return. The situation this time was somewhat critical. It was no longer about him attacking the red ants. Given their scale, Rowan currently did not have the capability to eliminate them. If handled poorly, he might even face a counterattack from them. Moving quickly and avoiding several groups of red ants, Rowan entered his territory. On the way, he passed by a subbase, sending out dozens of communication teams to order each base to strengthen their defenses and to request aid from surrounding bases immediately upon encountering enemy forces, prohibiting any pursuit after driving away the enemy. It was unclear whether it was due to the growth of the nest or the result of various gene mixing. But now the intelligence of the insects had significantly improved, particularly the queen ant. Perhaps their queen template came with an intelligence boost, enabling them to comprehend relatively complex commands. They also held a high priority within the swarm, capable of commanding worker ants and soldier ants. Rowan finally had a sense of troop deployment. If it were the initial Black 2 and Black 3 with that kind of intelligence, they wouldn't understand what mutual support between bases meant even if he killed them. Chapter 56. Preparing for war. After arranging the tasks at the front line, Rowan did not delay and hurried back to the swarm's headquarters. After careful examination and comparison with the nest, he surprisingly found no parts in the absorbed red ant genetic fragments that could induce the black ants to surrender. This was a huge piece of bad news, and Rowan felt a bit dazed. The red ants conquered the black ants not by showcasing genetic talents. Could it be through personal charm? Was this a joke? Regardless, although he couldn't understand the specific reasons, the outcome was already determined. Rowan did not dwell on this issue for too long and began to prepare a new worker ant panel. Initially, he thought of loading the red ant stingers onto the existing worker ant template, but it turned out that the stingers were incompatible with the formic acid solution spraying system. They not only conflicted in position at the tail, but even overlapped in the internal cavities storing the venom and formic acid solution. Since both could not be had, he had to choose one, and Rowan fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Although the red ants were half the size of the black ants, they specialized in fighting and did not engage in production. From these characteristics, they resembled soldier ants more. He had been misled by their size all along. But thinking about it this way, red ants turned out to be a species composed entirely of soldier ants. No wonder they were so fierce. With this realization, he immediately used the red ant template as a base, first changing their red pigment genes to black, as his troops needed to have a uniform appearance. Then, in addition to the standard anti-acid armor, he added genes for launching, strength, chitin armor, and enhanced mandibles. The newly created soldier ant is also a small soldier ant, instinctively filled with combat factors, and does not undertake any production tasks. They are about the same size as red ants, but are stronger, with thicker armor and larger, sturdier mandibles. Although this makes them a bit less agile, their launch-assisted starting ability can completely compensate for this minor flaw. Rowan gave them a simple name, soldier ant. He then continued and created two new types of insects. One is based on a spider template, incorporating some of his own genes, the back armor genes of a black beetle, and enhanced chitin armor for the legs. This new soldier type is called transport bug, which, as the name suggests, is primarily responsible for transportation tasks. Using a spider as a template allows it to grow quite large, and the spider's legs are very flexible and fast. The spacious back armor can carry more supplies. Although it is a logistical type, its attack capability should not be underestimated. At critical moments, the leg armor can transform into spears, piercing enemies with the assistance of its high-resolution eyes. This combat system has been personally tested by Rowan and is quite extraordinary. The second type belongs to pure logistics and is named slime bug, based on a regular worker ant, but incorporating the slime genes of a camouflage bug. Their task is to work with transport bugs to glue more supplies together with slime and secure them on their backs. Once the supplies reach their designated location, they can release the slime to assist in unloading the materials. In the war against red ants, logistics must be well managed, as they also operate on a war-supporting war model. If it turns into a protracted battle, whichever side runs out of supplies first will perish. However, considering the black ants that outnumber them several times, these are all live food reserves for them. Not only can they serve as cannon fodder, but they can also be slaughtered for food when hungry. It's truly troublesome. Rowan squinted. It would be best to think of a way to deal with them first. But for now, he needed to prepare for war. Due to the high energy consumption of producing queen ants, the mother nest only produced 50 queen ants and then focused on producing the 3 new soldier types. The new batch of queen ants would take some time to hatch and grow, and before that, the production intelligence of the new soldier types relied on the mother nest. The first batch of queen ants, lacking the production materials for the new soldier types, were ordered by Rowan to produce worker ants at full capacity. Worker ants are currently the only long-range firepower output of the insect swarm. Moreover, if they win against the red ants and take over their territory, a large number of worker ants will be needed to develop the land. Therefore, at this moment, having as many as possible is naturally better. After arranging the rear work, Rowan hurried back to the front lines. After all, he was still worried about the adaptability of the bugs. He felt more secure being personally stationed. In the following days, messengers frequently rushed around the territory to convey Rowan's orders. Rowan personally went to the enemy-occupied area for reconnaissance multiple times and discovered that the red ants were also mobilizing their forces, with many returning teams beginning to gather at both sides of the border. A large group of red and black ant coalition gathered, with an initial estimate of over 200,000. As time passed, this number continued to increase rapidly. They swept around the border, occasionally sending small groups to infiltrate the territory of the red ants for harassment and surprise attacks. 2 branch bases, due to their remote locations and delayed calls for aid, were wiped out. More branch bases managed to fend off attacks thanks to timely reinforcements that drove the red ants away. The situation was becoming increasingly severe, and a major battle was imminent. On Luo Wen's side, the new troops at the rear were gradually maturing. From the air, one could see large numbers of transport bugs with their 8 long legs continuously heading to the frontline positions. They either carried food or packed many small soldier ants. The small soldier ants, being smaller in size and having limited energy storage, were not suited for long-distance marches, so being carried by transport bugs effectively reduced food consumption. As their forces were always at a disadvantage, the insect army consolidated its troops, focusing mainly on defensive counterattacks. The vast land outside became the hunting ground for the red ant coalition. Thus, although they couldn't transport supplies as efficiently as the insect army, they could still maintain a large army size through sweeping operations. A new batch of 50 ant queens finally matured and were transported by transport bugs, escorted by specialized teams to the front line, where they began to produce small soldier ants on site. The mother nest ceased producing small soldier ants and, after producing 10 more ant queens, began to focus entirely on producing transport bugs and mucus bugs, which reduced the transport consumption of small soldier ants. At the same time, the restrictions on the aphid farms were lifted to maximize food production by consuming the vegetation's resources. As the first batch of small soldier ants produced by the ant queens gradually emerged from their cocoons, Luo Wen issued orders to mobilize most of the digging ants from various locations to the front line. These creatures had lost their work of digging tunnels after their nest was destroyed and had now all turned to manure workers, with their main job being to fertilize the vegetation daily. Through reconnaissance over the past few days, Luo Wen had formulated a rough plan that required their help. In the distance, the digging ants rode on transport bugs, while those closer crawled on their own, gradually arriving at the designated location over a few days. Luo Wen roughly counted and found there were about 50,000, accounting for around 80% of all the digging ants in the territory. Chapter 57, Stealing Home. In fact, Luo Wen did not want to stir up trouble just yet. The longer he delayed, the more advantageous it would be for him. The resources accumulated by the insect army needed time to be converted into military strength. However, after observing for the past 2 days, he noted that the scale of the red ant coalition on the front line had already exceeded 500,000, and the areas near the border had been excessively swept, severely overdrawn, and were gradually unable to sustain their daily consumption. Luo Wen saw several groups of red ants attacking black ants in their ranks for food. The situation had reached a critical point. The red ant coalition now had to choose between attacking or retreating. However, the chance of retreat was very low, so a full-scale war between both sides was imminent. Time was of the essence. Over 50,000 digging ants were to be transported, with 500 of them per transport bug. Additionally, there were more than 5,000 small soldier ants escorting the convoy, being smaller in size. One transport bug could carry 800 to 900 of them. Besides, the convoy also brought a small number of large-eyed reconnaissance bugs and spy bugs. Under the leadership of Rowan, more than 100 transport insects marched quickly towards the enemy-occupied area, avoiding some surveillance along the way. An hour later, the troop reached the designated location. This was the riverbank closest to the red ant nest, about 600 meters away. Without further delay, Rowan began digging a water channel half a meter from the riverbank, his massive body resembling a giant excavator as he hastily carved out a trench in the earth, extending towards the red ant nest. The digging ants followed behind him, removing the soil from the trench and then expanding, leveling, and smoothing it out. The large-eyed scout insects and soldier ants spread out around the troop, responsible for surveillance, while the transport insects climbed onto the surrounding vegetation to rest. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, and the digging speed was rapid. After all, Rowan took on the most difficult work by himself, his huge digging feet breaking open the hard ground, saving a lot of energy for the digging ants behind him. The plan was progressing smoothly. and a few passing enemy scouts were quickly dealt with, providing a small supply of protein for the troop. However, as the digging work got closer to the enemy nest, the number of enemy troops encountered increased, and their scale grew larger. Nevertheless, the soldier ants still maintained a significant numerical advantage. At the same time, transport insects were dispatched. They moved faster and more flexibly, tasked with patrolling the outskirts of the battlefield and chasing down fleeing enemy troops to prevent them from relaying any messages. The spy insects cleaned up the pheromones they had spread. However, when the troop was only about 20 meters away from the enemy nest, their movements were still exposed. Due to prolonged combat, the troops suffered significant fatigue, and with their proximity to the enemy nest, enemy activity was very frequent in this area. Although the insect swarm still had an overall numerical advantage, they could no longer intercept all the retreating enemy soldiers, and news eventually leaked out. Fortunately, there was only a small distance left, and the ants' communication efficiency was not very high. Knowing the operational patterns of the ant nest, Rowan understood that although a few retreating soldiers had escaped, it would take some time for the red ants to react. He seized this window of opportunity, no longer hiding, and exerted all his strength to dig towards the small volcano ahead. Meanwhile, 20 transport insects quickly left the battlefield with 10,000 digging ants, returning to the riverbank. They needed to go back and dig open the half-meter-wide barrier between the river and the trench. Although leaving behind 1/5 of the laborers slightly slowed the digging progress, the impact was not too significant. After more than 10 minutes, under the desperate cover of the soldier ants, Rowan broke open the wall of the small volcano, revealing a large hole that exposed the dark, winding tunnels of the ant nest inside. This was like poking a hornet's nest, as a large number of red and black ants surged out from the opening. At this point, Rowan was both exhausted and fatigued. Digging a 600-meter water channel had been quite strenuous for him, and the final few meters had been completed while holding his breath. At this moment, having finally completed the task, he relaxed, and all the fatigue rushed in. He didn't even have the strength to lift his digging feet. However, staying here was a death wish, so he gathered his last bit of strength and retreated some distance. The digging ants behind him crossed over, covering his retreat. He watched as a large wave of red and black ants rushed in like a two-colored torrent, the digging ants extending their rear ends, taking up a standard spraying position. Ant acid solution spray. In the first round, thousands of digging ants simultaneously aimed at the breach and sprayed their ant acid solution, directly stunning the enemy's vanguard with this wave of long-range saturation attack. A single digging ant carried a small amount of ant acid solution, but the accumulated amount from thousands was not to be underestimated. The acid flowed onto the ground, barely having time to seep into the soil, gathering into a small stream of acid that flowed toward the depths of the ant nest. Many enemy soldiers didn't even react before their antennae and limbs were dissolved by the ant acid, losing their ability to move, futilely struggling in the stream of ant acid, slowly losing their sound. Luo Wen retreated to the rear and immediately began to command. He first instructed a few worker ants to transport some ant fragments from the nearby battlefield. He needed to replenish his strength. Then, he sent out 20,000 digging ants to crawl to the volcano's mouth and block it. As soon as any enemy soldiers showed up, they would spray ant acid solution inside. The remaining digging ants would guard the newly excavated breach. If the enemy charged out, the ant acid solution would serve them just the same. The remaining soldier ants and transport bugs protected the flanks. Now the main force of the ant nest was blocked inside and had not come out, and the small soldier ants could still hold their own against the patrolling enemy forces. About half an hour later, during which the ant nest organized several charges, all were repelled by the ant acid solution spray. The spraying of ant acid solution to block such openings had a geometrically increased lethality, far exceeding their performance on the large-scale battlefield. However, these several rounds of suicidal charges were not without effect. They consumed a large amount of the digging ants' ant acid solution reserves. If the enemy charged again, the reserves would likely be exhausted. But just then, a series of splashing sounds came from afar, and a flow of water appeared in the distant waterway. In the blink of an eye, the water rushed to the forefront, carrying the bodies of digging ants floating above, and plunged into the breach of the ant nest. Luo Wen understood that the insect's respiratory systems had very poor resistance to flooding. Breaking through the last barrier between the waterway and the river was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be submerged. Given the size of the digging ants, it was not easy to dodge in time. This was a suicidal task. However, their sacrifice was not in vain. Chapter 58. Stealing home. The water flowed continuously into the ant nest from the breach, pouring in for a full 2 minutes. The waves of water inside carrying a large amount of soil and red-black ants rolling out. After colliding a few times in the turbulent water at the entrance, the water level inside the cave balanced with the outside, and the surface of the water gradually stabilized. Near the entrance of the tunnel, a large number of red-black ants were floating on the water's surface, most of them not drowned immediately, still struggling desperately on the water. Some lucky ones managed to step on the bodies of their companions and slowly move to the shore, exerting all their strength to climb up. However, exhausted, they had to face the digging ants waiting on the shore. The terrain inside the ant nest was complex. Only a few were swept out by the waves, while most had perished underwater. This time, they had wiped out tens of thousands of red-black ants from the enemy's stronghold. Most importantly, all the food stored in their caves was ruined, further exacerbating their already tense frontline supplies. After dealing with those lucky ones trying to climb ashore, the ants still in the water stopped struggling and quietly floated on the surface. Rowan ordered the digging ants to turn back and support the soldier ants, using up all the stored formic acid solution. Although the combat power of the digging ants was not as strong as that of the soldier ants, their sheer numbers quickly overwhelmed the previously chaotic battlefield. After cleaning up the battlefield and recovering both enemy and allied corpses for protein processing, the army climbed onto the backs of transport insects and quickly retreated toward the riverbank. Having destroyed the enemy's stronghold, it was wise to leave this perilous place quickly to prevent the frontline troops from launching a frantic counterattack. Upon reaching the riverbank, they met up with the digging ants stationed there. After taking stock, it turned out that only over 6,000 of the 10,000 digging ants that had breached the final barrier remained, with nearly 4,000 swept away by the flood at the moment of the dam breaking. Adding the digging and subsequent battle, over 3,000 digging ants had also been lost. Out of more than 5,000 soldier ants, less than 3,000 remained, nearly half having perished. Even the large combat unit, the transport insects, had only 2 left. This battle resulted in the loss of over 10,000 various types of insects. But the gains were also quite remarkable. After a brief rest, Rowan ordered the entire army to return, following the riverbank and avoiding enemy patrols. The exhausted army could not withstand further turmoil. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and they successfully returned to the frontline command center. The insects certainly did not have these names. They were all given by Rowan to enhance the sense of ceremony. In fact, this was merely the closest sub-base to the front line. However, it was now a gathering place for the army. Not counting the digging ants that had just retreated, there were around 150,000 ordinary worker ants here. The soldier ants, due to their later production time, had been working overtime but still remained few in number. Even with the 2,000 or so that had just returned, they barely reached 30,000. However, there were still over 10,000 of the original version of the ordinary soldier ants, including the transport insects. The total combat-ready force barely reached over 200,000. Even adding the digging ants, it was still less than 250,000. Moreover, the digging ants had just exhausted their formic acid solution, meaning their combat power would be reduced by at least half for several days. The enemy, on the other hand, had at least 500,000 troops, more than double the insect army's numbers. Fortunately, the black ants among them accounted for 70%, and with Rowan's command, they should still have the strength to fight. Moreover, the enemy's stronghold has been taken down, causing supply issues. Although the swarm is short-handed in the rear, with most of its members reassigned to the front lines, it can still barely maintain normal operations. As time goes on, Rowan's chances of victory grow larger. Therefore, the swarm's tactic at this moment is to remain still and buy time, responding to changes with stability. However, the Red-Black Ant Coalition does not intend to give Rowan the opportunity to delay. As dawn breaks on the second day, the densely packed enemy forces cross the border, rushing toward the swarm's base. Nevertheless, even with the time constraint, Rowan remains unflustered. He has long been prepared for the decisive battle. The longer the delay, the smaller the swarm's losses. Having experienced information bombardment himself, with his wisdom in crushing ants, he must arrange a proper strategy for them. The enemy's ability to find the swarm's base so easily is related to his orchestrating. Instead of engaging in a battle in an uncontrollable area, it is better to prepare a stage in advance for both sides to put on a performance, with the advantage of the large-eyed reconnaissance bug's visibility. Every move of the enemy army is under Rowan's control. As they set off, Small groups of swarm troops continuously appear in front of them, strategically retreating step by step to draw them toward the base. The stage has long been set. Now, it is just waiting for the actors to enter. The baiting swarm teams have returned one after another, retreating into the base's cave. The red-black ant coalition follows closely, their numerous ants seemingly dyeing the ground in two colors. However, by the time they arrive, the surface of the swarm's base is completely clean, with no living creatures present, leaving only a dark, funnel-shaped entrance in the ground. Facing the deep entrance that resembles the eye of an abyss, the coalition shows no hesitation. The smaller and more agile red ants take the lead and are the first to dive into the cave. Upon entering, they first encounter a long passage. After crawling through this passage, they enter a massive cavern. Here, they are met with a sudden assault. Dozens of giant mandible soldier ants are positioned around the passage entrance. And as soon as a red ant peeks its head out, it is clamped and thrown behind, where a swarm of small soldier ants rushes in to deal with it. Relying solely on this blocking method to eliminate an army of 500,000 is naturally wishful thinking, but it can effectively buy time. Thus, a batch of giant mandible soldier ants exhausts their strength and retreats to rest, while the next batch quickly fills the gap. The red ants in the front are continuously dragged out and killed, while the enemy troops in the back remain unaware of the situation and continue to press forward. Sometimes they will surge out simultaneously or be pushed out by their allies behind, in large numbers, even breaking through the lines of the giant mandible soldier ants. However, facing the hundreds of times their numbers in the back of the cave, they still cannot make much of a splash. Although the passage is relatively spacious, it is still too narrow for the hundreds of thousands of troops. Only a few can enter the passage at a time. After half a day and the loss of over 10,000 bug heads, the army waiting in line at the back to enter the cave finally grows a bit impatient. Some small teams began to leave the main force and spread out, wanting to hunt for wild food. However, their movements had long been monitored by the scout bugs. Once they strayed far from the main force, they were met by the already prepared mobile units of the swarm. Chapter 59. Devouring the swarm's troops operated in small teams of hundreds, mixed with scout bugs, soldier ants, minor soldier ants, and worker ants. Each small team was accompanied by a transport bug responsible for wandering around the enemy forces, intercepting and exterminating these teams that ventured out for wild food. A wild food team of about 500 had just left the main force, less than 50 meters away, when they were intercepted by two mobile teams. When the numbers were 500 to 1,000, and the side with fewer individuals had slightly inferior combat power, the outcome was already a foregone conclusion. Each red ant faced at least two worker ants. Although the worker ants had the advantage in size and were fighting with numbers, the primary tactic was still to entangle. The red ant stings were indeed powerful enough to defeat targets much larger than themselves. However, the drawback of the sting attack was that it required the ant to cling to the target and secure its body before finding weak points in the armor to pierce. But the worker ants, through agile leaps, gave the red ants no chance to approach with their stings. Whenever a red ant curled its abdomen to perform a sting attack, the worker ants would dodge. Even if a red ant managed to grab hold, it would struggle to break free. At that moment, nearby companions would quickly rush in to pull the red ant off. Although the tactics were well defined, unexpected incidents still occurred during implementation. In the heat of battle, some worker ants were indeed caught off guard and stung by the red ants. However, compared to the speed of the worker ants' losses, the coalition's defeat was even faster. The two types of soldier ants worked together to prioritize eliminating the black ants within the coalition. The black ants were relatively weak and lacked the agility of the swarm's worker ants, quickly falling victim to the soldier ants' encirclement. After dealing with these weaker foes, the soldier ants surrounded the red ants still entangled with the worker ants. The red ants, which had barely maintained their position, began to fall at an accelerating rate, like a snowball rolling downhill. In the end, only about 50 red ants managed to break through and fled in panic towards their main force. Two transport bugs, which had just been unable to intervene, chased after them, killing more than 10 red ants along the way, only turning back when they were still over 20 meters away from the enemy's main force. Long legs and fast speed made them so unrestrained. The Swarm's small team also lost 2 minor soldier ants and over 10 worker ants in the recent battle. They, along with the corpses of their enemies, were quickly loaded onto the backs of the transport bugs. Then they departed, digging open a passage covered by leaves in a hidden area. The worker ants, carrying their spoils, entered the passage and went deeper. This was a hidden exit of the branch base. Given Rowan's cautious nature, he had constructed over a dozen escape routes when he was alone as a bug, not to mention the current decisive battle location. It is even more unlikely to have only one entrance and exit. The passageway the Allied forces are attacking is merely a trap designed specifically to lure them in. The plan to flood the Allied forces' stronghold was formulated by Luo Wen after multiple observations, discovering that their lair had only one entrance and exit, which was a volcanic crater. The dire situation there further made Luo Wen realize the importance of having multiple escape routes. After a while, the worker ants that entered the cave crawled back out and quickly boarded the transport bugs waiting near the entrance to leave. Once they departed, several spy bugs emerged from the cave, erasing the pheromone traces they left behind, and then covered the entrance again. Besides these spy bugs, many digging ants were also hidden in the passageway. They were there to quickly collapse and bury the passage in case it was discovered by the enemy, preventing the friendly forces inside the cave from being caught off guard. On the other side of the battlefield, a mobile squad was attracting a massive Allied force of over 2,000 as they rushed forward. Not far ahead, 10 mobile squads lay in ambush, waiting for this Allied force. With a ratio of 2,000 to 5,500, their outcome is needless to say. Defeat is certain. The only question is how many will manage to escape. The swarm's mobile squads, leveraging their superior mobility and visibility advantage, could always maintain a situation of fighting more with less, slowly wearing down the Allied numbers. Faced with constant harassment from all directions and ongoing losses from the forging squads, the main body of the Allied forces finally became restless and began to gather to sweep the surrounding area. Luo Wen quickly detected the enemy's movement and issued orders for the swarm blocking the passage to retreat and open the entrance. Immediately, the enemy forces that had been stuck in the passage surged out, continuously pouring into the massive cave. As their numbers increased, the worker ants hidden on the sides and above the cave took up positions to spray formic acid solution. The acid rained down like a torrential downpour onto the unsuspecting Allied forces, delivering a devastating blow. Those with better luck only suffered antenna damage, while those with worse luck had their armor dissolved and died on the spot. After a round of acid rain, the giant mandible soldier ants blocked the passage again. However, having cleared a significant number of enemy forces from the passage, they now seemed somewhat relaxed. The soldier ants and worker ants rushed toward the enemy inside the cave, finishing off those who were lucky enough not to die immediately and transporting their bodies deeper into the cave. Originally, the Allied forces planned to eliminate the surrounding harassment troops first, but faced with the suddenly accessible passage, they hesitated, unsure whether to attack the cave or sweep the surroundings first. In the end, they chose to prioritize attacking the passage. Thus, a large number of Allied forces surged back into the passage, and the blocking giant mandible soldier ants became busy again. In this way, whenever the Allied forces grew impatient and prepared to leave, Luo Wen would open the passage, allowing the enemies trapped inside to come in, and then let them enjoy another round of the rain show. Fortunately, the red and black ants do not possess overly complex thinking, and they were dragged along by such a simple tactic for a full 2 days. During this time, the underground nest left behind over 100,000 enemy corpses, and the mobile troops outside annihilated at least 50,000 enemy soldiers. However, the swarm also lost more than 10,000 bugs. They were all recycled into protein for the daily needs of the swarm, and the frontline base temporarily achieved self-sufficiency by relying on war to sustain war. The transport bugs in the rear no longer delivered food to the frontline base, but continuously transported food to the nearby base nests, where 50 queen ants were fully engaged in producing soldier ants. In addition, the queens of the other 100 bases in the territory were not idle either. Because their gene pool could not be updated, they could only focus on producing worker ants and large mandible soldier ants. Subsequently, these forces were sent to the vicinity of the frontline battlefield by transport bugs from the rear. Chapter 60. Consumption. Although the Red and Black Ant Coalition suffered losses of over 100,000 troops, some reinforcements gradually arrived from their rear territory over the 2 days, keeping their total strength above 500,000. On Rowan's side, with various newly matured bugs from the territory arriving at the front line, the total strength had also approached 300,000. The gap in troop strength between the two sides was slowly narrowing. However, the enemy finally woke up and no longer allowed Rowan to continue consuming their forces. They gathered their troops, disregarded the emptied underground passages, and ignored the surrounding disturbances. marching grandly towards the interior of the swarm's territory, crossing the underground base. Rowan hit on the trunk of vegetation that the coalition was about to pass, roughly estimating that the proportion of red ants in the coalition had reached 19. The red ants in the front lines had already been significantly depleted by the underground base's passage. Although their total number was still over 500,000, their combat effectiveness had diminished greatly. However, in the center of the army, Rowan unexpectedly discovered several gigantic red ants. They were over dozens of times larger than ordinary red ants, and through their long, swollen abdomens, it was clear that they were queen ants of the red ants. Rowan had not noticed these creatures during his previous reconnaissance. It seemed they were brought over by reinforcements from the rear in the past 2 days. Moreover, these queens were surprisingly able to coexist peacefully. Could it be that red ants are a multi-queen species? However, their family-like presence gave Rowan a strangely familiar feeling. After a moment of thought, he was astonished to realize that this was exactly the classic tactic of the insect race, family relocation. He did not expect that these red ants could come up with such a tactic given their intelligence. However, it was evident that their understanding of the tactic was flawed. The essence of family relocation lies in fortifying one's own home to hold back the enemy's main force, while the main force seizes the enemy's base. Yet now, the swarm's army was right next to them, and they actually wanted to forcibly relocate. What a reckless move. The hidden swarm in the underground base surged out, biting into the rear of the red and black coalition, and the two streams collided violently. The transport bugs led the worker ants into battle first, launching a wave of long-range strikes to paralyze part of the enemy forces and create chaos, then quickly withdrew. The coalition forces were mostly black ants, which, lacking stingers, had no way to deal with these long-legged attackers who struck and then retreated without hesitation. Even when some managed to bite the legs of the transport bugs, they would be stabbed to death by the nearby transport bugs. The effect of spraying formic acid in such an open environment was naturally not as effective as in the narrow underground entrances. However, there was no expectation that they could kill many enemies. Many of the enemy ants, with their antennae corroded, became like headless flies, darting around in disarray. In a short while, the tens of thousands of troops at the rear of the coalition were thrown into complete chaos, gradually becoming disconnected from their frontline allies. At this moment, the swarm of bugs that followed accelerated and charged in, resulting in a fierce melee in the open ground. Although ordinary black ants were considered weak fighters, in the chaos of tens of thousands of troops, the difference in individual combat power became less apparent. Even the highly powerful Rowan could be overwhelmed and bitten to death by black ants if surrounded. The brutal case of that spider still served as a reminder to him. A red ant had just latched onto a worker ant and stabbed its stinger into its abdomen when it was pierced through the head by a passing transport bug, dying instantly. However, its stinger remained lodged in the worker ant's abdomen, and the toxin quickly broke down the internal muscles of the worker ant, which no longer had the strength to pull out the stinger. Gradually, the struggles of the two opponents weakened, and they embraced each other in silence. A giant soldier ant, having charged too far forward, had just crushed a black ant when it was surrounded by dozens of black ants, some pulling at its limbs while others attacked its joints. Just as it had 2 legs left, reinforcements finally arrived to save it. However, it could not regrow its limbs and had lost its ability to move, awaiting protein recovery. Hundreds and thousands of bugs died on the battlefield every moment, and the intensity of the battle was beyond description. Without terrain advantage and engaging in close combat, the swarm, although stronger, still suffered significant losses. However, when a large number of mobile units from the swarm arrived, the coalition forces, which had just been exchanging blows with the swarm, instantly showed signs of defeat. Relying on pheromones for communication proved to be inefficient by the time news of the rear attack reached the coalition's decision-makers and was passed down. The swarm had already devoured the tens of thousands of coalition forces and slipped away with their spoils. The coalition, in a fit of rage, began to pursue with their entire army, but the traces left behind indicated that the swarm had retreated along several routes. The less intelligent bugs, having not studied military strategy, rashly divided their forces into several groups to pursue. However, after following the residual pheromones for a while, they encountered a fork in the road again and split their forces once more. The residual pheromones were all processed by the spy worms under Rowan's command. The original intention was simply to divert the coalition forces' attention and slow down their pursuit. However, he did not expect these ants to be so straightforward. Whenever they encountered a fork in the road, they would split their forces. Since that was the case, he would not be polite. He continued to assign spy worms to lay out forks along the way. After the army of worms gathered, they quickly consumed some of the spoils to replenish their stamina. After a moment, the army began to assemble and prepare. Due to the suddenness of the situation, Rowan only had about 150,000 troops available, with over 100,000 more scattered in the surrounding area. Although Rowan had already dispatched messengers to find those mobile units, he still hoped they could act wisely and not crash into the enemy's main force, wasting their lives. After several splits, the coalition forces still had more than 200,000 troops protecting the Queen Ant, while many other smaller groups were left with only 20,000 to 30,000 troops. Rowan lured one group of over 20,000 ants away from the main force, and the more than 100,000 troops lying in ambush quickly surrounded them using transport worms, striving to not let a single one escape. With such a large disparity in numbers and no advantage in individual combat strength, this small unit was wiped out without exhausting much of the worm army's stamina. Subsequently, Rowan roamed around the coalition forces, continuously luring out small split teams and then annihilating them. Although the tactic was simple, it worked every time, giving Rowan a sense of superiority. His ordinary human intelligence was playing military strategy among a group of worms, which felt like an unfair advantage over them. Chapter 61. After the battle one after another. 5 split teams of the coalition were eliminated, and the number of red and black ants killed reached around 120,000 to 130,000. Although Rowan's team also lost about 10,000 troops, with the mobile units continuously arriving to regroup. The number of worms not only did not decrease, but actually increased by more than 20,000. At this point, the coalition finally sensed something was wrong and hurriedly recalled their troops, regrouping the army once again. However, in just half a day, the reassembled army appeared to have shrunk several circles from above. Rowan no longer felt any sense of crisis. His initial caution regarding the red ants was due to his lack of understanding of them. But now they had laid all their cards on the table before him. Dealing with such a mobility-deficient enemy with extremely simple reconnaissance methods was truly too easy. As the red and black ant coalition continued their march, they gradually realized they seemed to have walked into a cage. Any reconnaissance team sent out would mysteriously disappear as soon as they strayed a distance away from the main force. Confusing pheromonal signals were everywhere, making it impossible to determine the right direction to proceed. They also dared not split their forces again and could only press on stubbornly. Day and night alternated, and soon a day passed. The mixed coalition surprisingly found traces they had left behind yesterday. Indeed, they had spent the entire day merely going in circles under Rowan's constant guidance. As soon as the scouts they sent out left the main force, they would be discovered by the reconnaissance insects, and mobile squads riding transport insects would ambush them ahead, swiftly eliminating them. Subsequently, the spy insects accompanying the squads would erase the traces left by the reconnaissance team and rearrange false landmark information. The coalition forces could not distinguish these disguised messages at all and could only blindly move forward. During this day and night, the losses in scouts had accumulated to over 10,000. Another day passed, and the coalition, which lost over 10,000 scouts again, still did not break free from the cycle of futility and continued to advance in vain. After such a long time without supplies, they were also beginning to struggle. The army camped in place to reduce physical exhaustion and then sent out several teams to search for food. However, these teams, averaging around 10,000 members each, naturally disappeared without a trace. In one day, more than a dozen teams sent out to forage returned only 2, and they did not bring back much food. The coalition, having lost over 100,000 troops again, had no other options at this point. Lacking supplies, and with their vision blocked, they could only continue to send out foraging teams the next day. After several days of gathering, Rowan now had nearly 300,000 usable troops under his command. With sufficient manpower, he could arrange traps more confidently. Therefore, none of the teams sent out by the coalition to find food returned today. At night, the adverse effects accumulated from days of hunger finally erupted. Although ants do not have morale in the conventional sense, hunger caused some unrest among them. The red ants began to attack the black ants, killing them and then feeding on them. For some unknown reason, the larger number of black ants did not resist. They apathetically watched their companions being killed, merely drooping their antennae and lying still on the ground, numbly awaiting their fate. Rowan naturally saw this situation and decided to besiege the coalition for a few more days. Perhaps they would end up killing each other off significantly. However, after several days of sleeplessness, Rowan was also getting a bit tired of this and found no thrill in defeating such low-intelligence opponents. The coalition forces, having been worn down to just over 200,000, were exhausted and their combat power greatly diminished. It was time to resolve the situation. Messengers scurried around, and the army began to gather, surrounding the coalition forces with 300,000 troops and slowly closing in. Although the insect army had not rested much during these days, they had ample food, consisting entirely of energy-rich muscle tissue, and their combat power was naturally not comparable to that of the current coalition. Additionally, in recent days, Rowan intentionally reduced the consumption of the worker ants' formic acid solution, causing their previously depleted acid sacs to refill. Thus, the coalition was first greeted by a saturation bombardment of formic acid from nearly 200,000 worker ants. This round of attack caused the already dwindling coalition forces to lose another 50 to 60,000 combatants. Moreover, due to the excessive amount of formic acid, the battlefield area became muddy, with some regions even forming pools of acid. The acid-resistant armor is standard for the swarm troops, naturally ignoring these factors. But such terrain has caused great trouble for the coalition forces. Many ants crawled along, their leg segments corroded and broken, and they collapsed to the ground. As a result, a larger area of their bodies came into contact with the acidic ground, and after a moment, they could no longer get up, even faced with various adverse factors. The desperate counterattack of over 100,000 coalition forces still caused significant casualties to the swarm army. Most of those who died were the various soldier ants and transport bugs at the front, while the worker ants suffered very few losses because they were positioned at the back of the formation. This was intentional by Rowan. For this war, the swarm had temporarily produced too many soldier ants and transport bugs. Soldier ants do not engage in production, only fighting, and maintaining a certain number for defense tasks is sufficient. Having too many becomes a burden for the swarm. Although transport bugs are very useful for rapidly transferring large amounts of supplies and troops, they are large carnivorous creatures. If it weren't for wartime, there wouldn't be enough meat to sustain these beasts. Now, it was the final showdown with the coalition, with their main forces all present. Although there would still be many places needing them for the subsequent occupation of enemy territory, it was still more cost-effective to expend them at this moment than to use the worker ants, which are more useful for occupation and construction. This war lasted until evening before it concluded, and the worker ants began to drag away the bodies of both sides that were in relatively good condition. They then collected the severed and corroded limbs, which were not easy to preserve and would be prioritized for protein recycling. This battle lasted 7 days, annihilating over 700,000 enemy troops, with our side suffering losses of over 90,000. Among these, the losses in the final showdown alone accounted for half. Looking at the red ant queen whose limbs were bitten off and sent over by the worker ants, this was his trophy. He hoped to possibly harvest some new genetic fragments. However, he did not have high expectations, as a species similar to the black ants. Rowan could not imagine what special abilities this red ant queen might possess. Cleaning up the battlefield would take a long time, so Rowan did not stay here for long. Days of sleepless and continuous command had pushed his spirit to its limits, and now it was time to rest. Chapter 62. After the war indeed. Not having high expectations was the right choice. When Rowan woke up the next day, he did not find any gains. However, to know the specifics, he had to return to the mother nest for an accurate understanding. But before that, he had some post-war tasks to handle. After resting for a day, Rowan led 300,000 troops across the border into the territory of the Red Ants. In the previous great battle, the coalition forces were surrounded and annihilated by the swarm, and he did not discover any remnants of defeated soldiers along the way. Rowan thought that taking over the coalition's territory would be just a formality. Unexpectedly, shortly after entering the enemy territory, he encountered 2 reorganized units, totaling around 30,000 in number. They must have been hunting far away and had just returned, planning to support the front lines. They were just unlucky. As they were approaching the border, they happened to run into the army of insects. There was nothing to say. The transport insects, along with soldier ants, divided the battlefield, and encircling and exterminating 30,000 enemy troops with 300,000 soldiers was just a matter of minutes. Although the red ants accepted the black ants as prisoners, Luo Wen did not. These combat units only had basic templates and a set of friend or foe identification systems, which had too many loopholes. Being recycled into protein was their best choice at the moment. However, the joint army of red and black ants was quite resilient and had no intention of surrendering. Soon, they became food reserves for the army of insects and were placed on the backs of transport insects. In the following days, reconnaissance insects were sent out, while Luo Wen led the army back and forth along the border, waiting for opportunities. The foundation of the joint army was impressive, and teams regularly arrived from afar, numbering from thousands to tens of thousands, though the maximum never exceeded 30,000. But as soon as they appeared, they would be spotted by Luo Wen or the reconnaissance insects. Subsequently, they would be surrounded by a swarm of insects that outnumbered them several times. After a fierce battle, they obediently turned into reserve food. In just a few days, more than 30 teams had been exterminated, totaling nearly 500,000. However, they usually appeared alone, averaging around 10,000 per team. Therefore, despite their large numbers, they only caused less than 10,000 casualties to the swarm. Luo Wen sighed, thinking that if the joint army paid more attention to logistics and could wait a few more days, gathering 1 million troops, he would indeed face some trouble. Days passed, and Luo Wen had not encountered any teams from the joint army coming to the front line for support for more than a day. It seemed that the teams that had gone hunting far away had mostly returned, and there was no need to wait any longer. Thus, the army of insects finally decided to advance deep into the territory of the joint army. There was no resistance along the way. It seemed that after their nest was raided, the queen ant had gone to the front lines. They did not station any troops in their territory. All available forces had been ordered to support the front lines. Unfortunately, the insects' means of communication were too backward. Even after the great battle had ended, they remained oblivious, continuously sending heads for several days. In that moment, Luo Wen felt an urgent need for advanced communication methods again. Unfortunately, he still had no clue on how to obtain them. The army moved north for 500 meters and arrived at the entrance of a volcano-shaped nest. As the former stronghold of the Red and Black Ant Coalition, it was still submerged in water and had no utility value. Luo Wen did not linger and crossed it to continue sweeping the area, aiming to eliminate all potential hazards. It was not until the army continued to patrol north along a zigzag route for more than 500 meters, and the reserves had been consumed by nearly half, that Luo Wen finally confirmed that this area of about 1 kilometer was temporarily safe. He did not follow the army to continue patrolling, but instead split the troops into 2 parts. One part consisted of soldier ants, transport insects, and a small number of worker ants, totaling about 70 to 80,000. They would carry most of the food reserves of the army and continue along this route, heading north all the way. These guys must rely on fighting to sustain themselves, so let them continue to expand their territory. Afterwards, Rowan returned with the remaining 200,000 worker ants. On the way, he divided these worker ants into 50 groups, leaving one group to build a base at each distance traveled. By the time he returned to the border, he had become a lone insect. However, he soon encountered a troop of ants. This troop was escorting 50 ant queens, who were originally near the front lines. After confirming the safety of the newly occupied area, Rowan sent a messenger back to notify these queens to head to the new territory. The 50 branch bases built along the way were also prepared for them, and they would be responsible for guarding and developing the land around the bases. Of course, this new territory, which spanned 1 kilometer, was still slightly insufficient with only 50 queens. When he returned to the mother nest, he would need to continue hatching more queens. They could not only come here to fill the blind spots of the 50 bases, but also be dispatched at any time to guard the new territory occupied by the Northern Army. After arranging everything here, the territorial dispute was finally resolved, and Rowan returned to the rear mother nest, resuming his life as a homebody. Through the mother nest's inquiry, the red ant queens did not provide him with any new genetic fragments, a result that did not surprise Rowan. However, the question of why the black ants would submit to the red ants after the queens died might always remain unanswered. Fortunately, Rowan was not curious about this, nor did he have a strong desire to acquire this skill. The submissive black ants were ultimately unreliable. It was better to turn them into nutrients to provide energy for the queens to lay eggs. Life returned to normal, and the swarm continued to develop steadily. During this time, for some considerations, Rowan re-established 2 expeditionary forces. One was to restore the structure of the Western Army, which had been severely understaffed in the early stages of fighting the Allied forces, with the original Western Army called back for support. Now that the war was over, it was natural to restore their structure and continue their exploration work in the West. The other was a newly formed Northwest Army, responsible for exploring the blind spots between the Western Army and the Northern Army. As the exploration distances of these two armies gradually increased, the blind spots between them would also slowly expand. It was necessary to specifically establish an army to be responsible for this blind spot. At the same time, he instructed these two teams to send a small team back every 3 days to report on the situation. Of course, considering their intelligence, Rowan arranged for an ant queen to accompany each team. The intelligence of the queen ants was obviously higher, at least allowing them to relay some simple messages back. As the territory grew larger, it was no longer possible for Rowan to patrol the territory by himself to gather information as he had at the beginning. Additionally, he could not treat one team better than the other. After sending off the two teams, he arranged for another queen ant to ride a transport insect and rush to join the Northern Army as quickly as possible. The bugs have no selfishness, so they should happily accept this newly appointed commander. Chapter 63, Enemy Tracks Resurface. To the south of the insect nest is a sheer cliff, and to the east are lakes and rivers that create a barrier. Even so, only the west connects to the northern fan-shaped area, and as the three armies continue to advance, the territory of the swarm is rapidly increasing. Days pass, and Rowan has sent out hundreds of queens to guard and develop new territories. The scale of the swarm continues to expand, but there is still a significant gap compared to the massive army of soil yellow ants in front. The boring days continue, with no internet, no phones, no games, and no newspapers. There isn't even a single creature to talk to. A sense of loneliness envelopes Rowan, and gradually, the messages relayed back every 3 days from the three armies become his greatest anticipation. These messages are the only spice in his monotonous life. Unfortunately, although the queens possess some intelligence, it is only in comparison to ordinary worker ants and soldier ants. They cannot convey their experiences during the journey in a rich and engaging manner. Even the messages returned lack any extra words. They basically relay simple, normal meanings that leave Rowan feeling dismissed. Bored, Rowan feels that if he doesn't stir up some trouble soon, he might just become depressed. Sometimes he lies on a tree trunk, gazing at the distant lake surface. He even considers trying to swim, to see if he can develop the ability to breathe underwater. Fortunately, his rationality is still prevailing, barely suppressing these self-destructive thoughts. However, as he grows increasingly restless, the high ground of his rationality will gradually be worn down. Just as he is about to act out in foolish ways, a piece of good news finally arrives from the front line. The Northern Army has encountered red ants. The black ants, although hardworking, are disorganized and have low combat power. Once discovered, they can only increase the food reserves of the expedition army and pose no real threat. Therefore, although the three armies have destroyed countless black ant nests, these are minor matters and do not require reporting. But the red ants are different. They are a predatory species of ants that can even enslave black ants in numbers several times their own, posing a high threat. To avoid any unexpected incidents for the expedition army, Rowan had specifically instructed the queen to notify him immediately upon discovering the tracks of the red ants, then retreat 500 meters to establish a camp, waiting for his arrival. The queen faithfully executed his orders, and the Northern Army has advanced an unknown distance. The red ants discovered this time are certainly not the remnants of the previous nest, which indicates a new red ant nest. Rowan has been looking forward to something that would divert his attention and pull him back from the path of self-destruction. However, due to the living patterns and numbers of red ants, each nest requires a large area to sustain their survival and development. Thus, it took the Northern Army so long to find another red ant nest. Fortunately, although it was a bit late, they finally found it. Rowan did not delay and immediately set off. On the road, he thought of the red ants and then the yellow ants. Their behavior patterns were quite similar, both living by foraging. But just the nests of tens of millions of red ants required such a vast territory. So, how much land would be needed to sustain the yellow ants? Perhaps they didn't raid every few hundred days. Instead, they might be foraging continuously, following a predetermined route, taking hundreds of days to reach the edge of a cliff. Luo Wen couldn't help but wonder how many soldiers he would need to gather for revenge if he thought this way. While lost in thought, he was carried forward rapidly by 8 long legs. His body length had now exceeded 60 centimeters, and with his long legs, he could reach over a meter high. Ordinary worker ants appeared tiny in comparison. However, this new respiratory oxygen supply system had already reached its limit. If Luo Wen's body continued to grow, it would be unable to maintain normal oxygen levels within him. Thus, he faced a new constraint and urgently needed some new genetic fragments for reference. But the environment along the riverbank was dominated by ants, and he could only hope that the other two armies advancing inland would make some new discoveries. After traveling about 3 kilometers, Luo Wen had just crossed a swarm base, which was also the farthest sub-base at this point. From here onward, he would be leaving the actual control range of the swarm. Originally, Luo Wen thought the Northern Army was just ahead, but he trudged on for another 2 kilometers without finding any signs of them. At first, he thought he had taken a wrong turn, but the residual pheromone markers along the roadside indicated he was on the right path. Later, he suspected that the Northern Army might have been wiped out. However, there were no signs of a great battle along the way. The trees here were particularly lush, and it seemed to have just rained, with water droplets continuously falling from the leaves above, some even landing on Luo Wen's armor, bringing a refreshing sensation. The ground was also very muddy, with some areas forming puddles that were insurmountable for ordinary worker ants. But with Luo Wen's current size, he could easily traverse these puddles. The pheromone information retained here was also diluted by the rain, with some areas even damaged by the puddles. Fortunately, as his body grew larger, Luo Wen's antennae had also lengthened significantly, expanding his detection range, allowing him to avoid losing his way. However, he slowed his pace, as not having found the Northern Army after venturing this far from his territory felt abnormal. He was being cautious. Although he didn't quite believe anything would set traps specifically for him, he remained prepared to flee at any moment with his leg muscles tense. Continuing to feel his way forward, he traveled nearly another 2 kilometers as the sky gradually darkened and light rain began to fall. Although pheromone markers still faintly lingered along the path, their identification was still intact. Luo Wen is skilled at disguising his identity. Initially, he used the confusion of the signpost information to play tricks on the Red-Black Ant Alliance, making them go in circles. It's hard to guarantee that he won't encounter something now that might use this trick against him. Moreover, they have already moved nearly 4 kilometers beyond their territory. Normally, once the army advances a certain distance, a queen ant would be dispatched immediately. On one hand, it's to occupy territory, and on the other, it can provide supplies for the army and facilitate message transmission. In this situation, are they going to let a few communication soldiers crawl back to the ant colony alone over several kilometers? The communication soldiers are just ordinary worker ants, not like Luo Wen, and there are too many life-threatening dangers along the way. Just as Luo Wen was gradually convinced by his own analysis and increasingly believed this was a trap, reality gave him a harsh slap in the face. Chapter 64. Enemy tracks reappear. It turned out he was overthinking. Just when he was beginning to think this matter was a trap and was planning to return, he unexpectedly found the Northern Army. At this moment, Luo Wen was overwhelmed with mixed feelings, but unfortunately, his low education level prevented him from expressing them accurately. Perhaps he had been too idle these days, overthinking and becoming somewhat neurotic. Although he had scared himself a bit along the way, the fact that he found the Northern Army was at least good news. At this time, it was still raining, and these creatures were hiding in a tree hole to avoid the rain. Being small has its advantages. They could easily find a tree hole to shelter from the rain, while someone like Luo Wen could only find a slightly dry spot under a tree's shade. The tree shade couldn't completely block the rain, and droplets still dripped through the leaves onto Luo Wen's back armor. Watching the unaffected bugs in the tree hole, his anger gradually rose. These guys were quite fast. How did their communication soldiers return every 3 days? It seems the queen ant's intelligence is also not trustworthy. Then he reflected on himself. Was he too lazy? He should occasionally catch up with the army to see the situation. This distance was hardly a problem for his long legs. The bugs were not advancing in a hurry. They needed to clear the surrounding area completely as they moved forward, eliminating all dangers to lay a good foundation for the subsequent arrival of the queen ant. Therefore, their advance was actually very slow, which is why Luo Wen, after passing the last base, became increasingly suspicious that it was a trap after walking less than 2 kilometers, and even considered turning back after 4 kilometers. Upon careful thought, it seemed this matter was his own fault for not timely understanding the progress of the bug's advance and not sending the queen ant over in time. It was indeed a communication issue. The communication soldiers sent back by the Northern Army only reported that everything was normal each time, and he had never considered that the subsequent bases had already become seriously disconnected from them. Once again, Luo Wen urgently wished for a long-range interactive system. After gathering the Northern Army and counting, There were about 70 to 80,000 when they set out, and after such a long time, there were still nearly 70,000 left. It seems that the army composed of ants is indeed strong. Taking advantage of the bugs avoiding the rain, he planned to scout the enemy situation alone first, as he no longer indulged in digging holes and spent all day lying on branches admiring the scenery. His vision had evolved to be more effective. He could now clearly see distances of over 200 meters. Moreover, this was different from human vision. He could even see ants over 100 meters away. However, his vision would gradually blur beyond that, until the scenery over 200 meters away turned to frosted glass. With his long legs, he could raise his body to over a meter tall, equivalent to having an 8-legged support, providing an excellent observation angle. Additionally, with good mobility, upon careful calculation, he was undoubtedly the best scout among the current swarm. The bugs faithfully executed his orders and advanced to scout about 300 meters. He then saw, from a distance, the iconic volcanic shape of the red ant nest 200 meters away. The bugs had just retreated over 500 meters, perhaps due to the rain. There were no patrols around the volcano. They likely hid back in their nests to avoid the rain. After all, they didn't have a body size like his. Suddenly, feeling a surge of courage, he sprinted to the side of the volcano, and while the red and black ants inside had not yet reacted, he raised a pair of digging legs and forcefully collapsed a section of the volcano, then pushed the nearby soil to fill the crater and block it. After that, Rowan happily escaped the scene. This was one of his favorite activities as a child. He still remembered how much he enjoyed poking ant holes with sticks. Blocking their entrances was fun, but unfortunately, he lacked the most crucial ingredient, young boy's urine, making this act somewhat flawed. Filling the enemy's entrance was supposed to be a joyous occasion. However, for some reason, thinking about this brought a faint sadness that permeated the surroundings, combined with the patter of the rain, making one feel a bit choked up. Unfortunately, he had lost his tear ducts, and his frustrated feelings had no outlet. Returning to the rain shelter, none of the tens of thousands of living creatures around could understand his mood. He sighed quietly, lying still under the shade of a tree, instantly blending in with the surrounding environment. The rain continued throughout the night, finally stopping on the following morning. Although occasional droplets still fell from the leaves, it no longer affected their march. Based on the size of the volcano at the entrance of the red ant nest, Rowan could determine that it was at least a 1,000,000-strong colony. Even if the 60,000 bugs here were brave, charging in would be akin to sending them to their deaths. Although Rowan desperately needed a war to distract him from his self-destructive thoughts, he didn't actually want to die. Moreover, being so far from their territory, reinforcements and supplies could not arrive in time. Even if they captured this area, there wouldn't be enough troops to defend and develop it. Fortunately, he had caused a bit of trouble for the enemy by blocking their way. This trip hadn't been in vain after all. Rowan consoled himself and led the bugs back. Back in the territory, Rowan ordered the Northern Army of over 60,000 soldier ants to garrison near the border and ensure the safety of the surrounding area. He hurried back to the rear stronghold, connected to the mother nest, and postponed all other tasks to spend some time specifically producing 500 queen ants. There was an area of nearly 4 kilometers between the insect swarm's territory and the red ant nest, which was even larger than the current territory of the swarm, requiring a large number of queen ants to defend and develop it. Additionally, the initial mass deployment for attacking the red ant nest and the subsequent occupation of the enemy territory also required a significant number of queen ants. Therefore, Rowan decided to produce 500 queen ants all at once. It is worth noting that the swarm currently only had a little over 300 queen ants in total. After arranging the work in the rear, Rowan took a night's rest and spent several days investigating the situations of the other two armies. The Western and Northern armies were in similar situations, as they were located in a large blind spot relative to the territory. The Northwest Army had a slightly better situation. As they gradually moved away from the territory, the area they were assigned to scout expanded, resulting in a shorter distance from the territory. However, the actual area of this blind spot was not much smaller than those of the other two armies. For example, if the blind spots created by the other two armies were vertical rectangular areas, then the blind spot of the Northwest Army was a horizontal rectangle. By this calculation, 500 queen ants were far from enough to fill these gaps. Understanding this situation, Rowan hurried back to the mother nest overnight and ordered another 700 queen ants. This way, when these queen ants matured, the swarm would have around 1,500 queen ants. It was estimated that the mother nest would not be able to take on any other tasks for a while in order to complete this order. Chapter 65. The attack. In the following days, Rowan traveled extensively, planning the locations of new branch bases along the outskirts of the territory. He ordered all the queen ants in the territory to focus on producing worker ants. After these several days, the first batch of newly produced queen ants had already emerged from their pupae and gradually headed to their assigned locations. Due to the excessive number of queen ants hatched this time, although the existing 300 queen ants were working at full capacity, the largest production base, the mother nest, was already fully booked and unable to provide assistance. The number of worker ants produced solely by these queen ants was limited, and many queen ants still had a huge labor gap within their territories. Therefore, before setting off, the standard allocation of personal guards originally increased to 2,000 was reduced back to 1,000. Rowan had no way to address this. After all, the territory had already been cleared, and the creatures that could pose a threat to the bases had been turned into military supplies. These areas were very safe, so the queen ants could first go and develop slowly. When production capacity freed up later, they could fill in the gaps. After several more days, the orders from the mother nest were completed, and production of worker ants and transport insects began in full swing. As the production capacity of the mother nest gradually released, a steady stream of worker ants was transported to various bases by transport insects to replenish their labor force. The mother nest has always shared Rowan's genes, and its size has consistently been slightly larger than Rowan's. The underground chamber housing it has been expanded several times. Proportional to its size is its productivity. One mother nest is equivalent to the productivity of 200 queen ants. As the new queens in the northern base have gradually taken their positions, the territorial border has also been continuously pushed forward. Time swiftly passed by, and after 100 days, the originally 4-kilometer buffer zone was occupied by the swarm, with bases scattered throughout the area like nails, forming a continuous expanse. As the border drew closer to the red ant nest, the patrols of the swarm inevitably encountered the hunting teams of the ant nest. The red ants are a nomadic species, naturally living by plundering. Although Rowan has developed animal husbandry, the construction and expansion of pastures require a large amount of territory as a foundation. Therefore, neither side would back down when they met, and both units did not engage in pre-battle taunts. They merely verified each other's pheromones to confirm they were not allies, and then the two forces mixed together. In fact, Rowan had been aware of this encounter long ago. Otherwise, relying solely on a small patrol team of the swarm with only a few hundred soldiers would not be able to contend with the hunting team of over 10,000 red ants. With a strong advantage in visibility and mobility, while the hunting team was still unaware, Rowan had already dispatched the 60,000 northern troops stationed nearby. A pocket formation was set up in front of the hunting team, waiting for their arrival. The battle was without suspense. How could a mixed force of over 10,000 worker ants compete against 60,000 elite soldier ants? The result was indeed as expected. The Northern Army suffered only a little over 100 soldier ant casualties and completely annihilated the hunting team. After that, battles became frequent, with hunting teams near the border constantly walking into the encirclement of the Northern Army due to various accidents. Moreover, due to Rowan's numerical superiority and thorough preparation, each time they completely wiped out the opponents and cleared the battlefield to confuse the pheromones present. Thus, the red ants continuously lost more than 30 teams without noticing anything amiss. Unfortunately, the hunting teams of the red ants in this direction had already been depleted, and setting traps in other directions to gradually wear down the enemy was too troublesome. In the previous red ant nest, Rowan had been patient and played along with them due to his weaker strength. But he was no longer the same as before, and the swarm's strength was no longer as weak as it had been at that time. After this period of recuperation, the war potential of over 1,500 queen ants was now revealed, and with a single command from Rowan, aside from about 300 queens that were too far from the northern front, the remaining more than 1,200, along with the mother nest, began to mobilize for mass production. In this situation, in a short time, 1 million worker ants and 100,000 soldier ants gathered at the front, combined with the over 60,000 soldier ants and other auxiliary troops already present, totaling nearly 120,000 troops amassed here. From a numerical standpoint alone, it already exceeded the red ant nest, and directly confronting them was not a problem. With such strength, what tactics were needed? Why bother to consume slowly? Luo Wen looked at the dense swarm of insects, feeling a bit inflated. as his demeanor gradually approached the type he used to dislike. With a million-strong army advancing, although the insects were small in size, they still gave a sense of overshadowing the sky and blocking the sun. If someone had a phobia of clusters, they would probably be unable to appreciate such a scene. All the various insects encountered along the way had turned into military rations. Even the highly mobile grasshoppers seemed insignificant in front of the transport insects. Not to mention the black beetles, the once awe-inspiring war gods that Luo Wen admired couldn't even make a bubble in front of the million-strong army. Even the numerous red ant hunting teams could barely make a bubble in front of the army. Indeed, this was the fighting style that swarms should have. Luo Wen sighed as he watched the army push forward effortlessly. Unfortunately, no one was there to witness his show-off. From a distance, Luo Wen spotted the newly repaired volcano crater and immediately ordered the army to speed up and surround it. At this moment, his front door was suddenly surrounded by a million-strong army, causing the red ants to be a bit stunned and retreat to the vicinity of the volcano crater, preparing for battle. After a while, several small teams rushed out from the cave entrance. Luo Wen ordered the army to clear a path for these teams to leave. He already knew the purpose of these teams. The pheromone communication method had its drawback, as the information was stuck to their bodies. As long as the encryption method was cracked, anyone could see what the messages said. These teams were going out to seek reinforcements, and Luo Wen couldn't wait for them to call back the hunting teams, which would save him a lot of time. Otherwise, he would have to specifically go and clean up those guys later. The red and black ants inside the ant nest were too reclusive to come out, and Luo Wen also found it difficult to directly send a team in. The cave was winding and complex. Most importantly, he couldn't deploy his forces effectively. He had previously used the shut the door to catch the thief tactic to ambush many enemy troops, and with that lesson learned, he wasn't going to charge in recklessly. After thinking it over, he crossed the encirclement and moved forward, extending his digging feet, stabilizing his body with 8 legs, and skillfully pushing down the volcano crater, burying the entrance under the collapsed soil. This was the second time he had done this, and he was already somewhat familiar with it. Once the entrance was filled, he didn't believe the ants inside wouldn't come out. Although their oxygen supply system made it difficult for them to suffocate, difficult didn't mean impossible. The reinforcements had just been sent out, and with nothing else to do, it was perfect for him to surround and cut off their reinforcements. Chapter 66. Attack in reality. Waiting for the ant nest reinforcements would take quite a long time. Given the current situation of the ant nest, it simply couldn't hold out for that long. Sure enough, not long after, movement appeared on the collapsed soil. The soil bulged up, and the mud began to be lifted one by one, followed by a red ant cautiously poking its head out. Unfortunately, before it could scout any information, a spear-like leg pierced through its body, lifting it out of the ground. The transport insects surrounded the collapsed entrance, and it was one of them that had just made the move, shaking its legs and tossing the red ant aside. The transport worm's feet were crawling with soldier ants, and the nearest soldier ant to the red ant's landing spot stepped forward to end its suffering. From the buried entrance, red and black ants kept popping out one by one. The surrounding transport worms pierced them one by one, like playing a whack-a-mole game. However, this method of attack consumed a lot of energy. Under Rowan's guidance, the transport worms changed their approach, using the sticky hairs on their claws to grab the emerging red ants and throw them aside. Naturally, soldier ants would later turn them into rations. Although this reduced energy consumption significantly, the number of emerging red and black ants continued to increase. However, there were many transport worms waiting in line to play whack-a-mole and claw machines. As long as those who were exhausted gave up their positions, a large number of transport worms would fill the spots. Time unknowingly passed for 4 to 5 hours, and the red ants actually dug out another entrance not far away. However, this entrance was still within the encirclement of the swarm. This time, there were enough worker ants, and they didn't need to conserve acid. Thus, an acid rain began to pour down at this entrance, and it was a heavy downpour. The large group of ants trying to break out faced the baptism of acid as soon as they emerged. Those with better luck had their antennae corroded and managed to escape with some small dents in their armor. Those less fortunate lost their ability to move immediately due to corrosion and could only lie in the acid, despairingly waiting to dissolve slowly. Over time, the entrance was blocked by a layer of unknown solution, with severed limbs floating on top, emitting a pungent smell. No ants continued to emerge from inside, and gradually this layer of solution began to dry up, resembling a relief sculpture, exuding an aura of pain and despair. 5,000 digging ants were dispatched to first dig some soil to fill this pit. Then, some transport worms and soldier ants were brought over to guard it. However, perhaps the previous relief sculpture was quite shocking to the ants. This entrance was directly abandoned by them, and no more ants emerged from here. 2 days passed like this, during which 2 hunting teams were sent back to replenish the army's supplies. The ants in the nest initially attempted to break out several times, but they were quickly exterminated, and it had been a long time since there had been any movement. Rowan reflected that suffocating the ants inside the nest was somewhat unrealistic. They could dig a hole anywhere, and even if it was quickly filled, this short period of ventilation would be enough for the ants to hold on for a long time. If he had known, he shouldn't have blocked the entrance so ruthlessly at the beginning, which led to them not coming out at all now. If the ants dug out again to break out, he would definitely let them out. Unfortunately, after waiting another day, there was still no movement from the ant nest. Rowan grew somewhat impatient, thought for a moment, and used his leg hairs to sense and explore the location of the underground cavities and tunnels, then found a spot relatively close to the surface. Using his huge digging feet, he forcefully poked into the ground, then dug vigorously, repeating this several times until he dug a large pit in the ground, with a round hole appearing on each side of the pit wall. He had dug too deep and directly severed the passage of the ant nest. The ants that were originally in the passage felt the airflow and hurried over to check the situation. They unexpectedly found an exit, and there were no long-legged monsters guarding it outside. A few black ants cautiously crawled out of the hole, checked the surroundings, and found no danger. They hurriedly turned back, and in a moment, swarms of red and black ants crawled out from the passage. Unfortunately, they were too early to celebrate. The encirclement had only retreated a short distance, perhaps having been cooped up underground for too long. Within just a short while, the number of red and black ants that crawled out of the ant nest reached around 100,000. The prey was out, and the insect swarm's encirclement suddenly tightened. Hundreds of transport insects, accompanied by soldiers, swiftly entered the battlefield, quickly clearing the enemy from the entrance and resecuring it. This team's task was heavy. They needed to intercept the enemy still crawling out of the hole, while also blocking those trying to retreat back into the ant nest, effectively being attacked from both sides. However, they did not need to hold out for long. The enemy in the encirclement, after enduring a round of acid spray, had their combat effectiveness greatly reduced and were soon wiped out by the swarm. Perhaps the enemy blocked at the entrance relayed the news, and before the outside battle was over, there were no more enemies peeking out at the entrance. However, it didn't matter. After cleaning the battlefield and replenishing supplies, Rowan changed locations and dug another hole. The ants were not saints, and the same tactic could still work. Thus, the army surrounded, eliminated the enemy, cleaned the battlefield, and dug holes. After several rounds, there were already 6 large pits on the ground. Although the effectiveness of the later attempts declined each time, over 300,000 enemy troops still became supplies. At this point, the enemy finally realized it was a trap, and not many ants came out of the last pit. However, Rowan immediately thought of a new method. He dispatched over 100 spy insects, dividing them into 6 groups, each entering through one of the 6 pits. Their mission was to disguise their identities and act as guides. In fact, Rowan would have been the best for this job, as the spy insect's comprehension and adaptability were still lacking. However, he was now too large to perform infiltration tasks that he could do long ago. Moreover, it was quite dangerous for red ants to inexplicably attack their allies and infiltrate among them. Fortunately, there were enough spy insects this time. Even if some were lost, it wouldn't matter much. Fortunately, the spy insects seemed to understand Rowan's intentions. After they entered the cave, they crawled deeper while spreading new information along the way. As a result, the passage that initially contained only dangerous information and advised returning became infused with contradictory pheromones indicating safety and suggesting that this route was safe to take. This chaotic information left the ants that encountered it confused, unsure of the actual situation. Some ants believed the dangerous information and dared not approach the entrance, while others chose to trust that the entrance was safe. Moments later, at the entrance, some red and black ants began to crawl out one after another. Chapter 67. Offensive in the ant nest. The enemy troops were gradually lured out, amounting to several tens of thousands. After 2 hours, although a few stray ants still crawled out of the holes, Rowan no longer wanted to waste time. With a command, the soldier ants led the way. The worker ants provided long-range fire support, and the army split into several teams to charge into the passage. After several rounds of turmoil, there were not many ants left in the nest, most of which were disoriented by the spy worms and lacked resistance. In contrast, the swarm army advanced like a hot knife through butter, with a reasonable combination of troop types dominating in the narrow passage. 2 hours later, the ant nest changed hands and would be transformed into a swarm base, guarded by one of the accompanying ant queens. So far, this battle had annihilated over 700,000 enemy troops, while the swarm had lost over 10,000 of various troop types, most of which were casualties in the final passage battle. The small-bodied red ants were very adept at using their stingers in narrow terrain, often achieving a one-for-one trade, causing significant casualties to the swarm army. However, these losses were nothing to Rowan, who had 500 ant queens at his disposal. After cleaning up the battlefield, the relatively intact insect corpses were collected and buried to prevent decay. The remains were recycled into protein for the army's daily consumption. After the battle, the army rested for a day, then split into several teams. 2 teams began to clear out the remaining enemy troops in different directions, while another team stayed behind, waiting for the hunting teams that had managed to escape the clearing squads. Over the next few days, the 3 teams annihilated more than 30 hunting teams returning to the ant nest, totaling around 400,000 ants, and this area finally fell completely under Rowan's control. Subsequently, the 300 ant queens, along with their standard 2,000 elite soldiers and an additional 3,000 workers, divided a considerable amount of military supplies and then proceeded to their respective territories for defense and development. The remaining 900,000 worker ants were mostly transported to other areas. The previously concentrated production of 1,200 ant queens, aside from the 300 accompanying queens, saw 900 of them rest briefly upon reaching their territories before vigorously supporting the front lines. Now that the war was over, it was also time to replenish their labor force. Nearly 150,000 soldier ants, with 50,000 reassigned to the Central Army, the Northwest Army restructured, needed to explore an increasingly larger area as the angle of their advance expanded, resulting in a severe manpower shortage. The remaining 100,000 soldier ants, along with a few worker ants, scout worms, transport worms, and other auxiliary troops, totaling 120,000 forces, reorganized into the Northern Army and continued advancing along the riverbank. Rowan also had plans. He needed to head towards the Western Army to join them. There had been news from that side, but the messenger did not express it clearly. The gist was that some unusual situations or phenomena had been discovered, and Rowan felt it necessary to check it out in person. Just as I finished my tasks here, I needed to find something to distract myself, lest I start pondering ways to self-destruct again. As the largest individual in the current swarm, Rowan's size prevented him from leisurely traveling like other insects on transport bugs. He could only rely on his long legs to run. However, due to his size, his running speed was significantly faster than that of the transport bugs. Moreover, his 8 strong legs gave him impressive jumping abilities. He could easily leap over small ravines and exposed tree roots without slowing down at all. Rowan set off in the morning, and due to his quick pace, even after checking the development of a few branch bases along the way, he still arrived to meet the Western Army while it was only just getting dark. After resting for a night, the next morning, Rowan, under the leadership of the Western Army, headed to inspect the anomalous area. When the army initially encountered this anomaly, the Queen ordered them to bypass the area and sent troops to inform Rowan. Therefore, Rowan's current route was heading back. After moving southeast for about a kilometer, he saw the area marked as anomalous. It was already quite close to the cliff, with many large rocks that had rolled down from the cliff, piled together with large gaps between them. However, from the outside, it merely looked like a pile of ordinary stones. Although it covered a considerable area, there was no visible sign of any anomaly. At this point, it was time for the cannon fodder to make an appearance. Rowan flicked his antennae, and 2 transport bugs rushed out quickly towards the pile of stones. Their legs were the same as Rowan's, and the sticky hairs on their claws allowed them to traverse the smooth stone surfaces with ease. Their strong, muscular bodies gave them impressive running speed and jumping ability. The 2 transport bugs crawled rapidly among the stones, darting and weaving, seemingly excited as if it had been a long time since they had run without carrying any load. At that moment, Rowan noticed something unusual. The 2 excited transport bugs seemed to have disturbed the owners of this place. From the shadows and the gaps of the rocks, several creatures of varying sizes slowly crawled out. They had slender but still robust bodies. The head, thorax, and abdomen were connected, although segmented. They were not as distinctly different in thickness as ants, allowing for clear differentiation of body parts. The head bore 8 eyes, with a pair of slightly larger central eyes and 3 smaller lateral eyes on each side. The front of the head was slightly flattened, and there were no antennae. On either side of the head were a pair of massive pincers that opened at the front, resembling claws, with large muscle tissue attached behind them, giving off a strong sense of power and intimidation. Behind the pincers were 4 pairs of legs, which allowed them to traverse very low ground. Although they were not small, they could squeeze through very low gaps. For instance, the rock crevice they had just emerged from was difficult for the transport bugs, which were similar in size, to navigate. Additionally, their bodies were covered in thick, pure black chitin armor, providing astonishing defensive capabilities. And it was all covered in fur, especially on those pincers. Not only was the exoskeleton pitted, but the fur was also several times denser than in other areas. What was most special about them was the long, slender tail extending from the back of their bodies, curling upwards over their bodies, with a hook at the end that gleamed coldly. Rowan stared in shock. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't nighttime and there weren't 2 moons in the sky, he would have thought he had returned to Blue Star. How could these species be so similar to Blue Star? Now even scorpions had appeared. Chapter 68. Scorpion, is this what they call an anomaly? Well, in a sense, it indeed qualifies as an anomalous situation. And it's exactly what Rowan needed. His gene pool hadn't added new members in a long time. The moment these scorpions emerged, his eyes lit up at the sight of their pincers. His digging abilities had become somewhat useless to him, and his only means of attack was to smash. If he had these seemingly powerful pincers, then he could certainly add a few more moves to his Rowan combat technique. However, that tail, which looked exceptionally sharp, might likely be venomous according to scorpion norms. But Rowan was not particularly interested in it. Not because he was embarrassed by having multiple tails on his backside. He had long since given up any expectations regarding his appearance and had completely let himself go in that aspect. After all, no one could see what this patchwork creature made up of various insect parts looked like. The problem was that now chitinous exoskeleton armor was standard for everyone, and the hook did not really have much room for application. Moreover, Rowan rarely took action himself. He still had the venomous fangs from the spider and didn't need to add another weapon with a similar function. However, he realized that thinking about these things was pointless. He currently did not have the ability to choose his evolution. Perhaps after a good night's sleep, he would grow a hooked tail on his backside. As he pondered this, the scorpion seemed to take offense at Rowan's dismissive view of its tail. When another transport worm leaped in front of it, the largest scorpion, leading the group, swiftly extended its pincers and clamped down on one of the transport worm's hind legs. The immense inertia from the transport worm's leap almost lifted the scorpion off the ground. But the advantage of the scorpion's low body was that it stood firm. Although its body was lifted, the small claws at the ends of its legs held tightly to the stone beneath it. Once the transport worm's momentum was exhausted, it was pulled back instead. Both sides used the transport worm's leg as a rope and began a tug of war. Although the transport worm was caught by one leg, it had 8 legs in total. Even if one couldn't exert force, it still had one more leg than the scorpion. Moreover, the sizes of both sides were not far apart, and their strength was roughly equal, giving the transport worm a slight advantage for a moment. Under the force of the scorpion's pincers, the trapped leg began to bend unnaturally, which was actually good news for the transport worm. If it could break this leg, although it would lose half a limb, it could break free from the scorpion's control. Just then, the scorpion suddenly advanced a few steps, inserting its other pincer underneath the transport worm. Then the 2 pincers exerted force together, lifting the transport worm and exposing its abdomen. The scorpion's tail, which had been upright on its head, suddenly darted out like lightning, with the hook directly gripping the transport worm's abdomen and slowly piercing into its body. Luo Wen watched from the side and began to understand the use of the scorpion's tail. However, he still had too little experience with insects and mistakenly thought that the hook was attacking the enemy's back, which turned out to be completely wrong. The scorpion had evolved this feature over many years. It couldn't possibly be a useless decoration. The armor on the backs of the insects was indeed thick and not easily penetrable. However, while the abdomen also had armor covering it, its relative hardness was somewhat inferior, and some insects even had soft shells that could be easily pierced by the hook. Moreover, the scorpion's low center of gravity gave it a more stable stance when grappling with other opponents. As long as it could lift its opponent, the venomous hook would have an opportunity. On the other side, the transport worm finally broke free from the grip of the 2 pincers, but the hook of the scorpion's tail was still lodged in its abdomen. Both sides had switched from holding the transport worm's legs to the scorpion's tail, entering a new round of grappling. Unfortunately, by this time, the transport worm had already been severely poisoned and was growing weaker, ultimately losing the match. After the transport worm stopped struggling, the scorpion raised its pincers triumphantly like a victorious general, displaying its power. It then crawled next to the transport worm, ready to enjoy its spoils. Meanwhile, Luo Wen had finished appreciating this splendid performance. However, it was time to end this farce. He waved his antennae, releasing pheromones, and a swarm of thousands of insects surged forth. Luo Wen remained quietly in place, believing that soon, new genes would be presented before him. Although the scorpion had fought back and forth with a single transport worm and had emerged victorious, it now faced hundreds of transport worms. And the transport worms were merely a supporting unit. On them were thousands of soldier ants, ready to pounce. While these soldier ants were relatively small compared to the scorpion, their numbers rendered the size difference negligible. The giant mandible soldier ants charged forward, having distinguished themselves in continuous combat practice. Their weaponry allowed them to handle most battle scenarios with ease, and they had now become the main force of the swarm. The numbers of the large-toothed soldier ants and hook soldier ants, which had emerged at the same time, were already quite scarce. With a single charge, these large combatants surrounded the scorpion, executing familiar maneuvers like leg pulling and eye hooking in an instant. Although the sharp, giant mandibles found it difficult to penetrate the scorpion's thick back armor, its relatively weaker tail and legs were not included in that protection. While the scorpion was also struggling to resist, with each pincer grasping a giant mandible soldier ant and its tail looking for an opportunity to attack. The soldier ants were no pushovers. Their sharp and powerful mandibles bit into the scorpion's tail, the serrations on the mandibles piercing through the armor and into the interior. The long tail of the scorpion clearly had more than one vulnerable spot, and 7 or 8 soldier ants almost simultaneously executed this attack. At this moment, the scorpion's legs received the same treatment as its tail. In the blink of an eye, the scorpion was stripped of all its legs and tail, which were cut into several pieces and scattered around its body by the soldier ants with giant mandibles. Thick bodily fluids flowed from the scorpion's wounds, and having lost all ability to move and its weapons for attack, it could not even struggle. Yet, it still fiercely hissed to intimidate the tiny creatures around it. However, its hissing now sounded more like a powerless wail. The battle ended so quickly that the scorpion's kind had not yet reacted to come to its aid before it turned into a living piece of meat. However, its kind soon enjoyed the same treatment, being cut into pieces and lying on the ground hissing. For a moment, it was rather noisy. The tentacles of Rowan swayed, and dozens of small soldier ants, modeled after the red ants, approached and injected their stingers into the wounds of the scorpions. Poisoning was not exclusive to the scorpions. The hissing gradually ceased. The scorpion shells were too tough and difficult to consume, better suited for making a drink instead. Chapter 69. New Claws. The specific process of feeding will not be described in detail. After a hearty meal, Rowan found a larger rock crevice to lie down and rest. At the same time, he ordered the army to set up camp around him. Since it was still early in the morning and the battle had ended too quickly, Rowan was unable to enter a state of dormancy for a while and could only reflect on the earlier battle. Although the scorpions had strong individual combat abilities, seemingly standing against tens of thousands of troops, in reality, only about 100 giant mandible soldier ants had truly engaged. Most of the other insects were merely spectators, just like Rowan, watching a performance. This performance once again showcased the terror of group combat. Unless individuals evolved to another level, they could never overcome the advantage of numbers. This made Rowan even more determined to pursue the path of collectivism. In his dreams, Rowan felt as if his hands were melting. Just as he was about to wake up, he suddenly remembered that he no longer had hands, with a pair of digging feet and 4 pairs of walking legs. Even if he melted one pair, he could still regrow a limb. Thinking this way, he felt more at ease and fell back asleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he woke up, the sky was still dark, with 2 moons hanging high, casting a cold light. Rowan felt something unusual with his digging feet. Looking down, he saw a layer of dead skin forming on them, as if they were peeling. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the dead skin was actually the original shell of his digging feet. This was molting. His body would undergo significant changes when absorbing certain genes and mutating into a pupa, but this was the first time he experienced localized molting. It seemed that the claws he had anticipated were indeed coming. while the scorpion tail was likely gone. If he were to grow a scorpion tail, he would probably have to pupate. Glancing back and feeling his body, he guessed correctly that there was no extra tail behind him. Now, it was time to test the newly acquired claws. Rowan gnawed and tore at the molted skin on the claws, revealing the still soft and sticky limbs inside. After the pincers broke free from their external constraints, they quickly expanded and grew larger, swelling by 2 full circles. Then, they began to harden and turn black. After a while, the pincers were covered with armor again, and it was thicker than before, with the inner muscles becoming stronger. With a thought, the 2 large pincers opened, revealing a row of sharp, serrated edges that gleamed coldly. When he swung the pincers, despite their appearance being much bulkier than the digging legs due to the enhanced muscles, they remained agile. Particularly at the joints, there seemed to be a special structure, similar to a launching mechanism, which could accelerate his striking speed. A flash of black light passed, and the large pincers accurately clamped down on a nearby rock, with a powerful muscle contraction. The rock was crushed into several pieces that fell to the ground. Delightful, Rowan silently praised. This was exactly what he wanted. Like a child who had just received a new toy, Rowan continuously destroyed everything around him. Rocks, vegetation, even scorpion shells were mercilessly harmed. Rowan was so happy, not only because he had gained a powerful weapon, but also because the pincers gave him the illusion of having hands like a human. Although each hand had only 2 fingers, it still made him feel a mix of joy and tears. After a while of excitement, his mood gradually calmed down. After all, he couldn't always dwell on the past and had to look forward. Overall, although this time he had only enhanced a pair of pincers, it significantly boosted Rowan's strength, both in combat and daily life. He also discovered that when the pincers closed, they could still function as digging legs. Furthermore, the pincers had swollen 2 more circles compared to before, slightly improving the efficiency of digging, which left Rowan somewhat speechless. With the situation resolved, the Western Army continued to advance, and Rowan returned to his lair to continue his boring daily routine. Every day was filled with eating and lying on tree trunks to enjoy the scenery. Time passed day by day. Aside from continuously sending off one ant queen after another and his vision improving, there were no other changes. Moreover, due to his large size, there weren't many trees in his territory that could support him, limiting his viewing spots to just a few areas, which greatly affected his experience of enjoying the scenery. The boredom of life rekindled his desire for reckless behavior, although he had exterminated 2 red ant nests during this period. The growth of the insect swarm's strength made the extermination of the red ant nests feel tasteless, devoid of any sense of achievement. Naturally, it couldn't suppress his reckless heart. With no other choice, Rowan could only try to find some things to do to distract himself. First, he patrolled his territory. As the territory continued to expand, the insect swarm had now added another 1,000 ant queens, bringing the total number of ant queens to over 2,500. Thanks to the thriving livestock industry and ample food, there were not too many conflicts in the territory, leading to a significant increase in the number of members in each base. On average, each base had at least 5,000 troops, which meant that the insect swarm currently had at least 12 million troops. Although most of them were worker ants, the potential for war was still not to be underestimated. With the current foundation of the swarm, they could easily mobilize 1 million troops at any time. Just like the previous attacks on the 2 red ant nests, Luo Wen issued a command, and within a short time, gathered 1 million troops. Moreover, he no longer formulated tactics. Concepts like early attrition and surrounding support were all unnecessary. He simply poked a few holes in the ground and sent the army directly in. Even if the casualties were significantly higher, it didn't matter. As long as they captured the opponent's ant nest, those lost insects would be recycled into protein. Within a few days, the queen ants would transform this protein back into soldiers for the battlefield. Back then, when he commanded the insects in their first attack on the black ant nest, he was equally passionate. Later, the black ant nest became a supply point for his army. When they encountered a black ant nest, there was no need to report to Luo Wen or for him to give commands. The army would just charge in. Now, he didn't even know how many black ant nests the insects had devastated. It seemed that the red ant nests were about to meet the same fate. Is this what it means to be lonely at the top? Luo Wen wanted to hum a tune about how lonely invincibility is. However, he soon remembered the massive yellow ant army looming over him, and his mood soured. When it came to being an insect, it was best not to be too arrogant. With nothing to do, Luo Wen ultimately turned his attention to the lakes and rivers in the east. There was no other choice. The northern and western sides had insect armies exploring, while the south was a cliff with a vast yellow ant army wandering in the desert above. Only the east remained to be developed. Previously, his small size made even the shallow parts of the shore seem deep to him. Out of fear of the unknown depths, he had always kept his distance from the riverside. The closest he had been to the river was during the first attack on the red ant nest, but even then, he was half a meter away from the water's edge and wasn't present when they finally dug through the riverbank and waterway barriers. Now, he felt that with his long legs, he should be capable of approaching the riverside. Chapter 70. A strange power strands of sunlight reflected off the lake's surface, creating a shimmering effect. Along the shore, some aquatic plants revealed their slender upper branches and leaves, swaying in the breeze. Luo Wen, with his long legs, carefully walked about 2 to 3 meters from the shore. His large eyes were fixed on the lake's surface, searching for any suspicious living creatures. The sunlight reflecting off the water was quite blinding, and with his highly developed light-sensitive cells, his eyes were further stimulated, causing a slight swelling and pain. After staring for several days without any discoveries, he became somewhat frustrated and anxious. Unexpectedly, after several days of exposure to the reflected light, he gained some unexpected benefits. His eyes seemed to gradually acquire the ability to actively filter certain light. With this new ability, it felt as if he had put on sunglasses. When he looked at the lake's surface again, the reflected sunlight was no longer as glaring. With this newfound ability, Luo Wen became excited again, exploring along the lakeshore while slowly moving forward each day. Thus, he walked from the lakeside to the riverside. Although the river was less than 10 meters wide, the current was swift and the depth unknown, making it seem like an insurmountable barrier to Luo Wen. However, if Luo Wen could find a way to cross it, the vast land on the other side of the river could become a new territory for the swarm. Unfortunately, with Luo Wen's current knowledge, he had no way to cross it for the time being. He could only hope to find some aquatic species to obtain new genes. By then, not only could he cross the river, but he might even explore the depths of the lake and river. Days passed, and Luo Wen still hadn't found any signs of living creatures in the river. But with nothing else to do, he had to patiently continue his search. As the saying goes, effort will not betray a devoted person. That evening, just as Luo Wen was about to return for dinner and sleep, he suddenly saw ripples appearing out of nowhere on the river's surface in the distance. He immediately felt excited. The river's surface wouldn't ripple without reason, indicating that something was touching the water. However, although Luo Wen could clearly see the ripples, he couldn't see what was below the surface. So, he had no idea what was causing the ripples. Luo Wen stared for a while, but the river's surface remained still, making him wonder if he had imagined it. Could it be caused by underwater plant roots? The flowing river might create ripples when it encounters the branches of aquatic plants. However, such occurrences typically happen near the shore, and the place he saw was already in the middle of the river. What kind of aquatic plants could grow there? It wasn't until nightfall that Luo Wen still hadn't figured it out. He refused to believe he had imagined it. Although he didn't see clearly what it was, at least he knew there were living creatures in the water, which was a small gain. This discovery reignited Luo Wen's motivation. Just as he was full of energy and planning to continue his observations the next day, a team of messengers brought news from the front lines. This time, the Northern Army had encountered an unusual situation. Searching for aquatic organisms could wait. Investigating the anomalies faced by the insects took priority. Fortunately, Luo Wen had been exploring along the riverbank, and his current location wasn't too far from the front lines. Although he needed to consider the speed of the messenger team, he still found the Northern Army 2 hours later. It was still early, and under the guidance of the reconnaissance team, when he saw the familiar volcano from a distance. Luo Wen thought it was another familiar extermination battle against the red ant nests. However, as he got closer, he discovered that swarms of ants were continuously pouring out of the volcano, forming several long, unbroken lines, hurrying away into the distance. Had they been discovered? But the direction was wrong. Luo Wen initially thought they had spotted him, but although his size was quite noticeable, he had never lost his ability to conceal himself. He had long since altered his pheromones and coloration, so in the eyes of others, he should appear like a large stone. However, when he noticed that the marching direction of the ants was exactly opposite to his own, he realized he had misunderstood. But why were they in such a hurry? In an instant, Luo Wen's curiosity was piqued. After sending away the reconnaissance team, he instructed them to return and inform the main army to stay put and not to move around. He then took advantage of his vantage point to maintain a safe distance from the marching ant swarm, following them to see what they were up to. The red ant army marched north for about 300 meters, and Luo Wen could see a large-scale melee unfolding ahead. Both sides had deployed hundreds of thousands of troops, spread across more than a dozen battlefields of varying sizes. On one side was the red ant army, while the other side was an entirely new species of ant. Their coloration was between that of red and black ants, not as bright and not completely black, but a deep dark red. The worker ants were slender, with little difference in size between the head, thorax, and abdomen, and their long legs made them appear very agile. The soldier ants were even more interesting. Their abdomens showed little change, but their heads and abdomens had dramatically expanded. In particular, their large heads were rectangular, equally wide at the front and back, with a central concave area at the back and a longitudinal groove extending to the forehead, resembling a human backside, which was quite humorous. Together, the head and abdomen resembled a bunch of ripe cherries. However, proportional to their large heads were their massive mandibles, which looked formidable and had a strong attack power. Interestingly, this new species of ant differed from both red and black ants in that there was a significant size variation among mature individuals. For instance, black ant workers typically measured around 15 centimeters, soldier ants about 7 to 8 centimeters, and red ants were all soldier ants, averaging only about 1 centimeter in length. In contrast, this new species had a tremendous size difference among individuals. Their worker ants ranged from just a few millimeters to around 5 or 6 centimeters in size. The soldier ants were even smaller, measuring only 3 to 4 centimeters, and the largest soldier ant approached 20 centimeters, making it a giant among ants. To put this in perspective, transport insects, which often carry hundreds of ants over long distances, are only about 30 centimeters in size. Even Luo Wen, at the limit of his respiratory system's capacity, is just over 60 centimeters long. These giant soldier ants posed a significant threat to him. Feeding these large creatures would require an astonishing amount of food. For example, transport insects only maintain hundreds of individuals during wartime when they can obtain large quantities of protein. After the war, they would continue to fight alongside various armies. The various armies would exterminate different insects and ant nests, with most of the spoils consumed by these transport insects. A branch base with 5,000 members could only sustain 5 transport insects at its maximum capacity. Sometimes, when these transport insects had no tasks, they needed to eat soil to reduce the base's depletion. However, on this largest battlefield, the number of these supersized soldier ants had reached over 20, and the slightly smaller giant soldier ants numbered over 100. The numbers of larger, medium, and smaller soldier ants are even greater. Moreover, nearby, there are several smaller-scale battlefields where the total number of supergiant soldier ants exceeds 100. Rowan secretly gasped. With such a quantity of soldier ants, it is not something an ordinary ant nest can support. Furthermore, the forces before him are likely not the entirety of the enemy's strength. To sustain such a massive force, a very large territory is required. Chapter 71. Following the two sides in the battlefield exchanged blows, and what surprised Rowan was that although the mixed army of red ants had a continuous supply of reinforcements, they were still being pushed back. The soldier ants of the new species have large heads, which we can temporarily call big-headed ants. Compared to the reckless fighters of the Red-Black Coalition, the big-headed ants appear to be more tactical. On the backs of their various types of soldier ants, numerous worker ants crawl to defend against attacks from the red ants, showing a hint of coordinated tactics. Whenever a red ant approaches a soldier ant, these worker ants would rush down from the soldier ant's back to entangle the red ant, while the soldier ant would look for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. After neutralizing the poisonous red ants, it would be difficult for the black ants to threaten the soldier ants with just their weaponry. The large mandibles of the soldier ants, which grow with their size, can easily deal with the black ants. Although both sides invested similar forces, one side's main combat unit was tactically restrained, making it nearly impossible to rely on supporting worker ants to achieve victory. The course of the war indeed unfolded as Rowan predicted. The living forces of the Red-Black Coalition were continuously being eroded, with their casualties far exceeding those of the big-headed ants. In response to this situation, the big-headed ants did not rush for quick results, but instead advanced steadily and cautiously. This battle lasted for 2 days, with the battlefield shifting several times, most often ending with the red ants losing tens of thousands of insect corpses and retreating. There was only one instance where the red ants launched a surprise attack on a small group of big-headed ants and won through sheer numbers. However, for some unknown reason. Many soldier ant remains were inexplicably lost during the cleanup. Particularly, not a single corpse of the two supergiant soldier ants was left behind. The lost remains were naturally taken by Rowan, who disguised himself as a rock and approached the battlefield. After picking through the debris, he loaded his findings onto his back. Then, with a few leaps of his long legs, he left the battlefield, disappearing without a trace. The fact that these supergiant soldier ants could grow so large using the ant template surely has its unique aspects. Now that he has the genes, he plans to study them when he has the time. He is not in a hurry to return to the mother nest. What he needs to prioritize now is figuring out where these newly appeared big-headed ants came from. 3 days later, after the red ants suffered losses of over 100,000 troops, they remained high-spirited and refused to retreat. However, the big-headed ants felt they had gained enough and realized that continuing the battle would yield spoils that they could not transport with their current manpower. Thus, it was quite abrupt when the red ants gathered a large wave of troops intending to confront the big-headed ants in a decisive battle, only to find that their opponents had mysteriously vanished. The red ants didn't know what was going on, but Luo Wen, who was closely monitoring the battlefield, did not overlook anything. The army of hundreds of thousands of big-headed ants was retreating with their spoils, which could be considered a large-scale operation. Without any cover, they could not escape Luo Wen's long-distance surveillance. Their return route was surprisingly similar to that of a swarm, with various types of soldier ants and some large and medium workers acting as transport vehicles. The smaller workers climbed onto their backs, conserving energy while also helping to secure the spoils. Just based on their previous display of coordinated combat and their current transport mode, the big-headed ants were already far more advanced than other ant species. The speed of the big-headed ants' return was unexpectedly fast. In less than 2 kilometers of travel, they had already returned to their nest. This surprised Luo Wen, as the swarm currently controlled an area of over 10 kilometers. For an ant nest to deploy such a large number of combat units, its territory should not be so small, even if it couldn't compare to the swarm. Could it be that the territory in other directions was farther away? Luo Wen shook his head. Based on his interactions with these ant species, their territory should radiate evenly in all directions. If there were no special factors at play, their nest should be located at the center of their territory. There could be many special factors, such as an insurmountable obstacle in one direction, like a river or a cliff. Or perhaps reconnaissance soldiers in a certain direction had gone missing continuously. Could it be due to the red ant nest? However, Luo Wen immediately dismissed that idea. With the combat power exhibited by the big-headed ant army, if they truly wanted to expand, the red ant nest would not be able to stop them. Luo Wen shook his head, deciding to stop pondering further. The information he had was too limited to analyze much. Moreover, before resolving the situation between the two parties and the red ant nest, there would be no conflict. Therefore, he had plenty of time to observe the big-headed ants further and gather more information, which would naturally allow him to analyze some things. The big-headed ant nest was also different from other ant species, which surprised Luo Wen when he first saw it. It was a small mound of earth covering an area of about 20 to 30 square meters, with a ring of openings in the middle of the mound, each exit showing clear signs of being tread upon. The army of hundreds of thousands of big-headed ants he was tracking split into several groups, carrying their spoils through several adjacent openings into the nest. If it were just this, it would only mean that there were a few more exits than other ant nests. However, aside from these entrances, the top of the small mound was densely built with many small protrusions, each with an opening in the middle, resembling small chimneys. Moreover, there were no signs of being tread upon around these chimneys, indicating that they were clearly not entrances or exits. However, ants are pragmatists and would never create useless decorations. These chimneys must have a special function, but what exactly they were used for, Luo Wen could only sigh. If he still had his previous small size, he could easily sneak in to find out. However, Luo Wen did not regret it. With his current physique, there were very few things that could threaten his life. Compared to his own life, everything else was secondary. One cannot understand just by looking at the surface. One cannot infiltrate either. And staying here any longer would just be a waste of time. After taking another glance at those chimneys and suppressing his curiosity, Luo Wen turned and sprinted in another direction. Having just consumed some high-protein food, his speed was quite fast, and within a day, he had explored the area around the big-headed ant nest thoroughly. Strangely, the territory of the big-headed ants was indeed quite small. In other directions, he also found traces of ant activity within about 2 kilometers. This was easily distinguishable from the pheromones, centered around the big-headed ant nest. He found at least 11 different types of pheromone residues within a 2-kilometer radius. This indicated that, like other ant species, the big-headed ants placed their nests at the center of their territory. However, this raised a question. How could such a small territory sustain such a large army? Chapter 72. Big-headed ants. After realizing that the territory of the big-headed ants was unexpectedly small, Luo Wen began to pay attention to the surrounding trees during his exploration, wondering if they were also engaged in animal husbandry. However, even with animal husbandry, it would be difficult to sustain so many combat units without damaging the vegetation in such a small area. Along the way, Luo Wen did find some aphids on the trees, but there were no signs of large-scale farming. Nevertheless, he made another unexpected discovery. On the yellow-brown muddy ground, an unusual stream caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this small stream was actually a flow of moving leaves. The leaves were being transported by the worker ants of the big-headed ants. Regardless of their size, each ant was carrying leaves several times their size with their mandibles. Among the carrying team, there were also some larger soldier ants patrolling around the stream, ensuring the safety of the worker ants while also clearing small obstacles along the way, making the originally rugged path slightly smoother. Of course, when faced with larger obstacles, they could only choose to go around. The direction of this green leaf stream was towards the big-headed ant nest, and Luo Wen moved upstream against the flow. Soon, he discovered the source of these leaves. It was a quite tall tree, at least 50 meters high, and the green stream was spreading down from the top of the tree. However, due to the dense branches at the top, he couldn't see clearly, but it didn't matter. The adhesive hairs on his feet were enough to support him as he climbed the smooth rock face with ease, changing his pheromones to disguise himself as a forbidden stone. Luo Wen avoided the big-headed ant team and quickly ascended the other side of the trunk. At the top of the tree, he witnessed a miraculous scene. On some tender leaves at the top, the worker ants of the big-headed ants were using their mandibles like scissors. One side of the leaf is inserted at the top, while the other side is cut from bottom to top. This process is repeated over and over again. In the end, a part of the leaf is neatly cut off, carefully lifted by the workers to avoid falling, and then becomes part of the green leaf stream. The worker ants in line continue to cut the leaf until it is completely cut down. The leafcutter ants even understand the importance of protecting vegetation. They only collect about 1/3 of the leaves from each branch, leaving 2/3 intact to minimize their impact on the plants. This behavior makes Rowan wonder if there is a wise soul directing them. However, Rowan notices that the leafcutter ants do not eat these leaves. They only cut them and continuously transport them back to the nest. What are they doing? Rowan knows that the worker ants in his aphid farm typically fill themselves up first before doing anything else. Any surplus is fed to their peers, and only when everyone is full do they transport the leftovers back to the nest. But Rowan has not seen a single leafcutter ant sneaking a bite, which is very unusual. At first, he thought these leaves were part of the leafcutter ant's diet. If that were the case, it would explain why they have so many workers and soldiers despite having such a small territory. However, it now seems that the situation has changed. If the leafcutter ants do not eat the leaves, then why go through the trouble of harvesting them? Rowan finds it difficult to understand, but he knows this must be related to the secret behind their formidable military capability. After wandering around the leafcutter ant territory for so long, this is one of the few unusual places aside from their nest chimneys. The secret must be hidden within the ant nest, and Rowan feels an urge to discover it. But unfortunately, due to size constraints, he has long abandoned the work of a covert infiltrator. So now he can only resort to some special means. Although the leafcutter ants do not appear very aggressive, their territory, no matter how small, blocks the expansion of other insect colonies, and sooner or later, there will be a battle. When that time comes, the secret will be revealed. For now, Rowan needs to seize the initiative and prepare for war. Encountering a stronger new opponent excites Rowan, and he quickly returns to the main base. After checking the mother nest, he finds that the supergiant soldier ants are still using the ordinary nourishment system of ants. However, their muscles are unusually developed and powerful, allowing them to push oxygen further to support their massive size. This set of muscle-enhancing genetic fragments is still quite useful, while the others are rather ordinary. After formulating several new insects, Rowan initially planned to learn from the leafcutter ants to categorize soldier ants and worker ants into various sizes. However, after some thought, he feels it may not be necessary, as the insect colony has its own development model and does not need to borrow from everything. For example, The leafcutter ants use soldier ants and large workers as transport tools, while the smaller workers are responsible for securing the transported goods. However, the colony has transport insects with even greater carrying capacity, as well as glue worms responsible for securing items, making things more convenient. As for the production plan, the first order is for 500 queen ants, aiming to gather a total of 3,000 queen ants. Before engaging in battle with the leafcutter ants, it is necessary to take care of the red ant nest and seize their territory. The initial 500 queen ants will accompany the frontline troops, and later will be sent out to claim territory. Of course, a single red ant nest does not require all 500 queen ants, but combined with the leafcutter ants, it will be nearly sufficient. This is called preparing for a rainy day. Out of the 2,500 queen ants, more than 500 are too far from the northern front line, making it impractical for transport troops to reach them due to excessive consumption, so they have not been assigned production tasks. However, they do have a mission to transport supplies to the bases near the front line. The remaining nearly 2,000 queen ants will begin to focus on mass production. As time passes, the new insects produced at each base have begun to emerge from their pupae, and large quantities of supplies are being transported to the frontline bases one after another. A month later, including the Northern Army that had already been summoned and stationed here, the colony has gathered a total of 500,000 various soldier ants and over 1.5 million worker ants. With various auxiliary troops added, the total number of the army has reached 1 million. This is the largest military operation since the colony's inception, and Luo Wen is full of confidence, raising the strategic threat level of the leafcutter ants to the highest. This time, he is also fully committed. As the saying goes, before the troops move, provisions must be prepared. This army of over 2 million is the limit of forces the colony can mobilize, representing over 2 million mouths to feed. Behind the army, there are over 2,000 branch bases, with more than 12 million worker ants ensuring logistics. In various parts of the territory, there are over 5,000 transport insects continuously delivering the resources produced by each base to the front line. However, due to time constraints, there are still some material shortages. But it doesn't matter. There is a granary ahead of the army. Chapter 73. Marching on. The longer the army is stationed, the more supplies are consumed each day. Although a small number of troops have not yet arrived, Luo Wen has decided not to wait any longer. The weather is nice today, cloudy, with the overhead leaves providing shelter from most of the light and heat, making it suitable for the army's long-distance march. With a command from Luo Wen, over 6,000 transport insects, loaded with various troops and supplies, set off with their 8 long legs toward the red ant nest, creating a spectacular scene. The trees along the roadside quickly passed by in the corner of their eyes, with Luo Wen leading the way at the front of the line. His task is to guide the army, and as the insect with the widest field of vision in the colony, he is the only one suited for this role. Along the way, the army avoided 2 hunting parties of red ants. This time, the numbers and quality of the colony's army completely outclassed that of the red ants, making it unnecessary to get entangled with these small groups on the way. Luo Wen plans to lead the army to strike directly at the heart of the enemy, taking down their stronghold first, and then dispersing the troops to clear the territory. As for the 2 troops, just now, let's leave it to the big guys behind to handle. 2 hours later, after several rounds of rest and food replenishment, the army crossed 2 kilometers of forest and saw the familiar shape of the volcano crater. There was nothing much to say. Exterminating the red ant nest was not a new task. The army directly surrounded the volcano crater. Luo Wen circled around the cave entrance a couple of times, his leg bristles sensing the ground's texture, and found the underground hollow tunnel. He extended his pincers, and after transforming his foot into pincers, the front part became sharper. At this point, it was easier to poke holes in the ground. After opening a few holes in the red ant nest tunnel and releasing several waves of red-black ants to check, the army of insects pressed directly inside. The giant soldier ants were at the forefront, while the small soldier ants provided cover around them. If there were few enemies, they charged in for close combat. If there were many, they would open a gap, and the worker ants behind would provide long-range fire support. The insects advanced steadily, although there were some losses. They were within acceptable limits. The battle continued until dark, mainly because the passage was relatively narrow, preventing the troops from spreading out, and the advantage in numbers could not be realized. In fact, less than 1/5 of the total army had entered the passage. Most of the troops were waiting outside, having cleared 3 returning red ant hunting squads in the process. There was nothing much to say about the battle of around 180,000 to 20,000. Basically, just as the rear troops were preparing to charge, the battle had already been concluded by the front troops. To be honest, even the time spent cleaning the battlefield was longer than the battle itself. The spoils were collected. This is how the War of the Insects works. The victorious side gains everything. All remains of the enemy and allies would be recycled, becoming nutrients for the victors to grow stronger. After the battle, the insect swarm suffered losses of about over 20,000. The enemy's losses were difficult to estimate accurately because most of the battlefield was in the tunnel. However, based on previous experience, there should be around 400,000 to 500,000 ants in the nest, even though they had been cut down by the big-headed ants a month ago and had rested for a month. They had probably replenished some numbers. Luo Wen estimated that there were at least 400,000 ants. Adding the 3 hunting squads eliminated outside, the total would be around 450,000. Just as he was calculating, a distant troop slowly approached. This was a large type of soldier for the insect swarm: 200 supergiant soldier ants, 500 giant soldier ants, and 2 scorpions. Both types of large soldier ants used the big-headed ant soldier template, with only minor modifications. They added a jumping start gene to make them more agile in small movements, and slightly increased the size of their pincers to enhance their attack power. The 2 scorpions belonged to an experimental species, having been infused with some muscle-enhancing genes. They were slightly larger than their prototypes, measuring around 40 centimeters in body length. Excluding the tail, since he couldn't think of their purpose, Luo Wen simply tried to create 2 of them, just in time to test their combat effectiveness through this war with the big-headed ants. In addition to the super giant soldier ants and scorpions, there are approximately 10,000 small combat units riding on their backs, responsible for protecting them. Although these big guys look powerful, their combat strength is reflected in one-on-one and group battles. If they encounter a foraging team of red ants alone, those venomous stingers would be enough to deal with them. If they accidentally get surrounded, their lives might be at risk. Previously, due to their poor speed, they couldn't keep up with the transport insects. So they were arranged by Rowan to move slowly at the rear. After all, they won't be needed for the battle to eliminate the red ant nest. Meanwhile, the advancing army left many pheromone markers along the way, enough to prevent them from getting lost. When the army was moving, they encountered 2 red ant foraging teams, but Rowan chose to bypass them due to time constraints. However, bypassing them did not mean letting them go. After passing them, Rowan left 2 mobile teams to monitor them. These teams were specifically responsible for tracking, harassing, and setting traps, equipped not only with conventional troops, but also with reconnaissance and spy insects, and even included a queen ant. The intelligence of the queen ant allowed this team to execute more complex tasks set by Rowan, with a more flexible and varied combat approach. After separating from the main force, the 2 teams moved ahead of the red ant foraging teams and set up many misleading pheromone markers. These markers caused the foraging teams to wander in circles within a certain range, completely unaware. Subsequently, the teams reunited with the slowly advancing giant combat units and conveyed Rowan's orders. Rowan looked at the spoils behind these big guys and nodded in satisfaction, as they seemed to be executing his commands quite well. However, the corpses of a few giant soldier ants were quite conspicuous. Since red ants do not have such combat units, their origins are obvious. Moreover, the loss of a small portion of the escorting troops made this operation seem somewhat flawed. Fortunately, there were no losses among the supergiants and giant scorpions. The battle was won, and the dead were brought back. These big guys are all walking protein and living backup food supplies. When the ant nest faces a food crisis, the worker ants will kill these large combat units to supplement their food. Therefore, the loss of even one of these big guys would be enough to cause distress for an ordinary ant nest for a long time. Although Rowan hasn't reached this level of distress, he is still quite stingy. He views the insect swarm as his own property, and it would be one thing if they were small units. But each of these big guys was cultivated by him using a large amount of resources. Losing even one, whether alive or dead, is unacceptable. Chapter 74. Marching down after the victory in battle. The army split into several teams to sweep away the foraging teams of red ants outside. After a week, the teams returned one after another with spoils, and this territory of the red ants officially changed hands. The 500 accompanying queen ants sent more than 200 out, along with their assigned guards, to the designated locations to build branch bases. The remaining troops, aside from about 10 acting as commanders, mostly stayed at the garrison point, responsible for supplementing the front lines based on the situation. After that, the army rested for another day, had a hearty meal, and loaded half of the remaining spoils onto transport insects before setting off. During this time, they had not encountered any scouts sent by the big-headed ants, which indicated that they were also developing animal husbandry, albeit in a free-range manner. Whenever the red ant nests grew to a certain scale, they would come to harvest a wave of food. According to Rowan's observations, there were at least 11 ant nests surrounding the big-headed ant territory, and if these were all food raised in a free-range manner, it would be much easier than Rowan's efforts to raise aphids. However, this method was only suitable for the big-headed ants, a species not particularly eager for territorial expansion. Although Rowan felt somewhat envious, this approach was not suitable for him. This time, the swarm did not choose to march quickly. There was too little information about the big-headed ants and their behavioral patterns, as well as how many troops were hidden within their nests, were unknown. However, analyzing from the fact that they could suppress more than 10 surrounding ant nests, their strength was indeed quite formidable. Dealing with them naturally could not be done in the same way as with the red ants, by blocking their door and beating them down. It was still necessary to adopt the old tactics, using the advantage of vision to continuously consume their living forces and gradually figure out their strengths and weaknesses. The first target that Rowan had in mind was their teams that came out to cut leaves, relying on his fast movement speed. He set out alone to make a circle. Soon, he found a small green stream to the northwest of the big-headed ant nest. The swarm then changed direction, first heading west for a distance, and then directly heading north. The flowing green stream was happily transporting leaves when it was suddenly intercepted by a large army that had appeared out of nowhere. The worker ants heading towards the big-headed ant nest panicked and fled back to their old nest. Rowan did not pursue them, without insects to report back. There was no way to lure them out. At the same time, he did not send troops to clear the worker ants in the direction of the large tree. After all, those worker ants would eventually return to their nest. As long as they were blocked here, they would eventually come to them. The army formed a long line formation that stretched 20 meters, with giant scorpions, supergiants, and giant soldier ants leading the charge, covered in small soldier ants that helped them defend. Behind them stood a row of transport insects, which could use their long legs for piercing attacks to provide some mid-range fire support for the front line. The remaining transport insects were distributed on the flanks and rear to defend against ambushes from those directions. In the center was a mixed position of soldier ants and worker ants. The worker ants provided long-range support, while also timely transporting the corpses of both sides' casualties back to the rear to prevent the other side from obtaining them. As for Rowan, although he was the tallest and had the highest combat power, he did not plan to fight on the front line, as he did not know how intense the battle would be. If the big-headed ant's forces were unexpectedly large, just a few supergiants surrounding him could threaten his life. As the highest intelligence of the swarm, he chose to sit at the center of the army formation, propping himself up on 8 long legs, elevating himself high. Utilizing the advantage of a good vantage point, he continuously commanded the swarm in battle. Time quietly passed, and the dark mass of the army lay still like a sculpture, conserving energy while making no noise, displaying excellent military discipline. However, Luo Wen began to feel a bit impatient, but he had long experienced the efficiency of pheromone communication, so he could only patiently continue to wait. In the distance, scattered units of the big-headed ants finally appeared. However, their numbers were quite small. A rough estimate showed they were fewer than 10,000, with not a single supergiant among them. It seemed that the big-headed ants had grown complacent in this area and had yet to realize the opponent they were facing. Luo Wen's black insect face, covered in chitinous armor, made it difficult for him to express any emotions. Still, he tried hard to maintain a grim expression. His antennae swayed from side to side, issuing commands layer by layer. Just as the big-headed ant troops approached the swarm's formation, the foremost supergiant let out a series of shrill cries, leading a charge, with a small contingent of troops following closely behind. The battle ended quickly. The big-headed ants left behind thousands of corpses as the remaining ants hurriedly fled under the swarm's intentional leniency. The worker ants moved forward and quickly cleaned up the battlefield, restoring silence to the army. After this defeat, the big-headed ants finally realized that their opponent was not the familiar mixed force of red and black ants, but rather a strange and more powerful adversary. Thus, an urgent war mobilization began. Thanks to their small territory, most of their troops were hidden within the ant nest. In a very short time, the big-headed ants gathered an advance force of over 500,000 troops charging forward. Behind them, a continuous stream of reinforcements crawled out from the ant nest, heading towards the front line. Luo Wen could not give them the opportunity and time to gather. His purpose here was to continuously draw out the big-headed ants' viable forces and then gradually consume them. Ideally, he wanted to lure out 1,000, 2,000, or 5,000 at a time, incrementally increasing the number. However, the big-headed ants completely disregarded Luo Wen's script. After sending out a small wave of troops, they directly raised the threat level of the swarm to the highest. Although Luo Wen was somewhat surprised by the big-headed ant's fierce reaction, he would not change his tactics because of it. Just a frontal assault. Who was afraid of whom? The swarm now had enough confidence. As the advanced troops of the big-headed ants reached the battlefield without any time to rest, Luo Wen issued orders for the long snake formation to advance. And the central army immediately engaged the enemy, launching into intense combat. Meanwhile, the flanks of the formation began to encircle, using their numerical advantage to create a situation of smaller forces against larger ones. Taking advantage of the gap before the big-headed ants' reinforcements could catch up, they aimed to eliminate this advance force of 500,000. Due to the time constraints, neither side conducted any probing. The war instantly escalated into a heated stage. The tactics of the big-headed ants remain the same. Giant units act as tanks, responsible for breaking through and disrupting the enemy formation, while medium and small units cover them from behind and the sides. Unfortunately, this tactic, which had worked flawlessly against the red and black ants, species without giant combat units, now faces a worthy opponent. The swarm has brought a considerable number of giant units this time. Employing similar tactics, with both sides matching supergiants against supergiants, giants against giants, and medium and small units against each other. In an instant, each side found its respective opponents. Chapter 75. Battle against big-headed ants. Luo Wen painstakingly created a situation of many against few, not for a fair duel with the big-headed ants. The swarm's army of over 2 million faced the big-headed ants' 500,000 troops. Thus, the reality was that each supergiant on the big-headed ant side faced at least 3 opponents of the same level. This was still because the swarm had only 200 supergiants. It wasn't that Luo Wen didn't want to bring more, but rather that these large creatures had a long growth cycle. Moreover, including the giant soldier ants, these belonged to a new template, and prior to acquiring them, the over 2,000 existing ant queens had no qualifications to produce them. The 200 supergiants and 500 giants were produced after the mother nest completed the production task of 500 ant queens, working overtime to create them. After being nurtured to the pupal stage, they were sent to the front lines, where they continued to grow to their current size. Therefore, in terms of the number of supergiants and giants in a single round, the swarm likely does not have more than the big-headed ants. However, these slight disadvantages can be avoided using tactics, as seen in the current situation. The giant combat units of both sides clashed at the very beginning of the engagement, with the small combat units on their backs using their bodies as bridges to attack the enemy. Unfortunately, the individual combat strength of the big-headed ants is already lower than that of the swarm's units of the same specifications, and they are at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. More importantly, the small soldier ants of the swarm can even use poison, perhaps due to their evolutionary choices favoring size and muscle. The big-headed ants do not have any poisonous variants among their soldier types. Logically, they should not fear these poisonous small soldier ants, having rich experience in combating red ants. However, let's not forget that the red ants can operate without equivalent giant units. These large creatures, much like an aircraft carrier group, never fight alone, always accompanied by soldier and worker ants for support. Therefore, when battling the red ants, those with stingers are often consciously obstructed by other ants, unable to approach these giant combat units, let alone use their poison. But now, they finally taste the terror of these stingers, under an absolute numerical disadvantage. The supporting ants around the big-headed ant supergiants are powerless to intercept the small soldier ants with tiny stingers on their backs. They can only watch helplessly as these creatures insert their stingers into the cracks of the supergiant's armor. Ironically, while these stingers can penetrate the gaps in the supergiant's carapaces, they are so short that they get stuck in the thick gaps, failing to reach the internal muscles. This can be considered a hidden advantage of their massive size. However, although the exoskeleton can ignore these stingers, the legs of the giant creatures, while robust, do not have such thick armor. A few soldier ants quickly climbed up the legs of the giants under the cover of their companions. Although the giants resisted, quickly kicking away a few soldier ants with their rapidly moving legs, it did not change what they were about to face. The stingers pierced in, venom injected. And in just a moment, the muscles at these weakly armored joints began to dissolve. The giants' massive bodies started to lose balance, and their legs began to twitch. Although they were still struggling to resist despite being at a disadvantage, their combat capability was greatly weakened due to their loss of mobility. The swarm of giant insects seized the opportunity to quickly control and kill them, dismembering them. The death of these frontline giant combat units caused the nearby supporting major head ants to lose their backbone, their fighting spirit dissipating, and they began to retreat step by step. On the other side, two giant scorpions had no trouble dealing with these giants. Taking advantage of the moment when the giants were entangled and unable to move, they clamped their massive pincers around the relatively slender waist of the giants. Ignoring the attacks from the supporting troops on top, with a strong squeeze, they instantly caused a flow of fluids, splitting the giant into two segments with remarkable efficiency. However, their drawbacks were also apparent. Although their pincers had extremely high attack power and excelled at attacking large combat units, they were quite clumsy when facing small, agile targets. In fact, those giants faced a similar awkward situation. Through this practical battle, Rowan came to understand that these giants were primarily aimed at large prey, without venomous means. Their massive mandibles could kill and cut prey more easily. However, when facing small prey, they were virtually useless. Their attacking weapons were situated on their heads, making them more cumbersome to use than the pincers of the giant scorpions. Without the assistance of small troops, they faced significant difficulty in killing small prey on their own. Thus, the practical use of these giants was quite limited. For instance, after all the giants on the major head ant side were dealt with, the speed at which the swarm's giants could kill small combat units was vastly inferior compared to the efficiency of the transport insects, which were also large combat units. The strong and powerful legs of the transport insects struck as fast as lightning during attacks, and combined with their excellent dynamic vision, they rarely missed, achieving a high probability of one-hit kills. Even if they did not kill the enemy in one blow, the sticky hairs on their claws could pull it back and bite it to death, showcasing an astonishing killing efficiency. However, they were somewhat ineffective against large combat units. Nonetheless, large combat units were relatively scarce, making the overall cost-effectiveness of transport insects higher. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. This practical battle effectively tested the respective advantages and disadvantages of the existing troops in the swarm and provided Rowan with new insights into the swarm's combat mode. There are certain elements that are suitable for the development of the swarm, while others should be eliminated. He has a clear idea in his mind about which can be improved. For example, the supergiant may be very suitable for the survival mode of the big-headed ants, but not for the swarm. However, perhaps adding adhesive hairs to their appendages could improve their helplessness when facing smaller units. Although the cost-performance ratio of the supergiant is too low, Luo Wen still likes its majestic and powerful appearance. He is considering that perhaps a slight improvement could be made, and then produce a small quantity. While thinking about these issues, Luo Wen does not forget to observe the battlefield situation. At this moment, due to the heavy casualties of the giant units on the side of the big-headed ants, the encirclement is rapidly shrinking. The soldier ants climb onto the heads of the supergiants and spray formic acid solution towards the center of the battlefield. Well, another function of the supergiant has been discovered. It can serve as the base for artillery, Luo Wen commented. After releasing their stock, the worker ants jump to the ground to gather the spoils behind the encirclement and finish off the big-headed ants that were not completely dead. Chapter 76. Fighting the big-headed ants too. Since earlier, reinforcements from the big-headed ants have been continuously entering the battlefield, trying to break through the encirclement and rescue their besieged allies. Therefore, the troops that had previously encircled the big-headed ants' vanguard are now being attacked from both sides, facing immense pressure. However, as the encirclement on the swarm's side gradually shrinks, a large number of troops become available. Under Luo Wen's command, these troops quickly reposition to support the allies who are being attacked from both sides at the tail of the encirclement. As the swarm's forces blocking the big-headed ant reinforcements continue to expand, the previously precarious situation quickly stabilizes. Without the cover and obstruction of the giant combat units, the spraying effect of the swarm's worker ants' formic acid solution is maximized. The big-headed ants trapped in the middle quickly collapse, to speed up the process. Luo Wen also deployed the transport ants that were protecting the flanks into the battlefield. The hidden forces within the big-headed ant's nest are astonishing, and as time passes, more and more reinforcements arrive, quickly reaching 1,000,000. The swarm troops intercepting the reinforcements are severely depleted, and Luo Wen has to send out some worker ants to provide a round of long-range saturation strikes, temporarily repelling the big-headed ant reinforcements. The swarm's defensive troops finally get a slight breather, gnawing on the nearby remains to replenish their strength. The battle within the encirclement is nearing its end, with only tens of thousands of big-headed ants still resisting stubbornly. Unfortunately, all of this resistance is in vain. Half an hour later, a big-headed ant is grabbed by several worker ants, unable to move, and then executed by the giant mandible soldier ants. Its death signifies the complete annihilation of the big-headed ant vanguard. At this moment, the swarm's defensive troops have already re-engaged with the big-headed ant reinforcements, and the battle is fierce. The number of big-headed ant reinforcements has increased to 1.5 million, and troops continue to arrive from the rear. It is unimaginable how the big-headed ants could nurture so many troops with just one ant nest. It should be noted that the swarm now has a total population of around 15 to 16 million, but those were scattered across nearly 2,007 or 800 bases. Although the number of bugs in the bases had not reached full capacity due to the rapid expansion of the swarm, even if a single ant nest of the red ants could contain millions of ants, more than half of them were out forming hunting teams to scour the area. Just while Rowan was observing the enemy situation, the reinforcements of the big-headed ants increased by more than 100,000, reaching over 160,000. Adding the 50,000 from the already eliminated vanguard, the total had exceeded 200,000. And looking at the endless black line of reinforcements coming from behind them, it was clear that this number was far from their limit. Rowan originally planned to eliminate the vanguard before engaging the big-headed ant reinforcements, but now he hesitated. Although they had the numerical advantage and long-range fire support in exterminating the 50,000 vanguard, due to the time constraints, there was basically no formation or strategy, just a head-on clash. In this situation, the casualties for the swarm naturally increased significantly, losing more than 60,000 troops. Moreover, most of these were soldier ants. And it should be noted that the swarm had only brought over 500,000 soldier ants this time, so this loss accounted for more than 1/10 of their forces. At the same time, the casualties on the intercepting line continued to accelerate. Rowan left 30,000 worker ants to clean up the battlefield, while the remaining troops were all. However, as the reinforcements of the big-headed ants continued to arrive, the forces on both sides were getting close to even. Although the swarm still held an advantage with their formic acid solution and stingers, once these methods were exhausted, everyone would have to rely on close combat. At that point, while the individual combat power of the swarm might be slightly superior, they would not have reinforcements to replenish their numbers. If they could achieve final victory, that would be fine, but if they lost, it would be quite troublesome, because at that time, the millions of corpses from both sides would become the spoils of the victor. Looking at the reinforcements of the big-headed ants, the chance of the swarm winning in a single wave seemed slim, so they needed to change their strategy quickly. Having made a decision, Rowan immediately issued a new order. The transport bugs gradually retreated from the battlefield, and with the cooperation of the worker ants and mucus bugs, quickly packed and transported the spoils. Then, the remaining worker ants on the front line sprayed out all the accumulated formic acid solution at once. The collective long-range strike of over 1,000,000 worker ants was still quite powerful. A massive acid rain formed between both sides. A large number of big-headed ants, losing their antennae, retreated in panic, disrupting their own formation. Many big-headed ants lost their ability to move during the assault, slowly turning into liquid. Taking advantage of the chaos in the big-headed ant formation and their reluctance to advance, the swarm quickly eliminated the remaining enemies and then rapidly retreated. During the retreat, to save time and reduce the burden, the piles of bug corpses on the battlefield were abandoned. After retreating a distance, the giant combat units moved out first, while the medium and small combat units orderly climbed onto the transport bugs. Once fully loaded, the transport bugs, with their advantage in leg length, quickly caught up with the supergiant units that had left earlier. At the original location, over 1,000 spy worms and several transport worms were left behind to disrupt the scattered information during the retreat of the swarm, preventing the big-headed ants from catching up. After making a large detour, the swarm safely returned to its border territory. After a rough count of the busy insects, Rowan found that the battle losses amounted to as high as 150,000. This battle could be said to be the most severe loss the swarm had experienced since its inception, apart from the more than 60,000 troops lost during the encirclement of the 500,000 strong, big-headed, and advanced troops. The remaining losses were all incurred during the encounter with the reinforcements of the big-headed ants. The most frustrating part was that all the bodies of the worms on that front line were completely lost. Among them were even 11 supergiants and over 50 giant soldier ants from the swarm. Fortunately, during the encirclement of the big-headed ant advanced troops, they had contributed over 70 supergiants and more than 100 giants. However, it was quite inconvenient to carry them during the retreat, so Rowan buried them not far from the battlefield and set up misleading traps around the area. He hoped they wouldn't be found by the big-headed ants. Although the swarm suffered severe losses, the big-headed ants fared even worse, losing at least 700,000 living forces in this battle. Now, what Rowan needed to do was to not give them a breather and continuously deplete their strength before the big-headed ants could convert their gains into reinforcements. However, even if the big-headed ants were to ramp up their numbers, Rowan was not afraid. Could it be that the big-headed ant nest still had 3,000 queen ants hidden inside? The reason he was so anxious was that, in his heart, those spoils of war belonged to him, especially the bodies of the supergiants from the worm nest. He wanted to reclaim them before the big-headed ants could digest them. Chapter 77. Battle against the big-headed ants 3. In the following 2 days, reinforcements continuously arrived from the rear, replenishing the swarm's numbers back to over 2 million. At the same time, the acid of the worker ants and the venom sacs of the soldier ants were also fully replenished. Thus, the swarm army set off once again in grand fashion. Although only 2 days had passed, the big-headed ants had already resumed their orderly foraging life. And Rowan unexpectedly discovered another green leaf stream. He marveled at the big-headed ant's boldness and did not hesitate to intercept the stream again. However, this time the big-headed ants had learned from experience and came at full force, gathering over 1 million advanced troops, charging aggressively from the direction of the ant nest. This million-strong advance force was double the size of the previous one, and it was undoubtedly a pipe dream for Rowan to want to eliminate this force in a short time. If the swarm engaged with this force and got entangled, they could easily be surrounded by the continuous reinforcements of the big-headed ants. At that point, there was no doubt that this swarm unit would be doomed here, becoming a food source for the big-headed ants' development. Naturally, Rowan would not make such a foolish move. He had considered this situation before coming here. Therefore, the large combat units withdrew first, while the soldier ants chased after the green leaf stream to hunt down the fleeing ants. The reason he had left those worker ants transporting leaves last time was that he needed some bait to encircle and attack the reinforcements. Now that the tactics have changed, these guys are naturally no longer needed. Following the principle of consuming whatever they can, they will not be kept. The troops assigned to the tasks leave the formation in an orderly manner, leaving only the transport worms and the worker ants on their backs. They are the protagonists today, and they will show the big-headed ants in this other world what mobile warfare and skirmishers are all about. As the big-headed ant army gradually approaches, the transport worms begin to run, relying on their long legs and fast speed, and with decent eyesight. They maintain a distance of about 20 centimeters from the big-headed ant army. This distance may seem short, but it is actually quite safe. As mentioned before, ants are essentially blind creatures, relying entirely on their antennae to communicate and discern objects. Once they are out of the range of their antennae, they can only sense living things through vibrations. However, in the current environment, with millions of troops moving together, sensing vibrations is practically ineffective. As long as they stay out of the antennae contact range, they can avoid detection. The transport worms run within this range. A distance of 20 centimeters is already within the coverage area of the worker ants' formic acid spray. Taking advantage of the height on the backs of the transport worms, they can even spray the formic acid solution up to 1 meter away. Since this plan was anticipated, Luo Wen had deployed more transport worms to the front line before this operation. Previously, each transport worm typically carried 500 worker ants. However, that caused them to bunch together, entangled with one another, forming an ant hill. Due to the excessive numbers, the worker ants at the bottom of the ant hill experienced immense pressure. When the transport worms moved rapidly, the ant hill was basically afraid to move. To prevent the bottom worker ants from losing their grip on the transport worms and causing the whole thing to roll off. Now, with the increased number of transport worms, Each one only needs to carry a little over 200 worker ants. While it is still quite crowded, the pressure on the bottom worker ants has significantly decreased, allowing for some structural adjustments at the top of the anthill. Thus, the 20 to 30 worker ants at the very top assume the standard formic acid spraying position, their bodies stabilized by their companions below. Streams of liquid shoot into the ranks of the big-headed ants, and after emptying their storage sacks of formic acid solution, they automatically shift to the lower part of the anthill, swapping places with other companions to return to the top. And so, another round of liquid is sprayed out. The disaster for the big-headed ants begins. The cooperation between the transport worms and worker ants resembles a rapidly moving self-propelled artillery. The acid rains down, requiring no aiming, just a general direction will do. This is a total of 1,500,000 soldier ants, and within 10 minutes, all the stored acid will be discharged, causing unimaginable destruction. The outer edges of the formation of the big-headed ant vanguard are all under attack. Although the direct fatality rate is low, most are just injured. However, in the world of insects, there is no concept of nursing injuries. If only the shell is corroded a bit, there might still be a chance of survival. But if the antennae are corroded, leaving them with missing limbs, they will basically be collected as protein after the battle. After the launch was completed, the transport insects quickly evacuated the battlefield along the designated route. Naturally, there were spy ants waiting to clean up the traces left by them along the way. Although Luo Wen could not personally participate in this hit-and-run battle, as the planner, watching it was quite thrilling. This round of long-range fire caused at least over 300,000 casualties to the big-headed ants. On the insect side, two unfortunate transport insects flipped over. When passing by the supergiants, they misjudged the distance and got entangled, losing their lives. Even the worker ants on their backs were taken along, which shows how important a reliable driver is during combat. Taking another look at the chaotic formation of the big-headed ant army, Luo Wen no longer lingered. After reuniting with the main force, they excavated the super-giant body of the big-headed ant that had been buried last time. The worker ants worked together with their own supergiants to cut it up, pack it, and load it onto the vehicle. This time, there were many transport insects, just enough to bring back all these spoils of war, saving them from being buried in enemy territory for too long, as that could lead to unforeseen troubles. At this time, the troops previously sent to eliminate the enemy's leaf-carrying worker ants also returned to the temporary camp. Luo Wen did not expect the battle to progress so quickly. While retreating, he casually dispatched a team of messengers to call these guys back, to prevent them from being blocked by the big-headed ants as soon as they climbed the trees and lose their lives unnecessarily. The troops took a brief rest, made a large detour, and returned to the insect territory. 2 days later, the replenished troops set out again, in order to lighten the load. This time, they didn't even bring the giant combat units along. Only a small number of medium and small soldier ants rode the transport insects to follow. The battle from 2 days ago repeated itself. After enduring several rounds of long-range strikes, the big-headed ant legion finally managed to regroup, only to find that the enemy had already slipped away without a trace. Subsequently, harassment every 2 days became a routine activity for the insect army. Over the next month and a half, the insect troops conducted a total of 8 operations. The big-headed ant troops learned from their mistakes and improved somewhat. But these several actions still caused them approximately 1 million casualties. Counting the previous battles, the big-headed ants had lost around 2 million of their fighting strength. Although the insect swarm also lost more than 10 transport insects and the worker ants on them, with continuous reinforcements from the rear, the gathered forces at this outpost had approached 3 million. Chapter 78. Battle against the big-headed ants. For the big-headed ants, having lost so many troops, had become somewhat hesitant to engage. The effectiveness of the subsequent harassment was not very good. Additionally, since the two sides had been in conflict for 20 days, and it only takes a soldier ant a little over 20 days to grow from an egg to an adult, this means that if the big-headed ants were to convert the batch of insect remains they had harvested into combatants, their forces would receive a significant boost in the coming period. Moreover, these rounds of harassment actions had only resulted in enemy casualties, with the insect swarm gaining no spoils of war. Therefore, the current situation for the big-headed ants is that they have accumulated a lot of resources, but need time to convert them back into fighting strength. This time would not be too long. It seems it's time for the final showdown. Rowan sighed, his tentacles swaying as he issued commands. 300,000 troops gathered. It was a scene quite friendly to those with a fear of crowds. The army marched straight towards the big-headed ant nest. Due to previous disturbances, the big-headed ants had stopped coming out to gather leaves. There were very few patrols outside the nest, and all their forces had retreated, hiding away. The insect remains they had previously collected were enough to ensure they could stay hidden for a long time. Thus, the swarm boldly advanced to about 20 meters from the big-headed ant nest without being detected. Under Rowan's arrangements, part of the troops dispersed into the trees to start collecting large quantities of leaves. These 20-centimeter-long leaves were bitten off at the stems by the supergiants, naturally falling to the ground. Below, reconnaissance insects observed where the leaves landed, then brought worker ants to carry the leaves back to the forward position. Meanwhile, at the forward position, Rowan and 2 giant scorpions descended, using their powerful claws as digging legs. Their massive size allowed them to quickly dig a trench that was 20 centimeters wide, half a meter deep, and about 10 meters long. Although the trench was not wide, it was sufficient to deal with ants that had little jumping ability. The worker ants laid the collected leaves flat at the bottom of the trench and also transported some wooden sticks and branches to use as bridges on either side of the trench. Even the slime insects performed simple waterproofing on the trench walls. Everything was ready, and the army lined up, prepared for the next step, challenging the enemy. There were simply too many and too dispersed exits from the big-headed ant nest, making a blockade strategy unsuitable. They had to lure the ants out instead. The swarm had previously disturbed the ants too severely, and now they were determined to hide and recuperate. Something quite outrageous had to be done to thoroughly provoke the big-headed ants. Therefore, challenging the enemy was a technical task, and Rowan was quite skilled at it. He didn't even need to jump. He simply stepped normally and easily crossed the 20-centimeter-wide trench. Then he ran straight to the entrance of the big-headed ant nest, lifting his claws to start poking holes. At first, the big-headed ants endured Rowan's actions, sticking to their policy of hiding and recuperating. However, as more and more holes were poked, they finally couldn't hold back any longer. This was understandable. Who could stay calm when their home was being punctured with more than 10 large holes? Fortunately, everyone was at home, and with a slight mobilization, the fierce big-headed ant army surged out from dozens of exits. Seeing his challenge successful, Rowan immediately took off running. He wasn't afraid of a one-on-one fight, but it was clear they wouldn't engage him that way. Relying on his mobility advantage, he ran and paused, occasionally leaving behind marks to ensure the big-headed ants wouldn't lose track of him. He led the enemy army towards the trench, and on the opposite side, just a meter away, the insect army was already on high alert. Rowan easily crossed the trench and ran to the rear of the insect army. However, the big-headed ants did not have the same capability. They could only climb down the trench and then climb up from the other end or use the bridges made from branches to reach the other side. However, these obstacles could only slightly hinder their speed, and the energy consumption was negligible. The giant soldier ants led the charge, accompanied by the smaller worker ants. On the other side, the swarm naturally had its own giants ready to meet them. Luo Wen and 2 giant scorpions moved behind the front lines, seizing the opportunity to ambush the enemy giants. Whenever an enemy giant was pinned down and unable to move, a claw would emerge from the rear of the swarm's line, precisely extending out to clamp around their narrow waists, severing them. This was the second move of the Luo-style combat technique that Luo Wen had newly developed, called 2 cuts in 1 stroke. It was still unknown how many of these giant combat units were hidden in the soldier ant nest. On the swarm's side, apart from the initial 200 that had hatched, several had already died in battle, and there had been no reinforcements since. Luo Wen mainly felt that this unit type was not well suited for the swarm and had a low cost-performance ratio. Moreover, there was not enough time to hatch and develop more. The soldier ants had accumulated this many, and it was unclear how long they had been holding back. Therefore, these big guys had to be dealt with first. Otherwise, the swarm's giants might find themselves outnumbered soon. The soldier ants noticed that their opponents seemed to be preparing for a trench warfare strategy, which excited them. Recently, they had been harassed to the point of frustration, losing troops without gaining anything. This time, the opponent was finally not retreating, and they were determined to take the opportunity to eliminate them. Thus, more troops surged out of the soldier ant nest, a dark mass resembling storm clouds advancing towards the swarm. In a short time, the number of troops that had emerged exceeded 2 million, with more continuously pouring out from behind. The swarm still held a numerical advantage for the moment, but with both sides reaching a combat power of over 1 million, these advantages were hardly noticeable, as the battlefield was filled with chaos. The timing was right. Approximately 500,000 worker ants took their positions and launched their formic acid solution. This wave of long-range strikes not only directly eliminated nearly 100,000 soldier ants, but also left the rest of them injured. The swarm immediately exerted force, gradually pushing their line towards the trench. Another 500,000 worker ants were dispatched to concentrate on spraying formic acid solution into the trench. Some soldier ants that happened to crawl into the trench were drenched head to toe and gradually dissolved within it. The leaves that had been laid out at the bottom of the trench beforehand served to retain water, slowing the infiltration of the formic acid solution into the soil. A large amount of formic acid solution accumulated in the trench, forming a small water channel. Although this water channel still flowed slowly, it successfully hindered the advancing rhythm of the soldier ant forces. They could not cross the small water channel and could only use the branches overhead as bridges to participate in the battle. With some crossing points established, the soldier ants no longer sought other ways to cross. However, due to the narrowness of the bridges, the crossing efficiency was low, causing a large number of soldier ant reinforcements to pile up on the opposite bank. As a result, the soldier ant formation became disrupted, and the soldier ants engaged in battle were temporarily isolated and unsupported, with their numbers at least exceeding 500,000. Moreover, they had just been doused in formic acid solution, significantly weakening their combat capability. This moment was carefully crafted by Rowan, and he wouldn't let it slip by. The swarm concentrated all its forces, striving to eliminate these remaining soldiers as quickly as possible. Chapter 79. Battle against the big-headed ants. The ant acid solution in the trench gradually flowed away, drying up. Meanwhile, the number of big-headed ants was also decreasing. Although a small number of reinforcements had been arriving on the battlefield via the bridge, their numbers were just a drop in the bucket. By the time the main force of big-headed ants crossed the trench and joined the battle, the originally over 500,000 big-headed ants had dwindled to less than 100,000. With enemy reinforcements arriving, the swarm's forces fought while retreating. Once the number of big-headed ants crossing the trench reached a certain level, the same tactic was employed again. The two skirmishes consumed around 1 million of the big-headed ants' forces, but unfortunately, the swarm's supply of acid from the worker ants no longer allowed for a third skirmish. Fortunately, at this time, no more troops were pouring out from the big-headed ants' nest. The ones on the ground should be all they had left. Rowan estimated the number to be around 4 million. The swarm had lost about 100,000 in the two skirmishes, leaving approximately 2.9 million remaining. 2.9 million against 4 million. Considering that the big-headed ants still had many micro-combat units, there was still a fight to be had. However, from this point on, it would be a direct confrontation. The fighting was extremely intense, and Rowan even personally entered the fray. On the battlefield, he was a unique giant. Just smashing his pincers down onto the ground could kill many big-headed ants. Of course, this move was indiscriminate and could easily injure allies. But at this point, he couldn't worry too much about the details. He could only use his long reach to avoid hitting his own side as much as possible. At the same time, soldier ants crawled all over him, helping to defend his back and other blind spots. Each time his pincers came down, there were always a few agile ones that climbed onto him along his pincers. At such times, the soldier ants on him needed to deal with them. However, the big-headed ants were relatively honorable and did not resort to poison, so overall, they posed little threat to Rowan, at least in small numbers. The battle lasted for a day and a night. It was a war devoid of technical finesse, entirely a clash of brute force. In the end, the swarm won narrowly with a slight advantage. After a quick tally, only one giant scorpion remained among the giant combat units, with the rest all perished. The soldier ants and worker ants were mostly dead too, leaving very few behind. Of the 10,000 transport insects, due to their relative agility and decent vision, only over 3,000 were killed. However, among them, over 2,000 had sustained irreparable injuries that affected their mobility. The swarm does not keep worthless living beings. They would all be recycled afterward. In the final count of the 2.9 million swarm troops, less than 100,000 remained alive and intact. Most of these were still functional units, with about 5,000 being slime worms, which had no combat capability. The battlefield was littered with corpses, and in this small area, nearly 7 million insects were lost. With the troops gone, Rowan wasn't particularly heartbroken. As long as the battle was won, the victor would gain everything. With these insect remains and the foundation of 3,000 ant queens in the swarm, it only takes one growth cycle for the army to be fully replenished, and even to surpass its previous strength. Meanwhile, the losses of the big-headed ants exceeded 7 million. How did they manage to sustain such a large force with just one nest? This secret has lost its guardian, waiting for Rowan to unveil the veil covering it. However, Rowan did not recklessly begin excavating. Although the big-headed ants were defeated, no one knew what else remained in their nest. Having just concluded a fierce battle, they were not only exhausted but also severely lacking in troops. Since the big-headed ant nest was still there, they couldn't escape. So the priority was to handle the spoils of war. He ordered the remaining troops to guard the spoils, and, despite his fatigue, Rowan returned to the front lines base. He arranged several teams of communication soldiers to go to all nearby bases, asking them to send half of their personnel to provide support. Then, without resting, Rowan hurried back to the battlefield with over 200 ant queens and all the other insects at the base, totaling around 50,000 to 60,000. Time was short, and there were no abnormalities on the battlefield. Most of the insects left at the base were digging ants, which were now quite useful, together with the remaining giant scorpion. They quickly excavated a cave on site. The ant queens immediately began to utilize the insect remains on the ground to start producing insect eggs. After 2 days, with continuous support from the rear territory, the insect army on the battlefield had regrouped to 500,000. After 2 days of relentless work, the insects also cleaned up the battlefield, and most of the spoils were transported back to the territory by the transport insects, with a small portion left behind for the ant queens to digest. At this point, with troops by his side, Rowan felt much more confident. With a single command, the insects surrounded the big-headed ant nest. The nest had too many exits, and there were numerous openings at the top of unknown use. Rowan did not disperse the troops, but arranged a team to enter through a random passage, while he waited outside the cave. The progress was quite smooth. The big-headed ants had indeed exhausted their forces, and the insect swarm encountered little resistance inside the nest, evident from the fact that they did not suffer many losses when they emerged. Besides bringing Rowan the big-headed ant queens, the insects also retrieved some special items. One of these looked like a piece of chewed-up leaf mixed with saliva and then dried, with some areas still showing the leaf's veins. This piece was covered with a white, fibrous substance that intertwined like a net. Rowan scratched his head, unsure of its purpose, but looking at the faint leaf veins. He understood this was the hidden secret of the big-headed ants. Just by looking at it, he couldn't discern much. After some thought, he called over the digging ants and the giant scorpion, then took matters into his own hands with their assistance. An hour later, Rowan dug a cross-section of the ant nest, allowing him to better observe the situation inside and hoping to analyze some clues from the special structures and the locations where the mysterious substances were stored. The structure of the big-headed ant nest is different from other ant species that Rowan has seen. It is more complex. It generally presents a spiral construction, with tunnels winding down in circles. Moreover, the spiral gets larger the deeper it goes, resembling a circular pyramid shape. Along this spiral tunnel, at intervals, a room is excavated from the originally narrow passage. Each room contains leaf-like materials and a white, net-like substance that are glued together and filled with cavities, resembling a honeycomb. Deep within the underground spiral tunnel rooms, the white honeycomb structure hides insect eggs, larvae, and pupae, appearing like a plantation. Rowan analyzed that he had heard before that some intelligent ants cultivate their own food. Perhaps the big-headed ants are such intelligent ants. Although their large heads are filled with muscle, whether that's true can be determined through experimentation. The queen of the big-headed ants was still alive, and Rowan put her back. He wanted to observe the habits of the big-headed ants. Chapter 80. Underground Farm. The experimental results came quickly. Rowan understood everything in just a few days. He initially thought he would have to wait for the queen to lay eggs, and then wait for the eggs to develop, which would take at least one growth cycle, just as he did when observing the male ants. Later, he realized that his thinking was fixed. There were many live, big-headed ant larvae and pupae in the nest, so there was no need to wait for the queen to lay eggs again. He sent in some spy ants to take care of those larvae and pupae. On the same day, a batch of adult ants emerged from the pupae. The subsequent events were straightforward. Following their instincts, they began to busy themselves in the cave. In the rooms adjacent to those spiral tunnels, they chewed leaves mixed with saliva to glue together walls, forming a honeycomb structure. The white, Fibrous strands were actively cultivated by the big-headed ants. The green leaf mixture served as fertilizer, and many tiny worker ants carefully inspected the white fibrous materials between the honeycomb structures, occasionally removing things as if weeding. Rowan tried a little bit. The fibrous parts were rich in protein. Moreover, many spherical objects were wrapped in the fibrous net structure, rich in carbohydrates. These big-headed ants had actually created an underground farm in their nest. If the crops in such a room could sustain 1,000 big-headed ants, then just this cross-section could reveal hundreds of such rooms, not to mention how many were hidden underground. Rowan secretly marveled. The big-headed ants not only cultivated crops, but also maintained more than a dozen nests of red ants outside. No wonder a single nest could support 7 million members. Although he couldn't figure out what these fibrous materials actually were, the underground growth should be some kind of fungus. Regardless, this production technology must be introduced back to the ant colony, which would not only enrich the industrial structure of the colony, but also fill the gap in agriculture. Most importantly, Rowan could also enjoy safe, sweet sugar. Having understood the secret of the big-headed ant's mass production, Rowan ordered the protection and breeding of the big-headed ant queen. He then hurried back to the nest overnight and updated the gene pool of the mother nest. He first produced 500 new versions of the ant queen, but Rowan was unsure if the worker ants in the colony could learn to cultivate those fungi. In any case, the queen would need them. So he decided to produce some, and then let them hatch worker ants based on the big-headed ant genes to cultivate fungal crops. The original worker ants continued with livestock farming, raising aphids. However, the first batch of queens carried too few gene samples and had already fallen behind the colony's development. Rowan considered whether to recycle them. After thinking for a moment, he decided against it. After all, they had contributed to the colony's development. He could send another queen over later to enrich the base's troop types. The old one could just be considered retired and kept without much care. These insects also have a lifespan limit, and worker ants have a relatively short lifespan. However, due to frequent battles, they rarely die of old age. The queen lives longer, and Rowan still didn't know how long these creatures could live. However, even if he kept one for 100 or 80 years, if the queen didn't produce eggs, it wouldn't consume too much food. After arranging the tasks for the mother nest, Rowan didn't idle around, but hurried back to the riverbank. When he first discovered the aquatic creatures, he hadn't fully explored the area before his attention was diverted by the strategy against the big-headed ants. Now that the big-headed ants were dealt with, it was time to figure out the previous matters. Returning to the spot by the river where he had noticed the anomaly, Rowan began to inspect the surrounding area. However, as days passed, the aquatic creatures seemed to have vanished like a fleeting moment. Undeterred, Rowan stopped searching the vicinity and continued to search north along the riverbank. A week passed, and although Rowan didn't discover anything in the river, his efforts were rewarded unexpectedly in a small puddle by the riverbank. This was a small pit that appeared for unknown reasons. About half a meter deep and roughly a dozen square meters in size, right next to the river. The barrier between the pit and the river was washed away by the current, allowing some river water to flow into the pit, forming this puddle. Because the river water in the puddle didn't circulate much, it appeared very murky, filled with water plants, and various weeds and leaves floated among the water plants. If one didn't get close, they would never notice this puddle from afar. Rowan had passed by here twice before, and this was now his third time. Unlike the previous 2 times, which were during the day, this time it was indeed in the evening. It was this unintentional pass before dark that led Rowan to a new discovery. On the murky water's surface, several small black beetles floated contentedly, very inconspicuous. However, the dim light did not affect Rowan's vision, and the anomaly on the water's surface immediately caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he found that these small insects were about 2 to 3 centimeters long, oval-shaped, flat, and covered by a smooth shell on their backs, which was dotted with tiny white spots. Due to the murky water surface and various floating dried leaves, Luo Wen initially thought the small insects were resting on these debris. However, after carefully pushing aside the leaves with his limbs, he discovered that these tiny creatures were actually floating on the water by themselves. They were small, resembling little upside-down boats, which made Luo Wen's eyes light up. He cautiously extended his limbs to approach one of the small insects. Their vision seemed poor, as they did not react when he was pushing the leaves away. The sticky hairs on the small claws of his front limbs easily grabbed one of the insects and lifted it up. Luo Wen then saw its true appearance up close. He noticed that its carapace was not a single piece, but rather composed of a head shield and two pieces of carapace on the left and right. Fitting together perfectly like a whole, it was hard to notice without careful observation. Moreover, their carapace could lift and spread open to the sides, just like what it was doing at that moment, making a hissing sound as if trying to intimidate Luo Wen. They had 3 pairs of jointed limbs, with the front limbs being long and the middle and hind limbs small and flat, resembling 4 paddles. When they floated on the water surface, these 4 paddles could move quickly, propelling their bodies forward. The most interesting part was their eyes. They had 2 pairs of eyes, one pair in the normal position and the other pair located on the lower side of their heads, based on the waterline they had just made. When they floated on the water surface, this pair of eyes was submerged underwater. The purpose was obvious. They naturally used it to observe the underwater situation. Luo Wen sighed, realizing that if eyes above the water couldn't see accurately, then why not evolve another pair of eyes underwater? Animals truly are pragmatists. However, all of this now belonged to Luo Wen. With these genetic additions, he would soon have waterborne troops. Chapter 81. Development. He casually tossed the small black insect into his mouth and quickly consumed the rest to ensure the integrity of the genes. Having obtained what he wanted, Luo Wen wasted no time and hurried back to the nest. The order for 500 new generation ant queens had already completed 200. Luo Wen quickly added the newly obtained genetic fragments to expand the gene pool for the remaining unproduced ant queens. This way, his water army production base was finally secured. As time passed, the 200 new ant queens matured and were transported to the front line, where a massive ant nest awaited their reception. After the major-headed ant queen and the remaining worker ants showcased their talents, they went into the belly to store. The plantation was sealed off and urgently needed manpower for maintenance. The original 300 old queens stationed nearby were also dispersed to various locations within the major-headed ant territory. After all, that area could be said to be fraught with danger, as there were more than 10 red ant nests surrounding it. Recently, the insect army's military strength had been particularly weak, and if the red ants really attacked, it would be quite troublesome. However, with the foundation of the insect army's 3,000 bases, replenishing their forces was not a matter of minutes. Now, that territory has gathered over 2 million troops again. As long as the red ants do not unite and invade collectively, having just 1 or 2 families come alone would be tantamount to seeking death. After the new queen ant arrived, the colony's own planters were quickly hatched. After a period of growth, they took over the maintenance and production of the plantations. But they faced a severe shortage of manpower. After all, that place used to support 7 million big-headed ants, and the area of the underground farms was astonishing. Those fibrous fungal crops were quite delicate, and after being neglected for some time, some of them began to grow poorly. However, the situation soon turned around. The original black ant template workers, whether due to their strong learning abilities or other unknown reasons, surprisingly learned how to manage and maintain the plantations as well. This meant that there was no need to wait for the new, big-headed ant template workers to mature, and a large number of old version workers were transferred to the big-headed ant nest, greatly improving the previously insufficient manpower situation. In the following period, the new queen ants gradually matured, and they also needed to support the front lines. However, after the old version workers took over the plantations, they had new destinations. New bases were established along the lockshores and riverbanks, and large numbers of new types of troops began to be deployed. They all looked quite similar, like small boats turned upside down on the water, but varied in size. Some were as small as their original forms, only 2 to 3 centimeters in body length, while others were as large as a small grinding stone, about half a meter long, surpassing the giant scorpions to become the largest type of troops in the colony. Aside from the Roven, these big guys were produced in small quantities to serve as transport ships, delivering some scouts to the opposite shore. In the future, it would depend on the situation to determine if large-scale production was necessary. In the following days, the colony temporarily halted its expansion. With the addition of the planting system, the number of insects that the territory could accommodate greatly increased. Digger ants were re-added to the production list, and a large number of digger ants were hatched. With the help of these guys, the existing bases in the territory were replanned, adding spiral tunnels, and new plantations were dug out, completely remodeled to imitate the layout of the big-headed ant nests. After all, the big-headed ants had been engaged in agriculture for so long. Their expertise was certainly stronger than that of Roven. For instance, the problem that had always troubled Roven was what the densely packed holes above the big-headed ant nest were for. After taking over their nest, and through practice, it was discovered that those holes were for ventilation. The fungal crops produced a lot of heat during production, and if this heat was not expelled from the nest in time, it would not only affect crop production but also impact the insects themselves. The spiral, winding tunnels, the rooms along the tunnels, and the holes above the nest were all part of this ventilation system. Therefore, before fully understanding the structure of the nest and whether there were other hidden functions, Rowan decided to build a comprehensive imitation and then gradually practice, learn, and understand until everything was mastered. In the following days, the colony entered a stable development period. The Northern Army stopped its continued exploration, and the other two armies also slowed their advance. The new planting system requires a large number of personnel, and the big-headed ants did not know how long it took to produce such a large quantity. Rowan could not accumulate slowly over time. The insect swarm has its own advantages. Thus, a new batch of queen ant orders was scheduled for production in the mother nest. This order consisted of 2,000 queens, which did not have their own territory. They would serve as production tools, fully dedicated to replenishing the personnel of the existing bases in the territory. However, this is only temporary. Once the insect swarm's planting system is perfected and personnel are sufficient, and when it expands again, they will undoubtedly have their own bases. Moreover, there will not be just 3 armies at that time. A new Eastern army will cross the river and expand on the other side. The river has already been conquered by the insect swarm, and it can no longer obstruct the swarm's expansion. As the days passed, Rowan, whose energy was released, settled down. Transport insects started from the original big-headed ant nest, transporting seeds of fungal crops to various bases. As the plantations in each base gradually took shape and began to harvest, the number of swarm members started to increase continuously. Originally, each base had an average of about 5,000 members, but this has now expanded to 30,000. And this number is far from the limit. Currently, the swarm has over 3,000 branch bases. Based on this average, the number of swarm members is approaching 100 million, which is a huge number. Just based on this number, even if they encounter the big-headed ant nest again, the swarm would not fight them to a standstill as before, but would directly crush them. During this period, 5 red ant nests around the original big-headed ant territory invaded the insect swarm's territory. Rowan easily mobilized 5 million troops from the surrounding bases, directly launched a frontal attack into their nests, reclaimed them as protein, and occupied their territory without needing to employ any strategies or tactics. The crushed enemies made Rowan lose the joy of battle. As the swarm grew stronger, among the known enemies, perhaps only the earth yellow ants, which seemed like a natural disaster with countless numbers, could pose a challenge. However, although Rowan had grown considerably, his intelligence remained normal. The swarm, while significantly stronger and more numerous, still had several levels of disparity compared to the earth yellow ants. To engage them in battle, the swarm still needed to develop for a while longer, but with the swarm's potential, this time would not be too long. Chapter 82. Experiment. Just when Rowan was feeling bored, on this day, while patrolling by the river, the water army discovered a new insect in the water. They successfully captured it and brought it before Rowan. At first glance, this insect resembled the previous small black insects somewhat. However, it was deep brown, with a slightly flattened head and a very distinct shoulder armor, whereas the small black insect had none. It also had only 1 pair of eyes, which was another obvious distinction from the small black insect. It had 3 pairs of legs, but the front legs were very small and short and thick. The middle and hind legs, although paddle-like, had grown much more hair. How did this bug come about? The messenger couldn't explain clearly, only that it was caught in the river. Looking at its paddle-like limbs, Rowan speculated that it was probably a type of bug similar to the little black bug, capable of gliding on the water surface. So he didn't pay much attention and casually sent it into his stomach to store. Little did he expect that this small bug would give Rowan a big surprise. That night, he entered a pupation state, and some fundamental changes occurred in his body structure. After an unknown amount of time, Rowan broke out of the pupa. First, he ate some food to fill his empty stomach. While eating, he began to check his entire body. However, as he examined each part of his body one by one, he became increasingly puzzled. It seemed that there were no changes in the surface of his body. He lifted his paddle-like hind limbs to take a look. Could it be this? But this was the change that occurred after he ate the little black bug last time. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that there were a few more hairs on his legs. After eating the little black bug last time, his original 8 legs had transformed into paddle-like limbs at the last pair. This pair of paddles didn't perform well on land, and at first, Rowan found it quite uncomfortable. However, he had plenty of legs, so even without the paddles, he could move swiftly using the other 6 legs, climbing mountains and trees as if it were flat ground. And after getting used to it, he didn't feel it had any effect anymore. But that change was merely a local molting, not a full pupation. Could it be that adding a few more hairs on his legs meant he had to pupate? That was absolutely impossible. Rowan shook his head, dismissing that idea. His body would only pupate when there were significant changes, that was for sure. Since there were no visible changes, the alterations must be internal. He first went to the mother nest to check and found that a new set of gene segments had appeared in the gene pool, seemingly related to the respiratory system, likely derived from that little bug. Considering the size of that little bug, this set of respiratory genes couldn't make his body grow larger, so it must have another function. In fact, it was simple to find out. Rowan just needed to arrange for the mother nest to produce a few bug eggs. Given the size of the bug, it wouldn't require much energy. However, the development of the bug eggs would take a considerable amount of time, and Rowan, eager for answers, was clearly a bit impatient. Nevertheless, he still arranged for the mother nest to produce some bug eggs based on the genes of the little bug and updated the gene pool for the subsequent queen orders. Then, he hurriedly rushed to the Water Army base by the river. The Water Army base sounds grand, but it's actually a simple base by the lake. This base was not suitable for nesting due to the muddy underground soil and excessive moisture, so there was no stationed queen. Such bases are found at intervals along the lakes and rivers, essentially serving as simple docks. The base Rowan found was where he discovered the little bug. It wasn't too far from the mother nest, and some boat bugs gathered here, familiarizing themselves with their abilities. The boat bugs were hatched from the little black bugs that Rowan had caught last time. They are named so because they resemble small boats turned upside down in the water. Since this is a lakeside base, it mainly attracts small boat worms. Due to the swift river currents, these little creatures often get swept away without knowing where they end up. This new little worm was caught from who knows where. Anyway, Luo Wen has strolled by the lake countless times and has never seen such a small worm before. He searched the surrounding area for another day, but as expected, found nothing. It seems that to get answers quickly, he can only participate in the experiment himself. Ever since he had the pair of oars, Luo Wen had never entered the water. Now, of course, he wouldn't risk himself by going into the lake. Although he was the largest boat worm in the swarm at that moment, he had his own methods. With a command, over 1 million digging worms and 5 giant scorpions were summoned. The giant scorpions are quite useful in large excavation projects, so Luo Wen had supplemented their numbers after the war. Normally, they only eat soil to meet their minimum survival needs, but when they're a task, they get a good meal. By the lakeside, Luo Wen marked out a small area, planning to dig a swimming pool about 80 centimeters deep. With his long legs extended, he reached a height of about 1 meter, so 80 centimeters was a very safe depth. The summoned worms were experts at digging holes, so excavating a pool was naturally no problem. In just one day, the swimming pool, about 20 square meters, was completed. Then, under Luo Wen's direction, the worms dug a channel connecting to the lake. The lake water flowed in, gradually filling the pool. With everything ready, Luo Wen cautiously entered the water. He slowly retracted his legs and curled them beneath him. Once all his legs were tucked away, he surprisingly floated on the water's surface. Trying to paddle with his oar-like hind legs, he felt a thrust pushing him forward. Unfortunately, the pool was still too small for his size. He barely paddled a few times before hitting the opposite edge. However, Luo Wen was not upset at all. This novel experience thrilled him, and from then on, he was amphibious. After playing for a while, he finally remembered the main task. Feeling the changes in his body in the water, almost instinctively, he suddenly plunged into the depths. The surface of the water was disturbed, creating waves that rebounded back and eventually calmed down. Time passed, and after half an hour, Luo Wen seemed to be swallowed by the pool, still submerged. Underwater, a large black worm was lying at the bottom of the pool. At the end of its abdomen, there was a noticeable bubble in the water. This large worm was Luo Wen, and after half an hour of research and personal experience, he had roughly figured out how to utilize the respiratory system that needed to be developed through metamorphosis. Chapter 83. Experiment underway. Luo Wen's body underwent slight structural changes, with a gas sac forming between his carapace and abdomen. When he submerged in the water, the airbag acted like an oxygen tank, connected to a valve on his abdomen. Some steel bristles grew at the valve's opening, resembling a filter that allowed air to pass through while filtering out impurities. These impurities included moisture, ensuring he could breathe underwater. When the air in the oxygen tank was about to run out, Rowan could forcefully squeeze the airbag out from between the shell and his abdomen. Since there was a lot of dissolved oxygen in the water and the pressure was high, the oxygen would seep into the bubble, allowing him to continue breathing. When he needed to move underwater, he could retract the airbag, and the oxygen inside would still sustain him for a while. This was indeed a novel ability. Although it wasn't the true underwater breathing of fish and required frequent stops to replenish oxygen, this ability made it possible for Rowan to explore the underwater world. It seemed that the swarm's aquatic forces were about to add new troops. The previous paddlebugs could only glide on the water's surface and had no diving capability. In addition, Rowan's eyes gained a new ability. When submerged, a liquid would be secreted on the surface of his eyes, forming a thin film that allowed him to see normally underwater. He climbed out of the pool and stepped into the lake, his body gradually sinking into the water. Looking at the dark lake bottom in the distance, Rowan thought for a moment and ultimately decided not to dive in recklessly. He didn't know if there were any dangers at the bottom, and if he went in alone, it would be too reckless, not in line with his cautious nature. It was better to wait a few more days. His swarm submarines would be launched one after another, and there was no rush since the lake hadn't been explored for so long. Convincing himself, Rowan felt satisfied, climbed back onto the shore, and gracefully turned to leave. Under Rowan's special attention, the newly developed queen ant was prioritized to build a base by the lake after maturing at the main base. In fact, Rowan wasn't particularly eager to explore the underwater world. It was just that he had been too bored lately and had entered a state of wanting to find something to do. Over this period, the average number of members in the swarm's base had nearly doubled to 50,000. However, with the Northern Army recently regrouping with 800,000 troops, they first cleared out several red ant nests surrounding the original big-headed ant nest. It was a complete domination battle, and Rowan didn't even have the interest to watch. Although they suffered nearly 1 million losses in a direct confrontation, new troops were quickly replenished. Subsequently, the Northern Army split into dozens of teams to advance ahead. When encountering large ant nests, they would regroup to eliminate the enemy, and after the battle, they would disperse again. This mode of advancement greatly increased the efficiency of expansion. The more than 2,000 queen ants originally gathered near the main base were also sent to the front lines to develop and guard new territories. The number of swarm bases had approached 4,000. Due to rapid expansion, the average number of members in a single base has dropped from 50,000 to 40,000. But the total number of swarm members still exceeds 150 million. Recently, Rowan has also expanded the Western and Central armies, which previously had fewer than 100,000 troops, a stark contrast to the Northern Army. Although the swarm is absolutely loyal and never questions Rowan's orders. Even if he treats them differently, they won't come to him to complain. However, Rowan himself feels embarrassed and thinks he should pay more attention to them. As the troops are gradually replenished, these two armies have also begun to adopt a dispersed advancement method, significantly speeding up the expansion progress. Although Rowan had previously accumulated a batch of unassigned queen ants, there are still some surplus. But at this rate, this batch of queen ants will soon be deployed. Moreover, in some time, the newly formed aquatic swarm will carry the Eastern Army across rivers and lakes to the opposite shore to occupy and develop new territories for Rowan. However, the Eastern Army currently only has a designation, and the troops have not yet arrived. The originally abundant queen ant numbers have now become insufficient. Therefore, the mother nest has stopped producing other troop types and has begun to focus entirely on hatching queen ants. As days pass, the rapid increase in strength and new advancement methods of the various armies have led to an extremely fast expansion progress. The armies are gradually becoming disconnected from the rear territories, and supplies are falling behind. Reluctantly, Rowan has had to slow down their advancement again. The queen ants, originally gathered near the main base for concentrated production, have all been sent out, each having their own base now. The resources for queen ants in the swarm are now critically scarce. Even the retired older queen ants have been assigned full production tasks. Yet, under such tight human resources, Rowan still managed to hatch a force of 100,000 diving insects. On a sunny day with a gentle breeze and some clouds, the 100,000 diving troops have gathered by the lake. At Rowan's command, the diving insects lined up and plunged into the water, creating a spectacular scene. Rowan then submerged into the water. The weather was nice today, and the lake had not been polluted by the terrifying upright apes, making the water very clear. Therefore, the underwater visibility was quite good, with a wide range of sight, which relieved Rowan. In such an environment, safety greatly increased. Under Rowan's command, the diving insects surrounded him and slowly made their way to the bottom of the lake. As they descended, the light reaching this place diminished, and the surroundings began to darken. Soon, the swarm reached the lake bottom, about 20 meters from the water surface. After wandering for a while without detecting any danger, the diving insects surrounding Rowan dispersed and swam in all directions. The lake bottom was filled with black silt, and occasionally some stones could be seen hidden within. Their exposed surfaces smooth with some peculiar patterns. Unfortunately, Rowan was not a lover of unique stones and was not interested in them. In the sludge, there are also some dark green aquatic plants, with algae attached to the leaves. Some diving beetles hide among the aquatic plants, but the air bubbles behind them are quite conspicuous underwater. It turns out these creatures have been hiding deep at the bottom of the lake. No wonder Luo Wen found little when he explored the lakeside. After a day of searching, Luo Wen had a general understanding of the lake bottom. The deepest part of the lake is right below the waterfall, about 30 meters deep. There were no hidden monsters or treasures down there, not even any fish. Although this might be the best outcome, at least there was no threat in the lake. However, to be honest, Luo Wen felt somewhat disappointed. Perhaps he hoped to discover something to break the monotony of his current life. Chapter 84. Corn Cobs. After eagerly anticipating the lake bottom exploration for so long, Luo Wen regretted hatching 100,000 diving troops. There was no choice but to leave a small portion to occupy the lake bottom world, while the rest were sent to the river, hoping that flowing downstream might lead them to discover something. After making arrangements, Luo Wen no longer focused on this area and shifted his energy to the operation of the insect swarm. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of days and nights went by. Luo Wen had now found new enjoyment. Watching the number of insects continuously increase gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. The territory of the insect swarm kept expanding, and the bases had grown to over 10,000, with an average of about 100,000 insects per base. This means the total number of insects had exceeded 1 billion. This was still due to the queen ants hatching not keeping pace with the expansion of territory. The density of branch bases in the later occupied territories could not compare to the initial ones. Correspondingly, the number of insects in each base significantly increased, rising from 30,000 to 100,000, and this value was still on the rise. However, Luo Wen was not satisfied. The swarm now mastered two high-tech industries, breeding and planting. The food issue that once constrained the swarm's development had been resolved. Now, what constrained the swarm's development was the inability to keep up with production capacity. The queen ant could only hatch from the mother nest. Due to its structure, the mother nest had already developed to its maximum, and its production capacity had become fixed. The mother nest, which could previously match the production capacity of hundreds of queen ants, was now somewhat lagging behind. The queen ants' production capacity was even more lacking due to their size. Their egg laying was limited. Even if they worked continuously, their efficiency was not significantly high, since the mother nest could not be improved for the time being. Luo Wen considered whether he could enlarge the queen ants' size to enhance their egg-laying efficiency. However, the genes he currently possessed that could make the size larger only included one set that improved the oxygen supply system. The rest were just for strengthening muscle structure to increase size. Among these genes, only the oxygen supply system had a slight effect, while the others merely increased the muscle density and size of the queen ants, without enhancing their reproductive organs at all. As a result, Luo Wen was left with no good solutions and could only rely on time to accumulate slowly. Fortunately, the swarm is advancing and has not yet encountered any formidable opponents. The big-headed ants' nests, which were evenly matched with the swarm back then, have also been encountered several times recently. As history repeats itself, they, as regional overlords, had their leaf-cutting troops intercepted. When they gathered millions of troops in a furious response, a dramatic change occurred. This time, the swarm did not flee due to numerical disadvantage. The 200,000 troops of that year have now increased to 20 million. The army directly surrounded and annihilated the millions of big-headed ant troops. Although they suffered over 1 million casualties, for the swarm with a population exceeding 10 billion, such losses are negligible. Furthermore, the swarm has already branched out along the eastern shores of lakes and rivers. However, due to insufficient support, they have only developed over 100 bases to act as strongholds. The situation on the opposite shore is similar, as they are not far apart. The basic types of insects remain the same, with nothing particularly noteworthy. In any case, once encountered by the swarm, they will be converted into protein. On the other hand, the diving insects flowing downstream have discovered several species of aquatic insects. Unfortunately, their skills are quite similar, and they did not bring any surprises to Rowan. However, when one door closes, another opens. Just now, news came from the Central Army that a 50,000-strong squad was completely annihilated by an unknown enemy. The Queen Ant did not act rashly, temporarily halting the advance while sending a messenger to report to Rowan. Upon hearing this news, Rowan was not angry, but rather extremely excited. Finally, a somewhat decent enemy has emerged. He wondered if they had any unique skills to share and exchange. At the same time, he marveled at how the new Queen's intelligence had improved, understanding how to cater to his boredom and knowing to leave the good stuff for him to handle. Due to the vast marching range of the Central Army, which has now increased to the tens of millions, their advance is usually dispersed. Therefore, along the way, various pheromone markers are chaotic. Displeased with the messenger's slow speed, Rowan set out alone and searched for a long time. It wasn't until noon the next day that he found the Central Army's encampment, and that was only because he observed from a sufficient distance. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take to find it. These guys had been disconnected from the front lines for a long time. However, he did not suspect there was a trap or that the Central Army had been completely annihilated, as times have changed. No force could quietly eliminate tens of millions of troops without leaving a trace. Moreover, since the annihilated squad allowed the Queen to discover clues, it indicated that while the enemy might be strong, they were not overwhelmingly so. However, it is unnecessary to dwell on these thoughts now. He has arrived at the location, and he will soon see what the situation is with the enemy. Following the lead of the scouts, Rowan arrived at the place where the squad had disappeared. The air was filled with chaotic pheromones, and some limbs were still present on the scene, possibly not cleaned up due to the lack of meat. What puzzled Rowan was the numerous black, corrosive marks on the ground. They didn't seem to be caused by formic acid solution. Instead, they looked more like scorch marks. Moreover, a lingering foul odor permeated the area. This was quite strange. Ever since Rowan was reborn, he hadn't seen anything like fire. If it weren't for his vast experience, any local might not recognize what caused the charred marks. However, it was somewhat absurd for such traces to appear in this pristine environment. Everyone here fought in close combat. And at most, they sprayed some formic acid. Who the hell started playing with fire? That was a bit excessive. Following the remnants of these marks, Rowan quickly found the residence of this fire-playing fellow. It was so conspicuous that it stood out even more than the big-headed ant's nest. This was a tall earthen fortress, towering about 20 meters high, even taller than many nearby trees. At a glance, it was impossible to overlook this place. However, despite its height, the area it occupied was not large, only a few square meters. From a distance, it looked like a rocket about to launch, or like a corn cob stuck in the ground. As he got closer, he realized this corn cob was made of soil aggregates densely packed with air holes. Seemingly another masterpiece of some social insect, possibly a brand new species of ant. And it was quite skilled. Rowan's eyes lit up. However, they didn't seem too welcoming to a neighbor seeking an explanation. Even when Rowan reached the door, no one came out to greet him. But that was fine. Rowan had plenty of experience in knocking on doors. Chapter 85. The fart bug. The architectural structure of this corn cob was very suitable for Rowan's way of knocking. He raised his pincers and jabbed hard into it. Unexpectedly, it was hollow inside, and Rowan's force was too strong, creating a large hole. The soil from the hole's walls fell down in clumps, leaving Rowan somewhat dumbfounded. To avoid unnecessary disputes with the new neighbors, he decided it was best to retreat for now. His 8 long legs moved swiftly. Although one pair had changed slightly in structure and was no longer as powerful on land, in reality, Rowan's speed was not affected at all, and he quickly ran 50 meters away. Everything just now was speculation. What exactly was hiding inside the corn cob remained unknown, so it was better to be cautious. The black hole on the mysterious structure seemed to stare back like an abyss, dark and full of mystery. Time ticked by, and suddenly, a yellow cloud surged out. Upon closer inspection, this yellow cloud was composed of countless insects, each about 2 to 3 centimeters long, with amber-colored heads and pale yellowish thoraxes and abdomens. They had a pair of mandibles at the front. Although overall they looked like ants, there was something strange about them. After thinking for a moment, Rowan suddenly understood. These insects had no distinct segmentation in their thoraxes and abdomens, but were instead connected as one. However, Rowan had seen many varieties of ants before, regardless of their skills or skin colors. But overall, their body structure is quite similar, with a clear distinction between the head, thorax, and abdomen. More and more yellow clouds are surging out, and it seems that a large hole has been inexplicably opened in the house, making them very angry. In just a moment, the number of yellow insects crawling out of the hole has exceeded 200,000. Seeing this familiar scene, and considering their reclusive nature, Luo Wen speculates that these creatures must have been up to something underground. They are either raising something or planting something. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many insects to emerge from a single nest. Luo Wen is no longer surprised by such things. After all, if one wants to occupy a territory here, they must have some special skills. With his antennae waving, hundreds of transport insects behind him carry over 10,000 worker ants, crossing over Luo Wen and heading towards the corn stalks on the other side. Raising their abdomens high, they splash a wave of formic acid solution as a greeting to their neighbors. They have wiped out a troop of 500,000 insects. So it's not too much to expect a return gift from the insect swarm. However, the effect of this wave of long-range bombardment surprised Luo Wen, not because of the excessive damage caused, but because it was minimal. Looking at their shells, which transition from deep yellow to light yellow, Luo Wen ponders. Could it be that this color of armor has strong acid resistance? However, the fact that these creatures have acid-resistant armor directly nullifies the insect swarm's only long-range attack method. Moreover, in past battles, the insect swarm had relied on this long-range support fire to reduce their own casualties significantly. It seems this time they will have to engage in a direct and hard melee. Waving his antennae, the insect swarm temporarily retreats. A week later, due to the ineffectiveness of long-range strikes and the need to readjust troop composition, it took several more days to mobilize the forces. To show respect, Luo Wen assembled 15 million troops. This was based on the situation with the big-headed ants, which had cultivated an army of 7 to 8 million underground. This new type of insect is also causing trouble underground, and it is estimated that they have at least a few million. So Luo Wen initially drew 2 times their military strength as a gesture, with follow-up support troops still being gathered. He originally wanted to devise some tactics, but the spy insects he sent out were completely wiped out. Later, Luo Wen discovered that these insects communicate using pheromones while also tapping their heads or limbs on the ground to produce sounds for coordinated communication. This is akin to humans speaking while also using sign language. The spy insects could only perform one of these methods, completely failing at the other, which exposed their vulnerability and cost them their lives. This made Luo Wen somewhat infuriated. He decided to abandon complex strategies and simply rely on brute force. The extended time spent mobilizing troops was also related to this. Furthermore, to confront them head-on this time, the composition of the insect swarm's forces underwent a significant change, with soldier ants accounting for over 80%, while only a small number of worker ants were brought along to clean up the battlefield. The massive army surrounded the corn stalks directly. Luo Wen stepped forward, raised his pincers, and quickly punctured 7 or 8 large holes in various directions before swiftly retreating to the rear of the troops. Moments later, a large swarm of yellow clouds surged out from several openings. Although Rowan wanted to confront them head-on, he wouldn't wait for them to fully emerge and set up their formation. With the tentacles waving, the army pressed forward, taking advantage of the enemy's unsteady footing to strike first. The enemy lacked large combat units, although these big guys struggled against smaller units in one-on-one fights. If there were smaller combat units to assist and help restrain the enemy, their beheading speed would still be very fast. Moreover, the enemy was also outnumbered, and many of them appeared to be worker ants. Faced with a swarm of soldier ants, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, gradually being pushed back to the breach. The door-blocking tactic was too slow in killing enemies and couldn't leverage the numerical advantage of the swarm. Therefore, under Rowan's command, the troops retreated, allowing the enemy to re-emerge. After several rounds of tugging, the yellow bugs suffered heavy losses. However, at that moment, some larger bugs with darker armor crawled out of the hole. These bugs didn't look like ants. Instead, they resembled some kind of beetle. They lifted their rears one by one, assuming a posture that Rowan was very familiar with. Rowan focused intently. The enemy was finally about to showcase their talents, and he didn't want to miss this performance. Accompanied by the sounds of puffs, 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 thick smoke began to rise, resembling flatulence. Their rears, like shotguns, sprayed countless unknown liquids. These liquids scattered like bullets, shooting towards the battlefield at high speed. Upon contact with these bullet-like swarm soldier ants, scorch and corrosion marks instantly appeared on their shells, greatly reducing their combat effectiveness. Those unfortunate enough even died on the spot. Rowan's eyes lit up. The scorch marks on the previous battlefield were caused by these bugs. He had thought the enemy's talent was playing with fire, only to find out they were using chemical weapons. Moreover, with the ammunition being fired, a foul odor permeated the battlefield. If this were a fight against dogs, this characteristic alone would ensure victory. This was utterly unscrupulous. Although it had some flaws, Rowan quite liked it. The swarm was about to add a new long-range strike capability. It should be noted that the yellow ants also had acid-resistant armor. Rowan would eventually have a showdown with them, so it was always good to stock up on more means. Chapter 86. Fart bugs. Although these fart bugs had astonishing long-range firepower and caused significant damage to the swarm soldier ants after appearing, their talent shared a common characteristic with the acid-spraying ants: limited ammunition. Rowan observed closely. Each fart bug could only puff out 20 to 30 shots before running out of ammunition and retreating into the hole. Then a new batch of fart bugs would crawl out again, due to the corn stalks blocking the view. Rowan couldn't see the specific situation of the fart bugs retreating into the hole, so he couldn't determine how long it would take them to reload. However, judging by the replenishment speed of the ant acid solution, it seemed they might not have another chance to reappear in this battle. Although he didn't know how many more fart bugs were hidden in the hole, but the reserve of 1 billion bugs gave Rowan tremendous confidence. Even if this 15 million strong army suffered total casualties, so what? In just a few days, another wave of 15 million troops would be back on the battlefield. The talents displayed by the opponents so far were already impressive, warranting greater investment from Rowan. Not to mention that they also hid other secrets in the cave. Whether it was breeding or planting, he would always have some extra gains. However, although the opponent had long-range fire support, they lacked diverse troop types, and their actual combat power and numbers were about equal to that of the big-headed ants. After a day of fighting, the opponent's support began to dwindle, and the reinforcements emerging from the cave started to decrease noticeably. At this point, there were still at least 8 million bugs in the swarm. After another half-day of fighting, the plump mother bug was dragged out of the cave and presented to Rowan. It was truly a supersized fleshy bug. Its head and upper body appeared somewhat normal, but starting from the waist, its entire lower body had ballooned. It was like a person with a normal upper body but a lower body that resembled a shipping container. The enormous milky white abdomen hung in front of the small body of the queen ant, looking quite ridiculous. The disproportionate abdomen also rendered it incapable of basic movement. Its 6 legs had become mere decorations, barely touching the ground, and could only be used with any effectiveness during feeding, although it had lost some features. The massive abdomen granted the queen unparalleled egg-laying capabilities, which was exactly what the swarm needed at the moment. Rowan, unexpectedly pleased to gain such a surprise, felt troubled when facing the queen that resembled a large fleshy bug. First, its appearance was simply too poor. He could manage to eat spiders and similar creatures, but the milky, writhing flesh bug was rather unappetizing. Second, he could not freely choose genetic evolution at this time. What if his urgent desire to expand the swarm's numbers led to a misunderstanding by his instincts? The result could be him waking up having become like this, and he truly wouldn't want to live anymore. After hesitating for a long time without a concrete solution, Rowan finally gritted his teeth, waved his antennae, and turned to leave. After a while, the muscle tissue cut into small pieces was brought before Rowan. The worker ants were not as finicky as Rowan in their understanding. There was only what could be eaten and what could not, and they didn't care about anything else. Rowan carefully tasted a few small pieces of meat and nodded in satisfaction. In fact, if one did not think about the original appearance of the ingredient, it tasted quite good. It was sticky and soft, giving a feeling similar to eating white meat, with a flavor of meat and milk swirling around his mouth. The first problem was resolved. As for the second point, he would leave it to fate. However, Rowan thought that after experiencing the earliest mother nest incident, his instincts should understand what his bottom line was, so he shouldn't worry too much. While Rowan enjoyed his feast, the worker ants that had just finished dividing the food were not idle. They also need to dissect each other's nests to let Rowan see what's going on. Since this expedition only brought a small number of worker ants and lacked the digging specialists, the soldier ants nearby wouldn't help with these tasks. So the construction was extremely slow. Rowan wasn't in a hurry anyway, as there was nothing else to do. After finishing his meal, he began to close his eyes and rest. Several hours later, the reinforcements arrived at the front line, including a large number of worker ants and digging ants. Another day and night passed, and the secrets deep within the enemy's nest were fully revealed to Rowan. Its interior was basically the same as that of the big-headed ant nest, and it also possessed planting technology. However, they did not cultivate the white fibrous fungi. Instead, they grew something that Rowan found very familiar at first glance. Damn, isn't this a mushroom? In the underground chamber, there were piles of decaying wood, small leaves, rotten roots, and other inedible scraps scattered everywhere, covered with rows of small mushrooms. The long white stems and the grayish-white tiny caps looked so familiar and endearing to Rowan. He picked a few and tasted them. The flavor was quite good, and they were full of moisture. No wonder they could support such a large army. Moreover, these mushrooms seemed easier to manage, requiring only some dry weeds or similar materials to grow, unlike the white fungi that needed the worker ants to chew leaves and tend to them carefully. It seemed that in the future, this type of mushroom could be promoted heavily, but some of the white fungi would still need to be cultivated, as they were Rowan's main source of sugar. And these mushrooms weren't sweet. As for other insects wanting sugar, they could eat aphid droppings, which were also quite sweet. Knowing the secret, there was no point in staying here any longer. He arranged for a queen ant to temporarily take over, and the main force continued on their way, while Rowan began his journey back. As he was leaving, he glanced back at the conspicuous corn cob. This giant, standing over 20 meters tall, had a special texture and good ventilation, serving as both the entrance and exit of the ant nest and a heat dissipation device. However, the architectural style was rather unsightly and too conspicuous. But since the colony was not yet familiar with the growth patterns and environment of the new crops, it was not appropriate to rashly change the building layout. Rowan shook his head, deciding to leave it for later. Upon returning to the mother nest, he uploaded the new gene fragments. These insects, although similar in appearance to ants, had vastly different genetic templates. The genetic templates of these insects were more akin to those of crustaceans, which explained why those farting bugs resembled beetles so much. However, these were just peripheral details. Rowan's main purpose this time was to upgrade and optimize the queen ant, and then redefine the responsibilities. Chapter 87, The Great Battle 1. The new queen ants would be divided into 3 types. The first type of queen ant would be the least numerous, primarily responsible for accompanying the troops on expeditions and acting as commanders of the army. Because they basically do not need to lay eggs, their egg-laying ability has been weakened, while their muscles and physique have been strengthened, slightly enhancing their mobility and self-defense capabilities. The second type of queen ant is the standard queen that the colony used to have. Their abilities are relatively balanced. They can lay eggs and can retreat from the base at critical moments or be transferred to the army. At the same time, they are the most numerous. The third type of queen ant has new genes implanted, which have altered the egg-laying organs in their abdomen. They sacrifice their mobility to achieve a much larger and faster egg-laying capacity. However, because of this, they are arranged deep within the territory of the colony. Luo Wen plans to establish several breeding bases, each designed to accommodate hundreds of these third-type queens to concentrate on breeding larvae. They will produce large quantities of certain types of insects according to Luo Wen's orders. For example, their main task during normal times is to breed various worker ants. And once the larvae mature, they will be transported throughout the territory. During wartime, these bases will become large deployment points. After several dozen days, the third-type queens gradually mature, and the population of the colony begins to explode. Moreover, during this long period, the colony has also mastered the cultivation methods for mushrooms. This new crop can effectively clear away dead branches and leaves in the territory, is easy to grow, and yields abundantly, leading to large-scale promotion. At the same time, the colony did not completely imitate the architectural style of the yellow ants, but instead tried to adopt the construction layout with multiple heat dissipation holes like that of the big-headed ants. After experimenting in several bases and observing a growth cycle, the mushrooms showed good growth without any negative impact, and this method was also promoted. Hundreds of days and nights have passed, and the territory of the colony has expanded over 100 kilometers, with more than 30,000 bases now established. In the later stages, the distances between the bases became vast, and the scene of dozens of bases within a few hundred square meters was no longer seen. Eventually, Luo Wen even replanned the initial several thousand bases, leaving only a few hundred queens to oversee these bases, while the rest were all transferred to guard new territories. Although there are thousands of bases without queens, these bases have not been abandoned. Their underground planning systems are already very well developed, and there will be no issues without queens. Although the number of bases is limited by the production capacity of the mother nest, the insect population in each base has multiplied several times. On average, each base now houses over 1 million various insects. Roughly calculated, the total population of the colony has exceeded 30 billion, with so many subordinates. Luo Wen feels it is time to confront a powerful enemy that had severely injured him when he was still relatively weak. He is excited at the thought. He is not one to hold grudges, and revenge is secondary. What matters most is that there is finally something to look forward to again. Unfortunately, it will take at least another 200 days before the yellow ants hunt again above the cliff. Long ago, Luo Wen had sent reconnaissance insects to stay on the cliff, and through observation, he calculated that the yellow ants need about 400 days to complete a full hunting circle. More than 100 days ago, when the soil yellow ants hunted near the cliff, Rowan had no thoughts about them at the time, as he felt his strength was insufficient. However, he greatly underestimated the rapid reproduction rate of the ant colony. As the number of queen ants accumulated, the breeding speed increased exponentially. Just over 100 days later, Rowan's thoughts began to change. At the current rate, by the time the soil yellow ants arrived again, the ant colony might number in the trillions. They would be fully capable of confronting the soil yellow ants. Thus, in the following days, time passed particularly slowly for Rowan, giving him a sense of a year dragging by. Finally, only a few dozen days remained until the soil yellow ants would return, and the ant colony had begun preparing for the impending battle. Before the troops move, the supplies must be ready. About a kilometer from the cliff, Rowan constructed several storage bases, with a large number of transport ants constantly moving between territories, delivering various resources to this location. Not far from these storage bases were several hatching bases, where a large number of soldier ant eggs were being hatched. It was expected that by the time of battle, these hatching bases could replenish millions of soldier ants daily. With just over 10 days left until the calculation time, several armies began to return. Subsequently, the units stationed farthest from the cliff started to mobilize. As time passed, various bases began to deploy their troops in layers. If viewed from above, one could see lines of black soldiers converging towards the cliff below. According to Rowan's predictions, the ant army would complete its assembly 3 days before the calculated day. After more than 200 days of development, the total number of ants had already reached trillions ahead of schedule. For this large-scale war, Rowan had nearly mobilized all available troops, while ensuring that all breeding and planting operations in the territory were running normally. Half of the ants had been gathered to the front lines. These more than 50 billion ants consumed a significant amount of resources every day. Therefore, arranging for them to arrive 3 days in advance was already the limit of the colony's capacity. However, with 7 days still left until the calculation day, the scouting ants on the cliff had already discovered the advanced troops of the soil yellow ants. Following the usual pattern, the main army would arrive within 2 days at most. At this point, however, more than half of the ant troops were still en route, and even after 2 days, they could only gather about half. Unexpectedly, this time, the soil yellow ants arrived earlier than anticipated for some unknown reason. Fortunately, the advance was not too significant, and Rowan had previously considered the possibility of such a situation. Now, there was no need to worry about supply issues. As long as both sides engaged in battle, a large amount of food would be generated. The current challenge was to delay the soil yellow ant army for 2 days. Without needing 2 days, the army of soil yellow ants had already arrived. Perhaps they sensed some abnormalities, as their advance troops had not reported back in a long time. The ant army was positioned against the cliff, already on high alert. This time, the composition of the forces still consisted mainly of various soldier ants. After all, the opponent also has acid-resistant armor, so the worker ant's role is not significant. The soil yellow ant's way of survival through foraging shows just how aggressive they are. When they discovered the insect swarm ahead, they hesitated not at all and immediately launched into a leap forward. These guys are the source of the leap start gene template, so using this tactic comes naturally to them. However, the soldier ants of the swarm were not intimidated either and similarly launched into a leap forward to meet them. The Great Battle officially began. Chapter 88. The Great Battle 2. The soil yellow ants do not have large combat units, and they are at a disadvantage in close combat. Although those big guys are not effective in one-on-one fights, their killing efficiency in group combat is still quite impressive. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the soil yellow ants' mandibles is also lacking. Initially, The mandible soldier ants shared the territory among the swarm's soldier ants, but over time, they were gradually eliminated through constant combat practice, and now only a very small number remain. This shows that the swarm's soldier ants hold a certain advantage in close combat. Behind the soil yellow ant line, many worker ants took up familiar positions to launch their ant acid solution. This tactic had once caused Luo Wen a lot of trouble, but he later evolved an acid-resistant armor and equipped the entire army with it. Therefore, this round of long-range fire coverage only gave both sides a wash, providing a shine to their shells, but it had no other effect. At this moment, some giant beetles crawled out from behind the swarm's line. They measured between 30 to 50 centimeters in length and also lifted their rear ends to take aim. With a billow of thick smoke rising, like a shotgun firing, streams of liquid were shot into the soil yellow ant camp. These liquids were not only highly corrosive but also had high temperatures, causing incredible damage. Instantly, a number of soil yellow ants fell. Many more were burned and scalded. Although they lacked pain sensation, there were still some nervous reactions. At this time, many were curling their bodies and trembling continuously, clearly losing their ability to continue fighting. Luo Wen was very satisfied with this outcome. These specially manufactured combat weapons did not disappoint him, achieving impressive results in their first battle. Originally, Luo Wen planned to equip the worker ants with the ant acid solution spraying system. However, in practical operation, he found that this new long-range strike system was not suitable for the ant's body structure. This system consists of two glands, each secreting and storing two different chemical substances. Below the glands, there is a chemical reaction chamber. The two chemical substances react here, and the muscles of the reaction chamber can precisely control the dosage of the two substances. At the moment they react, they are sprayed out. When they merge, they produce temperatures exceeding 100 degrees and intense corrosiveness, delivering dual damage of burning and corrosion to the opponent. The only side effect is that when sprayed, it emits white smoke and a foul odor, which lingers for over 10 days. Don't ask Luo Wen how he knows such details. The past is too painful to recall. Due to the fact that this system will come with several new types of organs, a sizable chamber is needed for storage, which is not suitable for the small size of worker ants. Therefore, Rowan simply used their original template and added several gene fragments, scaling them up proportionally to enhance their firepower output and ammunition capacity. Additionally, to prevent these chemicals from harming themselves, the original template was equipped with a set of armor systems to resist high temperatures and corrosion. Rowan has now extracted this segment of gene and loaded it onto soldier ants. However, since the old queen ant did not have this gene segment, and the swarm still retained many old soldier ants, only about 70 of the assembled troops are equipped with this new type of armor. However, this does not affect anything. The soldier ants without the new armor have been organized into separate teams and will not have long-range fire support when they go into battle. However, due to the side effects of this long-range firepower, even the teams equipped with armor will try to avoid them when providing fire support. Otherwise, even if they survive the battle, they will be exiled by Rowan to 800 miles away for at least half a month. Although both sides have hundreds of billions of troops in reserve, as the war has just begun and the front line is only over 200 meters. The actual number of troops directly engaged in combat totals only several tens of millions. The revised fart bugs of the swarm, being enlarged versions, have a more ample ammunition supply, capable of continuous firing over 200 times, and each shell is a shotgun pellet. Hundreds of fart bugs unleashing a barrage of firepower produced an effect akin to that of a Gatling gun, though regrettably not blue fire. The characteristic of the Gatling gun is its extremely fast firing rate, and the fart bugs are no slouches either. The over 200 rounds were fired in less than a minute before they ceased firing. These large creatures are quite precious, requiring a long development time. They not only undergo complete metamorphosis, but also must complete a molting process to grow to their current size. Therefore, they naturally do not engage in melee combat and will retreat to the rear to replenish ammunition after firing. It is estimated that they will be unable to return to the battlefield for 2 to 3 days since their ammunition chambers are also enlarged, requiring more time to fill up. Because the role of the fart bugs is relatively singular, Rowan has produced only a few tens of thousands of them. So each one must be utilized effectively. Fart bugs are organized into teams of 500. And whenever the density of the soil yellow ants in a certain area exceeds a certain level, Rowan will mobilize a team to conduct long-range strikes and suppression in that area to maximize casualties. As the duration of combat increases, the battlefield area gradually expands, with more and more insects entering the fray. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, 500 million, 1 billion. After 5 hours, the scale of the war has risen to 2 billion. The swarm has its back against the cliff, with reinforcements continuously climbing up the cliff to join the battle. The front line is gradually stretching to the sides, and under the intentional guidance of the swarm, the battlefield extending eastward gradually reaches above the lake. Some deep yellow, meat pie-shaped insects entered the battlefield at this time. These bugs are a new species discovered by Rowan a few days ago in some ant nests. They are quite interesting and can be said to have taken defense to the next level. On their backs, they have an oval-shaped meat pad that is made of a material similar to cowhide, effectively resisting cutting, piercing, and other physical attacks. At the same time, they also possess good resistance to corrosion and acids, as well as magical defenses. There is a depression at the bottom of the meat pad where the bug's body is hidden. Because of this depression, the bugs have a very low profile, and when they crawl, there is only a 1 or 2 millimeter gap between the meat pad and the ground. This height makes it nearly impossible for most ants to get inside. Moreover, even if tiny ants, measuring only a few millimeters in length, manage to squeeze in, they are no match for these bugs. Additionally, due to their size and weight, the ants cannot flip them over entirely. Thus, their survival strategy relies on their invincible defense, boldly charging into the ant nest from the front. Once inside, they feed and drink without any concern, while the ants are helpless against them. They can be described as quite brutish, lacking the technical finesse of the original spy bugs. Unfortunately, they can only bully ant nests that do not have large combat units like supergiants. After their host ant nest is breached by the swarm, they can only contribute their genes. The original version of these meat pad bugs is about 7 to 8 centimeters long, while the ones appearing on the battlefield are modified versions. When Rowan had some free time, he used their genetic templates to add several genes to increase their size, making them about 30 centimeters long now. Due to their large appetite and lack of work ethic, only about 100 were produced in the end. Initially, he intended to use them as flatbed vehicles to help transport the queen ant in case the battle against the yellow ants went poorly. However, when Rowan saw the battlefield above the waterfall, he had a sudden inspiration for a new idea and temporarily dispatched 50 meat pad bugs to the site. Since the queen's nest had only been relocated once and was not far from the cliff, it was quite close to the battlefield. Fortunately, since it was not far, the meat pad bugs stationed there, although slow-moving, took several hours to crawl over. Otherwise, if the distance had been greater, by the time they reached the battlefield, the war would likely have already ended. Given their body structure, they would never have the chance to see the scenery above the cliff on their own. Thankfully, they had allies. Due to the high density of their meat pads, they are quite heavy, and each meat pad bug needs the combined effort of 7 or 8 transport bugs to pull them up to the cliff top. Once they arrived, the 50 meat pad bugs slowly crossed the battlefield, ignoring all attacks from the yellow ants, and after circling around the enemy's forces, they headed towards the area above the lake. At this point, their backs were already covered with yellow ants that were ineffectually trying to bite them. When they reached the edge of the cliff above the lake, they did not stop and continued to crawl, until the enemy troops, carrying them on their backs, plunged into the lake from the cliff top. Several dull sounds, accompanied by soaring splashes, created ripples across the water. The meat pie worms and the yellow soil ants had not learned to swim. Therefore, after falling into the water, the lighter yellow soil ants struggled on the surface, while the meat pie worms wasted no time and sank directly to the bottom of the lake. However, the meat pie worms had allies. The diving worms that had been on standby here pulled them out of the water. Together with the boat worms on the surface, they transported them to the shore. As for the yellow soil ants, they naturally became a meal for the worms in the water. Subsequently, the meat pie worms were pulled back up the cliff by the transport worms and charged back into the battlefield, dragging some yellow soil ants into the water. Coming ashore, climbing the cliff, and going back into the water, these 50 meat pie worms could eliminate around 5,000 yellow soil ants each round. This number was insignificant compared to the billions on the battlefield. However, this method had minimal consumption. The meat pie worms had tough skin and meat, so even if they got a little waterlogged, it was no problem. At the same time, it allowed the aquatic worms of the swarm to feel a sense of participation, achieving multiple objectives at once. The battlefield was like a giant millstone, constantly grinding down the soldiers of both sides. 2 days later, both lines had stretched to nearly 10 kilometers, with over 20 billion insects engaged in combat day and night along this front. There were still swarms of insects queuing to enter the battlefield from the yellow soil ant camp. However, after 2 days of fighting, the swarm was beginning to run low on reinforcements. The soldier ants had cycled through several rounds, but since the fighting showed no signs of stopping, the remaining soldier ants were also nearing exhaustion. Fortunately, they had managed to hold out for 2 days, and large reinforcements were about to arrive. Half a day later, the reinforcements arrived one after another. They had no time to rest, and were immediately sent to the battlefield to replace the exhausted troops. With the new fresh troops, combined with the ammunition-replenished fart worms, the swarm launched a small climax of battle, pushing the front line several meters towards the yellow soil ants. A large number of worker ants took the opportunity to move the corpses of the fallen from both sides to the base of the cliff. These were all spoils of war and supplies. Whether the armies could have a full meal depended entirely on who managed to grab more. However, as both sides gradually consumed their forces, the corpses of the fallen increased, and these spoils of war were no longer the focal point of contention. The quantity of food had begun to exceed the number of surviving soldiers. During this period, the yellow soil ants, taking advantage of their numerical superiority, continued to press the swarm. Even when the swarm launched several counterattacks with the support of the fart worm's firepower, they were quickly pushed back. Rowan felt he had been somewhat reckless. He had greatly underestimated the yellow soil ants' war potential and their numbers. If he could do it all over again, he would definitely choose to hold on for another cycle. By then, the swarm would surely be able to easily defeat them. Unfortunately, the path was chosen by himself, and the situation was of his own making. No matter how difficult it became, he had to endure and persist. After 9 days of fighting, the war situation had become very dire. Rowan even ordered the evacuation of the mother nests and the queen ant within a 5-kilometer radius of the cliff. After fighting for 13 days, he began to gradually summon worker ants from the surrounding bases to the battlefield. He did not hesitate to abandon thousands of bases for this purpose. On the 15th day of the battle, after the intensity of the war reached its peak, it started to slowly decline. The yellow soil ants showed signs of exhaustion, and the number of soldier ants on the front line began to noticeably decrease. With a large number of worker ants sent to the front, Luo Wen saw the dawn of victory. Before the war began, the swarm's overproducing base was operating at full capacity. At this time, a large number of soldier ants matured one after another, replenishing the front line with substantial living forces every day. This was the longest battle the swarm had fought since its inception, and many hidden shortcomings were exposed. For example, although the swarm's egg-laying speed was fast, the development time of the eggs was too long. With his visual advantage, he had always been fighting prepared battles, always preparing in advance by producing soldier ants. However, usually, the swarm's configuration did not have that many soldier ants. These non-producing combat units were usually kept in very small numbers. If this model could not solve the resource problem, it would be difficult to change it in the short term. If one day, an unexpected enemy invaded the swarm, and the swarm could not hatch a large number of combat-ready soldiers in time, it was very likely to be overrun by the enemy, unable to gather forces, resulting in a vicious cycle. Therefore, Luo Wen decided that whenever he had time in the future, he must find a way to shorten the development process of the insects. For now, his primary task was to win this battle. Chapter 90. The great final battle for the battlefield was already piled high with insect corpses. A mix of yellow and black, and the things once contested by both sides had not been cleared for a long time. Fierce battles were still taking place on the mound of insects. From a distance, all one could see were various insects, both alive and dead, indistinguishable from one another. On the 18th day of the battle, soldier ants from the yellow soil ants were almost nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. The swarm's soldier ants had long been exhausted. Relying on the daily influx of tens of millions of new soldier ant reinforcements and a large number of worker ants to hold on. Once the enemy was also out of soldier ants, the swarm's advantage of adding tens of millions of soldier ants daily began to gradually manifest. The main battle units of the yellow soil ants and the swarm evolved from soldier ants and worker ants, and then to soldier ants and a small number of worker ants, until now it was worker ants, and soldier ants. Moreover, as the war continued, the number of soldier ants in the swarm actually increased. The swarm's powerful logistics and endurance capabilities were fully demonstrated at this moment. 3 days later, the once boundless army of yellow soil ants finally showed signs of a boundary, and victory was within sight. This excited Luo Wen. His will was the will of the swarm. His mobilization for himself was a mobilization for the swarm. The motivated swarm, in conjunction with the reloaded fart bugs, intensified their counterattack. At the same time, all transport insects near the front line were requisitioned by Rowan to join the battle. This war had lasted long enough. It was time to end it. Under the full-scale attack of the swarm, the war continued for a full 2 days, ultimately resulting in a decisive victory for the swarm. The devastating yellow-brown natural disaster ravaging the desert was completely eradicated. Post-war statistics showed that this war lasted a total of 23 days. On this meat grinder-like battlefield, the casualties on both sides had become impossible to calculate. However, Rowan knew that nearly all of the initial 50 billion troops of the swarm had been wiped out. Subsequently, a large number of worker ants were also killed or injured. Adding in the soldier ants that were continuously replenished, the swarm's losses approached 90 billion units. It could be said that this war had nearly wiped out 90 of the swarm's population, leading to the abandonment of numerous bases due to lack of maintenance. However, the swarm's queen suffered no losses. Looking at the mountain of corpses stretching 10 kilometers, with an average height of over 10 meters. Once the queens digest these spoils of war, the swarm will become even stronger. At the same time, the desert above the cliff will become the swarm's backyard. The hunting ground originally belonging to the yellow-brown ants will become the territory of the swarm. This is an enormous territory that takes over 400 days to traverse. At least 100 times the size of the swarm's original territory. Rowan couldn't even imagine how vast it was. Back then, shortly after he was hatched, he encountered the yellow-brown ants. After that, he was swept away by a sandstorm and didn't know how far he flew. After landing, he traveled along underground waterways for so long and still hadn't exited this hunting ground, which indirectly indicated just how enormous this territory was. Moreover, although this territory looked like a desert, it surely had its own secrets. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sustain such a large army of yellow-brown ants. It should be noted that in this war, their losses were certainly greater than those of the swarm, at least in the hundreds of billions. Besides the territory and the insect remains, Rowan also had other gains. The yellow-brown ants fought to the last, and in the very center of their ranks, the swarm discovered thousands of queens. They constantly foraged for food while traveling, and when they accumulated enough, they would stay in one place for a while, laying a large number of eggs. Once these eggs matured, the army would continue on its way. The genes of these queens would once again enhance the production efficiency of the swarm's queens, which now had a large amount of food waiting to be consumed, eliminating the need to spend time accumulating it. In addition, the yellow-brown ants also harbored a certain type of insect, or one could say a type of livestock. They were about 20 centimeters long, resembling a giant version of some kind of insect larva, and were rare in that they had grown this large without any exoskeletal armor. Their characteristic was that they could eat and grow meat, with a remarkably high energy conversion rate. For every 10 units of food consumed, they could grow 9 units of meat. When the yellow-brown ants collected too much food, they would feed the surplus to these insects. Conversely, when the yellow-brown ants were short on food, they would eat them. A rather unfortunate bug, but its characteristics seem to have no use for the swarm at the moment. So there doesn't seem to be any need for production. After the Great War ended, the grievances accumulated since birth were all understood in an instant, and Luo Wen felt quite relaxed and happy. Unfortunately, there were no events like avenging a great hatred or suddenly achieving enlightenment, which was rather regrettable. After more than 20 days of war, although Luo Wen did not directly participate in the battles, he was already very mentally exhausted. After arranging some follow-up matters, he found a random place below the cliff to fall into a deep sleep. This area, originally a front line of war, had now become the heartland of the swarm's territory. Therefore, Luo Wen slept particularly soundly. When he woke up again, he had no idea how many days had passed. Here, he was probably the only one who understood the concept of time. The insect carcass mountains above the cliff had already disappeared by half, and these spoils of war had been transported to the vicinity of the basic violent soldier base for burial. The ant queens in the violent soldier base and other branch bases had already received the new orders Luo Wen issued before he fell asleep, to stop producing soldier ants and start producing worker ants at full capacity. The swarm currently had 200 to 300 million soldier ants, which was sufficient to defend the existing territory without further exploration. Therefore, the main task now was to replenish worker ants and restore normal operations in various bases. After returning to the mother nest, he connected to it, uploaded new gene fragments, and updated the gene pool of the ant queens. He then canceled the production orders for the old version of the ant queens and reset to start hatching the new version of the ant queens. During this operation, Luo Wen also discovered an unexpected surprise. The meatworm gene, which he originally thought was useless, surprisingly could accelerate the nutrient absorption speed of the insects and shorten their development time. Although they still had to go through the stages of egg, larva, pupa, and adult, their growth cycle could be shortened by 1/3. In other words, insects that originally needed 30 days to mature could now be ready for work in just 20 days. It was unexpected that a weakness found on the battlefield could be resolved so quickly. Although it still hadn't reached Luo Wen's expected level, it was already a significant step forward. At the same time, during this connection with the mother nest, Luo Wen also received some vague information, a hint of an opportunity. Chapter 91. Calm. As the number of new version ant queens gradually increased, the growth rate of the swarm also accelerated. In just over 200 days, the swarm had returned to its size before the Great War. The bases that had been neglected during the war were also restored and rebuilt. Several armies set out again in batches, and in addition to the original Eastern, Western, Northern, and Central armies, a Southern army was also added. It can be said that the swarm was now advancing in all directions, with no natural barriers or forces able to stop their progress. Perhaps the war with the yellow soil ants had already reached the ceiling of combat power in this area. In the days that followed, the swarm sailed smoothly and encountered no significant enemies. 4 ant nests of the size of the big-headed ant. They are just small players in today's insect swarm. When faced with the exploration army of the swarm, they can't even stir a ripple. The exploration tactics of the various armies of the swarm are quite simple now. For small enemies like black ants, there's not much to say. They directly charge into the opponent's nest. A small team exploring separately can deal with them easily. However, for red ants with populations in the millions, it may require gathering several small exploring teams to handle them together. Then, it's a matter of knocking on the door, with everyone laying out their intentions for war at the entrance of the opponent's nest and engaging directly. However, now the various armies are equipped with dual long-range firepower. These long-range troops follow behind the main force, and whenever a small team encounters an enemy with a population of over several 100,000, they will call for fire support. In the absence of firepower retaliation from the opponent, a round of fire coverage followed by a charge from the front line can easily resolve the battle. When encountering big-headed ants with populations in the millions, a bit of respect should still be given. However, the final outcome will not differ from that of the several 100,000 population. It will just involve a few more rounds of fire coverage and charges. 10 kilometers. 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. As time passes, the territory continues to expand, and the swarm, lacking natural enemies, develops at an increasingly rapid pace, with numbers beyond counting. Rowan had long lost precise control over the swarm. It's not that the swarm betrayed him, they remain loyal to him. And his will is still being carried out by the swarm. The issue he faces now is still the old problem of communication. The swarm lacks effective means of communication. When the territory was small, there were communication insects responsible for delivering messages. Later, as the territory expanded, the swarm had faster transport insects to carry communication insects for messages. But now, the speed of the swarm has expanded by an unknown number of times. If Rowan wants to send a message to the exploration army on the fringes, even with transport insects running day and night, it would take months for the Queen of the Fringe Army to receive the message. With such communication efficiency, if they encounter an equally matched enemy, they would likely suffer great losses. Fortunately, the swarm is currently too powerful, even in the homeland of Ifiesh. Among the wizards of that extraordinary land, perhaps a single insect is not their opponent, and millions or tens of millions of insects are still not their match. However, the swarm will make them understand what boundless despair means. Rowan realized that if that green-haired one had succeeded back then, even if he took an alternative path now, with individual combat power being insignificant, the collective power would already possess the capability to destroy cities and nations. Of course, these are just idle thoughts to entertain himself. Right now, he doesn't even have the inclination to take risks. All he sees is the territory of the swarm, with no threats in sight. He experienced high-altitude falls when he was still the size of a fingernail, and now he has learned to dive. With the continuous supplementation of various genes, the threats to him have become fewer and fewer until they disappeared. Perhaps this is the terrifying aspect of Ifiesh. Over the years, as the territory of the swarm expands, The environments in different regions also vary, always giving rise to some unique ant species and insects. Each time they appear, they can create ripples in Rowan's calm life, being one of the few remaining hopes for him. However, most of the insect's talents are somewhat repetitive, yet there are still a few that can bring surprises to Rowan. For example, there is a type of red and black ant that possesses very developed mandibular glands, extending from the head to the posterior abdomen. When faced with a powerful enemy, they will bite the enemy and then contract their muscles, causing their bodies to self-destruct. The venom within the glands will splash everywhere, containing various toxic substances and possessing powerful area damage effects. There is also another type of ant with a similar ability. They have two crystalline structures between their thorax and abdomen. When they need to self-destruct, the crystals react with secretions from their salivary glands to generate a highly toxic substance. Moreover, they achieve directional explosions, ensuring a one-for-one maximum effect. This ability was a talent that Rowan once feared awakening in his dreams, and to his surprise, there are indeed insects that possess this ability. Combining their genes, a new type of soldier emerged in the swarm, but their numbers are very limited. This is because there are almost no places where they can be utilized. There is also a type of ant found in trees that digs holes to build nests. The entrances are relatively small, allowing only one ant to pass at a time. Due to their small territorial range, usually limited to the trees they nest in, their resource acquisition is minimal and their colony cannot grow large. Therefore, when facing some invaders, they naturally cannot confront them head-on like other groups. However, they have come up with some alternative methods. Some of these ants have mutated individuals with a chitinous shield shaped like a circle or square on their heads. When invaders arrive, these mutated individuals will use their heads to block the entrance. The invaders usually have little effective way to deal with their sturdy shields, and after a period of stalemate, they tend to leave. This ability is also quite interesting, but unfortunately, it is not very useful in the swarm. There are currently no enemies that require the swarm's defense. Thus, in the end, Rowan only created a few as decorations. There is also a type of soldier ant that has a cannon-like structure on its head, capable of spraying a resin-like substance that is extremely sticky. Although it does not contain toxins and has weak direct lethality, it is a very powerful control skill. After acquiring their genes, Rowan added several toxins to create a type of cannon insect that integrates control and lethality. Moreover, because their cannon structure is long and the projectile is tightly bound, it does not disperse. After being enhanced by Rowan, the range can reach 20 to 30 meters, with precise strike capability at around 15 meters. So it is very suitable for precise sniping, targeting, and eliminating the opponent's high-end combat power, and its practicality is very strong. Now, there are already many of these artillery bugs serving in the border troops. In addition, there are some quite interesting abilities that Rowan has also absorbed into the gene pool. Chapter 92. Underwater breathing time has passed for an unknown duration, and Rowan has long been too lazy to calculate. The long period of peace in the territory has meant that many worker ants have never been to the battlefield since their hatching. This has also given them the chance to die of old age. As batches of worker ants die, new worker ants quickly replace them, causing no impact on the operation of the colony. The advanced direction of the Northern Army has always been along the river, experiencing various turns along the way. But the general direction has not changed. Just a few days ago, news came from their accompanying Ant Queen that the army was blocked by a very wide river. The water army that had been following along the river suffered heavy losses while exploring this river. However, it seemed that they did not encounter any enemies. The messages were somewhat contradictory and unclear, so Rowan decided to take a look himself. As they continued to move north, the temperature gradually dropped. However, because this planet has a large temperature difference between day and night, like the desert on the cliffs, it can even freeze at night. Therefore, the plants and insects here have strong cold resistance. Moreover, various resistances are standard in the colony's genes, so there would be no issues due to low temperatures. The plants along the way gradually changed from broadleaf plants to coniferous plants. As the temperature continued to drop, Rowan even encountered a sudden snowstorm on the way. Although it lasted only a short time, about half an hour, the snow cover on the ground reached about 20 centimeters thick. This thickness had almost no effect on the tall Rowan. However, for smaller insects, although they had some cold resistance, being trapped in ice and snow could still be very fatal. After several dozen days of long journeying, Rowan finally arrived at the so-called riverbank. Is this the riverbank? Looking at the vast expanse of water, with occasional ice layers drifting above and a salty taste, even though the accompanying Ant Queen had little experience. For Rowan, who had been bombarded with information and even witnessed it firsthand, this was clearly a sea. How could the insect army have reached the seaside? This was Rowan's first question. For someone who spends all day eating and sleeping, he had lost track of how long it had been. This planet actually has a sea? This was Rowan's second question. After all, for him, this was a strange planet. Then he became excited, thinking about how many species might be hidden in the ocean, perhaps yielding some good genes. Shortly thereafter, he found the Northern Army. The trick to finding them quickly after running thousands of kilometers was that Rowan had been following the river that led to their old nest. This river, after several turns, merged into a larger river and extended to this point. The Northern Army is stationed here, with traces of their pheromones left everywhere by the river, guiding Luo Wen in the right direction. By the time Luo Wen arrived at the base, a large underground facility had already been excavated, and mushrooms had been planted. In this place with very low temperatures, the heat emitted by the mushrooms made the cave warm like spring. Unfortunately, it seemed they had forgotten to build a passage for Luo Wen to enter and exit, leaving him to endure the cold outside. This base was actually only occupied by a small squad of about 5 to 6 million. The Northern Army had long since left, after all. It took hundreds of days and nights for information to be relayed back and forth. Given the scale of the Northern Army, they could not stay in one place for long. They needed to keep advancing to replenish their food supply. This small squad remained here to wait for Luo Wen and to assist him with some of his actions and experiments. The moment Luo Wen saw the ocean, he almost understood why the army's queen ant had given contradictory descriptions. Those skiff worms and diving worms indeed had not encountered enemies. However, they only had freshwater templates and lacked components to filter salt. Therefore, when they entered the seawater, they likely suffocated. Since it wasn't an encounter with enemies, the next step was exploration. During the time waiting for Luo Wen, the small squad also made some gains. They hunted several types of crustaceans that resembled crabs, hermit crabs, and shrimp by the sea. These were exactly what Luo Wen needed before exploring the ocean. They ate a bit of everything, then dug a hole for themselves and had the station digging ants excavate a heat dissipation channel from the base's plantation into the hole, installing heating for the room. Then he comfortably lay inside. Upon waking up again, Luo Wen noticed that there were no molted exoskeletons inside the cave, which puzzled him. After checking his whole body carefully, it seemed there were no changes. He hadn't grown crab gills or any other strange things. Luo Wen made a difficult scratching head gesture. Strange. Why hadn't new respiratory organs developed? Then he thought it might be that the existing organs had mutated, which would require field testing to confirm. Fortunately, the distance to the sea was not far. Luo Wen stretched his long legs and soon arrived at the seaside. After thinking for a moment, he felt it was not safe, as he was essentially using himself as a test subject. What if he could not handle the salt? In fact, the safest method would be to return to the mother nest and check his genes. But the time taken for a round trip was too long, and Luo Wen did not want to wait that long for an answer. So, he crawled towards the nearby river mouth. There was a transitional area between freshwater and seawater, where testing would be much safer. He first arrived at the freshwater area and slowly entered the water. Since he had already acquired the ability to dive, he was not anxious. As the river water submerged him, he immediately felt a slight difference. This time in the water, breathing was much easier than before, indicating that there were indeed some changes. Next, he attempted to seal the ventilation holes of the air sacs between the dorsal shell and abdomen. In the past, if he had dared to do this, he would have immediately felt suffocated. However, this time, he surprisingly did not feel much abnormality. He could still breathe normally underwater. This was true underwater breathing, directly extracting oxygen from the water, rather than the previous pseudo-underwater breathing of carrying an oxygen tank. Through careful sensing, he finally found the changes. Moreover, there were two aspects. First, his shell could filter moisture, extracting oxygen from the water to nourish his body. Second, at the base of his limbs, some membrane-like structures bulged outward from the body wall, filled with capillaries. They could also filter moisture and salt, as well as absorb oxygen. Due to their concealed position and being in Rowan's blind spot, they had not been discovered earlier. The changes in the shell were even more subtle from the surface. There was no way to tell the difference from before. This was also the reason Rowan had not noticed the changes earlier. Chapter 93. Entering the sea. Having discovered the new changes, Rowan stepped on the riverbed silt and slowly moved towards the sea outlet. The gradually salting seawater did not make Rowan feel any discomfort. His new underwater breathing system could perfectly filter out the salt from the seawater. Upon exiting the outlet and gradually entering the ocean, the underwater scenery disappointed Rowan. Perhaps due to the cold, there were pitifully few underwater plants, while quite a few shrimp and crabs lurked in the crevices of the seabed rocks. Some even attempted to ambush Rowan. Rowan's claws remained powerful weapons on the seabed. However, the resistance of the water made them heavier, making it difficult to catch the small and agile shrimp. But he did manage to kill quite a few crabs that raised their pincers to challenge him. Unfortunately, he currently lacked the ability to eat underwater, and it was inconvenient to carry anything. So he had to abandon these super fresh seafood. Continuing to advance along the seabed, the water became deeper, and the pressure acting on him increased. However, his exoskeleton armor seemed to possess excellent natural pressure resistance, so he did not feel much discomfort. When Rowan descended to over 300 meters, the sunlight from the surface had become very difficult to reach this depth. Although his unique eye structure allowed him to see with just a little light, if there was no light at all, his eyes were powerless in such situations. As he approached a depth of 400 meters, everything around him was completely dark. The fear of the unknown made Rowan hesitant to continue deeper. The air sac between his abdomen and shell began to inflate, bringing his body slowly back to the surface. As he ascended, the surrounding scenery began to re-enter Rowan's mind. Just then, a creature resembling a mantis shrimp suddenly darted out from the darkness below, charging towards him at high speed. However, its body was only about 10 centimeters long. Rowan did not feel threatened, although he had no good way to deal with the agile mantis shrimp. Although Rowan couldn't keep up with the movements of the mantis shrimp, his excellent dynamic visual tracking system allowed him to see it clearly. This mantis shrimp was somewhat different from what he remembered. Its two front limbs were not sharp scythes, but rather a pair of small hammers. The mantis shrimp maneuvered swiftly in the water and quickly approached Rowan, who clumsily extended his claw to try to shoo it away. He also wondered if he might accidentally catch it, as the mantis shrimp could just swim into his claws and lie still. If the mantis shrimp could talk, it would definitely mock him. "What are you thinking?" Suddenly, the mantis shrimp was blocked by a large claw, and it immediately lunged forward. Rowan only saw a flash in his peripheral vision, followed by a heavy impact on his claw. Rowan realized that the mantis shrimp had attacked him with its hammer-like limbs. However, despite his previously impeccable dynamic vision, he failed to see exactly what had just happened. At that moment, the mantis shrimp seemed to finally realize that Rowan was not an easy opponent, quickly turned around, and vanished into the dark depths of the sea. Since growing to such a large size, Rowan had never faced such provocation. Looking at the dark and boundless ocean, it seemed that this grudge would be difficult to settle. After surfacing, Rowan oriented himself. He was now several kilometers away from land. He lifted his impacted claw to take a look, only to find a tiny crack on it. Although the injury was not serious, it was highly insulting, and he felt even more enraged. After venting his anger, Rowan couldn't help but marvel at the situation. His claw was arguably the toughest part of his body. Given the size difference between him and the mantis shrimp, the fact that its attack could inflict damage on him was astonishing. This was not a sneaky tactic like poisoning. The mantis shrimp's direct combat power was off the charts. If Rowan were of a similar size, he would likely have been pierced through his armor in one hit. Since Rowan only had a pair of swimming legs, he was not very fast in the water, but fortunately, he was not in a hurry. Around him were various massive ice blocks, seemingly drifting down from further north. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. On one of the ice blocks lay a frozen creature of unknown species, oval-shaped and flat-bodied. This was an unexpected delight. Rowan had never seen this creature, and eating it would certainly grant him some new genetic fragments. Even if he didn't know if they would be useful. He climbed onto the ice block and awkwardly used his claws to scrape away the ice, digging out the creature. It was unclear whether the creature was alive or dead, but it seemed to have been frozen for a long time. It should have died long ago, yet it was still quite fresh due to being preserved in the cold. After snacking on it, Rowan spent some time finally returning to land. There was nothing much to see here for now. Exploring the ocean alone was not a reliable endeavor, and he also didn't particularly like the environment. Although he had decent cold resistance, the chill still dulled his senses, and that feeling was quite unpleasant. So, after commanding the squad to continue garrisoning here, he began to return to the main base. Upon arriving at the main base, he connected to the mother nest. First, he updated the genes of the unproduced queen ant orders, loading in the new underwater breathing system. At the same time, through inquiries, Rowan also learned about the genetics of the unknown frozen insect. It possessed a special hibernation talent when Rowan had dug it out. It was not in a state of decay, but merely hibernating, which explained its freshness and lack of odor. Rowan smacked his lips, recalling the taste of seafood. This talent was temporarily of no use, so he set it aside for now. Dozens of days later, the first batch of new version queen ants matured, and Rowan immediately sent them to develop a base by the sea. After more than 100 days, a killed mantis shrimp was delivered to Rowan. However, after traveling thousands of kilometers, the mantis shrimp was already foul-smelling, its flesh rotten. Although Rowan was no longer picky, he still found it unappetizing. There was no way around it. In order to eat fresh seafood sashimi, Rowan traveled for several more days to that seaside base. A queen ant had already settled there, and the scale of the base had expanded significantly. There was no grand welcoming ceremony for Rowan's arrival. They merely reorganized his original warm room. After resting for a day, early the next morning, the swarm navy set out under Rowan's watch. Since this base only had one type of queen ant, its egg-laying capacity was not strong. Therefore, there were not many bugs that could go to sea, and there were only two types. One was based on crab genetic templates, and the other was based on shrimp templates. Each type had its advantages and disadvantages. The crabs had strong pincers and thick shells, giving them a high attack and defense index, but poor mobility. The shrimp, although with low attack and defense indices, had a jumping swimming method that provided them with variable movement trajectories and fast speeds. The mantis shrimp, on the other hand, was agile and quick, with strong defense and very high attack power, making it a dominant force in the sea. Thus, relying solely on crabs and shrimp to hunt mantis shrimp required some luck. Chapter 94. Entering the sea, the shrimp could catch up to the mantis shrimp, but their attack power was too weak to even pierce the opponent's armor, so they could only serve a reconnaissance role. Fortunately, mantis shrimp often hid in the sandy seabed, waiting to ambush passing prey. This area was also within the territory of crabs. After several hours of wandering, hundreds of shrimp scouts finally discovered a mantis shrimp at a depth of over 200 meters. The crab army quickly arrived after receiving the intel. To avoid scaring off the mantis shrimp, only 2 crabs crawled towards its hiding place. Perhaps because the size of the crabs was comparable to the mantis shrimp, it chose to take the initiative when the crabs approached. It dove towards one of the crabs, which hurriedly raised its claw to block. However, as the mantis shrimp swept past, one of the crab's claws detached from its body and flew away. The mantis shrimp overlooked the collective combat ability of the swarm, as the 2 crabs were originally using each other as bait. At this moment, one shrimp was under attack while the other was busy as well. When the mantis shrimp turned its body back, preparing to strike again, there was a brief moment of hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, the other crab lunged forward and grabbed the mantis shrimp, its claws pinching tightly around its body. The mantis shrimp was covered in sharp spikes and struggled fiercely. Although the crab had high defensive armor, its underbelly was relatively soft and was pierced by the mantis shrimp in several places. The crab, now missing one claw, used its remaining claw to pinch the gap between the mantis shrimp's head and carapace. Although the mantis shrimp immediately counterattacked with a powerful strike, the remaining claw was also detached from the crab's body. However, this claw, while separated, remained stuck in the gaps of the mantis shrimp's armor, severely affecting it. At this point, a group of blue prawns that had been lurking in the distance arrived. Although they couldn't break through the mantis shrimp's armor, they could still herd it towards the army of crabs. When the mantis shrimp was surrounded by dozens of crabs, its fate was sealed. After tasting a dish of mantis shrimp sashimi, Rowan quickly devoured many wild crabs and blue prawns before hurriedly returning to the nest. Upon uploading the new genetic data, he was astonished to find that it was no wonder the mantis shrimp could dominate the sea. It possessed quite a few cutting-edge genetic traits. After a long sleep, a layer of skin shed from its claws. Although the claws hadn't turned into hammers, they had developed many new structures. Even the armor structure of the claws had changed. Unfortunately, some accidents occurred during testing. A month later, a new version of the mantis shrimp, designed like an insect swarm, was freshly produced. Through various tests, Rowan gained a deeper understanding of its parameters. First, its eyes had 6 pupils, allowing it to see more colors. However, due to some incompatibility with Rowan's own eyes, he had only fused a portion of them. Yet, even this partial fusion made the world around him much more vibrant. Secondly, there were its hammer-like front limbs. A mantis shrimp measuring 10 centimeters in length could strike with its 1 centimeter hammer with a force exceeding 150 kilograms, which was the reason it could break through Rowan's armor initially. Moreover, their striking speed was quite fast. They could accelerate their hammer from 0 to 80 in 1300 seconds. Due to the speed of the punch, an effect known as the supercavitation effect could occur at the moment of striking. The bubbles produced by this effect would collapse instantaneously, creating a small-scale shockwave and releasing energy that could heat the water to extremely high temperatures, resulting in a sonoluminescence effect. The flash that Rowan saw at the moment he was hit by the mantis shrimp originated from this. However, this required the eyes to have a very strong sensitivity to light to be visible. Additionally, the rapid hammering also depended on the coordination of other body structures. On the mantis shrimp's front limbs, there was a hyperbolic surface system that would contract to store energy and then explode instantaneously, launching the hammer outward. Of course, to carry out these operations without harming oneself, it's not enough to rely solely on these bodily structures. It also requires a rather strong material to complement it. The surface of the mantis shrimp's hammer has 3 layers of special nanostructure, arranged in a microscopic shock-absorbing pattern, capable of absorbing energy and suppressing cracking, providing extremely strong impact resistance. Unfortunately, although this material is indeed robust, it has reached its limit when the mantis shrimp grows to over 10 centimeters. If they grow any larger, a disaster will occur. Don't ask how Luo Wen knows this. When he first obtained this set of super black technology, he was exceptionally excited. As a result, he eagerly ran to test it, fully activating the hyperbolic ejection system. However, due to the acceleration being too fast, after a loud sonic boom, his body was blasted away. At the same time, his claw was forcibly ripped from his body and shot off into the distance. Upon inspection afterward, that claw, although it had developed the new nanostructure, was still severely burned. Fortunately, it had become a separate entity, and these burns did not cause Luo Wen any trouble. But the pain of having a claw forcibly torn off made Luo Wen convulse all over, and he developed pain-sensing nerves once again, raising the question of whether this was an evolutionary notion. After that, Luo Wen continuously experimented with the mantis shrimp and derived this system and material, which could only support a hammer of about 2 centimeters in size using this system. Moreover, it had to be in water. Only in water could it quickly neutralize and cool the high temperature generated when the hyperbolic system was activated. If it were any larger, it would be self-destructive, leading to a fate similar to Luo Wen's initial experience. Fortunately, Luo Wen could regenerate after losing limbs, transforming into a pupa and emerging again as a fully intact individual. With Luo Wen's body length exceeding 60 centimeters, the main structure of his claw's front end was nearly 30 centimeters, making it impossible to switch to a 2-centimeter hammer weapon. That image was too beautiful. He couldn't afford to lose that. Furthermore, this system only had formidable lethality against targets of similar size. For instance, when the mantis shrimp ambushed Luo Wen back then, it only caused minor cracks on his claw. Therefore, this system was somewhat like a chicken rib to Luo Wen, tasteless to eat, yet a pity to discard. However, unwilling to give up the hard-earned black technology, Luo Wen continued to test and fine-tune it. After losing countless claws and undergoing metamorphosis multiple times, he finally slightly improved this system. The so-called improvement was actually sealing away most of the capabilities of the hyperbolic ejection system, weakening it, and then weakening it some more. Ultimately, it reached a level that Luo Wen could use normally. Even so, the speed at which Luo Wen swung his claw increased several times. And with the enhanced dynamic capture system he also obtained, he believed that if he encountered a mantis shrimp in the sea again, he would definitely give it a surprise. Chapter 95. The time has come as time passed. The Eastern and Western armies crossed mountains and rivers, advancing the territory of the insect swarm to the seaside. Only the Southern Army continued to advance for thousands of kilometers after digesting the vast desert areas, still without sight of the ocean. On land, the swarm had already dominated a territory, and the next journey was to the sea. Perhaps, when crossing the boundless ocean, new continents could be discovered in other parts of the planet. Along the coastline at the edge of the swarm's territory, naval bases rose from the ground. A large number of shrimp and crabs from the swarm began to equip their forces, starting simultaneous deep and broad explorations of the ocean. Just as the swarm was about to launch a major offensive into the ocean, Rowan felt that spark of opportunity again during his contact with the hive. However, this time, it was not vague or ambiguous, but clear and distinct. In an instant, Rowan had a moment of enlightenment. The time had come. A sharp screech emitted from Rowan's mouth. and as his antennae thrashed violently, the pheromones containing the command spread around. The various insects nearby seemed to pause for a moment, frozen in place. But in the blink of an eye, the scene came alive again. The insects that received the command began to frantically spread the new orders, with transport insects carrying message bearers rushing in all directions. From the hive base as the central point, the various branch bases began to receive new command information one after another. Although this command was somewhat strange, the swarm could be said to be an extension of Rowan. They maintained absolute loyalty to him and had no doubt about the orders. The queen ant in the base began issuing commands, and the surrounding aphid farms suffered devastating blows. The poor aphids, who had once lived a life of luxury with food being fed to them and their waste cleaned up by dedicated caretakers, suddenly found their caregivers turning against them. Sharp mandibles pierced their bodies, wrapping them in a mixture of syrup and saliva to prevent decay. Packed, loaded, and taken away. The underground plantations faced the same situation, being destructively harvested without consideration for sustainability. Roots and seedlings were packed and sealed. The wild insects within the territory also faced disaster, undergoing a carpet-like cleansing. Even the agile and quick grasshoppers could not escape this sweep. The insects in the branch bases, after finding all the food they could carry, began to march grandly toward the hive base. Looking down from the air on the vast ground, branch bases were abandoned in all directions. The insects abandoned their habitats, packed everything, and gathered toward the same location. As time passed, the number of insects at the hive base increased more and more. Initially, a fierce battle with the yellow ants had wiped out 90% of the swarm. Then, in just over 200 days, the swarm had recovered to a pre-war number of hundreds of billions. And now, with so much time having passed, the new queen had produced tens of thousands, and the number of insects had become unimaginable. Although the insects had brought all they could carry before arriving at the hive base, but with so many insects gathered together, they consume a large amount of food every day. Apart from the areas not far from the mother nest base, there is still some food left when it arrives here. In more distant places, most of the food has already been consumed on the way. Fortunately, the insects have a talent for eating soil. Although it cannot replenish much energy, it can sustain their basic life signs. The dense pile of insects covers the area around the mother nest base. Zooming in on this scene, the various details would surely be quite friendly to those with trypophobia. A large area of the ground has sunken over 10 meters after the insects consume the soil. They absorb a small amount of nutrients and expel most of the remainder. Usually, this waste is excellent fertilizer and is transported by specialized worker ants to the vicinity of nearby trees. But now, with trillions of insects gathered, they can produce a mountain of waste every day, so naturally, no insect would bother to carry it away. Therefore, this waste is mostly reused. And after 100 days or so, besides crabs, shrimp, and other marine soldiers, even the boat worms and diving worms have gathered in the lake next to the mother nest base along the river. The critical moment has finally arrived. On a sunny morning, Rowan took a deep breath, looked at the surrounding black insect mountains, turned, and burrowed underground, reuniting with the mother nest after a long absence. The insects in the base were all driven to the surface. He didn't want anything else to see this shameful posture, although this was now his complete form. After calming his emotions, a sharp screech pierced the earth. A strange wave rose from within Rowan, radiating rapidly in all directions along with the screech. The insects swept over by the strange wave all took on a roaring posture. Although many of them were mute soldiers, at this moment, they were shouting with their souls. As more and more insects joined in, the cries grew from weak to heart-shaking. A unique energy rose from the insects, converging on Rowan. A glimmer of white light gradually emerged from Rowan's insect eyes, growing brighter and brighter. It even shot 3 feet away, illuminating the entire underground base. As the gathered energy increased, qualitative changes occurred from quantitative ones, and the dazzling white light gradually took on a strange, noble purple hue. Slowly, the insects closest to Rowan burned out their unknown energy, maintaining their roaring posture, forever frozen in this moment. Although the size of the insects was mostly small, their trillions in number still unleashed an incredible power. The insect mountains fell into silence one by one, while Rowan's sharp screech grew louder and louder. Finally, the last insect also contributed everything. At the same time, Rowan's screech came to an abrupt stop. The white and purple light shooting from his eyes gradually retracted. At this point, Rowan's consciousness had become somewhat unclear, and extreme fatigue made him want nothing more than to fall asleep immediately. This exhaustion is not physical, but spiritual. Therefore, he cannot resist, nor does he want to. What he needs now is a long slumber to digest this change. The nest has already shriveled and withered. Luo Wen disconnects from it. Mustering his spirit and using his last ounce of strength to crawl down the tunnel he had previously dug toward the depths underground. This tunnel is directly 300 meters below ground. There is a room here that, while not spacious, is large enough to accommodate Luo Wen. It has been reinforced countless times by worker ants and slime worms, enough to withstand severe earthquakes and other natural disasters. After Luo Wen arrives here, he destroys the passage he came from and seals the entrance. At this point, he has lost the protection of the swarm and does not know how long he will sleep this time, so caution is still the best policy. After doing all this, Luo Wen can no longer bear the fatigue of his soul and falls into a deep sleep. Some liquid seeps from his body, gradually forming a cocoon that wraps around him.